Hello everyone and welcome to the Oxventure Wyrdwood Season 1 Marathon livestream. I'm Johnny Chiodini, faithful DM of Oxventure Wyrdwood, and I'm so very happy to have you here with us for a full day of Wyrdwood fun and horror. Fun and horror. We've got a lot of exciting stuff for you throughout the day to go alongside our rewatch. We've got a Q&A, some behind the scenes looks at Wyrdwood Season 2, and even more. So stay tuned throughout the day today to check out all of the incredible surprises we've got in store for you. And horror. We've got some horror. Before we get into things, we've got some news. The premiere page for Oxventure Wyrdwood Season 2 Episode 1 is up now, so you can head right over and click the notification button so that when Season 2 debuts later this summer, you won't miss a thing. Go on, go over, click it. I'll wait here while you do it. Have you done it yet? As you may now be aware, the first episode of Wyrdwood Season 2 is called Mossfold, and if you stay tuned to the stream, you'll get a first look at the episode later on. Now, without any further ado, let's kick things off with Wyrdwood Season 1, Episode 1, Folk Moot. Hello friends and welcome to a brand new series of Oxventure. We've got a new setting, we've got new characters, and of course the new Player's Handbook. We're playing with the 2024 edition of the PHB, exciting new subclasses and all. Now, our adventure begins in a land called Hayorth. Long ago, before the common folk arrived and gave it a name, this was a land of giants. They ruled it for an age and more, and they are now gone. There are none who live who remember it, and the only signal that they were even here to begin with is a smattering of ruins kind of strewn across the land. After the giants passed from the world, the wild folk emerged to take their place. Finding a land rich with magic, these creatures of myth, magic and mischief spread throughout Hayorth, eventually settling and establishing their own regions, 11 in total, each unto itself to be governed or threatened by no other. In time, strange new folk came to Hayorth, humans. Explorers from other lands. They were as diverse as they were stubborn, and soon they began to carve out a place for themselves in the wilds of the 11 regions. They were prone to mistakes, and clashes with the wild folk were common, but eventually they too found their place. They learned to share, as the wild folk learned to share with them, and some of the bolder species even took up residence with these new folk. Dwarves, elves, gnomes, Aasimar, furbolgs, all ventured out into the wilderness to meet these new dwellers. They're still relatively rare, but they are known to the common folk. All the folk of Hayorth then began to coexist more or less peacefully. Bargains were struck, settlements emerged, and a new age began. The old boundaries persisted, but the new world was changed forevermore. And for centuries it's been this way. The common folk of Hayorth live alongside the wild folk, thanks to a series of understandings, deals, and carefully made bargains that have been renewed generation after generation. However, 2 months ago, everything changed. A great shockwave threatened to split the very sky over Hayorth. Doubtless every single one of our player characters will remember this. It was like an enormous sonic boom that seemed to split the heavens. The common folk all felt it rush through them, and they just knew intrinsically that something was different. And since that time, magic has been extremely unstable. Some of the most familiar spells have become strange and unpredictable, oftentimes doing great harm to their casters or the people around them. Now, most people are too frightened to even use their magic, swearing off it for the rest of their lives, or at least until this crisis has resolved itself. As a result, infrastructure across the land has collapsed, because magic powered everything. It sped horses along roads that would magically repair themselves, allowing beasts to travel hundreds of miles without tiring. It helped the crops grow, it kept buildings upright, almost anything you can care to think of, magic was involved. Most of all, however, it helped the common folk keep their promises. The historical bargains between the common folk and the wild folk have long relied on magic, only now magic cannot be relied on at all. It is spring. The wild folk are waking up from the quiet torpor of winter, and they expect the bargains of old to be honoured and renewed. Spring is here, and magic will have its due. That's about where we're at. We're going to meet our characters very shortly as we get into the game proper, but first we should probably meet our players. Friends, why not introduce yourselves? Can we start with you, please, Mike?
Hello, I'm Mike. Welcome to the Oxventure Wyrdwood.
Hello, I'm Luke.
I'm Jane. Hi, Johnny, can I say well done? That was lovely.
Thank you.
I'm so excited.
I'm Andy. Hi.
And I'm Ellen. Hello.
All right, so right now, all of our characters who we have yet to meet are in the region of Wyrdwood, which is the centralmost region on the continent of Haorth. Each of them is roughly approaching a place called Moot, which is a city absolutely everybody has heard of, but almost nobody lives in. Moot is basically this big collection of dry stone buildings that are, or were, kept safe from the elements, from dirt and from unexpected dwellers by magic. Those travelling through are allowed to sort of stay for a night, but generally speaking, there are very few permanent residents. This is because it is basically, it's almost like a crisis centre / meeting place. Sometimes there is a threat which will involve several or maybe all of the different regions of Haorth. And since there is no central government, anyone is allowed to call what's called a folk moot, or a people meeting. And at this point, people will flock to folk moot and everyone discusses the problem, and if appropriate, they come up with a plan of action. As such, there is space in folk moot to accommodate about 5,000 people under roof, with more space for those who want to pitch tents or whatever. So yeah, it's this kind of staging ground with a modest staff that live there in order to receive people. But how do you call a folk moot, I hear you cry? Because obviously the continent of Haorth is pretty massive. It is comparable to the size of Europe. Basically, they're called by a network of magically connected slabs called copestones. You'll all be familiar with these. The nearest city or town to where you are will have kind of like a bulletin board with these slabs of stone on them. And these are twinned to other stones. A lot of the time it will be like a stone from the next town over. If they need to send a message, they will literally chisel it in and it will appear on the corresponding stone. Every single town also has one that is connected to folk moot. So if they need to call a folk moot, they'll be like, ting, 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 call folk moot. And then the people in folk moot will go to all of the other copestones and relay the message, and that is how these things are called. A folk moot was called about 6 weeks ago. Normally, it wouldn't be anywhere near that much of a lead time, but as I say, infrastructure is balked in Haorth. So many of you will have been on the road 4 weeks. Because you just can't travel as quickly as you used to be able to, and things are just getting worse. So to be honest with you, numbers are expected to be drastically down at this particular folk moot, which is difficult because it's unavoidably the most important one that's ever been called. But hey ho, you're not there yet. So it is a sort of spring afternoon. So the bite of winter is starting to relinquish its hold. The sun is kind of hanging low in the sky, and you've got these sweeping moors dotted with sort of far-off settlements, and then the absolutely massive hulking form of the Wyrdwood itself. And we see a figure emerge from somewhere. It's up to you, Luke. Could you please introduce your character, tell us anything you would like us to know at this stage, and also give us a memory of you leaving home to go on this adventure?
Yes, well, most importantly, emerging from the bushes, is Happen. Happen, my character, is a human ranger with the Swarm Keeper subclass, although there is a homebrew twist to that. So Happen belongs to an isolated religious order that live in the haunted forests of Balewood, which is a region to the northeast on the continent, quite distant and very, very rarely travelled and sparsely populated. So the order that Happen belongs to worships a deity that they call Cadence, who is a luck goddess, and this order rejoices in extremes of luck, both good luck and bad luck, because both are equally pleasing in their view to Cadence.
Love it.
And also surrounding Happen at odd intervals, you can see about 20 glowing like fey sprites. They sort of occasionally orbit him, perch on his shoulders, crawl around in his clothes. Sometimes they go invisible, but they're always just around. They're sort of like pale blue, they glow faintly, they have big eyes, many teeth.
Sounds wholesome.
Yeah, super wholesome. And as for a memory, when Happen left the temple in which he dwells, it was in the middle of a huge argument between everyone in his order, and that was the reason that Happen did leave, because order in the order was very much breaking down, and Happen has taken it upon himself to try and mend things by figuring out what the heck's going on.
Delightful, thank you very much. We're going to keep going round the table for reasons that will become apparent. Jane.
All right, yes. You see, disembarking from a longboat that has been sailing down the closest sort of river canal to the folk Moot, you see a medium height, humanoid-looking lady disembark. She's wearing light, rough-spun sort of robes, more rustic than fancy, but somewhat cleric-looking robes, I'm going to say. And as her travelling cloak kind of like shifts, you kind of get a glimpse of like there's a layer of light-coloured chainmail below the tunic, below the travel cloak, below the robes, and she appears to be human. If you looked a little closer, you might sense that she is, in fact, an Asana. She has like star-shaped freckles, and if she were to be wearing something sleeveless, you would see that she's got like a smattering of like white feathers across her upper arms and back, sort of like the sort of vestiges of like her celestial like heritage, if you like. She comes from the far western land of Fenfold, from a little commune, a sort of village called Langtree, quite a long time ago, because Fenfold is a long way away. She was being sent off by the village's great mother, who said, Willowfine, for that is her name, Willowfine, you must find out what's going on and bring magic back to our village, to Langtree, because without magic, we're nothing. Without magic, there can be nothing good. Nothing good can last. And and then so she left.
Delightful. Andy.
Hello. Yes, walking up the road, you see a man. He's called Robin Oatcake. He is sort of normal human size. He has quite unusual hair, like I've got here. It's half blonde, half dark. He's carrying a sort of little traveller's bindle with his lunch in it, and he's sort of just looking around in sort of wonder at the strange sights that he's seeing, such as a large tree, a paved road, those kinds of things. He's just a man called Robin Oatcake. Robin's memory of leaving home, for the last few months, strange things have been happening to Robin. He's been waking up in strange places. There've been unexplained fires, and people have been sort of disappearing around him. It's been a very strange few months for Robin. He went to the local apothecary. He's from a village called Wenlock in the east. Went to the apothecary, and the apothecary did cast the sickness out into a goat, but due to a series of misunderstandings, the goat ended up moving into Robin's house and sort of taking over the lease instead of Robin. So now with nowhere to stay in Wenlock and hoping to find some way of figuring out what's happening to him, Robin has now set out for the big city, hoping to find someone who can help.
That all sounds like it's probably going to be fine. Ellen.
Okay, so stumbling slightly ungracefully out of a traveller's coach, having been on an extremely long and bumpy journey that she is entirely not used to, a very otherwise glamorous looking elf comes out in a kind of like radiant looking teal blue dress with vastly impractical sleeves, but imbued with lots of silver details, and she stumbles out, and she is part human, part elf, but there's something else that is, stands out and isn't usually found on a part human, part elf. And it's a pair of ram's horns that she doesn't look particularly happy about. She's got a purple traveller's cloak that she's constantly trying to kind of pull over the horns and hide, and just kind of frame her face as nicely as possible. She's obviously, within the magical arts, a wizard. And she carries her spell book in a small kind of purple leather satchel that she has swung across her. But she keeps the book hidden. She doesn't have it like when some wizards have it on a strap so that people can see it. She sort of like hides it, and she just has a stone pendant that she seems quite protective of. Her last memory before climbing into this awful carriage that she can't believe she had to sit in is back where she is from, in Metansay, is a port town, thriving businesses, and her family for generations have looked after the gold, the money of the people of that region. But when magic went all weird, all of the magical spells and things that they had in place went wrong. These happened when someone shouted at her, one of her very, very angry customers shouted at her, and suddenly she sprouted these. So she just grabbed what she could, her cloak, got into her family's coach and left, and it's taken her that long to get here.
All right, now the four of you are making your way, as I sort of just described. You're all roughly in the same area, which means that all of you hear a rising clamour. It's you hear a lot of raised voices and sort of just general clanking of bits of metal, and you can, those of you who are close enough can hear sort of the creaking of leather. And if you care to look, you would see 10 men, all of them armed, all of them clearly agitated and almost certainly meaning harm to our final character, who is, well, running, presumably. But apart from that...
At speed. His name is Lug. He is a Firbolg barbarian with the Wild Heart subclass. Likes nature, dislikes being described as a Firbolg, which people tend to do. Feels like a slur. And he is a denizen of the Wyrdwood itself, lives out in the woods. He's sort of a kind of guide. The way he earns enough money to cover his modest sort of outgoings is by guiding people in and out of the Wyrdwood. He's lived there for decades. He's got sort of intimate knowledge of the forest and its ways. And so, yeah, he will, for a small fee, guide people through the forest. But unfortunately, at the moment, he's being pursued.
Yes, because as I sort of mentioned at the very top of this, Firbolgs are not unknown, but they're also quite rare. And this group of people who all kind of emerged from a nearby hamlet have taken exception to Lug being A, alive, and B, anywhere near where they live, and are currently trying to run him down. You can just hear lots of shouts of like, get it! Like, don't let it get away! What's everyone going to do?
Well, I'm going to shout, little help here? Folks, anyone? That's fine, I'll do it myself. Fine, brilliant. And if you send me the bill, I'll pay for you to get all of my blood out of your clothes as well.
Oh my, it's sarcastic Firbolg.
Come on, someone, please. I'm about to get absolutely decked.
I'm still sort of crouched in the hedge. Can I just want to do like a loud sort of whistle, just to try and get Lug's attention.
Yep.
It's like, to come across a battle, to come across murder.
I'm still running, but I am now looking in that direction.
I just want to like poke out a sort of little pale, wiry hand and just be like,
okay, right. I'm going to shift direction and start heading towards the only sort of somewhat friendly face I've seen.
Sure thing.
Yeah. When Lug gets close, I want to just try and bundle him into the hedge.
Okie
Place of
dokie.
relative safety and concealment.
All right, I'm going to make a roll on behalf of
10 armed men.
10 armed men.
How many 10-armed men are there? I'm sorry.
3. We're off to a flying start. Great. They appear to have lost you. They are now combing the area. A lot of them have sort of... Their tools are kind of... they're more like farm tools rather than actual weapons. Like, a couple of them have like cudgels. But we're talking about sort of like scythes and pitchforks. And they sort of like, where's he gone?
I'd like to walk up to them and be like, I think he went over there down the road. Saw him run off over the horizon.
He's not that fast, is he?
Yeah, he's had a clean pair of heels on him, he did.
Make me a charisma persuasion check.
Oh, no.
Please.
One.
The DC on this is 11. No, it's 15, sorry.
That's a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, he went over the hill, and then I think he went up into the sky.
Okay, what's your AC?
10.
You get a clip round the ear, but it is
no.
it's unbelievably soft. Like this guy kind of just, don't mess me about, boy.
Oh, all right.
Where did it go?
I don't know. I didn't see him.
Well, then why did you tell us?
I thought it'd be funny.
It's not funny.
It's quite funny.
That thing's the reason magic's gone wrong. It's been skulking around our hamlet.
I'd like to step between this fella and this lad.
I didn't realise he was the reason magic's gone missing.
What did you say about magic?
Listen, we saw that thing, wherever it's gone, skulking.
Furbolg.
Yeah, Furbolg. We saw it skulking around our home.
Okay.
It's unnatural, it is. Magic's gone wrong, and then things like that start turning up. No good will come of that, I tell you. We've got to kill it.
It was a
And then
while
everything
ago.
will go back to normal.
It's a while ago. Has he been skulking around for months, has he?
Who knows how long it's been skulking around for? That's why we must find it and we must kill it.
All right.
They're gonna start. This guy is talking. The other ones are looking. They haven't found you. They are just like still combing through kind of the brush. A kind of pitchy being on the border of the wood. They haven't found you yet. They are going to keep combing the area.
To have... How many are there? How many?
10.
10. To have 10 men try and murder you. What terrible luck. Praise Cadence. I want to just be in this aura.
Okay.
Yeah, it's deeply satisfying to happen.
Okay.
Right.
What would you have me do?
Well, let's stay quiet for the moment, maybe. Less praising, perhaps, just for the moment, until they maybe get bored and wander off. Yeah?
Let's press down.
Thanks.
Press down into the woods.
Okay.
Into
With the touching, so much touching.
Lug, I feel, has sort of come out of the frying pan and into just a weird
Something else.
bush. Yeah. Cressida, what are you doing in this situation?
She's trying to not interact with anyone because she's like, these are not the sort of people that I hang out with. But she overheard them saying he's the reason magic's gone. So she's like, okay. So she's going to go up to one of the soldiers who's like looking around, and she's going to cast Friends.
Okay.
So this is a cantrip, and I have an advantage on all charisma checks at the moment.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, I magically emanate a sense of friendship towards one creature that I can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the charmed condition for the duration.
Okay, what's your spell save DC, please?
So my spell save DC is 13.
Okay. That's a nat 20, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
So she
First
goes
one
out and tries to smooch. Darling.
I must also tell you about a mechanic that is part of Oxventure Wyrdwood. All of you have an additional stat. This stat begins at 1. It is called debt. You may remember me mentioning that magic will have its due. Every time you cast a spell, your debt goes up by 1. At the end of each session, you are going to roll this enormous, imposing, very heavy D100. If you roll equal to or under your number, I'm going to give you an envelope. Inside this envelope is a consequence. Some good, some bad, some mixed. This will then be opened the next time you cast a spell, because magic is unstable. So your debt is now at 2.
2, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, what do you say to the man?
Oh, excuse me, fine gentleman. You said that this man, this creature that you're chasing, that it's that he might be responsible for the magic not quite behaving as it should be.
That's right. Things haven't been right in our town for months now, and suddenly we've got things like that just turning up, doing Lord knows what, working untoward magics. We got to find it and we got to kill it. And listen, they're starting to sort of get a little bit antsy here because they kind of feel like the chance is slipping away from them. They don't know, like, the longer they spend jawing here, the further away that thing's probably getting. They're like, you're either helping us or you're getting out of our way. You're with us or against us on this one. Come on, let's find it.
Can I lean over to Lug and just go, are you the reason that magic has become unstable?
Not that I'm aware of. Also, don't move. You've got a thing on your shoulder.
Oh, it's one of my sprites. I have many more.
Okay.
Later, they might show themselves, they might not.
With the teeth.
Yes.
So many teeth.
So many teeth and large eyes.
Look,
I eye up the 10-armed men and I'm like,
look, I say.
One of them is just going to crawl out onto you. Start just like
Miss,
poking at your ear.
What should we do, miss?
Listen, look, and listen, look. I want magic back as much as the next person, but this furball can't be the reason that the sky tore in half.
You don't know that.
Well, you don't know that either.
Better safe than sorry.
So you're going to kill every furbolg?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's the only one I've ever seen. If another one comes along and it hasn't fixed it, we'll make our minds up then.
Well, what to say to that? This reminds me of a long story, I say.
I think Robin saw the bush that they went into.
Okay,
so
sure.
I'm going to be like, just going to go over and check this bush over here, help out looking and that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
I'm just going to be
Like I said, the origin of furbolgs, I imagine they are escaping it.
yanked into the bush, apparently.
The origin of furbolgs is a long and interesting one.
Why have you yanked me into a bush? I was trying to cause a distraction so you could get away.
We're hiding.
And
Yeah, obviously.
there is no reason to believe that furbolgs could be. They're a deeply unmagical creature, in fact.
Will these men relent, do you believe?
No, they're going to search the whole area till they find him.
It's gone south, I'm afraid, my new friend. Can I pop out of the bush and cast
Sure, yeah.
web?
Okay, yes, increase your debt by 1,
Yep.
and then tell me what web
Yep.
does. Also, could you, Willowfine, please make me a charisma performance check?
Oh no.
This
dear.
is to illustrate how compelling your story was, and thereby
How still
bunched
everyone
up
is,
these
yeah.
men.
Oh, okay, well.
Because I have an inkling this is going to become relevant very shortly.
That is 15.
Okay. Yeah, the like genuinely, people start, like the ones who are even on the outskirts kind of shaking trees and looking all over for this furbog are like, what's that? And they've all,
Yes.
they have genuinely
Let me tell
coalesced
you a
and sort
tale of the
they're
gentle
leaning on their
giants
tools and yeah.
that we call furbolgs. I knew a furbolg. My best friend was a furbolg. And he would never have stolen all the magic. So let's work together to find the real reason that magic
web,
is.
right? Yes, web.
Yeah, web. Yeah.
Happening, is it?
Yeah, it's
Tell me
happening.
about web.
Web, you conjure a mass of thick, sticky webbing at a point of your choice within range. Every creature that starts its turn in the webs must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is restrained as long as it remains in the webs until it breaks free.
Okie dokie. So that's a dex saving throw on behalf of all 10 of these men.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Spell save
Okay.
DC is 13.
13.
Yeah.
That. Don't forget your secret debt stat.
Yeah, your debts. Have you recorded your debt?
Oh, yes, I've made a note of it.
Okay, so I'm going to make roll for the 2 strongest men. This is a +3. That is a 12. What was your DC again?
13.
13. So 2 of them are unaffected. The other ones only get a +1 to this, and that is a 5. So that's a 6 in total. So 8 of the men are now restrained.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah.
And the other 2 men kind of like sort of rush forward. You know when someone drops a drink on the floor behind you, like in a tavern or something, and you're like, whoa, and you sort of take a step forward to avoid the consequences. They've sort of done that and are now like, no, I'm going to say nose to nose with Willow Fine.
Would you look at that magic? It's everywhere. It's
So unpredictable.
so unpredictable, but clearly present.
He's standing up in the hedge. He'll probably see us now. Mr. Furbolg.
All right,
Do you want to stay in here, or should we?
go on then. Let's jump out and get involved in this ruck.
I mean,
But I guess involved, yeah, I assume it's time to roll initiative.
Probably. Yep. Let's go.
Okie dokie.
Initiative.
Okay, Lug,
16.
Happen.
6.
6 for Happen.
15.
Robin,
3.
okay, and Cressida.
4.
Wow, overachievers table. All right, the 2 men who escaped the web rolled an 18, so they're going to go first. One of them has kind of like a sickle in his hand, and he is going to go straight at Happen. Actually, he's got a pair of sickles, and he's going to huck both of them at you. He's just going to like...
Okay.
What's your AC, please?
14.
Okay, I'll tell you that was a nat 20. So,
Why did you even ask?
for the first hit, it seemed polite. Well, the next one is 11 total. So we've got 1 miss, and we've got 1, unfortunately, very good hit, which is, okay. Well, I roll a 1 on the 1d4, so doubling the dice, that's 2. And then +3, you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Oh,
So you get kind of like, I imagine it kind of, this sickle kind of, and then kind of like the tip of it sort of hooks in just behind your collarbone. It probably, the weight of it carries it out again, but you just feel a sort of like snick, and there's a bit of a gouge suddenly just above your collarbone.
Okay.
The other one, Willowfine, what's your AC, please?
My AC is 16.
Okay. That is a 6, so that's not going to do it. And it's another 6, which +5 is 11. This other guy, he's got like he's got a bailing hook, and he's going to like, and I imagine you just sort of step out of the way.
Nicks a gash in my robe to reveal a silvery patch of chainmail.
Nice. You see his eyes kind of narrow. He's like, immediately you can see him thinking, this is an ambush. You're a brigand or something. Because he's somebody meek and mild as you. He wouldn't expect to be wearing chainmail underneath. So anyway, that's them. Lug, it's your go, actually. You're in a bush.
Okay, for my bonus action, I'm going to look over at Happen and just see if he's into this the injury thing. I'm like, is it just because of the way he was referring to luck earlier? I'm like, is he into it? Is he into it?
Well, it was an incredibly lucky throw. Praise Cadence. It hurts very badly.
Those are into some weird stuff. Right, fine. I'm going to get my hammer out. I've got a great hammer. It's a sort of,
Really
fairly hefty, fairly hefty, big hammer with some sort of, like, kind of, you would describe it as, like, Celtic sort of, sort of inscription carvings and stuff on it. Looks very, very hefty. I'm going to use it to attack or whoever the guy who was giving it all the stuff against me, all the rudeness.
That would be the one who just threw 2 sickles
Yep.
at Happen.
He seems like a good candidate for a hammering.
All
So I'm going to hit him with my big hammer.
Sure thing. You need to exit the bush. Just want to make sure you're...
Yeah, we sort of stepped out, didn't we, as we were rolling initiative?
Speak for yourself.
Oh, I stepped out. We discussed it, agreed we were going to step out, and then I stepped out.
They got
All right, on 3. Fine. Yeah.
rooting through my bin
So I'm
for
at-
something that could be a weapon.
I'm out of the bush at the point
Okay.
where we
This guy's about 15 foot away from you.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll run towards him and take a swing at his head with the hammer.
Delightful. His armor class is 15.
Got it. Okay, well, fine. So strength, and that is it's only 13.
Is there anything barbarian-esque you would like to do?
Well, I've got an extra attack, so I can have another crack at it.
Probably use that then.
Yep. So I'm going to go again. And that is a critical one.
Yes!
I swing and a miss, and then I go for the backswing and a miss as well.
Okay, sure.
And I look at him again. Is this you? Are you doing this?
No! How wonderful.
Yes. Sure. Right. Fine.
Okay, I'm not going to punish you for rolling the 1.
No more than I've already been punished
Exactly.
by absolutely whiffing it.
Yeah, you've already learned your lesson. Willow, fine, you're next.
All right, all the good intentions that Willow Fine left home with are like dissolving in the face of like violent reality, and she wouldn't normally do this.
Here we go.
She steps forward into the fray, to kind of get in the mix with these guys. She raises her staff, her kind of walking stick / staff, and casts Word of Radiance. It is an evocation cantrip, and a blinding kind of celestial light kind of bursts forth. And each creature of her choice, which is all the bad guys, must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or take 1d6 radiant damage.
Hot dang.
2d6
all right.
radiant damage because we're level 5. We're level 5.
There we go.
Radiant isn't flammable, is it?
No.
Right. The 2 burlier guys have rolled a 5, so that's a fail from them. And then the other 8 of them have rolled a 5, which is a fail from them.
Okay.
So, yeah, everyone's taking a full whack here.
So everyone just gets a little taste of 3 points of radiant damage
Okay.
From 2d6.
from 2d6.
Okie
Do you want to roll these d6? It's just a warning shot. It's a shot across the bows.
Pulled the punch.
Just like a little sizzle of radiant damage. Just like you can smell a little bit of burning hair in the air.
Nice.
And I say,
It's more singeing.
there's more where that came from.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The 2 guys who are out in front, who are kind of like big stocky lads who look like they can carry sort of a barrel of ale under one arm and another one up on their shoulder, is not much to them. But from behind them come like a chorus of yelps and screams and swear words as you've done more than a quarter of like their total hit points in damage there, and they are restrained by some sort of magical web.
Oh yeah.
They are not having a great time, these sort
Probably
of...
didn't need to actually hurt them, didn't I? They were restrained, but what's done is done.
Yeah, well, exactly. Happen.
Happen would like to take the bow off the back and is going to try and shoot the duty through the sickles with a bow. This is a good time to mention Happen's homebrew tweak to his Swarm Keeper subclass.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're not familiar with Swarm Keepers, it's exactly what it sounds like. Feeling a deep connection to the environment around them, Rangers reach out through their magical connection to the world and bond with a swarm of nature spirits. In this case, it's obviously the 20 Fey Sprites. As a result, 3 times per long rest, Happen can deploy an ability called Sprites Chosen. Any roll that demands a d20 can be swapped beforehand with this, which is a Cadence d20. It has 5 20s on it and 5 1s for a 50% critical chance. Yeah, so I'm going to roll, make an attack roll on the sickle guy, and yeah, I'll do that.
Please do.
Praise cadence. It's 20.
Okay, all right. Roll damage and double the dice. You'll remember I said to Lug, I won't punish you for rolling a 1. I hope you know that with that die, all bets are off. Like, if you roll a 1, I will be punishing you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So,
And Happen will be into it.
Happen would like nothing more. Yeah.
Praise Cadence.
Cadence, look,
Just
Cadence,
making sure we're all on the same page.
Cadence is loving it.
You luck pervert.
And that's our first T-shirt.
Fine. Okay, so it's 1d8 plus 3 piercing, so that's 4.
So 8 damage.
Well, not quite yet, because I can also add 1d6 piercing damage from the sprites, like from, which is a Swarmkeeper thing.
Dang.
That's a 4, so that's 8.
So 8 on the dice.
8 on the dice.
Doubled is 16.
16.
Plus
yeah.
3 for your modifier.
Yeah, okay, so that's,
19.
19.
All right.
Whenever Happen uses this dice, it's always the sprites meddling. So in this case, I'm thinking he looses off an arrow, and one of the sprites basically sits on the tip and just steers it into.
Goes brain stem.
Yeah, just like whee! You know.
Okay. Where does this arrow hit him?
Eye socket.
He's not
okay.
He's not dead. But
Oh, then eye socket's a bad place to be hit with an arrow.
Yeah.
It doesn't kill you.
I mean, it can still be that if that's what you want.
I've said it.
Yeah. All right. Great. Yeah. So
That's what the sprites would do.
Yeah,
They are
yeah,
capricious,
perfect.
probably.
yeah, he takes an arrow dead in one of the eyes and just hand over it. Blood starts absolutely like gouting through his fingers.
Right, second attack. That is a normal nat 20 on the same dude.
Okay.
The other eye.
Yeah, the other eye. That's
Just
2,
wiggling around.
Oh no!
2,
Like a
5.
snail.
That one's just 10 because I can't add the sprite damage.
Okay.
That's only once per turn, so yeah, 10. Yeah.
All right.
Wait, no, he's right-handed.
He's right-handed. That's some real role playing. Really get into the character.
It's not easy.
I already dread to ask, but where does this arrow hit him?
Other eye socket.
Other eye socket. Okay, you're right. He's sure. He's now just like he crumples.
Please say he's
kneeling
dead.
and just holding on to like he's not. He's now just sort of screaming.
Cool. Anyone want to run this one over the finish line?
I was gonna say like I don't think these sort of I don't want to say country bumpkin-esque people, but these sort of like small town xenophobes have already realised they've bitten off more than they can chew, so they probably won't have much fight left in them at the end of this round. But who am I to deny you an action on your first ever combat round in a new setting? So, Cressida, what are you going to do, please? I dread to ask.
Well, I'll just like picked her jaw up from the floor and tried not to throw up. Cresta is like, well, they just ignored me and
So I'll kill them.
yeah. And I don't think they have the answers that I'm looking for. So what she's going to do is she's just going to try and get them away and cast fear.
Okay.
So
probably already
they're
quite
already
afraid.
pretty scared, but she's going to just try
Make it
and
official.
like,
Yeah.
you know, so each creature in the 30-foot cone must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or drop whatever it's holding and have the frightened condition for the duration.
Great. Okay. What's your spell save DC, please?
So it's 13.
Okay. And your debt is now 3.
Yes.
Okay. All of them have failed.
Great.
So now.
They just like drop all their weapons, and I think like all the people in the web are just like trying to scramble to get away from the direction I'm in. I'm sort of on the side, I think. I've just been watching on, and you guys are all there, and I'm just like
There are just immense screaming uncontrolled. It's like,
Is it a cone of fear?
a cone of fear.
Oh, okay, good.
You know those machines that pull taffy? That's what I'm imagining the web looks like with them on sort of.
Yeah, it's getting like more opaque.
the guy who has an arrow in each of his eyes is just trying to scrabble backwards now while sort of crying and screaming and generally making
Well,
uncomfortable
he can
noises.
still cry at least. That's
Robin.
Oh, yeah, it's, God.
You should slit his throat.
Get him, Robin.
Robin, it is your turn now.
It is a kindness.
Finish him off, Robin.
When a beast is wounded, it's the right thing to do to end its suffering quickly.
Don't listen to this madman. We can heal this man.
Robin's very frightened. He doesn't really know what to do. He's going through his bindle looking for something to use as a weapon. He has a sort of half a baguette, which he's been carrying with him for a couple of weeks, and it's got very hard.
Yeah.
Very stale. And so it's like, Robin is going to walk up and try and bonk the guy with the arrows in the eyes on the head just to knock him out, because he is...
Just
to
tap
knock him
the
out.
arrows in a bit further.
Not to tap the arrows in further, to bonk him on the head so that he goes unconscious.
Like people
Robin,
do-
this is not the time for lunch.
Like people do to fish when they catch them.
Oh, yeah.
Just to stun him. So, he's hurting, isn't he? Maybe he'll feel better after a nap.
Okay, make me a strength attack, please. You've got advantage on this because he is prone.
Okay, that's a 19 and a 16.
Probably take the 19 then, eh?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. You have hit him and can't quite believe I'm saying this. Of course I can. What is the damage on a baguette? An improvised weapon, really, isn't it?
Baguette.
Yeah, 1d4 bludgeoning damage, I think.
Yeah, 1d4 plus. What's your strength modifier?
0.
Oh, great. So 1d4 plus 0.
What if this is the killing blow?
It's a 3. Hey, if it's with a blunt weapon, I can choose to knock him out.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the killing blow. It's just
Oh, no.
Is he even unconscious?
no. In fact, he
got a
reacts.
headache
He's terrified because he doesn't know what's going on. He, for all he knows, this could be someone trying to grab hold of his hair before then, like doing further untold horrors to him. So he just tries to flinch away. Unfortunately, sort of the angle you came up on him is kind of directly in the path he was trying to take to get away from Cressida. So now he's just trying to like weave around you, and he's sort of just screaming and wailing, and we're out of combat initiative now. Because, like I say, these people want no more of this.
I don't want no more of this.
Yeah.
This man will not recover from these wounds.
Maybe he will.
He will. I run after. How fast is he retreating at this?
It's a
man?
dash, so it's not massively far.
I'd like to dash after him.
Okay, he is effectively crawling, which is the same rules as like difficult terrain. So for every movement, every foot of movement, he has to spend 2.
Okay.
So the most he can go in the next 6 seconds is 15 foot. But may I remind you, he is heavily wounded.
Yes, I'd like to run him down and clasp him around the shoulders.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And then sort of wrestle him into stillness. Like,
Please don't hurt me. There's no more.
hold still, I say.
Make it quick. Whatever you're doing.
I'm here to help. I settle him on the ground and I cast Cure Wounds. I'm like, now this is going to hurt, and I yank both arrows out
Okay.
while casting Cure Wounds on his eye sockets.
Are the eyeballs on the end?
Let's roll for it.
Let's.
Only the dice know.
Okay, let's do this. He's badly hurt. He's a badly
Yeah,
hurt
he's
man.
taken 32 points of
Oh, all right.
3 points of bread damage.
Let's upgrade
which
the spell
3
slot
were
on this
bread.
one. Okay, I am going to heal him for 4 d8s.
Okay.
So, plus 2 HP for every spell slot. So I'm casting this out of a second level spell slot. So that's 4 extra HP on top of 4 d8s.
Amazing. Great.
Here we go. All right, I'm going.
Count this guy as a friend.
Yeah.
All right, that is 8 plus 5. That is 13 plus another 20 plus 4. It's 24 points of healing damage.
All right.
So I grab the
Points of
bloody
healing damage.
arrows. Yeah. I hit
Feels
him-
like
That's
it.
how Jane sees the world.
I hit him for so much healing damage when I yank these 2 bloody arrows out of his eye sockets, and a healing radiance spreads.
His cataracts are gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do his eyes reform, or like what
Yeah,
do we get for
so,
24
yeah,
points?
they are heavily bruised. Like he looks like he has been in a fight, but he looks like he's been beaten up.
And you can
he's
see
still
again.
there's still blood sort of coming from his tear ducts.
Yeah.
But he can see again.
And the first thing he sees is me clasping 2 bloody arrows. I'm like, "You're welcome. I would get out of here. Go."
He turns and starts running. He and his mate, they've already dropped their weapons. They are fleeing for their lives. The 8 men caught in the web, I'm going to say, are sort of like they're managing to extricate themselves one by one, and they're kind of they go fleeing over the moors, screaming. And I don't think they're going to be any trouble for you again. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Hello? What's that? There's a whole plethora of quality Oxventure merchandise available now. And I can get that merch from store.outsidexbox.com. And I should open my phone. Wow, what a quality set of Loot Lake inclusion dice. I will use these in games of Dungeons and Dragons. What about you? What will you be rolling? Will you be rolling these dice? Not if you don't go to store.outsidexbox.com and get them, because that's where they are. Enjoy. Oh, hi there. You're about halfway through the first ever episode of Oxventure Wyrdwood, and hopefully you're enjoying it. If you are, or even if you aren't and you have a bone to pick with us, go to patreon.com/oxclub. That's the URL.
OXCLUB. That's the one.
There you go.
Patreon.com.
And you can find me and our lovely producer, Zach,
Hello.
talking all about some behind-the-scenes stuff with Oxventure Wyrdwood. It's a lovely series, we think, called Unwinding Wyrdwood. I'll see you there.
You'll enjoy it.
I think these are yours. You shouldn't hurt people.
Thank you. That was incredible.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. That was incredible. Weird, but incredible.
What did you do? Why were they chasing you?
Nothing. Nothing. Literally nothing. I was existing.
They
It's
wanted
just
to kill
very
you.
unlucky.
Yeah, you two know each other. You seem very familiar.
You seem very close.
One of us is very familiar. The other one less familiar.
This is the unluckiest creature I've met on my long travels.
Great.
I believe I am fated to follow you.
Got it. Brilliant. So we're hanging out now, are we?
I think that is Cadence's will.
Right.
You all headed to the folks' Moot.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Good
gonna.
idea.
We could walk in together if you want.
What about you? Are you lost? Are you coming to the folk moot?
Yes, I'm hoping to get some answers there.
Are you also hoping to get some appropriate shoes? You should not be dressed such in the wilds.
I will dress how I please. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Yes, I don't think you're the only unlucky person around here, sir. I'm looking to try and reverse my misfortunes at the hand of all this magic not quite working how it should do.
Yeah, I think on balance,
Well, have you got
definitely more
horns?
unlucky than me.
She's like, she's like, dang, the cloak's unfortunate.
She's got horns. Why have you got horns?
Oh.
Well, they are, I suppose, a present from whatever happened, and a client of mine who was rather annoyed at me for losing all their money.
I like them. They suit you.
I don't.
Oh.
I'm doing my best. I've got two things I need to do. So try and get the vaults that my family have owned for generations working again and get all the money back in it and get rid of these things. So two things to tick off.
Okay. So
Have you got any food? Sorry.
Yes.
Any food? It's just this bread. Quite hard.
Yes, I have food. I've got I think I've got a traveller's pack. I think it's got rations in it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's like strips of dried meat and stuff from, weeks of hunting and travelling.
Thanks. Much obliged. What was your name?
Happen.
Nice to meet you, Appen. I'm Robin.
Nice to meet you, Robin. And what was your name?
I'm
Great
Willow.
healer.
Fine. And you?
Like,
Oh,
Aye.
a pleasure.
Cressida Blackwater. You might have heard the name, maybe?
That's a long name.
I think I'd remember a name like Cressida Blackwater. Very fancy.
yeah, no idea. I live in a forest. We don't get much, news on my forest. In fact, the only reason I know about this is because people were passing through the forest and mentioned it.
We should hurry, or we'll miss the folk moot.
You named after Cress.
I am not.
It's nice in a sandwich.
I have heard, yes, but it does
It's a
get
real
stuck
shame to
in
be
the
named
teeth.
after Cress. It's delicious.
Well, I'm
peppery.
not. It's Cressida.
You've never tried cress?
I have. It
I
gets
have
in my
some.
teeth. No, I'm fine. Please keep it away from me.
I love some Cress, actually.
I march in the direction of the folk moot.
Maybe
Thank
got
you.
Cress in the phone. Wait, Willow, fine. I'm coming too. I want to see if there's Cress.
Oh, come on then.
I'm coming.
Okay, so you sort of head out of the moors and more into what feels like an enormous clearing in the Wyrdwood, because Folkmoot is nestled in kind of a bit where the wood snakes around, almost forms a tail. And And Folkmoot is bizarre. It looks like a ghost town because effectively it is one. There are lots of sort of long dormitory halls. As I said, all of the walls are kind of dry stone, so sort of the thin bits of like slate just slotted together painstakingly to be incredibly strong and to last for a very, very long time. You do kind of notice that actually they are starting to show some wear and tear, which from what you've heard of Folkmoot is unusual, but of course everything's unusual right now. So you've got no problem chalking that up to basically the magic spells that keep this place upright not working so good. As you head in, you see other people have sort of have joined. They're sort of really the numbers are pitiful. There's at most 200 people here from across the entire continent of Hayorth.
Have you ever seen so many people?
Never.
Not me.
This is nothing compared to the ports.
Wow.
I live in a forest. What do you want me to tell you? Don't see a lot of people.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, for 4 of you, this is a mind-boggling number of people. I think Cressida, you're like, oh, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
You see some people moving around the place, and they have trays on which there are sort of bowls of thin, watery soup with some vegetables in it, and sort of heels of bread. And they're kind of circulating and welcoming people, and they appear to be staff. They're part of the acolytes who live in Folkmoot year round. And moving among their numbers, kind of like saying a little word here and there and sort of placing her hand on people's shoulders and thanking them for coming, is a woman in the same kind of robes. It's more her bearing that gives her a sense of authority. She's got like iron grey hair. She's got quite a deeply lined face, although kind of you can tell from around her eyes and around her cheeks, the lines are more of laughter than of frowning, which is always a good sign when you're in a place like this. And as you approach, she turns to you and says, more people, thank goodness. Welcome to Folkmoot. My name is Agnes. I'm the Folkmoot Elder. It is my pleasure to welcome you here.
Is the soup free?
Yes, of course. She gestures and
Hear that,
right
Chris?
over.
Soup's free.
A young man kind of steps up. He sort of bows to Agnes and then kind of offers you all some food.
Let's dig in.
Yeah,
I'd heard tell of the city, but this is incredible.
Can I make a small retcon?
Yes.
Earlier when I gave Robin some food, I still want that to have happened, but I forgot that one of the tenets of Happen's order is that you're not supposed to carry more than 1 day's food on you ever, because it's sort of like it's too much like trying to manipulate your chances of surviving the next day. It's like it's trying to take control of luck, and that's you're supposed to surrender to it. So
sounds well adjusted.
So you did get food from me, but it was fresh.
All your food.
Well, yeah, I suppose it probably would have been most.
We got soup now, Happen.
Oh, fantastic, wonderful.
Do you have anything else available?
Oh my God, it's got carrots in it.
I could see what we have. What do you mean? Something?
Just a little bit more substance. Maybe some, fresh fruits and some. I know. We had this wonderful thing at home where we would get pineapple and we'd carve it into like swans. Anything like that?
What's a pineapple?
What's a swan?
You shouldn't carve anything into swans. They are vicious creatures.
I'm afraid this is about the best we have. Really, we've used the last of our dry stores.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Best soup I've ever eaten.
It's pretty good, actually, to be fair.
Carrots.
Hearty fare.
What are we, lords?
Most certainly are not. She says that under her breath.
Please make yourselves comfortable. I will show you to our dormitories where you will be staying overnight, and the moot will begin shortly.
Why has magic broken?
Oh, yes. Wanted to ask that too.
Well, that is what we are here to discuss, because right now, I'm afraid, we don't know. Hopefully, the answer will come from somebody here, and we
Oh, and this again.
can...
Sorry, we just had a thing with a bunch of guys. They were blaming me for the magic thing.
Oh no, we seek not to ascribe blame. We more
Good.
hope that, as in times past, the people of Hayorth will come together and work out what is going wrong and come up with a plan of action that will benefit all of the realms.
That sounds much more reasonable.
Yes, you must be weary from your travels, I sense.
Pretty tired.
I'm Robin.
A pleasure to meet you, Robin.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Agnes.
So, did you say there's a dormitory? We don't have to sleep outside?
That is correct, yes. In fact, I'm sorry to say we're going to have rather a lot of space for you all. I'll show you myself. If you'll follow me, I believe you're the last to arrive for the Moot. She shows you into, she pushes open a sort of heavy wooden door, and there's sort of a very long hall with just sort of fairly simple, like disgusting, vile, awful, unthinkable pallets for you to sleep on, with sort of bedding and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of, it is very functional, but these are clean, dry beds for you to sleep in.
How many to a pallet?
One.
Are there any?
Yes. Get our own pallets.
Are there any private quarters?
Well, ordinarily, no, but I imagine one of the bunkhouses will be free if that's what you prefer.
I would, thank you. I've been on the road for 2 months, and I need my personal space away from the drivers.
Of course, yes. We'll see to that immediately. In fact, if you follow me,
Yes.
Agnes and Cressida leave the room. She leads you off to another bunkhouse. It is exactly like these ones, but this one, she assures you, is all yours. Mm-hmm. So you can, I don't know if she'd be pulling them all together to make like one enormous bed or something.
Yeah, she
Cressida
puts
can-
one against the door so no one can come in, just in case, just as a temporary lock. And then she pulls like 2 or 3 of them together to make like a king size.
The rest of you are left to kind of pick your bunks. What would you, like you've got a lot of space here. Are you kind of like trying to find a dark corner by yourselves? Would you be bedding down sort of nearish your newfound acquaintances? What's the vibe? from
Robin's
each of the
unpacking his bindle, just sort of chatting happily to everyone. He can't believe his luck. This is amazing. It's like, oh, we get our own pallets. This is amazing.
Drop my pack on the nearest bunk and say, looking at rows and rows of empty beds and say, I wonder why more people haven't come to this meeting.
I know, it's so nice.
I feel like it might be a bad thing that more people haven't arrived.
The circumstances could hardly be more dire.
Right. How are we going to fix this when there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus?
Someone at the meeting will know what to do. Some
hope
clever
so.
blogs will turn up and have a solution. Probably we'll all vote on it.
I've already seen many wonders today. So much wonderful luck. I have to believe that we will see more.
You're right. No, you're right. We'll fix this. We'll
But it
fix this.
could be bad luck.
Yes, well, sorry, it could be, yes.
Extremely bad luck.
Yes, but we mustn't get our hopes up because we don't know what's going to happen.
I moved my pack a few bunks.
That is fair.
I'm just going to clean I think Happen probably sleeps in a stone cot in the sort of ruined abbey back home, so like not on a pallet. But he'll make it clean, and then just, stretch out on the floor, I suppose.
Okay.
Is the Moot tomorrow, or is it later
on today. I think.
Later on today.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we're just resting and
Yes, you're just getting
Lovely.
set up.
a long rest.
No, you'll get a long rest. Don't you worry.
There are 2 reasons why people might not be here. One is that they're afraid. The other is just that the travelling is no longer as easy as it was when magic was more readily available.
Oh, right.
So
I just walked. I just walk everywhere. It's fine.
How long have you been walking for?
Oh, it's a few weeks.
Can I look at Robin's feet? What are they like?
What are Robin's feet? What are Robin's feet like?
long, slender toes.
Succulent arches.
I moved my pack another few bunks over.
I spent months making a folk horror fantasy setting, and this is what happens in Ep 1.
Well, forgive me. I was expecting some colourful description of old calloused walking feet.
Whatever you're into, buddy. Whatever you're into.
You know, like a SpongeBob sudden, like incredibly detailed close-up.
No.
Yeah,
Oh no.
it's been a bit of a walk, to be fair. But
No plan survives
Too bad.
contact with Oxventure.
Where do you hail from, Master Robin?
I live out in Wenlock. Do you know it?
No, I have only ever been northeast of here. No, northwest. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it's a little village. We got a lord. I used to work as a spit turner up at the castle, but they replaced me with a dog. But I don't mind. You should see this dog. The way he turns a spit. Oh, it's masterful. So yeah, it's fair. It's fair enough. Did a better job than I could.
What brings you all this way?
It's been weird things happening over the last couple of months.
Yes, the magic.
Yeah, well, but unexplained things. Like I keep sort of waking up in strange places and I've got no memory of huge
Do you drink?
spans of time. No, I don't drink at all.
Okay.
Only, beer and mead and wine.
Yep.
Nothing hard.
I do like a mead from time to time.
But yeah, it's strange, and like none of the apothecaries or the healers know what to do about it. So I thought maybe all the clever clogs up here would know what's going on.
Madam, you demonstrated incredible healing prowess before. Might you not try and heal Master Robin?
You want me to touch his feet?
No. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that either.
I just want everyone to touch each other's feet.
Yes, good.
It is my highest calling and my greatest privilege to heal
You're a
any
healer?
in need. Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
learned from the wisest women of my village.
Well, okay. So that, for example, went to bed one night after a shift, standing outside the room with a spit in it, looking at the dog.
For tips.
They let me do that. I don't get paid, no tips. But keeps me busy. Went to bed after that, and then I woke up in the forest, and I was surrounded by all these exploded wolves. What's that about?
And you in yourself, how do you feel?
I feel fine. But then, 3 a.m, I'm all covered in wolf blood. Explain that.
I can't. Have you been hit in the head?
Oh, yeah, a lot by the laws when I don't turn the spit fast enough.
Oh.
Not recently, not since the dog took over.
Oh. Okay,
He's a good dog.
I pass a healing hand over Robin, but I suspect there's nothing to be healed. Can I? I don't really. Just. My healing senses tell me there's no dearth of hit points here.
Yeah,
Strange.
You sort of.
Strange.
Okay.
There you go. No, you're perfectly healthy in yourself, Robin, young Master Robin.
All right.
Good luck.
Apart from your feet, and I'm not touching them.
Oh, yeah, you can touch my feet if you want. No, okay.
They'll heal on their own.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah.
He will not recover from those wounds.
Okay. Mercifully, you all hear a horn, calling you to, you expect, the folk moot. Cressida, you also hear this if you're willing to unbar the door and step out. The plebs again. The folk moot, you sort of see people filing toward the very centre of folk moot, the city. The meeting takes place in a large sort of bowl that has been sunk deep into the earth. It's sort of just covered in grass. It's like a natural just well, really. It kind of forms an amphitheatre. The slopes of the sides are like shallow enough that you can sit comfortably, but steep enough that you should, wherever you sit, be able to hear people talking. There are, as I said, scarcely 200 people here, so this place feels dramatically underfilled. This is meant to be able to hold thousands. And again, it's sort of a stark reminder that not many people have turned up. During your time indoors, where you were picking bunks and talking about things. A light drizzle has started. Some clouds have sort of rolled in. And you can see there is an acolyte sort of wearing the folk Moot robes. He's kind of standing there looking very uneasily at the weather, like really trepidatious, as if it is not just an omen, it's like there's something they ought to be doing and they aren't, and they're afraid to do it. This kind of becomes clear when Agnes, the folk Moot elder, steps into the circle, sort of appears at the very bottom of this amphitheatre and notices that it is raining. She kind of looks towards this young man, sort of gestures up at the sky, and you see him sort of raise his hands, looking very nervous. And sort of the penny drops. And you're like, oh, okay, the reason this is an outside meeting place is that the weather doesn't really matter if you've got magic and you can just hold off whatever it is that's coming down. So this young man casts a spell, and in the instant he does it, there is just this explosion of force right in front of him. He's catapulted backwards and knocked over by this sudden blast of just raw magic energy. You kind of see purple tendrils sort of shoot off and turn almost into smoke. And then you see blooming sort of these blossoms of blood on his robes where he's clearly been injured. He's alive and he's conscious, but he's just sort of moaning and insensate. Swiftly enough, some other acolytes kind of step in, and one gets the legs, and another one gets under the arms, and they sort of start carrying him off. And a third steps into his place and raises her hands, again looking very nervous, and she casts a spell. And you see relief flood her features as it goes off as planned, and sort of you can't really see it or even sense it, but there is a dome formed over the very top of the amphitheatre that is keeping off the wind and the rain, and suddenly your hearing becomes a lot clearer in this space as Agnes kind of looks at the young man being carted off, presumably to a healer. And she says, that's a stark reminder of why we're all here. My friends, magic has changed. We don't know why, although at this stage I assume everyone has reached the same conclusion I have, that it began when that frightful boom tore across our skies.
Turn and look at Lug.
What's to do with me?
There are some general murmurs of agreement from the crowd. She continues, 2 moons on, it is clear that the crisis is only deepening. Most people are too afraid to use their magic, and it's difficult to blame them, but without action, things will only get worse. And so I welcome you all to Folk Moot. My name is Agnes, I'm the Folk Moot Elder. This meeting is for the people and of the people. I serve no official capacity beyond mediator, and what is to be done about this crisis is for you to decide. I would like to open the floor. A woman stands up. She's sort of very broad-shouldered. She's got thick hair and a braid that kind of comes down to one side. She's wearing woolens that are like unseasonably warm for Wyrdwood. Cressida, you probably could hazard a guess as to where this person is from. She's from a region called Ironclad, which is very mountainous. It's very hard to live in, but it is well known for its finer goods like fabrics that are woven, and many of them are sent to Meatsea to then be exported to other countries. They're in great demand. They're artisans, basically. She begins talking. She introduces herself, says, I'm Sophia, and our situation grows dire. We don't have enough people to sustain the mountain passes. They're deteriorating so fast, we fear even to travel. Our supplies are dwindling. Trade is non-existent. Our people are going to starve under the summer sun if our wild folk don't cast us down first. We cannot meet our bargains with them without the use of magic. You hear another voice kind of start up, being, the mines of Stoneweald are in similarly bad shape. If they will collapse, we'll be without iron for generations. One woman rockets to her feet and goes, before we get into any of this, I want to know what they think they are doing here. She points at there's a trio of people who have very recently arrived. They're literally just sitting themselves down. It's a woman and two sort of henchmen behind her. They are very obviously dressed as raiders. They're kind of like wearing like boiled leather armor with studs. They are festooned in weapons. Even in Fenfold, you will have heard of these people. They are from the 11th region. It's actually an island off the main coast of Haorth. It's called Wyrdwood, and their whole deal is they raid and they pillage, and they have been harassing one particular region, the nearest one to it, for centuries. And as this woman who stood up is kind of railing against them, she starts saying, they've been raiding us for centuries, and now that magic's gone, all bets are off. It's constant. They're going to kill us all. And I tell you, they are not here for anything but profit. She starts really going off on one.
Jump to my feet. A dog took my job.
I jumped to my feet. My order is falling apart.
A lot of people have had the same idea, and they are all jumping to their feet, and the whole folk moot is descending into anarchy, basically. Everyone is talking over one another. Near to you on a sort of a hillside, you can see there is this man who looks sort of like rake thin, and he's wearing this suit that seems to be of just like hundreds of different bits of leather patched. And you know, like those hats that are like, it looks like someone's just taken a flat disc of leather, put it on their head and tied a thing around it, so the brim is like really raggedy and stuff like that. He's loving this. He is just laughing his head off, like slapping his knee, just kind of like pointing. He's missing teeth. He's got blackened gums. Robin, make me a perception check.
Okay. 12.
You can't put your finger on it, but this man is familiar. You have seen this man somewhere before in your time. The hubbub is only growing until suddenly there is sort of a blast from, it's not the same horn that was used to call this meeting. It's a carnix, which is kind of like the metal, it's almost like a trumpet, it's like a metal thing that ends in like the head of an animal. And this guy just gives this blast. It just completely cuts through the noise. And this guy says, look, this is all very good and well, but if all we're doing is just standing here and talking about our grievances, we may as well return to our homes and wait to die.
Oh yeah, the dog would love that.
What? This guy, sorry, I misspoke. This man is not a man, he's a dwarf. And from his accent, he's from Wyrdwood itself. You know him when you hear him?
Oh yeah.
He's speaking in Weird, which is effectively the equivalent of the common tongue. All of you speak Weird. That's not the first. No, it is the first. It's not going to be the last time we hear that. But he says, look, we need to act. I know we're all scared, but we're going to solve nothing if we spend this entire moot just complaining about our lot. Here's what I think. My name is Cedric. I've come from, well, not far. I'm from Chetford under Stone, but from the looks of you, some of you have come from a very long way away indeed. Which means that if you made it in time, I'm guessing you're not afraid to use magic. And I think that's a good thing. I think we need people, bold people, fearless people, people who are willing to do what others won't. Because there's one thing we don't have right now, and that's information. And we need to find it. It's almost like we need to have a folk moot about the folk moot we're going to have when we know what's happening to Haorth. So this is my proposal. We organize teams. We make search parties, if you will. These bold folk, people like you all, who aren't afraid to look closer. We spread out and we do our damnedest to find out what's going on in Haorth, help those who need it, and find a way to put a stop to this. Agnes, he calls to the elder. Does Folkmoot have more copestones, the portable ones, smaller? She kind of nods. Yeah, sort of cottoning on to what she's picking up what he's putting down. So, right, We form teams. Every team stays in touch with folk Moot, so we're all connected in a way, and we can cover more ground that way, and the sooner we find out what's going on, the sooner we can stop all of this. People are... Yes.
Does it matter if I can't do magic?
Are you willing to go?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Then that's all anyone can ask of you.
Okay.
See, it's people like this brave man here. That's a man of potential.
Yeah.
That's a man of action. That's a man of courage. That is the kind of man we need to save Hayoth. This is my idea. What says the folk Moot? This is the first of two sort of call and responses. It's basically all in favour, yay, say aye. All opposed say nay. It says, what says the folk Moot? There's a general like,
Aye.
what says the folk Moot? And there is sort of just one dissenting voice. Here, man, go, nay.
Let that horse in here.
God.
Shoot, get out of it, you.
Robin, you
Die.
no.
Okay, good.
just in the very
The disease neither named nor understood.
your head pops up. Make a new character. Take your time. You even just in that short utterance, you recognise the accent on this guy. He's from the same region you are, which is called Galeafold, which is to the east, and it is full of zealots. This guy stands up and he is wearing sort of some robes of a very strict religious order. You don't know too much about it, but you know that they are inquisitorial and
know to steer clear.
unpleasant.
Yeah.
Because it's simple, he says. Magic's gone wrong because there are base elements in our society. There are ne'er-do-wells, deviants, people of malfeasance. And all we need to do is we find them, we put them to the sword, we put them to the pyre, and we restore what's good in Hayoth.
I found him right here. It's you and your zealot lot. When you shut up, I shout.
Make me a charisma performance check, please.
It's a 9.
Okay. The crowd does, basically, the crowd does start shouting this man down. They're like, silence, people. The Moot has spoken. You definitely sort of got this ball rolling, but you do not get the sense that people are behind you specifically. Sort of all of the dwarf being like, this man is a man of action, this man is, you should admire him, etc., etc. That good feeling in your tummy you had before is sort of, someone's poured cold water on that.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
Okay. But anyway, he is kind of, there is he gets sort of told to shut up, basically, enough, because the protocol is that there's been a motion carried. Agnes kind of raises her hands, says, well, we've come to a decision. The folk Moot will continue until sunset, so other voices can be heard. But for now, anyone bold enough to volunteer for the task suggested to us by Cedric from Chetford-under-Stone, would you please report to the dining hall? We'll take your names and begin to assemble teams. Some people start standing up. Do you go with them?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to do whatever that jerk isn't doing.
Fair enough.
That's right.
Well, he's sitting down, so up you get.
I go.
Okie dokie. You proceed to the dining hall, where some people are kind of... the air is thick with steam from the same soup you had earlier. The ovens are kicking out fresh loaves of the bread you had earlier. Doing a rough head count, there are 40 of you in total. To the intense displeasure of the woman who stood up and objected to the people from Wyrdwood, the 3 people from Wyrdwood are also there. They're kind of standing apart in that kind of they're sizing up everyone. They're leaning on a beam. They're looking unsavory, to to say the very least.
In a cool way, or
Kind of cool.
in a
Well,
kind of
it's
cool way.
they're imposing, put it
Okay,
that
fine.
way. Everyone feels very uneasy about people from Wyrdwood because you remember I mentioned that the boundaries of the regions have stayed the same since they were formed, before people even came to Hayorth. There is an agreement of non-aggression between the territories. If a territory invades another one, the wild folk of the region doing the invasion will not help. They'll be like, absolutely not. Whereas the wild folk of the region being invaded, along with the common folk, will rise up and put those people to the sword. There was one time, a long time ago, where the people of a region now called Balewood rose up. You would definitely know this. They rose up and invaded Fenfold. And not only did the wild folk and the common folk of Fenfold rise up, but the wild folk of Balewood rose up and murdered their own common folk. So, to all intents and purposes, every single one of you would know this. No people live in Balewood. No one does.
Some do. I do.
Well, we can investigate that through roleplay later. But the people of Wyrdwood seem to have got their wild folk on side. Their wild folk either don't exist anymore, troubling, or they are totally fine with the people of their island raiding the mainland.
Also troubling.
It's not theirs. They are they are villainous on a continental scale, basically. So I think everyone is keeping well clear of this trio.
I'd say we've already got a team here. Right? The way we dealt with those fellas earlier.
Yes.
With your webs and the arrows and...
Yes.
That hammer would have been good if you'd done it.
Yeah, all right, fine. Yes, next time it'll be fine.
And your incredible power to put right walls and wounds.
All the glowy light that came out.
I think we've been brought together to do just this. I'll be honest, I had been hopeful that someone at this folk moot would have had some answers, but looks like we're going to have to go and get them for ourselves.
Yeah, we'll go out and investigate. What do you say, Chris?
Fine. At least I sort of know your flaws and your positives at least a little. Then I should be able to deal with them.
That's the spirit.
To have met the four of you is, I believe, exceptionally lucky. Whether good or bad, I am
It's one of them.
happy.
Yeah, it's up there.
An acolyte comes around. They got a wax tablet on them, and they're taking names and sort of asking people what they consider they can, what their assets are on any adventure. And they come round. I think we can hand wave this bit, unless anyone has anything particular they would like to say to this person. But they just come around, they take your names and what you're good at. They do mention that everyone's going to be sorted into groups tomorrow morning, but if anyone has any requests to travel with anyone else, then they'll do their best to accommodate that.
Yeah. We'll put in a request for us all to travel together.
And if it's not granted, we could just do it anyway.
I'll agree, but then I'll also say an aside of if there's any other finer.
Do you have anyone richer?
Anyone, who might be able to travel a little bit more.
I'm so glad you asked. Follow me to the other studio, Ellen. Let's go. Okie dokie. Right.
A whole other D&D group. Just wait.
I put the request in.
Surprise!
And that's how Ellen joined Critical Role. It's very nicely to go to a fancier group.
Matt Mercer has just been texting me seriously, you said it would be 10 minutes. Anyway.
I am going to need a few days for this new loaf of bread to get stale.
Oh, Robin makes a good point. We should fit him with arms.
I've got 2 arms.
Do you have an outfitter? Do you have an armourer? I say to the acolyte.
Yes, if there's anything
I'll be fine.
We have
Fine.
The
modest
boy is
stores.
unarmoured.
Be fine in a few days once the bread's gone stale. It's just
You
a bit
can't
soft at the
send him
moment.
out there with bread.
No, we can't.
I can hold my own with this bread. You saw me bash that fella.
She sort of pulls a lady pulls a sort of a tape out of her sleeve and sort of just very quickly, like shoulders there, kind of looks you over, goes, and just leaves without saying anything. You are left to your own devices for a few hours. There is an evening meal. The soup course is predictable. Also the only course.
Yeah.
And then you are sort of left to all of you bed down. Is anyone doing anything in particular of the evening? If there's any conversations you'd like to have, obviously, now is a perfectly good time.
I'll ask this fellow, what's all this about?
What's all what about? So?
No, I've never seen anyone that looks like you. I was just wondering what's your
firbolg?
deal? Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you called?
Yes, it is. That's what I am, yeah.
It's great. It's really cool.
Yeah, we're not common around these parts, but we do exist.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, don't know what to tell you. I've always been like this. It's just me.
What brings you to the Moot?
Well, I heard some people talking about it in the forest, and obviously the instability of magic is something that's people have been discussing for a while, and I thought I'd just come out and find out for myself. Just curiosity, really.
Are there many like you?
Not many. Not that I've seen in many years.
Oh.
But yeah, I keep myself to myself for that reason. Live in the forest, got my own little place there that I, and I venture out occasionally to help people find their way through the forest. I'm a guide.
It's lovely to meet you. Never met a firbolg before.
Nice to meet you too.
Have you ever met a human before?
Yes, many times. Yeah. Not
special.
one quite like you, but otherwise, yes, I have. Yeah, but I hopefully can be of help to this group. I know the forest well. I know the wild world a little better than most, so hopefully I can help and we can find out what's been happening.
All right.
Could I step outside to get some air, because it's very steamy in the soup kitchen?
It is.
The trio of raiders, are they anywhere to be seen?
I think
Or are they dining still?
No, I think it's reasonable that like one of them, the woman who's sort of the leader, has stepped out. She's sort of just smoking a pipe broodily.
That's I step out on the pretext of getting some air away from the soupy miasma of the dining hall, and I would like to kind of linger nearby and eavesdrop if there's any eaves to be dropping.
Alrighty, make me a stealth check, please.
Oh no! All right. 11.
Okay, you're seen quite swiftly. However, you do catch sort of a few words. You hear one of the underlings being like, "It's just a waste of time. Why aren't we just raiding?" Well, if we find out more about what's going on, we can tell who's weak. Like there's a psst.
I sort of, and then
Evening.
mortified, I sort of
Okay.
slide backwards back
What
into
did
the
I
dining
come in
hall.
here for?
Lovely
You
evening.
sort of like one of them goes like, "Come on." She taps the ash out of her pipe, and they sort of skulk off into the darkness. Unless there's any more for any more, it's probably sort of getting on for the hour where people start bedding down.
Yep.
Yeah?
Ever a practical
Okay.
sort. I've made sure I'm fed, and then I'm going to go and get as much sleep as I can.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Firbolg needs a lot of soup.
A lot of soup and a lot of sleep. Yeah.
Aww.
Got to get my beauty soup.
If I don't get 8 hours of beauty soup.
So many hours of soup. Okay. So, kind of, there are sort of some torches, and some of them get extinguished, so that there's light in the room, but it's not so much that it's going to keep you awake. Cressida, obviously, you set up your one however you like. A lot of the people are sort of dotted around. You get the feeling you're the only people who have formed a team so far. So nobody's kind of bunched together. Everyone's kind of like in dribs and drabs, kind of going off down this long hall. The nearest person to you is sort of like a young-looking man. He's sat up on his bunk, sort of like feet folded over the covers, arms folded, sort of back against the headrest. He's like, personally, I think all this this magic stuff, he says, start just monologuing to everyone, basically. He's kind of, he's just espousing a view, like assuming everyone's going to listen and agree with him because he's holding court, but he's not specifically talking to anyone. He's like, I think it's all nonsense. I think people are just scared. I think that's what it is. They're just scared. So we're going to have to go out there and do all the hard work. And what are we going to get for it? Probably nothing. I mean, it's all nonsense, isn't it? He sort of says, like, just carrying on, just being like, well, if they're not going to talk, I will. It's like,
You saw the guy earlier. He got exploded by magic gone wrong.
oh, please, he's probably just bad at his job. Look, it's fine. Magic. He conjures a flame on his finger. Whoa. It's absolutely fine. I could do this all day. You see, he just goes like...
Is everyone sort of backing away?
I certainly am.
He goes, and his wrist just snaps back on itself, and he screams. You hear this, Cressida. BT
Take off the cucumbers from my eyes. Please.
Inspiration. Unfortunately for this guy, he is undergoing a dreadful, awful, very snappy, poppy transformation. He sort of screams, and then his screams get sort of lower and more distorted, and he goes like... And kind of, if you imagine his hips and his shoulders kind of like go back. So he's kind of like doing a nightmarish bridge, but his feet have turned round, as have his hands. And his torso just crashes open, and this torrent of flesh. It's like the bits of him inside have been remolded and made to form this enormous, it's like a head, but there's no features, just on sort of, you see bones sticking out and bits of spine. It's just on this neck, and it seems to sort of look around. And then he starts skittering across the floor towards the four of you specifically, and I'd like you to roll initiative.
Here we go.
Lug.
19.
Happen.
18.
Willow find.
15.
Robin.
5.
And Cressida.
That is 14.
Lug, you are first.
Yep.
There's a giant thing. What do?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna get ragey. I'm gonna use my bonus action to get ragey, and the way Lug's rage manifests itself is more pass ag than like ag. So that's what happens when he feels the rage feel, and it's just a sort of. So he's like, would you like to do some more magic, maybe? Shall I sit down? Have you got more tricks you'd like to... I'm fine. I mean, I'd love to see it. Anytime you like, why don't you do that little finger thing again? And then I'm going to hit him with the hammer. Yeah.
Amazing, yeah. Go for it. You're looking for an AC of 14.
Great. All right. So... That is a critical one. Again.
Oh.
This hammer.
Praise Kate.
Okay, but you've got 2 attacks, right?
I've got 2 attacks, yeah. Let's hope finally I'm going to get to use this dang hammer. Okay, that's much better. That's a 22.
Okay, fantastic. Roll that damage, please.
All right, cool. It is a 1d12. And then do I add my proficiency bonus because I've got
You don't add your proficiency bonus, but you add your strength modifier.
Right, fine. Even though I've got proficiency in martial weapons.
Yeah, the proficiency is added onto the attack roll, not
Fine.
onto the damage roll.
Good. Okay, let's go. Let's drop this. Okay, that is only a 9.
Okay, well, a 9 is something, isn't it?
Yep.
I imagine sort of your first swing, you kind of go for what passes as the head of this thing.
Yep.
You're like, and on the back swing, you catch it good and solid in the side of its human rib cage.
Whereas ribs used to, yeah.
And it kind of just does like barely does anything. It's like slapping a massive bag of grain.
Wow, okay.
Hardly does anything.
Ugh. Sorry, am I inconveniencing you?
Happen, it's your turn now.
Well, this thing doesn't have an eye socket that I can discern, so I will spend another cadence dice and I will try and send an arrow through one of its skittering legs, try and kind of slow it down.
Nice. Don't forget your debt.
Oh, yep. Well remembered. 20.
Roll me that damage, please, and don't forget to double the dice.
Okay. 2, 1 is 3 plus 1 is 7.
So you got 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ropey.
It's all right. You catch it, sort of the arrow sort of pushes into sort of the meat of one of its legs, kind of like divides the two sort of big muscle chunks of its thigh, and it sort of gives the whole thing kind of quivers, more in irritation than anything else, and it sort of gives out this guttural hiss. It is going to come straight after. Well, Lug is right there though.
Yeah.
Attack Lug. What's your AC, please, Lug?
Only 12.
Beats it.
What are you wearing? Leather.
Not loads, a little bit of leather and stuff.
A little bit of leather.
And stuff.
And stuff. The armor class of stuff
Yeah.
is 12.
So much rolling.
There's a lot of adding and rolling. I don't like the adding and rolling that's going on.
How much HP do you have?
43.
Okay, you take 30 points of bludgeoning damage. Basically, this thing, you hit it and you kind of look up and it just...
But I'm raging. Let me tell you about how I'm raging.
Okay.
While I'm raging,
Rage.
I have resistance to bludgeoning damage. Also piercing damage, also slashing damage.
Okay, well,
Raging too.
Yeah.
that's 15 points of bludgeoning
Yay!
damage. That's a first. I've never had anyone cheer a player character taking 15 points of damage. But basically this thing, it's kind of like up at the top of the head, you can clearly see like the lungs, the liver, the punchiest organs, if you will, and it just kind of just slams this whole column down on you. I kind of imagine you half get your hammer up and like you take a good knock, but it kind of springs back up and seems annoyed, seems visibly confused actually that you're not dead.
Yep.
That is its go, which means after the beast we have got Willowfine.
I size up this beast. The man who it once was, he's long gone.
So long gone.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Would you call it an undead creature? Or an abomination? It's abominable, isn't it?
It's an abomination.
Oh, fair. All right, I back up behind one of the pallet beds and grab my stuff from where it's leant against the wall and blast it with a guiding bolt, a bright burst of light in its facial area.
Okay, that's a ranged spell attack, isn't it?
Okay, yes.
So that is AC 14 you're looking for.
That is 18.
All right.
Have it. I have it, I say. And yeah, push a bolt of white light to the tune of 11 points of radiant damage.
Lovely stuff.
And obviously the next attack roll on it has advantage.
Lovely. Good stuff. Well, after Willowfine, it would be Cressida, but Cressida isn't in the room yet.
No.
She's kind of moving the chest of drawers
Yeah.
and sprinting out.
What the hell is going on?
Which means that the next attack that's going to have advantage is Robin!
Yeah, use it wisely, young man.
Okay, so Robin's trusty hard bread has been all used up. His new bread is too soft
Yeah.
to hit with. He's sort of panicking, looking around him. I think what Robin would do in this situation is try and raise the alarm, try and get help.
Sounds great.
So Robin's just going to run to the door and go, "Hell, there's a horrible monster in here! It's trying to kill everyone!"
You hear feet start pounding the dirt to get over to you.
All right. As a bonus action, I'll throw my soft bread.
At the thing?
At the thing.
Yeah, sure. Its AC is 14.
That's a 3.
It sails off into the darkness past the beast. You hear a "Ah!" from somebody back there.
Sorry!
Never throw your weapon, Robin.
Okay.
Remember that for next time.
We're back round to the top of the order. Cressida is now... So I'm going to say at the end of that combat round, Cressida kind of like bursts in the door. So, Lug, it's you.
Yeah, I need to keep my rage rolling, and I can do that by attacking again.
Fantastic.
On this turn. So I'm going to do exactly that, and I'm like, ugh, I hope I haven't tired you out from hitting me, and then I'm going to go again.
Okay.
Again with the big hammer. Let's go.
AC 14.
Yeah.
Advantage.
We're going to say throwing bread didn't count.
Oh yeah. Should have had advantage on the bread throw.
It counted in Robin's mind.
Okay, that first roll is only a 13.
It's not a nat 1, though.
It's not that one. That one is, though.
Are you serious?
Praise your dice.
All right, well, I'll take the 13 then, please.
Yeah, the 13, unfortunately, is a miss.
All right, fine. Second attack.
Yep.
Give it another go. This one's not with advantage, though, so it better be good. Yeah, that'll do. That's like a 24.
Oh, a 24, that'll do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll me the damage, please.
All right, roll that damage. That is a 2 plus 2 plus my rage damage. It's 4, so that's 6.
Alrighty. So that's Lug. Happen.
I've got one more expenditure. I'm going to call upon the sprites again and use the cadence D20. Okay, so that's a debt for...
Yeah, a debt.
Right. Praise cadence, 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's that was just another attack roll. So yeah, just trying to send another arrow through another leg.
Sure.
And it was a 1.
I did say I was going to punish you for rolling ones with the cadence die.
Yeah.
And for that, I'm going to say that it does go through a leg.
Yep.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on a D8. That is a 6. You shoot Robin in the leg.
Well, actually,
Sweet brave Robin.
Oh, wait, hang on.
I shoot like kind of near Robin, and then a sprite sort of like a couple of sprites grab the arrows and just like and just sort of swing it into.
Yeah, you're firing at the monster, right? And then they're like,
Yeah. And then the sprites, which I believe to be messengers of cadence.
wow. Yeah, there's a burst of colour and a sort of a sprinkling of just high-pitched laughter as this arrow bends impossibly and lodges itself in the meat of your thigh.
Praise cadence, Robin. Truly, this is a great day.
Could you roll damage, please, Luke?
I think probably I should add the D6.
Does it get through Robin's homespun jerkin?
4 plus 3 is 7, plus 2 is 9.
Okay, you take 9 points of piercing damage, Robin.
Okay. Well, I've got 4 hit points, so...
What?
You have 4. You have 4 hit
4 hit points, yeah.
Okay.
Do you pop?
That's all of your hit points.
Yeah. Okay, so what happens is the arrow goes through Robin's thigh. He sort of crumples to the ground. But then a strange change comes over his posture, and he sort of just like lurches back up onto his feet. There's something very different about Robin's bearing now. He's standing a lot straighter backed. He seems to have a lot more purpose behind his eyes, and he's just sort of looking around, like not clear that he knows where he is.
Robin!
What's going on? Who are you people? Where am I?
Robin, you live!
The hell is that?
If the wound was Cadence's will, then surely this is too.
Robin looks down at the arrow, and his thigh just snaps the thing off and throws it. Did you do this?
Yes, Robin, I did, yes.
Robin sort of settles into a fighting stance against Hannah.
Okay. Right.
What?
It feels very rude of me to take this turn, but the beast's gonna have a go.
Robin?
Robin?
I apologise. Please try and see it from the point of view of...
Cressida's
all things are governed
You shut
by...
up. You shut up. It's Morven, not Robin.
Everyone's so weird.
Robin's changed his name to Morven.
What was that AC again? 13?
Mine?
Yeah.
Only 12.
Okay.
Not now, beast.
You take another 28 points of...
That's all my damage.
Okay, but it's not enough to kill you outright, is it?
Yeah, calm down.
Is it bludgeoning?
It's bludgeoning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can half it.
Yeah, so that's 14 points.
Right. Good. Yes.
Every
fine.
time.
So when you said 28, I was like,
Sorry, 28, but yes, then you halve it.
okay, fine.
Yeah, it kind of just like this. I'm going to say this time it shoves you back a good distance.
Right. Fine.
Wow.
And that's its go. But really, the beast seems like the least of our worries right now. After the beast is Cressida. Cressida, you've walked into the room.
Walk out again.
Your newfound friend seems to be able to There's an enormous towering flesh monster. And also, some of the people you met earlier today appear to be on the brink of killing each other.
Well, I'm like, whatever. What's happening there?
I cast whatever.
So I see this thing, and I'm like, oh god. So I would like to cast Scorching Ray, which is I hurl 3 fiery rays. One. I'm going to aim all 3 at this one thing, and if I hit, it's 2d6 fire damage per ray.
Great.
All right. Okay. So that's 10.
Oh, how many rays are you throwing?
3.
You make a ranged spell attack for each ray.
Ah, okay, cool. Okay, cool. That's a 7 altogether. And that's a 4 altogether.
Okay, you miss with all 3.
I'm so mad that I've been woken up from my sleep that I'm just like, I've still got a courgette I'm missing.
Oh, it's a depth perception issue. Okay. Yeah, you blast a hole in the wall of this dormitory and one in the ceiling.
Right, great.
You sort of see the night sky above you.
And I take a debt.
You take a debt, you absolutely do. And the moon tastefully illuminates this hideous monster. Well, after Cressida, it would be Robin's turn, but what was that name again?
Morven, Hellwain. I look at this hole being blasted in the wall, and then at the creature. And I would like to fling out a hand and use Sorcerer's Burst on the creature.
Okay, that sounds new and scary.
Yeah. See how it goes. What was the armor class?
14.
Okay, that's a 13, but I'm going to expend a sorcery point to use Seeking Spell to re-roll that. That is an 18.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, that definitely hits.
I'm going to hit it with 2d8 psychic damage.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I can re-roll any 8s, so that was an 8. 7. 15. I rolled a 4 on the other one. I'm going to use another sorcery point for Empowered Spell and re-roll that 4 to see if I can go higher. It's a 5.
Okay.
19 points of psychic damage.
Ooh.
Psychic damage? Oh. That's my vulnerability. Would say the beast if it had a mouth. So 19, it's 20, 38 points. You blast like a good chunk out of like the neck of this thing. What does it look like?
So held out my my hand. I've still got one hand on Happen, and I just sort of went like a purple flamethrower out of just basically deleting part of the side of this creature.
Okay.
And then
Robin.
Yeah, okay. Because I feel like we've got bigger fish to fry here, and also rule of cool. I'm going to say that after you do this, through like the hole in the wall, just come lancing like other bolts of just like magic, and like, basically people have come to help.
Oh, because Robin called them, yeah.
They are
helped by blowing a hole
throwing
in the
down.
wall.
You hear a couple of people go like, ah, as spells go wrong. You can't exactly see how, but as far as you can tell, no one else is turning into a massive abomination. Sorry, what Morven starts, others kind of finish off. And so there is this tower of like burning ichor that kind of just like kaiju like just hits the deck of this now quite wrecked dormitory. with a sinking feeling in your stomach, Cressida, you may have to end up sharing.
No, I'm like immediately, no one's
with
coming in
other
with it. I
people today.
run back out and I try and push the bed against the door again.
Cressida's gone to barricade herself back in to her private residence. Everyone else is kind of too stunned to move, partly because of that thing, but mostly because of this thing.
Robin,
Explain yourself.
you went to get help and help arrived. You are the hero of this battle.
Why did you shoot me in the leg?
I apologise. I am truly sorry that was Cadence's will. I assure you, normally the sprites would simply point the arrow down at my own feet, or my shins, or through my tongue, or something. They've all happened before.
Yeah, I cast Cure Wounds on my leg. The tip of the arrow falls out of my thigh and the wound knits itself back together.
But Robin, I must say,
Morven.
I'm not the
My name is Morven.
Morven. Then I am not the only one blameless in this situation. For you, in a desperate situation, did not disclose that you had such powers.
Well, he doesn't know about it. He's completely oblivious to the whole thing.
He
Robin.
I look at the big ichor goo.
That village idiot that I'm forced to be carried around in most of the time.
So you're living inside Robin's head.
Well, I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Okay.
He's carrying my spirit around, I guess, is probably a better way of putting it.
And how did this happen?
Not entirely sure
Situation.
how this happened. There was some unpleasantness. I was executed, for want of a better word. And then I happened to find myself in this situation. Whenever he's conscious, he's in charge. If he loses consciousness, that's when I'm in charge. And I'm trying to find out what happened and how I can be in control of this all the time.
Oh, that's very bad luck.
It's enormously bad luck, yes. Why do you look happy about that?
It doesn't matter. Morven?
Morven, yes. Morven Helwain.
How long does this typically last? How long do you tend to be around here?
Well, until I lose consciousness. It's one in, one out.
Right, okay. So if you go to sleep now, Robin will wake up.
Yeah, so is there any coffee around here?
The soup.
What were you executed for, Morven?
I mean, trumped up charges.
Of?
Witchcraft.
What kind of
And?
witchcraft?
You know,
Good
magic.
The back.
That kind, you know,
Oh, okay.
purple blasts of deadly energy, that kind of thing.
Right.
Okay.
So in what way were they trumped up?
I mean, it wasn't really any of their business to pass judgment on, to be honest.
Right, fair enough.
Morven,
Yes.
when you are living inside Robin's head, are you aware of all that passes for him?
To some things, to an extent, I retain some of his memories.
So you were present at the folk moot.
Not a little bit. I recognised a figure there. I was able to sort of tug at Robin's subconscious, but it's hazy. I can't hear very much. I can see blurry images, that kind of thing.
And can Robin hear us now?
You'd have to ask him. I wouldn't know.
Robin? Robin, are you in there? I'm not in there.
Hope not.
It was Robin's will that he join an adventuring party that we had formed to try and root out the cause of magical disturbances that have been troubling the continent.
Yes, I have noticed that. I mean, that is a good idea. It would
The goal
be...
is to bring stability back to magic if we can.
Did anyone else see the man at the moot with the hat?
I didn't notice.
He was laughing. He was... No?
No.
Okay, he had something to do with this. I saw he was present at my execution. So, if we could find him, maybe we could get to the bottom of why this is happening, why I am the way I am.
Okay, and you're not going to blast us with sorcerous magic, or...
Well, if you shoot me in the leg again, maybe I will.
Well, we'll try not to do that.
I make a face that says, like, I wish I could promise.
I make a face like, maybe I'll blast you with sorcerous energy.
Agnes, the Folkmoot elder, reappears and goes, "Oh, you're all well. Well, not all of you. Thank you for dealing with that. I suspect you've kept all of us safe this night. We're going to find you other accommodation. There's another dormitory just this way. I'm sorry that this happened, but it makes it all the more imperative that you go out and find out what's going on."
I won't need a bed.
Okay.
Do you have
hang
any
upside
coffee?
down from the rafters or
We
something.
have soup.
That'll have to do.
Okay, so you will sort of hand wave this bit. You're all shown to the dormitory. You access it after a while, sort of gentle pushing, like, and you are all again given the chance to bed down for the night. You're not bedding down?
Nope.
Okie doke.
Morven, if you chew this root, it will help keep you awake.
I would like to study the route,
Okay.
if I recognise it.
Yeah, maybe a nature check.
Robin would not have been so distrustful.
No, he would have eaten it. He would have eaten that root.
It's an 8.
You can't be certain. He seems sincere.
He seemed sincere when he shot me in the leg. I threw the root away.
Eat the
Okay,
root.
all right.
Eat the root.
I was sincere when I shot you in the leg.
Yes.
Complicated.
All right, so all of you bed down, with the exception of Morven, who stays awake through, like, I guess, just hammering bowl after bowl of soup, sustained by anger, I suppose. The morning comes and sort of everyone is gathered. There are, you notice, 8 teams. 7 of them with 5 people. 1 of them for very obvious and transformative, bloody, unpleasant reasons, is a person short. The elder comes round and sort of gathers everyone and says, there are 8 teams, and there are 8 points to the compass. You will each be given a direction, and that is where your journey must lead you. I'm giving you all 3 copestones. A copestone to communicate with the team, 1 point clockwise from your position on the compass, 1 for anti-clockwise, and 1 to communicate with Moot. I'd ask that you keep us informed as best you can. She kind of goes around and starts giving them out, like she gives, she passes the stones to some people and goes south, southwest, west. She comes around to you. She holds out the copestones. She's sort of looking for the person to take them. She doesn't know who.
Snatch them out of the hand.
Yeah, that seems appropriate. Northwest. This stone is for the North team.
Mm-hmm.
This for the West. And this one for us. Good luck.
We are going northwest.
You're going northwest.
Homeward. For me.
Good place to be buried.
You see the folk elder sort of narrow her eyes. She's like, Bellwood's northwest. But she kind of doesn't bring it up. She goes, I wish all of you good luck. And we'll end it there, which means it's time for the rolling right.
Yay!
Because as I said, you have a debt score now. What's everyone's debt at, please? Probably still 1.
Still 1.
Brilliant.
I make it 6.
Okay.
4.
4.
Sorcerer's Burst and Cure Wounds, so 3.
And 4 for me as well.
Alrighty. Well, everyone's going to roll this D100. And if you roll equal to or lower than your number, you're going to get an envelope.
Number of 1s I've been rolling. It's probably going to end up being a 1, isn't it? All right. My debt's only 1, so I'd have to be extremely unlucky to get a 1, but here we go. That is 72.
Trying not to get 6 or below, right? 84.
There's no way anyone on Earth could roll a 4. 46.
Hey.
All right, 3 or below. Let's go. It's a 6.
Oh.
5 or above is what I need. 77. That's fine. Whew.
Okay, so the D100 didn't get anyone this week, but don't worry, it will eventually because the debt is cumulative.
Hooray.
Although every time you get an envelope, your debt will be halved. So it will at least reset to some degree. But if you've gone past 1, you can never reach that number again. So anyway, that's about it for us for Wyrdwood Episode 1. What an adventure we've been on. Welcome back, everyone. That was Oxventure Wyrdwood Season 1, Episode 1, Folk Moot. And this is my dog, Watson, who has been my faithful companion through many adventures. Recording Episode 1 Folk Moot was genuinely really nerve-wracking because I'd gone away and done a bunch of world building for Wyrdwood, and then suddenly we had to make it real, and we were rolling, and it was like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. I hope this isn't rubbish. And hopefully you agree, it wasn't. So that's nice. Anyway, before we go over to Episode 2, we have an announcement. If you head over to store.outsidexbox.com right now, you can get your hands on some all-new Wyrdwood merch. Meet the first ever liquid cord dice set from Oxventure, the Chaos Magic dice. These little babies are absolutely swirling with motes of chaos magic. They're also super legible, and they're a little bit bigger than your normal dice, which is very, very nice. I used these throughout Season 2, and they were an absolute pleasure to roll. Watson hates them, she's leaving. But that's okay, she doesn't have thumbs, so she can't roll dice. You can get dice to use with your human thumbs right now on store.outsidexbox.com. And at store.outsidexbox.com, you'll also find this new gorgeous lithographic print of the Wyrdwood Season 1 art by Riot Bones. Each print is signed by the cast of Oxventure Wyrdwood, and there are only 250 of this super limited run of prints. Don't delay, get yours today. Now, you keep watching Wyrdwood, and after the next episode, we'll have ourselves a 10-minute break for everyone to get a snack and some much-needed hydration. During the break, you're going to get a look at the work of some of our incredible fan artists, so please be sure to follow these incredible folks and tell them how much you love their work. I'll join you after the break for a special Q&A segment. I'll see you there. Hello everyone, welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. Last week we met some brand new adventurers. There was a long discussion about how magic has gone all sideways and they should go look at that and see what the problem is. Then someone turned into a horrifying monster. Then somebody else turned out to not be who they said they were, but somehow inhabited by the spirit of someone completely different, which was surprising. And then eventually they were given some magic stones and told to head northwest. And that is exactly what they have done. But who am they? And what character am they be playing?
I'm Mike, and I'm playing Lug, who is a Firbolg barbarian.
I'm Luke, I'm playing Happen, who is a human ranger.
I am a cleric. Johnny!
Sorry.
Oh, the grammar has come leaking out of my ears. I'm Willowfine, the cleric.
I'm Andy. I'm currently playing Morven Hellwain, an aberrant sorcerer.
And I am Ellen, and I am playing Cressida Blackwater, a human elf wizard.
Alrighty, it has been 2 days since your party left Folkmoot and started to head, as you were bade, northwest. You have travelled 50 miles in this time, and Morven has stayed awake the entire time? Question mark?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case,
I'm in the best mood.
No, you're going to be in a worse mood once I tell you that you have gained a level of exhaustion.
Yep.
This condition means that, well, for one thing, it's cumulative. So your exhaustion level is 1 right now. If it reaches 6, you die.
Wow.
Every time you roll a d20, your roll is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion level. So at the minute, you're -2 to every single roll. Your speed has been reduced by 5 times your exhaustion level. So that is 5 feet per round. And this exhaustion will go away when you finish a long rest. But obviously, that is something Morven is trying to avoid.
Ideally.
So
that yokel back in.
So Morven has had a relatively arduous time. How has the journey gone for everyone else? What's the vibe? How are we feeling?
If we're heading northwest, would it be presumptuous to say that
I'm sort of leading the tracking party because it's the route that I took to get to the folk moot, broadly speaking.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, this neck of the woods, no pun intended, is also known pretty well by Lug, because you are a long, long way away from the border with Balewood. I think it makes sense that the two of you probably would be heading up the front of the party.
Can I sidle up to Will I Find? Will I Find? I do not wish to sow discord, but Morven is moving ever more slowly. I fear that they may be slowing down our party on our most desperate quest.
Leave it with me.
Will you talk to her?
I'll talk to Morven. I fall back from the forward, like, scouting party of two, I guess, Lug and Happen, and sort of like sidle slowly back to Morven. Morven.
Hello.
Hi.
What do you want?
I mean, I feel like we've gotten to know each other a little now.
Sure.
2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I think you deserve to sleep.
Yes, well, I'd love to sleep. Unfortunately, that's just not possible at the moment.
Have you considered that sleep is really good for you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's great for me. I would love to. But,
Restorative.
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But if I go to sleep,
Yes.
Robin, you've met Robin.
Yes.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Yes.
Don't want that.
It is his body, though.
It's kind of a shared situation at the moment, with a sort of long-term future of
Did he
my
agree
body.
to it?
No, I didn't agree to it either. So not really my fault. I
All
don't
right.
see why I should bear the blame for it.
But it feels like you're sharing this body.
Sharing. I mean, I'm sort of steering it. He's sort of a passenger, I suppose.
But
you'd call it.
if you don't sleep, you will die.
Eventually, but I can get so much more work done if I'm in here.
Well, all we're doing at the moment is travelling. Robin could be travelling. He is a perfectly adept traveller.
Yes, but what if we come across something that explains what's going on when he's in charge?
I have
He'll
a
probably
suggestion.
trip over his own legs and fall into a river or something. Comically.
Happen's got something to say.
What have you got to say,
What's
leg
up?
shooter?
You remembered that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I was going to posit that if in an emergency, we could always knock Robin unconscious.
I mean, yes, I like the sound of that. Perhaps just knock him unconscious whenever he's in charge.
And take advantage of your martial prowess when we needed to.
You got a hammer? Something like that?
He's
got a
got
big hammer.
A big hammer?
I got a really big hammer.
That's a good plan. That is a
Right,
good plan.
so
Why not let Robin do the walking? That's the boring bit.
I mean, they are making sense. How much further do we have to go before we get to where we're going, do we think?
Well, it's kind of an open-ended question because you don't know how far you're going to go. But in the immediate sense, you can see a town coming up. Like, you know that this town is a place called Oakburn. It's on the border of the forest. You don't really have, you've not really had many dealings with them in the past. They're fairly self-sufficient, but they're pleasant.
Yep.
Like, it makes sense to stop off there, if only to see if they're all right.
Okay,
you
all right,
can sleep
deal.
there. And when we get to town,
We'll go to town, we'll investigate the town,
rest yourself.
we'll stay the night at an inn, and then if anything interesting or dangerous happens, you smash Robin over the head.
Got it.
Okay? All right. Deal.
Okay, so we've made a sort of judicious, violent pact. Cressida, how are you faring on this journey? Because you've just walked 50 miles, which is probably the first time you've done that in your life.
Yeah, not in a good mood. Very much overhearing the conversation about sleep. I was like, I deserve a good sleep. That's what I deserve. Nice pillows. My feet hurt. And just complaining to herself under her breath. And
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. This provides a soundtrack of the remaining sort of, I'm going to say, hour or so.
We're quite far ahead, aren't we?
Well, you all arrive on the borders of Oakburn. There's no sort of fence or anything. It's just quite an idyllic, small town, I want to say. Sort of like a village with notions, I guess. It's quite spread out because around a lot of the houses are like these well-tended vegetable gardens. You know, some of them are bordering on like little fields. And just they seem to be very verdant, which is very nice. There are a lot of dwellings are sort of low to the ground, sort of single story with thatch roofs. And just generally speaking, there's a lot of people sort of bustling around. Look, you notice something. In the corner of these vegetable patches, I mean, the vegetable patches themselves, the soil is like pitch black. You'd know this as well. Oakburn was given its name because this used to be part of the Wyrdwood, but then a fire pared some of it back. And in this clearing, the town of Oakburn was eventually allowed to sort of spring up. And the soil, ever since that fire, has been like really rich in nutrients. But in the corner of all of these vegetable patches, there's like a little tiny square that's given over to just like brambles and weeds. And you recognize this as one of the many bargains with the wild folk that are sort of made across the continent of Hayorth. These are offerings to little like impish creatures called holt bairns, who, if left to their own devices, will just wreak havoc in a vegetable patch. So long ago, it was basically decided if you give them a little house in the corner of the vegetable patch so that they're allowed to have somewhere to stay, they won't cause too much mischief. So these seem like pretty like decent folk who are honouring the bargains and just kind of living in harmony with the wild folk. And there are indeed many people sort of milling around performing various tasks. There's a woman like hanging up some washing. There's a team of people up on one of the roofs, kind of like with hammers, fixing a hole. You're not entirely sure out of where. It's like a wear and tear kind of deal. You can hear the sound of someone working away at some metal in, you presume, a forge. It's all quite idyllic, and the people show you no fear as you sort of approach. A man sort of walks over to you and goes, "Hello, my name is Ian."
Ian? Everything seems normal here?
Yes, things are good enough. I mean, things have been strange lately, don't get me wrong. But
you're aware of the great boom that everyone experienced a few months ago?
Yes. That was very strange. We are aware of it. Yes, things have been so strange recently that, frankly, it's nice to have some fresh blood in our midst. It's nice to meet some strangers. What is your purpose? Do you require food or water? Can we help you at all?
God, yes.
Ask about the room.
Any roast vegetables. A ham.
This is our friend Roast
something.
Nice to meet you, roast vegetables. Water, yes, we can do that.
Wine. Wine. Your finest wine.
He sort of gestures over to somebody who just looks at him and goes, and moves off, and goes off to, there's like a well nearby, and they start lowering a bucket down.
We are looking for lodgings, and we're also investigating anything unusual that's been happening in the area. You said it had been strange recently?
Well, yes, I get the impression things have been strange everywhere, really. I will take you to Ashlyn. She is our village elder, or, well, the closest we get to having a village elder. We don't really need much governing around here, I suppose. We're simple folk. But yes, I will take you to her. We will also bring you water.
I would like to cast Detect Thoughts on this person. I'm going to use, read thoughts. I can learn what is most on this person's mind.
What's the DC, sorry?
15.
That is a 17 base. Successfully resisted your read thoughts.
Or did he? Because I would like to use 2 sorcery points to make it a heightened spell.
Okay.
To give you disadvantage on that roll.
All righty. Don't forget your debt, though. That is 13. Does not cut it, I wager. He's thinking 2 things, just going round in his head. Get the water, show them to Ashlyn. Get the water, show them to Ashlyn. Get them the water, show them to Ashlyn. Just going round and round and round and round.
All right. I trust this fellow. Let's go with him.
Okay.
There is a house. This guy leads you to it. It is it's much like the others. It's kind of like a little cottage. He pushes open the door. It's a little bit dim inside, but there is a woman standing there, and she says, "Please come in. You're most welcome. My name is Ashlyn. It's nice to have you here." She sort of gestures to a table where there are chairs enough for everybody. Somebody comes scuttling up with like a jug of water. Fresh from the well. It looks cool and inviting and absolutely delicious. And she puts it down on the table, gets some clay cups down. She pours herself some water and goes, "To your health, all of you." And she drinks it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll drink some water.
As much as Cresta is gasping for a fine Bordeaux, she does pick up. She's seeing the person drink it. She's like, "Yep, that's it. I'm tired. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna have some of this nice cold water."
And you wanted some wine, is that right?
Yes, please.
I'll send for some.
Coffee, if they have any.
We'll see what we can do. I don't think we've had coffee here for some time.
Fair.
How have the last couple of months been in Oakburn?
Well, how have they been for anyone, really? They've been difficult. It's been scary and uncertain. We've seen all sorts of people come and go, and they seem to be struggling. For our part, I think we're doing all right.
Not too reliant on magic here, then.
No, we don't use our magic very often. It seems too risky these days, doesn't it? Not that we ever really used it much. We're simple folk. We grow our own vegetables, we keep goats for milk, and the Wyrdwood provides enough forage and meat to keep us going.
We are a search party investigating the peculiarities surrounding magic, and we are exploring in a northwest direction, looking for disturbances or anything of interest. It seems like this village is a peaceful place and everything is all right here, but have you heard of any troubles in these lands abroad?
Yes, we're doing fine here. Things aren't too bad. And we'd be very glad to speed you on your way and make sure that you can go and see people who are more in need. We haven't really heard much news from other places.
What is your name?
My name is Ashlyn.
Answered that one quickly, but he took ages to answer the other question.
Somebody turns up with a carafe of wine and places it down on the table. They just walk in, put the carafe down and leave.
I cast Detect Magic.
Okay. That one just happens, doesn't it?
Yes, for the duration you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you.
Nothing. You get a sort of ping of your companions, but there's no magic going on here. Ashlyn is sort of looking and waiting for you to see what's going on next happen.
Our friend Morven is very tired, aren't you, Morven?
I'm fine.
She's sleepy. We would be grateful if we could rest here before we move on.
Yes, that would be delightful. Very pleasing to us all. We were soon to take our midday meal. It would please us greatly if you would join us for a bite to eat, and then we can find you lodgings. Perception check, please, happen.
Perception check. What the hell? I use my special dice.
Oh, don't forget your debt.
Yeah.
Gonna get one of yours.
I know. You're really racking them up with this. Praise cadence. That's a 20.
Okay, all right.
Whatever is about to happen, the sprites sort of tug my ear and pull my head in the direction of it.
The sprites I kind of picture that one of them lands just behind your ear, like braces both feet against your skull and just pulls on the lobe and on the top part of your ear.
Praise cadence.
Straining for you to listen. And you listen, and it's gone very quiet in the village. You can still hear there's a hammer at the forge. And you can still hear that people are hammering away on the rooftop, but the sounds have slowed. Like before it was like a steady ping, ping. Now it's once every maybe 20 seconds. Dong. The same thing with the hammering on the roof.
Can I go to a window and look out?
Yes, you can. From where you are, you can see the back of a person on the roof. And you see them with the hammer raised.
Nobody eat or drink anything else.
And then
Like, Cressida's just about to. Oh, sorry.
tonk.
What do you mean?
As you watch, they speed up again. And everything seems normal.
Vicious.
A long few days on the road, perhaps. Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna take a sip then.
Did you say out loud to everyone, nobody eat or drink anything?
Yeah.
Have we given you cause for alarm?
Sorry. I thought something odd was happening, but now I see or sense nothing.
I feel like something odd is happening. This is very unusual.
We do not mean to put you ill at ease. If you would prefer something else that we can bring you, I mean, it's perfectly safe. She pours a cup of wine and like.
Cressida is disgusted by how she drank that wine.
Yeah.
It's a waste of a perfectly good Bordeaux.
Yeah, she's like, she didn't even smell it. She
She even knows it.
didn't even notice it. Did you see? Cressida is unnerved now, and she just puts down the glass. She doesn't take a sip. She puts down her cup. So.
Perhaps you could show us to somewhere we could stay for the night.
Of course. It would be my pleasure. She stands up and crosses to the entrance of the place and pushes it open. And she takes a few paces out and then just sort of bows in a sort of placatory way to you. The village is much the same as it was before. There's a woman hanging up washing. There are men fixing a hole in the roof. You can hear somebody banging on a piece of metal in the forge somewhere. She leads you to a house here. This is my personal residence, but I would be very happy to vacate it for you. There are beds enough for all of you for the night.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yes, what a kind gesture.
We're very tired from the road. I think we should rest and refresh ourselves now.
Of course, yes. I will leave
let's
you
go
to
inside and be left to it.
it. Absolutely. She hands you the key to the door.
Where will you stay?
I will find somewhere to stay. The people around here, we're used to sharing. We're simple folk.
Okay, I'm just going to close the door.
Yep.
Okay, what the hell is going on in this village?
I like almost everyone I've ever met, and I haven't met a lot of people, but these people are weird.
There's something weird going on.
They are strange.
No one in customer service is that friendly to me ever before.
Can I sidle up to the window and just see where Ashley is?
Yeah, absolutely. You see Ashlyn just...
Curtain twitching, basically. I'm like...
Yeah. Oh, you absolutely know that every window in this place has a lace curtain. It's that kind of town. You see her sort of walking off, kind of just like almost gliding, really. Just she just goes off around a corner. Just seems to be like she just basically she doesn't seem to be beelining for anywhere. She doesn't seem to be talking to anyone. She's just off around a corner.
We do need to rest. You need to rest.
I'm
More
fine.
than-
I keep telling you I'm fine.
Sleepy. I propose that we take shifts and someone keeps watch, because I don't like to mistrust people, but these are strange, unmagical people.
I'll take first shift.
No.
Yeah. Yes, I will take first shift.
I start humming a
Lullaby.
an old lullaby of my people.
Just rest your head on a pillow for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just gonna stand.
Cressida immediately falls asleep to the lullaby. She's knackered. She's just like
Collapses on a chaise lounge.
face down.
All right. Are you watching at the window? Make me a wisdom perception check, please. Do not forget to lower the score by 2 for your exhaustion.
Okay, but I'm gonna cast the cantrip guidance to add 1d4 to my ability check.
Hark at thee. Dex.
I know. It's only 11.
Well, I'm going to take a little nap then if Morven won't sleep. I go and curl up on him.
Yeah. Morven seems determined. I suggest we rest.
Yep.
Morven has it covered.
You can see across the kind of the way there's sort of like a few vegetable patches, and then there are sort of 2 paths. One that Ashlyn, well, Lug saw this, but Ashlyn went that way and then round a corner. And then there's another one here, and there's a house with a stool outside. And on that stool is sat a man wearing sort of a weird suit of sort of like a patchwork leather deal, and has sort of like one of the, like those hats where someone's just taken like a disc of leather and just put it on their head and sort of tied it around.
I'm aware of them, yes.
Yeah, sort of that, and he's just sort of sedately smoking a pipe.
Okay, I'm going to go over and accost this man.
Okay. He sees you as you start walking over, and you see him kind of like, he looks at you as if he's like, there you are, I've been waiting for you, and he chucks his head and walks between this house and the next house, waiting for you to follow.
Yeah, I follow.
You round the corner and you go down a little alleyway. There's nothing there.
Okay, I cast Sense Thoughts, the sub-type of Detect Thoughts, to sense the presence of thoughts within 30 feet of myself.
I'm kind of imagining Sense Thoughts gives you a direction as well. So it'd be like, you're almost getting like radar pings.
Yeah.
You get nothing from where you might expect him to be. You only get, like a couple of pings, but it's all just midday meal, just going round and round and round. People are looking forward to lunch.
Rub the heels of my hands into my eyes and just like, I think I'm starting to lose it through lack of sleep. I'm going to go back to the house.
All of our throats have been cut.
Follow me to the next studio.
Matt Mercer. That's right, Andrew.
He's got a bone to pick with you.
Everyone who made it onto Critical Role had to kill their entire previous party.
That's why it's such an exclusive show.
Yes.
That was a good lunch nap.
So nothing happened, Morven?
Something very strange about this town. Everyone's thoughts are very simplistic.
Well, they would be.
No, but in a weird way.
Absolutely so.
Cressida, just put aside your hatred of everyone for a moment. Something odd is going on. It's not magical, I don't think.
Morven.
Yes. What? Very tired.
Yeah, you do sort of need to sleep.
It's Morven's turn to sleep now.
I don't feel safe here. All right? There's something going on.
Okay. Well, what do you suggest we do?
I don't. That's the thing. I don't know.
What do we do?
If we're rested, we could leave. Let's press on. Let's go northwest.
We should leave this town if
this
it's
is
not.
something unusual. We're supposed to be investigating this kind of thing.
But there's no magic here, Morven.
I know, but it's not natural, whatever's going on.
What do you think, Lug?
I think there's definitely something strange going on here. And possibly something that has only started being strange within the last couple of months. And I feel like if our job is to investigate things, we should investigate all of the things.
Well, I could try and sneak into... oh wait, we're in Ashley's house.
We're in Ashley's house.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Part one of the plan, done. We're in Ashley's house.
We did it. We successfully stealthed into
Yes.
Ashling's.
Great. I love it.
Yeah, well, I want to just start looking through Ashling's...
Yeah, family pictures.
A great idea. Let's ransack the house.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Make me an investigation check, please. Anyone who's doing some of that sweet,
I'm
sweet
going to
ransacking.
judgmentally look through the bathroom cabinets.
Okay.
I'd like to go outside.
Yeah.
I have this thing called Speech of Beast and Leaf, which is a furbolg-like species trait.
Great.
It's not quite like speak with animals or anything like that, but I have an ability to communicate in a limited manner with beasts and plants. They can understand the meaning of my words, though I have no special ability to understand them in return.
Got it.
I have advantage on all charisma checks I make to influence them. I'd like to go to the Holt Ben.
Yeah.
I assume there are some of them in these sort of vegetable patches and stuff, hanging out in the little bramble area as a home. I'd like to go and ask them to show me what this town's secret is. Say to them, there is a secret here. This is strange. Please show me what that is. And they should be able to understand me. I probably have to do a charisma check, but I have advantage on it.
Okie dokie.
So I would like to see if they can lead me to something interesting.
Okay. How to put this? You go to
The bramble patch.
the bramble patch of the Holt Bends, and this isn't your first time speaking to Holt Bends. You know the way to gently peel back the upper layer,
Yeah.
and so you can address them. You put your hand in sort of the accustomed place, and it doesn't feel right. Instead of, it feels like someone's already been in here,
Right.
and they've gone in quite rudely. It doesn't peel back. It's like lifting the lid on a broken chest.
Right.
And you look in, and Holt Bends are kind of like, they're almost like tiny satyrs.
Right.
And there are 3 of them, and they have all been slain. They are decomposing. You are not a Holt Bend forensic scientist by any stretch of the imagination, but you would.
But they dead.
That's a different character.
You would, you would suspect they've been dead for some time.
For some time. Okay. All right. So a pact has been broken here by someone or other. I mean, I've got nature stuff going on. Can I check the vegetable patches? Are they?
Yeah.
Do they seem?
They seem fine.
Fine
They seem
and regular.
verdant. There are shoots coming up. It occurs to you, Ashlyn mentioned that they get milk from goats. You can check the goat pen.
Yeah, go have a look at the goat pen as well.
It is empty.
Oh.
Completely empty.
Okay. All right.
Well, if they've broken a pact, then we could confront Aisling with this.
We're still searching her house, so
Oh yeah.
Yes, how did those ransacking rolls
14.
turn up? 14?
5.
17.
14.
Okay. You were going through the bathroom cabinet?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, 15. If I'm subtracting 2, 15.
There we go. Okay. All of you, by various means, Willow you find some correspondence. Morven, you sort of look in the kitchen and you find some spoiled food, and from the wash basin in what passes for the bathroom and the sort of the levels of the water that have gone down and down and down and down. No normal domestic activity has happened in this house for 2 weeks.
Did Morven smell normal?
Did I smell normal?
Sorry.
Ashlyn.
Did Aisling smell normal?
Morven's been awake for 2 days. Probably
Yeah.
doesn't smell that
Doesn't
great.
smell great.
We're all obviously on the road. None of us smell great. That's take it as read. But did Aisling...
I didn't get close enough to smell her, to be
I didn't
honest.
think to smell her. No, there wasn't
No.
an obvious smell.
What does this correspondence say?
It is all very normal stuff. There is sort of, obviously you're all used to the fact that, what passes for normal post has been severely disrupted in, across all of Hayorth over the past couple of months, but there were some letters from a concerned sister. The last one arrived about 2 weeks ago, and it expresses concern that she did not get a reply to her last letter. And there are no letters that have been delivered past that date.
I think we should find where she's gone and try and see what she's up to.
She's clearly not living here in any meaningful way, despite what she said.
Yeah.
So if we try and find where she went, maybe we'll find her true residence and learn more.
All right.
I'm, I guess, heading back to report what I've found to the rest of them. And yeah, I'd like to explain, obviously, what's happened and say, look, the pact has been broken, right? And there are always consequences when you break a pact with the wild world. So someone has killed these Holtmen, and there will have been some sort of retribution. It could be that these people are under the thrall of some other creature. So I think we should find Ashley and confront her about this stuff. But I think we should bear in mind that maybe none of these people are sort of under their own control anymore.
How would they slain the little wild folk?
It's difficult to tell because they've been dead for some time.
Oh no!
So whatever's happening has been, has been happening for some time.
Okay, well, should we see if we can find Aisling then?
Let's go confront Ashley.
Should we confront Aisling, or should we approach under a guise of friendliness.
I think let's try and sneak up and see what she's up to. In her private moments, maybe she will reveal herself.
Well, fine.
If her private moments are her own.
Indeed.
I'm relatively sneaky. Can I try and sneak to where I don't know. I'm going up on the roofs.
Okay.
Go up on the roofs. See, we know what Ashton looks like. It's not that big a place. I feel like I should be able to sort of hang off of a chimney and sort of,
Yeah.
scout
Go around and peer in some windows.
Okay, yeah, sure. Make me a dex check. Dex acrobatics, probably, to get up on the roof. Or strength athletics, depends how you want to do it. I don't know. You tell me, how does happen climb? Oh.
That's tricky. Don't want to F it up. It'll be fine.
Fine, it's just a roof.
Yeah, it's just a roof.
It's just a
Regular roof.
3. So it was Dex acrobatics, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 6.
All you manage to do is pull down 2 fistfuls of thatch from Ashland's roof.
As a human, you do have heroic inspiration, which means
Every time you have a long rest, you
start with 1 point of inspiration.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Screw it then.
All right.
Oh, the other die.
Death time.
Critical 1.
Great peak.
Oh,
Cadence,
you go to climb again.
I surrender myself into your thrall.
Okie
How do the
dokie.
sprites ruin me getting up on a roof?
They don't ruin you getting up on the roof. They ruin you staying up on the roof.
That's almost worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did I mention that that Ashton's roof is exactly 11 feet tall? You take 3 points of falling damage.
Oh.
Basically, it's kind of like you get up there, like you place your hands, you get 1 foot next to your hands, and you push up, and you're like, that's that, and then suddenly 20 sprites just kind of in your face. You're like, and just lean back.
Where do you reckon?
You get the wind knocked out of you down on the floor, and you take 3 points of falling damage. Praise Cadence.
Is that like quite public? Do the villagers see me sort of fall off of a roof?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, I'd like to sort of stand up and dust myself off and just look around and see if anyone is staring.
I am. Cressida's just like...
And judging. Yeah, you notice all of the men repairing the roof are kind of just staring at you with sort of like hammers limp in their hands. And then sort of as one, they kind of start climbing down from the roof. They come over and go, "Are you all right? That looks painful."
I'm not seriously harmed, thank you for asking.
Good. Will you be joining us for the midday meal?
Yes.
Good, it's time. And then you hear, as soon as they say that, you hear bing, 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 as a small bell is rung to notify the people of the village that it is time for the midday meal.
I think at least some of us should go to the midday meal.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is very
Maybe not all of us, though.
Well, other people could be looking around for secrets while the others are at the midday meal.
Yeah, I'm going to be having a nose around because I'm just nosy.
Okay,
and
nosing.
judgmental.
Luncheon?
Lunching.
Lunchin?
Lunch.
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 Lunch?
Lunch.
Okay, just Cressida is going to be nosing
Okay.
around. You see people filing into a hall. It's like a central sort of dining hall, it looks like. As you go in, again, it's dim. Like there's when there's like a fire in the middle of the floor and then like a small hole in the roof to let the heat out. Fire's not been lit. There are sort of chancels for torches on the walls, torch holders, whatever.
Sconces.
Sconces, there we go.
Sconces. Sorry, I've done that joke before.
They have not been lit, but you see Ashlyn is there actually. She's going around, she's placing down wooden plates in front of each of the place settings. There are sort of these long benches. There are plenty of them. Everyone from the village more or less is filing in and sitting down. Lunch appears to be, it's a good thing Cressida's not here, some sort of bread and soup situation.
I suspected as much.
Ashlyn kind of greets him and goes, "We're so glad you could join us. This is the most joyful part of our day when we all come together and eat communally. Is your friend feeling all right? I noticed she's not here.
She's feeling very well. She said that your food was disgusting common muck.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Her
something
exact
she'd
words.
say, isn't it?
Yes.
Very convincing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why she's not here.
Well, I suppose there's no accounting for manners when people are on the road, is there? I suppose,
It's just her way.
yes. And who are we to judge? Please, join us. Do you sit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
The soup actually smells pretty good. It appears to be like a cold soup made with like fresh greens, and they're a little like, you know, like when you get like mozzarella pearls? They're like that, but they're made out of goat's cheese.
Oh man. Sounds great.
People
Feel
start
better if we
digging
didn't know there were no
there's a
goats.
There's a dude, like a villager with like quite a big beard. He sort of just starts digging in with gusto, and he's kind of getting it more down than he is into him, but people sort of sit down. You do notice there is some bread served with the soup. It is awful. It's barely cooked, and it was clearly made with stale flour. Do you eat?
No. I poke at the soup
Okay.
in a way that to someone not looking very closely might suggest I was eating.
Okay.
I'm just kind of moving it around the bowl.
Sure.
I'm too upset about the dead wild folk.
Then do you eat?
I do not. I push the soup around in my bowl. I would like to communicate with Cressida. I would like to use sending, because I'm too far away to use telepathic speech, to send a message to Cressida about the bread. I'd say investigate the bakery. Investigate the baker, investigate the bakery.
Okay.
And I was like, pour it down your back.
Happen. Do you eat?
I'll take the soup in my mouth, but not swallow it. I'm just going to sort of shovel it in keenly and go like,
Okay.
And then, you know, when my mouth is like full to bursting, I'll just with a napkin just pretend to have
Wait, and you're... Lug, do you eat?
No, I don't think so. I'm too unsettled by what I've seen so far.
Very good. Give that to happen, please. No peeking.
Oh, sorry.
Read it.
Oh, right, sorry.
No, sorry, they have no
If
peeking.
I don't read it, it can't happen.
It can't. Whom?
Boost.
Four.
Okay. Thank you. We'll cut to Cressida. Cressida, you were going to investigate the bakery.
Yeah, I'm going to head towards the bakery and hope finding a croissant or something.
I love it.
Like, actually, that's a good idea. Might find some actual food.
Someone here must have heard of the cronut.
Dear God, please.
Isn't he a barbarian?
That's right, throwing up the barbarian, yeah. Right, yes,
We
you
went to barbarian school together.
As long as you
Can't
don't
wait to
make,
meet him and
as long as you don't make it canon.
No, I know. It's the hardest part for me. Cronut the barbarian.
He's got crumb.
You push your... There is a building sort of further off in the town that has a large chimney coming out of it, and you recognise this as anywhere as a bakery. Sort of, it's got big windows that are actually kind of boards that fall down, so they can put goods on there. The boards are up at the minute. It's not locked. Would you like to go inside?
Yes, I would like to have a look.
You walk in and it feels like no one's been in here for a while. There's a fine coating of dust on all the tables, on all the chairs, on all the
Or
counters.
flour.
Yeah.
You're allowed to reply to sending in a like manner.
In a like manner. Okay, so I've also
Means you're allowed to
how
give
long
it a like.
how long does it last?
No, one round.
One round. Okay, so I've
6 seconds to
I've given you the heads up, but don't worry, I've got a way to communicate back, so don't worry. I've let Morven know that I'm going to go and have a look. But yeah, so yeah, I'd like to have a look around. see what's happening, see if I can find anything interesting.
Sure thing. You wanted to investigate the flower specifically?
Yeah, I think focus on the flower, but kind of.
So there's kind of a countertop there, as you might expect, and there's sort of a flap that's up.
Yeah.
And next to the oven, there's sort of a nook around the back where you can see some large drums where you presume the flour would be kept.
Yeah.
I mean, is this your first time in a working kitchen?
You must have gone to complain.
Yes.
True, yes.
Yeah.
To remonstrate with the chef.
100%. Yeah, I've gone in to be like, what is this? So, yeah, and I've like been in the kitchens of my stately home and stuff and sneak around when I was a kid. So sort of like, I've not gone in one for a while, but I know how they work.
Could you tell me your passive perception, please?
Passive perception is 12. Cool, that's great. See, I can have a...
So there are two drums in front of you that appear to contain flour. Would you like to have a look?
Yes. Is there like a wooden spoon or something that I can sort of like prod with?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you lift up one of the lids, and
Yeah.
sort of prod in there with a wooden spoon. There are weevils in this flour. It appears to be infested with bugs. It's not been used in some time.
Yeah. Me. So in her panic at seeing all these bugs, Cressida casts message back to Morven going, "There's weevils! There's weevils! There's weevils! Weevils in the
The
flower!
word weevils fills my
Weevils!
Weevils!"
That's worth a point of debt in my eyes.
Yes, it is. So yeah. There's weevils. Don't eat the bread. Dear gosh, don't eat the bread.
Okay, pass this on to the others.
Yeah.
I eat weevils often.
Don't eat the bread.
Lots of protein.
Yes, but this is not made with the weevil flour.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's made with something else.
Oh.
But what? Are the people around us eating the bread?
Can I, in the soup, you said it had goat's cheese? Can I just sort of like pick up a lump of goat's cheese between my fingers and just sort of smush it, crumble it?
Yep, it does so.
Get the sense of the texture. Does it seem to me like, does it match up with my experience of goat's cheese? Cheese. Generally?
Yeah. Seems like a little old, but yeah, that's goat's cheese, all right. Cressida. Done with your investigation of the flower. Is it unreasonable of me to assume you might turn round?
Yeah, go on.
You turn round, and face to face, like an inch away from you, is a very large, sort of burly-looking villager who immediately grips you around the back of the neck and is going to try and grapple you.
Oh!
That is a 17. I need you to make me either a Dex Acrobatics check or a Strength Athletics check.
Oh, my best ones. That's a critical one.
You
Praise Cadence.
Yeah,
Grappled.
happened was just like, oh.
Yeah.
you try reflexively, you sort of grab out, but you his strength is really quite prodigious, and you see he just sort of moves his hand towards you, and as his hand nears your mouth, you see the skin there just split, and a small white round thing just closes over your mouth, and you feel it roll in from his palm, and then, you know, like in time-lapse photography when you see a seed sprout, you feel that, and this little tendril just along your tongue just drags the seed down and down your throat, and reflexively you swallow.
No.
And this guy just releases you.
Punch him.
Great, yeah, fine. Make me that attack. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? What's that? You can get quality outside Xbox Oxventure merchandise from And it's available now? And I should open my phone? Oh, no way! Who knew it was more quality Oxventure merchandise? Go get yours now. Does not make phone calls. Well, if we aren't halfway through the second episode of Oxventure Wyrdwood, I hope you're enjoying it. If you are, frankly, even if you're not, go on over to patreon.com/oxclub. That's patreon.com/oxclub, where you can find myself and producer Zach. This is producer Zach, who makes the things look good and sound nice. We're discussing each episode in greater detail. So why not join us for a little series we like to call Unwinding Wyrdwood. Make me a DC 15 con check first, actually.
15.
All right. Yeah, you punch him. Make me the attack roll.
What is okay? So I'm gonna make 19.
Great. Roll me damage, please.
Hang on. I've got to double check. It's so if it's a strength, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So that's actually an 18 because I'm -1 on strength. And then
still good though.
Yeah. So what do I roll for punching?
It's D4.
D4
plus your strength modifier.
Plus. That's a 1 -1 0.
You gently stroke his face.
You kind of like as you go to punch him, you sort of like. Have you ever punched anyone in the face before, do you think?
No.
Right.
Just wait stuff.
And then,
Yeah.
but she suddenly, she's like, I don't actually want to touch this person.
Right, okay.
So she kind of like pulls out at the last minute. She's like, oh, no.
A strange thing happens to you. As you hit this man, even though you do no damage, you get a sudden pulse in the back of your brain. There's like, it's not in words, it's just a flash of alarms. Like, alarm! Like, something is up. Like someone is sending you a very urgent message, but it has, it coincides so perfectly with you punching this guy. You're like, I know I hit him, what's going on?
Okay.
Happen.
Yeah. Thought you might say my name next.
You get a weird flash in the back of your head. You're like, whoa, something's up. You're not sure entirely what. The rest of you, it is unmistakable, even if you don't feel a thing in the back of your heads. Every single villager just stops and then looks up. Some of them are then like very quickly kind of move back down in my meeting, but some of them push back their chairs and stand up. About half a dozen guys just stand up and silently file from the room.
Do I reckon this sort of like feeling? Do I like identify its source, like its location?
It's external.
It's external, and like, do I know where it came from? As I assume, all like some of the other people who stood up did.
Not yet, you don't.
Oh, okay.
Can I
stand up and go with them, or try to?
Yeah.
Yeah, not to butt in. But like, while this, can I quickly cast message again to Morven, because I'm like,
fine.
and just be like, man grabbed me, put seed down my throat. I punched him. Oh no!
Is this like a telegram?
It's gonna
Painful word.
just like she's just like her she's panicking, like she's just like just saying like bursts of things. So just being like,
Does this come through?
Yeah,
it does.
Okay, I relay this to the others, and I'm like, we need to go and help
Yep.
Cressida. Might just go to the bathroom before we carry on.
Oh, I spilled my soup everywhere.
Oh no!
Oh, it's all down me.
Let's get you
Everyone
rinsed off.
come help me clean the soup
Okay.
off.
We'll be right back.
Bye.
Can I look over at Aisling? Is she looking at us? Is she currently looking at us?
Everyone in the room, as you start to make this pantomime, has frozen. Or rather, they're kind of doing what they were doing before, but like in deathly slow motion. And I mean as in like they are just moving extremely sluggishly. Like soup is spilling off their spoons. Like they're dropping the bits of bread that they were bringing to their mouths.
I think we
I'm
should.
freaking out.
I think we should play along. Do what they do.
We need to help Cressida.
We can't move slowly. We've got to move quickly.
I mean,
If we won't move very quickly, if
And the people who are moving quickly. I
You
think.
stay here, Happen, because they think he's been eating, right?
I have been eating.
Yeah. So you
not
continue.
swallowing.
Continue.
Okay.
Oh, Lug. Oh, no, you spilled your soup. Oh, all
Wasn't
in
it?
your
Yeah,
lap.
it's fine.
Oh,
Yep.
that was clumsy.
We need to soak these now, or they're going to
Yeah,
stay.
the rest of us, we need to go and wash
Need to
it
get
up.
out, yeah.
We sort of crab walk out of the room.
Sure thing. You probably don't even need to know where they're going.
I told Cressida to go to
Yes.
the bakery.
Okay.
so-
Just in case you didn't know where it was, there is a line of 6 people just kind of like walking quite swiftly, but in perfect synchronicity towards the bakery.
Well, I think we'll try and follow them there and intercept.
Alrighty. They basically, if you follow them, and Cressida, you kind of see this, they all file into the bakery and just sort of stack up by the doors, and they're kind of just watching you to see what you'll do. But you also get the sense that they are laying in wait for anyone who might be coming next. Happen. All of the spoon, it's like they don't see you anymore. All of the people who are still at table just drop their spoons and stand up, and they start to file out as well.
I want to do the same.
Okay, they go a different way.
Yeah.
They're heading off into the wood.
Yeah, I'll go with them into the woods. Yep.
Okay, great. Yep. Yeah, sounds good.
Seems fun.
Okie dokie.
Going to that great critical role in the sky.
Through the door, Cressida, you can see Lug and Willowfine and Morven approaching. What do you do?
Okay, I'm gonna lay it on thick, and just be like, thank you so much for your hospitality. I thought I would come and help. I used to bake with my mother when I was younger, and I just wanted to see what facilities you had. I'm so sorry you gave me such a fright. What was that delicious sprout you just gave me?
Right, got it. Make me a charisma performance check, please.
Can I do like a charisma persuasion?
Yes,
check?
sure, yeah, of course.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, that's a 12.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. The villagers around you do not... I'm assuming what you're doing is making a big show of talking to a whole bunch of people so that your friends approaching know that there are people in there with you. Great. They do not twig that is what you are doing. You all of these, as you kind of approach the bakery, you can see Cressida holding court and nodding and talking to a whole bunch of people. Cressida's in a room with a whole bunch of people who aren't attacking, but if you had to put money on it, don't mean well, based on, more than you would know this based on the message that you received. What do you do? What do you do? There's a trap in there, but there's also one of your friends in there.
Have you tried simply walking into the woods?
How does she look? Does she look
Overly
harmed? Not really. She looks fine.
She looks uncomfortable, but she's
Yes.
looked uncomfortable for 2 days.
Yes.
I've had enough of this. I cast Hunger of Hadar into the bakery.
Oh.
But I would like to use a sorcery point to cast it as a careful spell to exclude Cressida.
A careful spell.
There's careful spells?
Yeah.
Not historically, no. Okie dokie. Fun. Let me bring up the old HOH.
Hungry Hadar.
Hungry Hadar.
These people are unarmed and unarmored.
Yes,
Is that correct?
they are.
They're
I don't
villagers.
have a lot of patience.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
So sleepy.
Cranky.
No judgment.
So we're not in combat initiative, but I think it's safe to say that they're starting a turn in there. So they're going to take 2d6 cold damage immediately.
What am I seeing? Am I if I'm in it, but I'm just not
It's
being
dark.
affected?
I guess there's a sort of circle where you're unaffected. It's like the eye of the storm.
Yeah. You see the odd glimpse of a tentacle or two every so often.
You're just sort of stood in a circle of light and everything.
Yeah. 6. And a 4. It's 10.
Okay. kind of like you're in a blender. If you're on top of the blades, you can't be hit by the blades. There is just a lot of like going on, and it's thankfully you can't see much because there's a lot of sort of snapping and sinewy sort of noises and
Hadar's hungry today.
some unfortunate slurping sounds, which are canon. They're real dead, is what I'm trying to tell you. Well, they're on 1 hit point apiece, basically.
How do team walking towards the woods react, if at all?
They speed up noticeably.
Can I feel anything in my head?
Yes, you can feel that panicky feeling intensifying. To the point where before they started speeding up, they were being quite careful. They were all following the same path through, like a well-trodden path through the woods, avoiding big patches of bramble or what have you. With the intensification of this feeling of panic, all bets are off. They just start running forward, and some of them run straight through like a big patch of brambles. One of them just like charges straight over this pile of dead, decomposing goats, some of which are more decomposed than others. All of them appear to be like, from what you can tell as you hoon it past, I imagine, unless you want to stop. They've all been bled and just left in this pile. You see them all suddenly slow down, and then they sort of stop and they turn and they're looking outwards, and they seem to be on high alert because in the middle is a very tall, slender ash tree. But the following things are different about it. Number one, it's moving, and it has sort of hanging vine-like tendrils that are sort of feeling around in the air. Number two, it is its branches are studded with different fruits. They kind of look like, you know how raspberries are kind of just like a collection of small, tiny little berries, each one with a little seed inside. Those, just all over it. And at the base, you can see, you're a ranger, you know about what happens when a tree gets wounded and how long it takes to heal up. Mm-hmm. There is a gouge in the bark. Next to this tree is an axe discarded on the floor. And if you had to guess, I reckon about 2 weeks ago, maybe, a little bit more, someone tried to chop this thing down.
Mm. Okay.
Make me a DC 15 con save.
Oops, it just rolled up my hand. Fine. 16.
You are like, I must protect this tree, but you are hanging in there.
Oh, this tree is actually so beautiful if you think about it. Okay.
Back in the bakery, how long does Hunger of Hadar last?
It is up to a minute.
Up to a minute, okay. Well, in that case, there's probably a second round of, if they were on 1 hit point, it's a second round of...
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't advance on people.
Yep.
Think twice.
Whatever this parasite is, Hungry Hadar's got about 10 doses of it now.
Hadar likes it.
Don't make it canon. The spell comes to an end, and you sort of see Cressida standing there in a dress that is still like, I wouldn't say it's resplendent after so long on the road, but is still like very, very nice, surrounded by just gore.
Yeah. You're welcome, I say, and walk out.
Cressida, what happened?
Ask him, I don't know.
No, I mean, why did they all start approaching
Please?
you?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I was looking at the flower with the weevils, and then I turned around.
DC 15 con save, please.
Oh. And then what? And then what happened, Cressida?
For
Go protect the tree right now.
from Tethry.
Where's she off to
Cressida?
now?
I
Okay,
guess we
something
should
weird
follow.
is going on. Let's follow.
All the other villagers are like instinctively protecting the tree, right? So we're forming a protective ring around it.
Correct.
So I think if I move towards the tree, no one's going to like that. That's going to possibly, I don't know, they might interpret it as a threat.
Potentially.
Or I don't know. You said there was like an axe on the floor that had been used to attack the tree, but that hadn't worked. I would like to, as subtly as I can, cast Mage Hand, pick up the axe, and just swing it at the tree as hard as I can.
Wow. Okay. I'm into it.
It says the hand can't attack.
It's not attacking, it's cutting a tree.
Or carry more than 10 pounds.
I would...
£10 axe?
£10, yeah, what do you think? How heavy is an axe? No?
More than £10, I think.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
in that case... No, that's fine. Rules is rules. In that case, as discreetly as I can, I would like to cast Web on the tree.
Okie dokie. Now we're talking.
Yep.
So this is strength save.
Yeah.
Against your spell save DC, which is
13.
10 plus 4 is 14.
Okay. So unfortunately, I do the webs.
You do the webs.
Okay.
What does you casting web look like? Like,
Does it come out your butt?
Well, no, it doesn't. Well, it's
It comes out of a spider.
the thing is, it's a swarm
not a
keeper.
spider.
okay.
It's a swarm keeper thing. So to be honest, I think it's probably the sprites. In a rare case of them, you know,
Behaving themselves.
or doing what I want, I think they probably kind of like fly up to, you know, like a sort of spider web type points and just kind of
Okay,
enmesh
sure.
create the web between themselves. Try and-
This tree is not smart.
Well,
It is going to try
That's
and
news and good news.
it's going to try and catch some of your sprites in its grasping tendrils.
And it better not. Unless it's cadences, will.
They are too fast. But this thing is like... the feeling of protecting the tree intensifies. All of the villagers turn inwards and they are now on high alert.
Cool.
Now, before it was a softly thing. Now it's breathe too loud and you're going to get killed.
Okay.
What are you going to do next?
Is there any webbing left on the tree, or having broken out of it, is it like functionally vanished?
Well, it's kind of hanging off it in little drips and drabs.
I don't think I have any way of.
You're just going to stay still?
It's the web's flammable, is what I'm thinking. Like if I had to if Happen had to destroy a tree, he would web it and then set that on fire. But I'm struggling to think of a clever way of.
Well, this thing can still act. I'm going to say it is still covered in web. It's just not web that is restraining it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's kind of hanging off like Halloween toilet paper.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, how to make fire. If I do anything other than standing still, I'll be immediately mobbed. Yeah. But let's trust to luck. The axe. The axe on the ground is metal. Mm-hmm. I will fire an arrow into that axe to send a shower of sparks onto the tree.
Trick shot.
All right.
Trick shot.
Okay.
Trick shot.
Go for it.
I obviously basically have to use my
As a ranger, do you have an explorer's pack?
Yes.
It's got a tinderbox in it.
I know, but I can't. Like, I'm
get
quite
close enough.
far away from the tree. I can't just walk up and be like.
But you could light the arrow.
I reckon.
Sorry, you do.
I don't
Like
think
everyone's on such high alert. I reckon I can go like that. But
And then you're going to
nothing
get
else.
attacked.
Yeah. 1. Yes.
Love it.
I want
Love that for me.
Cadence. Are you watching? Witness me, Cadence.
Okay, make the attack roll.
Okay. Okay, so the attack roll is 16 plus 8 for 24.
Okay, roll me the damage. Basically, what I think you're going to do is this is almost certainly a kill, but you're just going to...
Okay, 1d8. 6, 7, 8, 9 piercing. And because I use the thing, probably the swarm is doing its thing. 9 plus 4.
Dead.
Yeah.
just and kind of no pun intended, but timber just falls down.
He wished ill on the tree. I could tell.
I'm going to be generous here and say that the rest of you burst into the clearing at this point.
Whoa!
Whoa, look at that tree.
What the hell's wrong with that tree?
You're not sure, but you've got to protect it. Roll initiative, please.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Here we go.
Lug.
14.
Happen.
7.
Willow, fine.
15.
Morven.
13.
Cressida.
3.
Good job, buddy.
You have to wait your turn to protect that tree.
Yeah. Got to protect the tree. ASAP.
See what these folks do first. Protect it.
No
At the
point
very
getting
end of this 6 seconds, I will.
And what's your AC?
14.
4 plus 4 is 8. The tree slams down a massive branch, and it just, like, the earth beneath you shakes. And, like, fruit just goes flying absolutely everywhere. But the tree misses you, which is bad for tree, good for
I'm a
happen.
ranger. If I got killed by a tree, it'd be a pretty bad look.
Right, is it?
Never live it down.
Willow, fine. It is your go.
I spy the webbing, like, festooned on the tree, and I blast it with Sacred Flame.
Fantastic.
A fiery radiance descends on the tree, and it's loose webbing.
Well, that's better than sparks. Little egg.
Hey, it's all right, buddy.
It's a dex saving throw. You're gonna need to make me.
Should be easy for a tree.
Yeah, come on. Dexterous tree.
There it is, Sacred Flame. Okay. The dex modifier of the tree is what?
Dodge this, I say.
-2, yes. And that is a 6. -2 is 4.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're gonna get hit with. Oh boy. That's 7 points of radiant damage.
Or is it, in fact, 14 points of radiant damage?
Because it's a tree.
It's
There's actually maths
wood
on,
stuff.
on the web as well.
you're 2 for 2 for finding damage vulnerabilities in monsters in Wyrdwood. Look at
That's
you
good.
go.
We're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, finally.
There's dice on the fiery web. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, please.
It's 2d4 fire damage if the web goes up.
Okay. It has. Could you roll 2d4, please? Willow, fine.
You want 2d4 on top of those 2d8? I
please.
would love nothing more than to roll some more damage, which is 5.
Okay.
5 additional points.
Which is 10, I guess.
10. It's 10.
Oh yeah, right.
Because flame.
Curse flame.
It's gonna take that. It'll
It
be
is
taking.
radiant. It is radiant damage. Like,
Oh, it's radiant damage.
yeah, it is a flame-like radiance, but it is crucially not fire.
Oh.
But once it hits the webbing, maybe the webbing catches on fire.
I'll allow it. After Willow, fine. It is Lug's turn.
Right.
Lug, you are surrounded by 9, because one of them's dead.
Right.
Welcome.
Villagers around you, and there's a massive honking great tree.
Right, and the tree is on fire now.
Yes.
How are the tree and the people reacting to being on fire?
Good question. Make me a DC 15 con save.
I didn't think that would question.
Cressida, you are... Oh no, you're already panicking. You are panicking.
All right, I'm panicking. Okay.
That is a 61. Oh wait, 19.
Okay, you're not panicking. But you do feel that this lot are panicking quite badly. By this lot, I mean the villagers.
I presumably don't know that Cressida is not Compos Mentis.
Nope.
And I see her panicking, I assume she's being attacked, so I'm going to go wading in and try and solve this problem.
Lovely.
With a big hammer.
Yeah. As all the best solutions
Yeah.
are. Great, you are looking for an AC of 12.
Go. Yeah. That is a 16.
Lovely. Roll me that damage, please.
All right. This is attack number 1, remember?
Oh, I know.
That's 12 then.
All right, there's one dead.
Okay. And I can attack again. Can I attack a different person with my second attack?
Be good if you did.
Just keep wailing on the dead guy.
No, sorry, you've locked it in.
Confirm the kill, Lug.
Every round, unless you pass a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Okay. Second attack.
Yep.
Other nearest one. That is a 9 plus 12.
Meets it, beats it.
15, yep.
Great.
And then you want some more damage, do you?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you, that's 4.
Okay. Not as good.
Not as good.
But you sort of double over this villager.
Yeah.
And as you kind of do it, you're like, you lock eyes with Cressida because, like, there's a couple of people either side of Cressida. But, like, once you've got this guy out of the way, there'll be nothing separating the two of you.
Yeah.
So don't worry, you think. Here I come.
This is going brilliantly.
Yes. After Lug, it's Morven's turn.
Okay, I'd like to use a bonus action to activate Innate Sorcery, which I'm infused with Simmering Magic. I have unleashed this for 1 minute. It increases the spell save DC of my sorcerer spells by 1, and I have advantage on the attack rolls of sorcerer spells I cast.
Okay.
Okay, I'm seeing the mob of people by the tree. I'm not a big fan of mobs of people.
Clearly.
I say not. Yeah.
So I charge into the group, and then suddenly dark energy erupts from me and batters everyone in a 10-foot radius around me as I cast Arms of Hadar on the group.
Okay.
And I guess if anyone's in there carefully, I will. Who's in that radius?
Pretty much everyone.
Pretty much everyone. Well, I can save 2 of you. I've got 2 sorcery points.
Oh, good.
I'm definitely in the radius because I haven't moved since I was like stood in the protective ring.
All right, I avoid Happen.
Lug's definitely waded in.
I avoid Lug.
You theoretically.
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
shoulder
I
to shoulder
think
with you. I'm all right.
you shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah,
Right,
I've got
okay,
a huge range on Sacred Flame.
Willowfine is fine.
Okay, so I use 2 sorcery points to carefully avoid those 2.
Sorry,
Where am
Cressida.
I?
Right next to Lug.
Sorry.
All right, Arms of Hadar, lay it on me.
Yes.
It was getting a real workout today.
Oh.
Each creature in that area must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they take 2d6 necrotic damage and can't take reactions until the next turn.
Strength was that?
Oh, 16, sorry, because of the innate sorcery.
Aha. All of the rank and file, they whiff it, but the tree itself is fine.
Alright, do I?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So 1. Okay.
I mean, that doesn't make things worse for you.
Okay.
It just means that things aren't good for you.
No.
Tell you what really isn't good for you: necrotic damage.
Yeah!
There is beauty in this.
7.
7. Okay, so the great news: the one that's on the end of Lug's hammer dies. The rest of them,
Him off the hammer.
great for me.
Yeah.
The rest of them, they're kind of like sort of standing there. It's like they start rotting away, like decomposing. Like their flesh is not rotting as you would expect something made out of flesh to decompose. It is sort of mulching. It's like they're turning into compost, and you can just see sort of emerging from them is just like it's like their central nervous system has just been replaced with little white roots, little sort of tendril-like things that are sort of pulsing and twitching as if like nerve endings being exposed to the open air is unpleasant for them.
What's next?
Session 2.
You taking 7 points of necrotic damage hurts you, but you also feel something inside you hurt, something in your stomach, and it's sort of like it's weird. It experiencing pain means that it has attached itself to your central nervous system somehow, and you sort of get this feeling in your stomach like you can feel sort of like a small like web-like thing growing in your tum-tum. Wish I hadn't said tum-tum, but
There we go.
good. All right. Well, that was Morven's go, which means it is Happens.
Did I feel the same thing as Cressida did with the...
Yeah, you did. Oh, it's the start of your turn. 15 DC con save, please.
15 every time.
Yeah.
19 again.
All right. You're fine. But yes, you felt the same thing, but to a lesser extent. It's more like the bean sprout in my tummy hurts. I had another opportunity not to say tum. Anyway,
Yeah, here we are. Okay.
real edgy folk horror, everyone. Don't worry about it. I'm going to terrify you all. Carry on.
So villagers disposed of. Tree is...
Oh, not disposed of.
Oh.
There's 7 of them still up. They're just They're just deeply wounded.
Okay. All right. Well, I feel like if we take out the humans, we can kill this tree at our leisure because it doesn't seem to have.
It did hit you, tried to hit you with its branches.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Oh, that's true.
So I'm sure it will never happen again.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Look, I'm an archer. What am I going to do against a tree? So instead, I'll fire off 2 shots at 2 remaining villagers, please.
Great.
Okay, so I'll roll the attack on the first one.
I'm going to say their AC has dropped to 10 because half of them has rotted off.
That's cool and chill. Okay, so yeah, the first one hits, and that's 4.
Dead.
Okay, next attack. Yeah, that hits as well, and that's 7, 8, 6, 7, 9.
Dead. After happen, it is Cressida. What do you want to do? I mean, I know what you want to do. Protect that tree.
Yeah. Do it. Oh, so I'm like, I have to protect the tree.
It's to you to how you want to interpret that. Protect the tree.
Which is on fire.
Yeah.
It is on fire. Yes.
It remains on fire.
I'm trying to think how she would interpret that.
Do you want a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are automatons, effectively. You know, like they are thralls to this tree. They are not smart, and they are all going to protect the tree. All 5 of them remaining try to get closer to the tree so that they can shield it. Yeah, and try and put the fire out. Does anyone have a reaction?
I push one of them into the fire.
I mean, you can make an attack of opportunity if you
Yeah,
are.
I can make an opportunity attack, yeah.
What do I roll for that?
I mean, actually, your attack of opportunity can be an unarmed strike, which can be a push if you want to just shove it into the flame.
I'd like to bodily shove.
Yeah, sure.
into the flames.
That's a strength attack with a difficulty of 10.
Well, let me tell you that is only a 7.
Oh, okay. You give it like the school bully shove. Like, it's like, you just
speed them up towards the tree.
Maybe they'll think I'm helping.
happen. How about you?
Yeah, I've got 2 short swords. I thought I had a thing that meant that there was no disadvantage if I shoot at short range, but I can't find it on my sheet, so maybe I imagined it. Fine. Opportunity attack with the short sword hits for 9 damage.
Dead. What does it look like?
Just as one of them, like, sort of stumbles past me towards the fire, I just pull out my short sword and just get him across the belly.
All right. It sort of severs what seems to be quite an important root. And it kind of just like goes down twitching.
I try and pull the root out as
Sure.
they go down.
Yeah, if you'd like.
I want to hold one in my hand and see what it does.
It's sort of it's pulsing and then it quietens. It dies. So there are 4 of them left. Will I find you're too far away from them to make an attack?
Yeah, I guess I could try and stab one. It seems a little out of character.
You don't have to do it.
Yeah, I'm just going to just sort of let them go.
Yeah, great.
Just watch what they're up to.
Cool. Nice. In that case, Cressida, it's now your turn.
I still don't know quite what she would actually do.
Do you have anything that makes water?
No.
Do you have any water on you?
Yes. I'm gonna just like take a wineskin that I have that is full of water and just like lob it at the tree and hope
Out
that
of
it
character for
helps.
it to be full of water. But
Yeah.
yes.
It's a Pinot Grigio blend.
100%. It's water.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Might as well be.
Criticism, why not?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just make me a dex roll, please.
Okay, that's great. That's my highest. Oh, although 13.
Okay, it splashes around sort of the roots of the tree at the bottom. It catches a bit of the fire, but it doesn't make any sort of meaningful impact on the conflagration. All 5 of them who are left are now kind of like they're desperately just trying to reach up to the branches where the webs are aflame. If we even make it as far as their next turn, we'll see if they catch on fire. But we are now back to the top of the round with the tree.
Oh, yeah.
What's your AC, please, Morven?
13.
Okay, I would like you to make me a DC 14, either Strength Athletics or Dex Acrobatics roll.
Okay. Is that because it succeeded?
Yes.
Okay. Can I, as a reaction, cast Shield?
Yeah.
Shield, an invisible barrier of magical force appears and protects you until the start of your next turn. You have +5 bonus to AC, including against the triggering attack.
In that case, the tree missed. I kind of imagine sort of you hold up your hands and this tendril, this grasping tendril, kind of like mouthing this shield.
Nice try, tendril.
And then it's going to try and hit Lug. That is a nat 20.
Ooh.
Okie dokie. That's a 1. That's a 4, 5, 10. Take 14 points of bludgeoning damage, Lug.
What?
And you're not raging, so it all goes through.
Yeah. What was it? Bludgeoning damage?
14 points of bludgeoning.
Get bludgeoned.
Alright, fine.
Get bludgeoned.
Bludgeoned, did
Willow,
you?
fine, it's your turn.
Oh, okay. I step closer to the tree and I size up the remaining villagers, the enthralled, whatever.
Yep.
And I cast Word of Radiance on those individuals and also the tree.
Okay, great. How
And
does
so
Word
they
of
have to make
Radiance-
me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okie dokie, this will be good. -1 for the villagers, which brings them to 2. So it's safe to say they've whiffed it.
Okay.
And then con for the tree is +2. 9, 10, 11.
No good.
Okay.
All right. They all get a dose of radiant damage, 8 points each.
Wow. Okay. They just they burn up. The tree itself is just flailing at this point. It's like in full-on panic mode. It has felt that it is down to 1 sort of worthy servant, 1.5 at best, and it is just still flinging fruit absolutely everywhere. It's Lug. Lug, you've just been punched by a tree.
Yeah, not happy about it.
Nope.
So this tree's burning. There are no more things hanging off it.
Correct.
And Cressida's near the tree.
Yeah. Cressida bunged a wineskin at the tree, but apart from that, I don't think you've had any strong indicator that she's not feeling her usual self.
That feels like something that she might do if she's just angry at the tree. You know, like throwing a wineskin.
Oh yeah, you throw a drink in its face. Yeah.
So I'm gonna take a step back. I'm assuming like problem solved, essentially. So I'm just gonna take a step back and watch it burn.
Dang. All right. Yeah. Fine.
Move out of range of the trees flailing.
Okay. Sure.
Having been bludgeoned.
Yes.
Not keen to, repeat the experience.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So you back up. I mean, it kind of feels like you're just now shoulder to shoulder with Willow. Fine.
Yeah, we're
Like,
probably
this is
hanging.
interesting.
Hang out. Break out the s'mores.
Not cannon.
More than.
Yep.
What do?
I've had it with this tree. My eyes roll back into my head. I point at the tree and I cast Toll the Dead. A dolorous bell sounds, and the tree must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 2d12 necrotic damage.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
What's the spell save to? Oof.
16.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
It's a wise old tree.
Okay. I don't think it takes anything
Dang.
in that case. Okay, so it doesn't work.
Oof. Sorry, because that sounded rad.
Your eyes unroll, embarrassed.
Yeah, in rest, yeah. As a bonus action, I cast Misty Step and teleport 30 feet backwards.
Okay. All right.
So, did anyone hear a bell?
No?
It's weird. Weird in the middle of the forest.
Don't know what you're talking about.
It was.
There wasn't a bell tower in that village either, was there? That I saw.
Hey, where did Morven go?
It was dolorous would be the word I would.
Dolorous is definitely the word I would use.
It's your turn, Happen.
I know I've been nailing my con saves.
Oh, please make another one.
Oh,
Thank you. 15.
16.
Okay. Yeah, you're still fine.
Okay, I know I've been nailing those, but surely I can feel and do know what's happening.
Oh, yeah.
Cressida.
Yeah. Yes, your connection to this thing is growing.
Good.
And it's growing in specificity and intensity. It's just that you haven't given in yet.
Sure. Okay, well, in that case, I want to try and drag Cressida away from the tree.
Okay. could you make me? That would be a strength.
Her own safety and ours.
Strength athletics. This is a grapple.
Yeah.
So to resist this, either strength athletics or dex acrobatics. Whichever.
Well, it's 0 or -1.
Ooh.
Oh, I got a 16, -1 15.
7.
Okay, you.
Cressida, fight it. Fight it.
Get off my dress!
She ducked under you easily.
Ah.
We see this going on, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So if nothing else, I've communicated to everyone else that, yeah.
After happen is Cressida. Cressida, what are you doing?
I'm going to attempt to use prestidigitation because you can put out a torch.
Yeah.
And she sort of doesn't know what to do. So it's just the equivalent of going put on a huge fire, but she's going to try.
Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah, you're fighting a losing battle
Yeah.
there, basically.
and I'd take a debt.
Yeah. We go back round to the top. The tree just flails again, like helplessly. It's not gonna attack Cressida. Everyone else is
Safe distance.
attack you. No, you're one of its own. This is a matter of time. Yeah, it's just very angry, which brings us back to, I believe it was Lug, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Willowfine.
I march in and grab Cressida about the middle and bodily haul her backwards.
Okay, a strength athletics check, please.
Yeah.
Can I? Is this mechanically allowed? No.
That's a 1.
That's a 1 from me! Oh, what are we doing? we just hugged.
So you bodily pick up Cressida, but you can't move because she's flailing around.
Oh, okay. All right. Ow, ow, ow.
Okay.
Hands off the dress.
Lug. Logically, the natural thing to do would be to pick up Willowfine.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick up Willowfine by the stomach, who, while she's still got Cressida, I'm going to carry them both out of the...
Strength athletics, you can choose to fail this.
I want it to work. I want it to work.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. You can choose to fail the roll to escape the grapple.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I do
Let
choose
yourself
to
be
fail
grappled.
That, yes. I let myself be grappled.
That is a 16.
All right. Yeah, I mean...
I've got a stack
Am
of
I
party members.
still kind of like... Am I able... No, because they
Cressida's
would be
not-
I'm not
independent
grappling
of
you, I'm grappling...
If they both got
Yeah.
a 1, is Cressida grappled?
Am I grappled is the thing. Do I still
Schrodinger's
have a
chokehold.
bit of...
I think you're both probably grappled, aren't you?
We grappled each other.
Yeah. I've got a stack of party members and I'm walking them.
Yeah,
Safe distance.
we're just entangled. Like
You
my
know
dress
what?
has
Yeah.
got caught on the chainmail.
We can bend the rules a little. Yes, you walk out. It's real. I can't carry it, but I can carry you energy. You make it to outside of sort of the reach of this tree. Are you just going to let it burn down? What? We're out of combat initiative here now.
I think we have to restrain Cressida to allow it to burn.
I'm
Right?
going to fire a level 3 magic missile, so 5 projectiles into the tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're mad now.
Really wrapping up that deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
Morgan's cranky. He needs a
Doing
nap.
attack roll for that? Or are we doing attack rolls still?
Magic missile never misses.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Well, it's the best spell.
The best
Best spell, 20.
All right. It'll speed things up. It takes a couple of hours for this tree to release its hold fully.
If it takes a few hours, would that be like 100 combat rounds I have to con save?
Yes, at some point, sort of everyone sees happen and go like, and it's like, no. I think we can. I'm not going to make you mechanically play this out, but yeah, basically, this is an unpleasant feeling for you. You're deeply saddened by the fact that this tree is dying. The sadness kind of abates as it loses its grip on you, and you are returned to yourselves, and suddenly you find yourselves being like, yeah, you burn, you tree. And the thing finally stops flailing and sending you messages, and but it just sort of dies. It's still very much aflame.
Can I walk around and stamp on all the seeds?
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like we should, we need to torch this. What's happening inside me? Cressida, I imagine you've got this.
You felt kind of as the tree gave up its last, you felt these things like pulse and twitch and then fall silent and die.
That will just pass naturally.
Eventually.
No, you're just digesting. Yeah. Lug, it occurs to you that this is diplomatically a tricky one within the Wyrdwood.
Oh, yeah.
Because the people of the village violated the windfall bargain.
They did.
However, the tree then attacked you as innocent bystanders, trying to bring you into its grasp because it was offended.
Yes.
Which you could argue is overreaching from the tree, like it had its vengeance, it didn't need to get greedy. But word of this may spread in the Wyrdwood. And you may have, at some point, a little bit of explaining to do.
Yeah.
But for now,
there's no need to worry everyone with that.
No.
In the last couple of hours, I think Morven probably nodded off under a tree. Suddenly,
Tuck it out.
Robin,
where am I? What's going on?
is
We're
it
watching
you, Robin?
this tree burn.
Why?
What?
We're burning a tree. It was a bad tree in the end.
There was a thing. You shot me in the leg.
Oh, yes, but then you forgave me.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
Robin doesn't know about Morven.
Oh, right. Should we tell
You
him?
should. You should.
He'd probably prefer to hear it from you.
Yes, I think we put it on the
I
clear.
forgive you, Happen. My friend Happen. It was an accident, I expect.
Robin, I think we
Wasn't
need to
it?
have a little talk. A little talk.
Oh no, did I do something when I was asleep again?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, what did I do?
You walked 50 miles at one point.
50 miles?
Yeah.
I look at my feet. We get the SpongeBob.
Okay. Well, have you heard of a witch called Morven?
Morven. No, they did execute a witch.
Oh.
Didn't catch her name.
Oh, were you there for the execution?
No, it was in the castle where I work, but I was in the castle, but I didn't go to. It's horrible. Didn't want to go. And look at it.
It is, and I'm sure it was Morven. I mean, Robin. I mean, Morven is in you, though.
In me.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's the one
Right
doing
up
the
in there.
stuff while you're asleep. She's all jammed up in there.
When you fall asleep or fall unconscious, your physical form is taken over by the spirit of this Morven character.
Oh. Explain why I'm so tired all the time.
Yeah.
And the hair.
The hair, I think, is part of it, yeah.
Okay.
Morven tried to stay awake for as long as possible.
How long has it been?
It's been about 3 days. Yeah.
Gods.
The only way we could persuade Morven to even take a rest was to tell Morven that if anything exciting happened, we would knock you unconscious.
What?
To bring Morven back.
Oh, I don't think we'll do that. We won't.
No, we won't do that. In fact,
Okay.
if Morven comes back, we'll knock her unconscious to bring Robin back.
Okay. Well,
That's
I'd rather.
a good idea.
I mean,
should we be playing both sides?
it's still my brain in there. I don't want, getting it in the head all the time.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound
And I'm
good
sure
for-
you're capable in a fight as well.
Morven.
Has my bread gone stale?
Yes.
Willing to lend my baguette.
Okay, good.
Morven was helpful and clever, and we couldn't have.
I look down at my sleeve; it's all scorched up to the elbow from firing off spells.
We couldn't have made things not right. We wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for Morven. So maybe we should try and find some way of getting Morven back into a different body, the body she prefers.
I could learn spells.
You can give it a shot, yeah. Why
Yeah.
not?
Do you want to try one?
I'll try. Let me try a spell.
No,
All right.
Robin, you'll definitely explode.
Robin, you feel a strange sensation on your leg, not the one that got shot. There's something twitching, moving in your pocket. You can hear a sort of tick, 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 tick noise.
Oh.
You reach in, you don't know where this has come from, but there are 3 stones in your pocket. And one of them is sort of jumping
Oh.
As you look, little sort of marks are appearing in it, sort of bits of stone, just chip flying
Oh,
out.
it's the speaking stones. Give me them.
Willow,
Yeah.
fine. I don't want them.
Okay, which
It's
one
scary.
is it? We've got the one that talks to the folk moot. We've got the one that talks to the north, and the one that talks to the west. Which one's making
It's
a
the
noise?
one from the north team.
Okay,
And you watch slowly
right.
as a message is tapped into it by Chisel. It says 2 wounded. Wyrdwood is angry.
Oh,
Be careful.
oh.
We should message and say what we did.
What did we do?
Killed a bad tree.
Can you fit it on a stone?
I start chiseling into the little tablet. We're fine.
Thanks for asking.
Ask how they are.
Well, they're bad. They're wounded. Should we go and help?
Well, it's nice.
Yes.
It's just nice to show an interest.
Oh, okay.
We should ask if they need help.
Do you need help? Tap in.
Lovely. One other thing happens while Willowfine is kind of like chiseling this message. Happen, you notice this. The tree is still kind of burning. It's casting long shadows. You see some movement out the corner of your eye, and you see a rabbit just kind of like hop, hop. It's hopping its way across the... You stay your hand because you can see through this rabbit to the other side. It's like translucent, but it's sort of black. It's almost like it's made of shadow. And as you watch, it hops into Willowfine's shadow. You can still see the outline of this thing, and you can see the points of its eyes, which kind of glisten like they're bits of obsidian. And then you see it hunkers down, and its ears kind of flat back along its back. It shuts its eyes and just dissolves into Willowfine's shadow. We'll probably leave it there, I think, which means it's time for the rolling right. Who's going to get an envelope? Is it any of you? Maybe. So, what is everyone's debt at? Luck.
Still haven't used any magic yet. I'm at 1.
Okay, Happen.
I make mine 10.
Okay, Willowfine.
6.
Morven/Robin.
15, baby.
15. All right. And Cressida?
7.
7. All right. Let's see what hap.
Here goes nothing. Oh. 54. Woohoo! Safe.
Okay, 15 to beat. Let's go. 67.
Nice. Safe.
You almost sound disappointed.
No.
There's no way you can roll a 6 or under on a D100. Ha! See? I tell you. That's an 84.
10 or under? I don't think so. 89. Easy peasy.
All right. I mean, I literally have a 99% chance of being fine.
It would be so funny. Come on.
Yeah, that is 21.
Oh, as close as anyone's
Lowest one.
got.
Not yet, but soon. I hope. Anyway, so do tune in next week to find out if it is, in fact, soon, or if it isn't. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and keep it locked to Oxventure for more good stuff soon.
Have you ever been playing a TTRPG and thinking to yourself, wow, this is so much fun, but I wish I had some sort of numerical way of determining outcomes of events? Well, friends, you need dice, and what better dice than this new Chaos Magic Liquid Core dice set from Oxventure. They come in this beautiful presentation box that says magic will have its due on the side, and it has sort of moss and runes all over it in that good Wyrdwood style. We have magic will have its due on the inside, and then we have the actual beautiful dice themselves. They're this gorgeous purple with a sort of silvery, shimmering, glittery liquid core. You can shake them up. Ooh, they look gorgeous. And they got the Oxventure logo on the crits. So if you fancy getting yourself a beautiful set of liquid core dice, head on over to store.outsidexbox.com to check out this. See that magnet snap. Beautiful action. Chaos Magic Liquid Core dice set available now at store.outsidexbox.com.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely break. Now, we did promise you a Q&A segment just before we went away, so I've roped in producer Zach, who's right here to ask some of your questions to me.
Yeah, we had a lot of questions submitted by the fabulous folks over on the OX Supporters Club Discord. These are our wonderful patrons over on patreon.com/oxclub. If you're not a member, it's really good to join over there because you get stuff like Unwinding Wyrdwood, the behind-the-scenes talkback show. There's episodes for each episode of Wyrdwood, and surprise, surprise, we're doing more for season 2.
Yes, we are. All right, lay it on me. What? Pose me a question.
I'm going to start with something somewhat objective,
Okay.
which I'm hoping you'll have top of mind. We'll see.
Okay.
What are the names of all the Wyrdwood regions?
Oh, where's my phone?
Yeah. These are hard ones.
Because I came up with this a long time ago.
Yeah.
It feels like a long time.
For those, I would say, for those who don't know, the process of developing Wyrdwood took a long time.
It was a lot. I disappeared into the woods and sort of lost my mind for a little while.
It reached a point where I had to be like, okay, and then we bring you out of the wilderness, and there are episodes, and you have studio lights,
Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, so they are called Balewood.
Yeah,
this is all in
we know that one.
alphabetical order. Bolventor, Iarveth, Fenfold. That's where Willow Fine is from. Galeafold, which is where Robin and Morven are from. Grimwald, Mickleburg, Mossfold, Stonewald, Wergild, and Wyrdwood.
Wergild, the raiders we saw in episode 1.
Correct. Yes. Wergild being a lot of these are kind of bastardizations of Old English. Wergild literally means war gold. It's basically like reparation money that you would pay to people, but because everyone in Wergild is like a raider and they're doing that whole kind of like come and take it from us, they've decided to. It's like they've named their city compensation, knowing that they're not going to give any to anyone because, you know, we're dead hard basically. So those are all of the names of all of the regions of Wyrdwood.
I've got a question for you on top of that. Outside of season 2, because we kind of know where we're going with that one, is there a region of Wyrdwood that you are excited to, at some point in the future, explore that you haven't had a chance to explore yet?
I think Grimwald. Grim being like ice. So it's a very mountainous, hostile region. And basically the people who live there are like almost like nomadic traders, but they've also become craftspeople because nothing grows. So they, you know, the only thing they can sell is what they can make. And I just think it's a really interesting community. And I think that one, obviously Wyrdwood itself is very heavily to do with the wild folk. And as people will see in season 2, so is Mossfold. But I think Grimwald is a place where we can tell a lot more human stories. And I think that's kind of an interesting beat for the 3rd season, because it's kind of like, not to vilify all of the wild people, but obviously, you know, we've seen that they can be dangerous. It's kind of like in any zombie movie, there is an element of realization that the real enemies are other people.
Yes.
And I think, like, I kind of think of it as quite a benevolent region, but with very hardy people who you wouldn't want to cross. And I think it's some nice sort of fertile storytelling. We'll see if we get there, basically.
Yeah, we got to see. These things are evolving. I should say that question was by, and I might bastardize this, it's Iche, I-C-H-E. I'm sorry that I've done you wrong, but thank you for asking the question. And next up we have a question from Perko995, which is, were there any other systems considered for Wyrdwood, especially given how much it breaks the mold of most other D&D settings?
Well, I think vis-a-vis breaking the mold, that's just kind of a sign of like my flagrant disregard for most D&D settings.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, Geth kind of sprang out of just a one-shot that was like, we need a generic fantasy world. Okay, everyone can imagine a generic fantasy world. And I think with Wyrdwood, I really just wanted something that felt like it was from my brain. I thought I need to be invested in this, and the way to do that is to just go ham on the things that interest me. I mean, D&D was kind of always, we kind of always assumed that's what we'd be playing because Oxventure was kind of built on playing 5e.
We always want to keep a toe in that pond.
Exactly, yeah. But I mean, there are lots of games that sort of crossed my mind when I was thinking about things that could be incorporated, like the deck mechanic, for example. I wanted there to be an element of failing forward because I do like D&D, but a lot of the time when you fail to do something, it just means that nothing happens. You miss the attack, and you just have to wait your next turn or whatever. Whereas a lot of RPGs, if you get like a really bad failure, like it still drives the action and drives the story. So with the envelopes, I wanted an element of that. But there are also just some games that I think have done folkloric stuff really, really well. Like Vaesen is such a fantastic system, and I love the kind of the lore that's gone into it. It's obviously the core set is very Scandinavian, but it's just a really like it plays with that same tension between people and sort of
wild folk.
Wild folk, which obviously I admire greatly and wanted to emulate at least to some degree with regards to Wyrdwood.
Yeah, it's lovely. I remember us talking early on in the early stages of like, what is this going to take shape? And we mentioned like, good comp is Vaesen.
Yeah, I think one of the first things that came out of your mouth was, have you played Vaesen? And I was like, yeah.
One of my favorite things to do is just to say to the Oxventurers, have you heard of this game? Which I've done many times, and I can't tell you some of them because they might come up later. But it was so much fun to watch you develop this world. I think you had so much joy in it. You put so much of yourself into it.
Yes, almost too much, I think. I kind of realized coming into it in season 2, I was like, oh wow, there was a lot of me in this game.
Yeah.
Which made it kind of like a shock to come back to it, because I was having to reacquaint myself with some of it and just going like, oh yeah, I made this thing. It's weird. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. So yeah, and it's frequently very unpleasant, which was something I wanted to include. I wanted to take the Oxventure to some uncomfortable places. But yeah, it's a strange beast.
Do you have a moment from season 1 that you're most proud of for making the Oxventurers uncomfortable? John laughing behind the camera.
I think in Folk Moot, with the snapback of the wrist and me describing that person kind of changing, I think it just kind of, just in terms of them realizing that the tone had changed quite significantly, that felt really good. Just to be like, this horrible thing is happening because that's where we are now. This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
That was a good moment.
That is my favorite moment from the season. It's excellent. I've got another question here from Lie Smith, and maybe they're lying in this question. Who's to say? But they've said, as a fledgling DM, I would love to get some insight into what your planning looks like. And I did kind of ask this leading in. You've kind of changed how you've prepped this season for season 2.
Yes, hugely. So season 1, I did a lot of different Google Docs and kind of almost built like a wiki so that, if I mentioned a region, it would have a hyperlink to it so I could kind of ping between all of this stuff. And then I would have each session, I would have a game plan. And so I was GMing with a tablet which had a keyboard and books. And what I found was that it was really useful to have all this stuff at my fingertips, but it also meant that I got distracted quite a lot. Or there was a lot of scrolling to find the bit on the page. So that's how I did it with season 1. And with season 2, I made a very deliberate choice to just go back to pen and paper. Specifically this notebook, that's the entirety of episode 1. That's just 2 pages.
Zoom in, everyone.
No! It's 2 pages on a little term book. And then that's 2.
Yeah.
So like there isn't much for me to like. There's a tiny map on there.
Yeah.
There isn't much for me to look down and see, but because it is all just there and it is static, I can take it in so much more readily. And also, what I remembered was I really learn by writing things down.
With your hands.
Yes, exactly that. So, when I would revise for exams when I was like at school or university, what I would do was take all of my notes and the syllabus and then condense it down into a handy revision guide. And once I'd written it down, I rarely needed to look at it because it had gone in. So just having that there, obviously it's useful to be able to look at things and note stuff down, but just having it at my fingertips meant that I just felt so much more in control. And it was a real joy to have all that stuff down, but also just be able to focus on the moments at the table and all that kind of thing, which was really nice. With regards to how I actually plan, in the past, I've kind of always said that I plan backwards, and I think of like what the end thing is in a session, and then I go back from there. With Wyrdwood, it's so much more of a journey that I started off with a start, like where I wanted to be at the end of each episode in terms of like a story beat or what needed to be done in order to facilitate further episodes. And again, like I did sort of plan backwards from that, be like, all right, they need to achieve this, or they need to realize this, or this needs to happen. How can I lead up to that? What are the clues? Who can they talk to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the same kind of planning style that I've always used, but kind of with a slightly more goal-oriented rather than here's the mystery that needs to be unraveled, if that makes sense.
Oh, very interesting. Well, you'll have to wait and see how that turned out, but I think it went quite well.
Phew!
At this stage, we have recorded the entirety of Wyrdwood Season 2.
We have. The entire thing is in the can.
Yeah, which is great and also terrifying.
Yes,
because it exists and it can't be changed.
Can't change it now.
No.
Sorry if it sucks. I don't think it does, which is nice.
It doesn't. I think people are going to really enjoy it, and I think there's a lot of payoff for stuff in Season 1 that people will be excited to learn.
Yes, indeed. Like quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Good. We're going to go next to a question from Haywire, who asks, is there a particular real-world time period that inspires such things in Wyrdwood as the architecture, technology, fashion, etc.?
So it's kind of like a medieval melange. Like it's not specifically any century, because then I would worry about being more sort of historically accurate and, what if this thing shouldn't exist because it's anachronistic, etc., etc. Obviously, iron exists. But like I would say that in certain areas of Hayorth, there are more sort of like technologically advanced elements, but largely speaking, it's probably like 7th century, 8th century, maybe max. Like one of my biggest influences, just in general, it's sort of one of my Desert Island discs. I love this album so much. It's an album called Peasant by Richard Dawson. I know I've talked a lot about Green Lung kind of inspiring the vibe, but this album by Dawson, it's set in the Kingdom of Brenaith, which is sort of up by Lindisfarne, sort of northeast of England, back when it was just like a smaller Anglo-Saxon kingdom before the entirety of the British Isles was combined into one nation. And each song is from the perspective of a different person. So there's a weaver who's talking about dyeing wool. There's a masseuse. There's a beggar. There's a soldier. There's such amazing, weird, folky snapshots. And it just, that whole album just makes me so happy, but it ignites my sort of imagination so much. And given it's sort of that set between sort of 400 and 600, I kind of ballpark it around there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's a real behind the scenes question for you.
Oh.
And I think I know what I'm teeing you up for. Ryu Akamatsu. Again, apologies if I'm butchering that, but here we are. Did you have any extra bits in Season 1 planned that didn't come into play?
Yeah. The very end of Season 1, there was going to be a big dramatic moment. And instead, it moved to the cold open for Season 2. I could say something like, because I wanted to save it, or I thought it would be more artistically interesting, or any number of things. I'll be honest with you, Zach, I forgot. I plain forgot. Again, running off a tablet, it was written down on a Google Doc,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, God. How was I going to close this out? I was like, I'll do the scrying ball thing again, I guess. And then I kicked myself because A, it wasn't what we'd planned, and B, I'd already done a pull out over a scrying ball in the Oxventurers Guild. So I was like, why? But it meant that we could carry it over to season 2, and as a cold open, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Because I don't want them to get comfortable. They're like, oh, we've had a little break. We've recorded Deadlands. We've had a lovely time. We've been living our lives. Wasn't Christmas pleasant? No. People are dying, and I need you to remember that. So I'm going to describe it in great detail.
Yeah. It was in the room. The expressions that we got were intense, and I've just watched. As the time of recording, I've just watched the first cut of the first episode of season 2, and that plays so well. It's gonna come out so good, and you guys are gonna love it.
Just don't let me describe violence, because I will.
But why should I stop you from doing the things you love?
Yeah. Touche.
We've got a next question from Sabine on Discord, who they say, are there any specific pieces of folklore that inspire the poor man?
The Poor Man's interesting. There's a book called Cloven Country. I forget the author's name, but it is a look at how the devil and the English countryside intersect. I might have talked about this before. But like in England, there are loads of different places called like the Devil's Causeway or the Devil's Ditch or what have you. And a lot of these stories used to be about giants. Like over the course of centuries, particularly in England, not so much in Wales or Scotland, these stories change to become about the devil. But the devil in these instances is always kind of more like an imp, but he's always getting tricked by, people. There's a story about how he's on his way to destroy a town, and he meets a cobbler, and the cobbler goes, oh, you're going to go destroy that town? Oh, don't bother, mate. He reaches into his bag, and he's got all these wrecked pairs of shoes, and he goes, I've worn through all of these shoes since I left. I've been on the road forever. You're so far away. And the devil goes, meow, because the sun's going to come up, and the devil don't like that. So basically the devil gives up on destroying this town. Like the devil is just a klutz in all of these stories, but it's given a lot of interesting like anecdotes about him being a trickster and him just having really petty designs on people. But also one of the names for the devil is the poor man. So the poor man in Wyrdwood is not capital S Satan. It's not. I'm trying to avoid all things monotheistic really in this. But I just liked the fact that it was just this kind of amorphous trickster who everyone had a dealing with. The devil was meant to be trapped in a fire in one particular pub, and it said that if the fire ever went out, then the pub would fall to ruins. And the fire did eventually go out, and then nobody ran the pub, and so it has fallen into disrepair. So technically, the devil got his way, etc., etc., etc. But it's just that kind of that everyday, almost like quotidian representation of the devil that it really inspired me. And I thought, what if there was a being of immense knowledge and unknowable power who just mostly preoccupied himself with wearing a weird hat and popping around corners and disappearing just to mess with people?
Yeah.
I adore him. I love him so much.
And you know what? I can tell when you play him. There's a level of joy that I can tell that you have when playing the poor man, of pure, palpable enjoyment of just being able to mess with people.
Oh, it's lovely. And it's kind of one of the most rewarding moments for me in season 1 was after they've gone to get the amulet and just about remember to rescue the Shimmering Lady. And they're all talking, and then the poor man just kind of leans in and starts talking to them. It's like, and some oftentimes, because playing a game of D&D, if I'm playing so many different characters, people would be like, sorry, who's this talking? Or whatever.
Yeah.
I said one word and everyone just went, oh. I didn't even say he'd popped up. I just said something and they went, oh, God.
He's back.
And I was like, I'm in their heads.
Yeah.
I'm in their heads with this character.
Big time.
Yeah. Lovely.
Right. I'm going to give our final question now, which is from The Spider Dan.
The
Spider Dan. Get me pictures of Spider Dan. And they ask, if you were to sum up Season 2 of Wyrdwood in one word, what would it be?
Oh, wow. Claustrophobic.
That's a really interesting word.
And like, I don't want to freak any claustrophobes out who are watching this going, oh God, there's going to be loads of descriptions that are going to set me off. That's not what I mean, but I just mean there is a closeness to Season 2 that is I think it was, I tried to make a really consistently oppressive atmosphere.
Yeah.
And I think I got under the players' skins. Because it's a lot of like peat bogs and stuff. So there's a lot of just a feeling of the land pressing in uncomfortably.
Yeah.
I had so much fun with it. It's lovely.
I've got a word for you then. I'm curious what you think, if you think this reflects for you. I think it might be cascading.
Ooh.
Because I feel like from where we start to where we finish, there's a pure cascade of non-stop stuff.
Yeah.
And knowledge that comes.
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't. Season 2 does not let up.
No.
In some ways that, and I'll talk about this more when we were recording Unwinding Wyrdwood, but in some ways that I didn't foresee.
Yeah. Big time. Well, we'll get into that on the Talkback show and not on this live stream. Thank you so much for watching this Q&A. Johnny, shall we head back into things?
Let's do it. It's episode 3 time.
Enjoy. Bye.
Bye. Hello friends and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. Last week there was a very nasty tree that made some very nasty people that did some very nasty things to our adventurers, but they got out alive, which is good. Let's go meet those adventurers. Who are you and who are you playing?
I'm Mike and I'm playing Lug, who is a Firbolg barbarian. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Luke. I'm playing Happen, who is a human ranger, hopelessly devoted to extreme good and bad luck.
I'm Jane. I'm playing Willow Fine, who is an Asimar cleric.
I'm Andy, and I'm playing the dual roles of Robin Oatcake, who is a man, and Morven Helwain, who is an aberrant sorcerer.
I am Ellen, and I am playing Cressida Blackwater, who is a human elf wizard.
Wyrdwood, that's where we are. You may remember at the very end of the last episode, you were having a little like rocky talky kind of like moment with the copestone that is connected to the northbound team, who said that 2 of them were wounded and that the Wyrdwood is angry and that you need to be careful out there. You wrote back, do you need help?
I said, we're fine. Do you need help?
How are you?
How are you?
We're fine. We didn't screw up.
Finish with like XOXO.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, Happen also saw just a little like rabbit made of shadow kind of just melt into Willow Fine's own shadow. Probably nothing to worry about. Just normal Wyrdwood things. We're going to sort of jump forward a couple of hours here. You did get a response on the copestone, which just said, surviving, no help needed, proceed as normal.
Does the copestone have read receipts?
Yeah, did they leave us on red for a bit?
Yeah, or have they turned them off, even worse?
So basically, it
It's okay to just say no, Johnny.
I'm sorry, I thought this was a game of imagination.
Half an hour of lore.
This is actually something I have planned into the copestone. When a message is read, the stone starts to heal itself. So these are reusable. Basically, the writing starts to disappear and the stone sort of reconstructs itself.
Cool.
Nice. Yeah, so there, Luke.
So you better read it or else.
I just uncovered some cool lore.
Can you say the same?
Anyway. You are basically like told by the northbound team to just carry on as you were. You've had a chance to rest. And you're now still like heading northwest on your journey. At this point, you're going across the moors because it seems safer than being in the woods at this point in time. Partly because northbound team says woods are angry. Secondly, you burned down a living tree, like a nasty living tree, but still.
Still a tree.
Yeah.
Still falls under the terms of the windfall bargain.
Exactly,
As we discussed. What's nasty.
Yeah. But you're venturing on foot, and you see a wagon up ahead. It's being pulled by a couple of mules. It's following one of the roads, which has fallen into disrepair with the disruption that's happening across the continent. But it's still better than no road. Previously, this cart would be absolutely flying along, like it was, like the road and the cart and the mules were all greased. But such is the state of things now. It's going at a very sedate pace.
I mean, literally greased with the magic spell grease.
No, okay. I do not.
I just thought I'd double check.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, the second the word grease left my lips, I was like, I'm in trouble. But that's fine. As far as you can tell from this distance, you're like a fair ways off. This cart is just being driven by one man. But there appear to be two children riding along in the back.
Did you say that the cart was in trouble, was it?
Nope. The road is all donked up, but the cart is just travelling quite slowly.
Are the children safely secured? In ISOFIX seats?
It's okay to just tell him no.
Well, actually, there's some lore about wagons. No, in fact, one of them, it looks like there is a little girl who is in the back of the wagon, sort of just sat facing out the back, and then next to the man is a small boy who's kind of sat and is watching the man quite closely.
Good day.
We could maybe get a
Good day.
It's walking.
We should introduce ourselves so that they know we're not.
We're gaining ground on the slow-moving wagon.
Excuse me.
Not hard.
Hello.
The little girl kind of stands up and taps the man on the shoulders and points behind at your shout.
Hello.
Pulls the wagon to a stop. They sort of just watch you approach. They seem uncertain because these are uncertain times.
We're travelling northwest, and our feet are so very tired. Could we catch a ride in your wagon?
Not murderers.
Well, that was going to be my second question.
Oh, good.
You're
true.
I haven't murdered anyone.
That is true.
Technically.
We won't murder you. Promise.
much obliged.
Can we catch a lift with you?
Yes, if you're heading northwest, we're off to Holton.
Holton?
Yeah, near the Dart. This probably doesn't mean much to you,
No.
will I find.
I'm like,
But Holton, you're in luck. This is basically, Holton is like right in the northwestern corner of the Wyrdwood region. Holton is a town. The Dart is, you would know this, Lug, and to be honest, probably you would have passed this on your way, or at least have seen it.
Big old structure. Right?
The Dart is an absolutely enormous obelisk. Like, it is like, it's so big that it almost scrapes the sky.
Is it from giant times?
It's assumed so, yes. There are sort of markings on it. There are deep carvings into it, sort of rings, as if to make it look like the sort of like, you know, like you drop a pebble into water and you get those rings kind of spreading out. There are those all over the, yeah. And while some of you may not have seen the Dart, these obelisks are not unfamiliar sights across Hayorth. There's one in Fenfold. There's one in Balewood, right in the middle of the forest. There's one to the west of Bolventor. There isn't one in Glarefold, but there are a few of them. There's a bunch of them basically dotted about the land.
Maybe it's the 5G antenna for the copestones.
It's okay to just tell him no.
So there's actually some lore about. There was Godwin. There was Joffric. Godfrey. He was the third G. Mm-hmm. Anyway, they're heading northwest. He goes, "You're welcome to ride in the back of the wagon. Should you be heading that way? The mules are stout enough, and it beats walking. I tell you what, we'll do you one better. Michael, this is my boy, Michael. he and I have been sat on our asses long enough, and my girl Lily in the back, the road seems safe enough. Lily, why don't you take a turn driving? We'll walk alongside you for a while. It'll do me and the boy some good.
Very generous. Very kind of you.
Absolutely.
We don't have much money.
Oh, no, not at all. We need to help each other out in these uncertain times. My name is Yofric.
Yofric.
You can call, most of my friends call me Yofi.
Yofi.
Yofi, Michael, and Lily.
Robin,
Pleasure to meet you.
Well met. Go on then, Michael. Michael's just like, look a little bit sullen at having to use his human legs to walk. But Yofi's quite a talkative man. As he's sort of getting down, he's like, it's lucky we found you, but it's lucky we found this thing. When we set out for home, we had no wagon at all. But Michael found this and abandoned. It was bogged right down in some mud, it was, and we thought, waste not, want not. So we got the mules to pull it out, and, here we are. He's a resourceful one, this boy. Anyway, in you get.
Right.
The wagon does, in fairness, look absolutely caked in mud. A lot of it, dried and everything. But yeah, it's not. This isn't the sort of ride you're used to.
No. Before it was caked in mud, does it look like it was quite ornate? Is it like a rickety old thing, or
an intelligence investigation check?
Rub some of the mud off. Are you smart enough to rub the mud off?
10.
It's sturdy, certainly. You're not worried about this thing shaking itself to pieces along the road, even with it in a sorry state as it is. But no, it doesn't seem to be of any particular design or status, I guess. I think sometimes an abandoned wagon is just an abandoned wagon.
Yeah. As I get in, can I give the boy Michael something
Sure.
to cheer him up?
Yeah.
This is for you. Thank you. It's what is it? I didn't think this far ahead.
You know what? Cadence will decide. It's poison.
Like a coin. We don't really use money here, do we? It's more like a barter in this continent.
It is, yes.
So this is more just like a little kind of token, like sort of thing. But we use them in the cult. It's got a little skull with the eyes sort of scratched out on it or something. Or say it's the same as this.
Cute.
It's got dice in place of the eyes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is creepy. Where'd you get this?
Well, we make them where I'm from.
Where are you from?
Balewood.
Silly. No one's from Balewood.
I am. I'm from Balewood.
Daddy's being silly. All the common folk in Balewood, well, there aren't any common folk in Balewood. They're all dead.
Oh, maybe I'm uncommon folk?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Daddy. Whoa.
Daddy, whoa.
Anyway, Michael, thanks for your idea. We'll be climbing in now.
Great, yeah. Mind how you go.
Yeah. I Cressida casts prestidigitation. She can only do 1 cubic foot, so she just cleans enough for herself to sit down, not on mud.
All right.
It's like,
that's a point of debt.
that's the point of debt, I know.
Worth it.
Worth it, 100%.
All right, yeah, you clean off a sort of...
Butt-sized spot.
You are alarmed to find that the coach originally was sort of an off-white. It really is filthy. Yofi's still sort of holding on to one of the mules. It's like, everyone stowed up there? Everyone comfortable?
Yeah.
Ahoy.
All right, take it away, Lily. You see Lily kind of
Go, Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and she's sort of sitting there I'm driving the coach. And you are, it's a bit of luck. You're given a sort of, you free ride, basically.
That was lucky, wasn't it, happen?
Mm-hmm.
You like that? And it was when the luck happens.
It's not about me being happy. It's about Cadence being happy.
So how does it work exactly? So if something lucky happens, Cadence is happy, and what, he gives you presents and that?
She
gives you
is a
presents
goddess.
and that?
It's not so much presents as
Crops, good harvest.
It's more about a rich inner life, and it's about surrender.
Right.
You're asking why we.
Yeah. Well, what do you get out of it?
Well,
Because I've spoken to people who worship other gods,
yes,
and they turn up and stuff and say hello and give you things.
yes.
Get like magic swords and that.
I'm not very good at explaining it, but if you talked to one of our elders or priests, they say it much better than I could.
Okay.
Yeah.
That fella who said he could make big wings come out and fly around and that because of his god gave him them.
Can he? Could he?
He didn't do it. We were in the pub, but he said he said he could. Yeah. Another fella, he could throw a bucket right over his house.
Wow. How big was his
That a
house?
gift from the gods as well.
Yeah, he said that God gave it to him. He could
The
do
bucket or the ability?
God gave him the bucket and then the ability.
Right.
Yeah, because he was so devoted.
Yeah, no, it's more about surrender and accepting that we, just living fully in the beautiful chaos of life. It's something like
Okay. Can you not just do that without the God though? Just live.
that. When we get to Balewood, and I hope we will, you can talk to one of the elders about it because I would only get it wrong if I tried to explain.
Okay. Well, it sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
I'd love to learn more about it.
It is. Can I give Robin one of these little tokens as well?
Yeah, sure.
I've decided since I last introduced it that they're little kind of like within the order. If you need to quickly make a decision, you can just flip them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So like it's just a quick way of referring to total chance.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why they make a boing noise, but no, they don't. It's not canon.
Made of rubber. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much.
We in the order we give them to our friends and people we like.
Oh,
I gave one to
you gave one to Michael before any of us.
Yeah, well, I like to. Michael seems nice. I haven't seen him kill anyone. I've seen all of you kill people.
I've not killed anyone.
Oh, sorry. I've seen your body kill people.
Oh, really?
Yes. Lots of
no.
them. So yeah, it was like a tornado of blood.
And the purple flamethrower at one point.
Purple flamethrower. Yeah.
God, that's worse than I thought. I was hoping she just sort of went around and said hello to people and things.
It was horribly violent, but it was so helpful in the moment.
Oh. Well, that's conflicting.
Sorry, Robin. I didn't mean to make you sad.
No, it's all right. I'll just sort of dwell on that for the ride.
Okay.
Cressida's just
Vine.
quietly enjoying this conversation.
Cheer up, Robin. Say something to.
Not so bad, Robin.
Robin's sad. Make him happy.
Yeah, Robin, it's not so bad.
Okay.
It'll be okay.
I mean, it's a bit bad.
Whatever's going on with you, Robin, we will figure it out.
I hope so. I don't want to flamethrower any more people.
Well, only when it's useful.
It's horrible.
Yeah, they weren't all good people that you were
No.
flamethrowing. Some of them were bad people.
But some of them were good people.
Well, we don't know.
Oh,
Some of
no.
those villagers.
Oh,
Who
no.
knows? I think they were zombie type things. It's
Okay.
probably fine.
Are we there yet?
What did Michael mean about the Balewoods? He said there's no people there, but you're from there.
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah. Well, I suppose there aren't many people there apart from us, apart from my order. But I've never ranged too far before this, so I didn't know it
Maybe
was
just
so
no
unusual.
one's found your lot before.
No, we're pretty deep in the forest. You would have a hard time finding it, and I'm learning more and more that not a lot of people come to the Balewood, which is a shame because it's beautiful. It's got a lot of very striking, dead and haunted trees, a lot of very thick gorse and bracken, thicker than any you get here.
It's pretty hard to find. My uncle Lemson, he lives out of town because they made him. But he's hard to find if you want to go and see him.
Yeah, it is common knowledge, like across the continent, that like Balewood is just like a scorched land as far as the common folk go. Like this will have been the first time any of you has ever met somebody claiming to be from there.
How about you, Willowfine? Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Fenfold, which is, I'm sorry to say, the opposite. We've got trees, and they're all alive, and it's green.
Sounds nice.
Crops. We have livestock and people, and everything is pretty good, or it was pretty good before the magic went away. Yeah.
So you're just trying to get back to that get the magic back.
Well, we need the magic to make it all work, because the Green Mother, she makes it all happen, and yeah. So my God actually does stuff for us. You
Gets
know,
results.
Yeah.
My God gets results.
Like what?
Well, I've been
Either a 1 or a 20.
what's the number? Or 10 numbers in between that just haven't come up. I guess cadence is real. Well, when we first met, I shot that guy through the eye. I wouldn't have been able to make that shot without the sprites.
Fair enough.
And they are cadences chosen.
Okay, well, no
She works
judgment.
through them.
We're talking about religion. Does anyone want to jump in? My God is a living God, and she works in us and through us every day, and our crops grow, and our children are strong, and I'm sorry, I don't think this cadence is doing as much for you.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind that you think that. I'm glad that your God is so helpful.
Okay, well, agreed.
Well, this is a bit awkward. Cress, how are you doing? I know you like wine. I made my own. I've got some in the wineskin if you want it. It's just from, stuff I find. It's quite nice. I don't mind the taste.
It does contain grapes, yes?
It's spherical stuff. Grape adjacent.
Raisins.
I mean, they look like raisins.
Having thrown away her own wineskin to save a burning tree that she was possessed by, and Cressida's like, let me see, let me try.
Pour her a glass of my homemade wine.
Waiting for that Constitution saving throw.
Interesting. Okay.
No, it's not got flowers in it.
Surrounded by... Anyway,
Friends.
I...
I'm surrounded by friends.
Gosh, she's going to take a 10 to 2. She's so desperate at this
Quaff
point.
it, quaff it.
It is for quaffing.
Quaff. In your heart of hearts, is this a con save situation?
Probably Robin has built up a tolerance to it.
Wow. Okay, let's make it a DC 10 con save, please.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. This is 16.
Okay. It's not good wine. It's not good swill. It's passable sewage. But it doesn't poison you.
All sewage is by definition passable.
I regret this so much.
Cressida, you...
Wine. I can finish this. I can barely drink a drop.
Thank you.
It's delightful.
Oh, it's not very nice, Robin.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't like it. It's probably an acquired taste.
Are we gonna?
If you had a more sophisticated...
Oh, yeah, we definitely are now. DC, let's call it 12. You've had more.
You really got to acquire the taste.
17.
Okay, you're fine.
Mm-hmm. You worked with your family in a bank.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that is, but how did it require doing a lot of magic? Because I've seen you do all sorts of magic. Where did you learn that?
Yes, I inherited the business from my mother. Basically, we would look after people's coins, which, used to buy things, exchange for goods and services. And
look after this coin that Appen gave me. I don't want to lose it.
It's
very special to me.
You can keep that one.
But what if I lose it? Is that not the point?
If you're really good at looking after coins, maybe we should give you all of our coins.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I think that is a good idea. I am an expert in making sure that people's money can be left in a safe place and isn't stolen. At least I was until all the big boom, the sky boom, basically.
Say no more.
Lily's turned round. She's holding out a little pouch to you.
Oh, darling. You should take that. I will keep these very safe. There you go.
Wow. I've got like 10 more of those things.
The coin that Happen gave me and a bag of wooden nickels.
Yeah, you're not exactly raking it in here. Money is, to be honest with you, if it looks like people were giving you blank expressions when you were explaining money, it's because most of the world operates in a barter economy. It's just about what can I give you, or what can I do for you that will mean that I can get what I want, blah, 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 blah. Money does exist. It's, it's gold pieces, silver pieces, copper pieces. 10 copper to a silver, 10 silver to a gold. There used to be iron pieces as the lowest denominator, but as your family discovered and was quite pissed off by, people just kept melting down the iron coins because they had more use going into a furnace and being turned into a tool. So after all of the iron coins were melted down for like the third time, the Royal Mint in Mitzi just gave up. And now there's just 3 types of coin and the barter. Money is basically used by the upper echelons of society.
Okay, what?
I'm the most fabulous fish out of water.
Where did you learn magic, though?
From my mother, my family. I learned all the family tricks of what tricks and illusions to use to make sure people don't make it into the vaults and make off with other people's coin that we are looking after with great interest.
Can you throw a bucket over your house?
How big is the house? How big
Quite
is
a
the bucket?
large house.
So it would be impressive if you could do it.
What about a very small bucket?
I mean, I would simply make the bucket float over the house with magic.
Robin looks impressed.
Yeah, it'd be quite a long throw to make, let's just say that.
Even better.
You could definitely throw a bucket over a house.
Yeah, you look well strong.
Yeah, I think I could manage that. Yeah, I think it's within my abilities.
Not sure about from here. Quite far away.
Also, my house is an extremely small hovel in the woods, so I mean, I could probably just put the bucket on top of it and then tip it off the back.
Wow.
Do you throw a bucket over your house?
I've never tried. I'm sure I could.
Well, I don't think any of us have ever tried, but do you think you could?
I've tried.
He's tried.
Didn't go well.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah. I only had one window before that.
You had a house, so that's good. That's
Well.
something, Robin.
A house
Until
is
like goat took it.
it's generous. Yeah, the goat's in there now.
You did at least use like a water bucket, right? And not anything else.
I mean, there's only one bucket.
I mean, I could listen to this all day. I think we all could, but the sun is sort of starting to...
No time limit, they told us.
As much bucket talk as you want, he said.
I said there was no time limit, not that there weren't other limits.
Like your patient, yeah.
Common decency.
You can sort of see just, off to your side, the sun is starting to dip down into the west where it sets. Yeah, it's starting to sort of hang lower in the sky. Make me a wisdom perception check. Anyone who is having a little look around.
Yeah, I'll roll for something. It's been a while.
5.
5 also.
Critical one.
Okay.
Ooh, 19.
Okay.
12.
All right.
They're talking about buckets.
Yeah.
As long as you rinse it after, it's fine.
And then you've got water in it.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, you're too absorbed in talking about buckets to have a look at this. But perhaps just not wanting to be an active part of this conversation, the two of you just both start looking around Willowfine and Cressida. And you look out towards, the sun lowering in the sky. It's really quite beautiful. And it's sort of, it's silhouetting this sort of big hill you are on the moors. This is kind of an undulating bit of terrain. And Willowfine, you see sort of two indistinct shapes off in the distance. You're not sure what they are for all you know. They could be rocks or they could be just, tufts of sort of wild grass or what have you. Your half-elf eyes see things in more detail. These are, at first they seem just like indistinct, dark grey, like almost a bluish grey shapes. And then you see one of them move. It kind of stalks to the right and then stalks sort of to the left. And then you see it quite clearly sit back on a set of haunches. And it throws back its head and you hear a mournful howl, which is then taken up by the other one. And then these things start absolutely pelting towards the wagon. Mm-hmm. They're sort of like direwolf sized, I would say. And you've probably got about 20 seconds before they catch up to you. Do you say anything?
I think there may be some werewolves heading our direction very fast.
Werewolves?
There.
I don't think werewolves.
There. Well, where are the wolves? There are the wolves.
There are the wolves.
Yes!
The mules, firstly, their ears kind of flap back. At the sort of the tone of your voice, I think, and then they both raise their snouts, and you see their nostrils flare. The breeze sort of stirs your hair, and you realise that you are downwind of these things. And the mules panic with like braying cries. Their eyes fly open, and they start absolutely tearing off down the road. Lily is like, whoa, whoa, whoa! She's desperately trying to hold onto the reins, bracing herself against the footboard.
Can I climb round and try and help Lily with the reins?
Absolutely, yeah. But you are absolutely tearing forward, leaving Michael and Yofi in your dust. Between
I'm going to jump out and try and look after the, I'm going to assume that, based on no evidence whatsoever, that Robin's taking care of the mule situation.
Oh yeah, of course you're Robin. I was like, oh right, well there, yeah, that mule situation
should be fine.
No, it's Robin.
But I'm going to jump out and I need to defend the small kid and
Lovely stuff. Roll for initiative.
Oh boy.
Lug.
5.
Happen.
19.
Willow find.
12.
Robin.
14.
Cressida.
7.
Okie dokie. Happen, you're first. The carriage is absolutely hooning it down the road. You can see one of these creatures is beelining for Lug and for Michael and for Yofi. The other one kind of tears up, it sort of bears left and is on a course to intercept the wagon.
So there are 2 total.
There are 2 total, yes. You see as they kind of run up, they've got this kind of like I said, sort of a blue-grey, sort of like iron, shaggy fur that covers the full bodies of these things. They're intensely muscular. There is no fur, however, on the head. The head is like a grotesquely large, completely hairless human head with a sort of blue-grey skin. And it's got these eyes that are a bright yellow with sort of almost cat-like pupils and a mouth that is just bristling with teeth. These teeth are like long, thin, needle-like things. And it is just there's this grey purple tongue that's whipping around in its mouth as it is just barking and snarling and foaming at the mouth.
I'd like to swing up onto the top of the carriage, or the highest point. So I'm standing on it, and I'll try and shoot an arrow into the eye of the one that is furthest away from us, chasing the one that's going for
Lug.
For Lug and Michael. And
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the range on your bow?
I have the sharpshooter feat, so attacking at long range doesn't impose disadvantage.
Well then, that's my question answered. Okay.
Before making an attack, I can choose to take a -5 penalty to the attack roll to add +10 to damage.
Wow.
So I'd like to take a chance on that. Okay, that's 7. -5 is 2, +8 is 10.
I'm afraid that's not enough.
Ah, damn.
Your arrow kind of...
Remember, you do start with inspiration as a human.
Thank you, thank you, Robin.
Heroic inspiration.
Oh, well, I'll spend it on the very first roll then. 14.
That hits.
Okay, great.
Nicely done.
Hooray, so I can add 10 to the damage of this guy.
Humans.
We're the worst. 24.
24 points of damage. That is excellent.
Do one thing well.
And you certainly do it well.
Yeah.
The arrow kind of... It's like your mind's eye follows it in its flight, and it kind of takes off. The force of the extra drawback makes the whole thing kind of quiver, like the arrow itself kind of almost undulates, and it's kind of going along and drifts down, and it catches this thing in the chest, just below the hollow of the throat, square in there, and it falls down. The momentum of this thing kind of carries it over, and it sort of tumbles 2 or 3 times, and you see it sort of shakes itself and is getting up.
Local sorted out.
But you've slowed this thing down, given them time to prepare, and you've done a good chunk of damage to it.
I do have a second attack, but I'll just do that quickly.
Humans! Like, oh, nice. All right, well,
Sorry.
I mean...
That hits, I think, 16.
Yes?
Hits, yeah.
You shooting the same one?
No, I'll shoot the one that's like heading towards us. And that is 10.
The arrow sort of makes contact with its shoulder and just cuts a deep rent, like, down the side of this thing. The fur is, like, thick enough that the arrow actually gets sort of snarled up in it. It's just tangled up, but, like, already you see just the line of crimson start blooming on the fur. And you hear just a deeply unnatural howl of pain and rage. And you see this thing lock eyes with you. And, oh Lord, it's coming, I guess.
I communicate to those on the wagon who can hear me. Aim for centre mass.
Robin, it's your go now.
What I want to do is calm. Was it Lily?
Yeah.
I want to calm Lily down and try and get some measure of control so we don't, like, flip the carriage.
Sure thing, yeah. Make me a saving throw. Dex or strength, it's your choice.
Okay, 16?
Yes. You sort of reach over the top of Lily's shoulders and take the reins.
Okay, it's okay.
And she kind of, like, she's still holding on to them, but she's now just holding on to, like, a spare loop. And she's sort of just looking up and is deeply frightened. She kind of leans back into you and sort of puts her head against your upper arm, just trying to shield her eyes.
It's okay, we're going to be safe. I'm just trying to keep us on the road and try and stop us from, like, going out of control.
Sure thing. Willow, fine, it's your turn.
I launch myself off the wagon, land kind of heavily under the weight of the chainmail, and cast Sanctuary on the child.
Cool.
So, on Michael, on the little boy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Casting time, that's a bonus action.
I would like to cast a guiding bolt on the wolf creature that is barreling down on Michael and his father.
Fantastic. That's a spell attack.
All right. Oh no, that's a 1.
Oh.
My guiding bolt. What happens?
Well. On a 1 to 3, you guiding bolt Lug. On a 4 to 6, you guiding bolt Yofi.
Oh no.
It's a 3.
There you go.
Could you roll guiding bolt damage, please,
Yes, I sure
on Lug?
could. 4d6s. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. All right, that is 16 points of radiant damage.
All right.
Did you mean to do that?
Obviously, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry.
Incredible.
This bellowed from the back of a moving wagon, which I love. Lug,
Hi.
as this thing bears down on you,
Yes.
and it is going to attack you, you're like, oh, you know what this is. Around these parts, they're known as gabble ratchets.
Right.
They are...
Name?
Sounds like some sort of like chicken or something. I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. It's as described. It's sort of like a wolf hound with a human head. That they sort of prowl the moors, picking off the weak and vulnerable. You're in luck. They can also be attached to hunting parties. This it appears that you've just caught a couple of strays, as it were. But still, what's your AC?
It is 12.
That's a 12. And plus 1 is 13. So you take 9 points of piercing damage. Then it's going to try... That's a nat 20, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
With the second attack, it's going to pin you. You're going to take 7 points of piercing damage. And can you make me a DC 14 dex save, please?
Yeah, I have danger sense, so I have advantage on dex saves.
Fantastic.
So,
Make me that roll.
Okay. 16 was the first roll.
And the other one?
Was only a 9.
16's fine. You manage it. Basically, this kind of... It comes in and sort of gives you a good bite, and then it releases and bites you again as it kind of surges forward, trying to knock you off balance. And you manage to just... Like, you feel a wrench in your forearm as, like, these teeth get pulled forcefully from your arm. But thankfully, you are not knocked prone by the gabble ratchet.
Good.
This is one of those times where I really wish I could see D&D in real time
where it's like Lug sort of jumping to action off the back of the thing and then immediately guiding bolted and then wolfed.
It's in midair.
Yeah, this is all in the same 6 second span. It's genuinely quite impressive. Right.
The ground bounces.
Yeah, I do. It's pinned by one. He's so unlucky.
The other one's going to go straight for Willow Fine, I think. What's your AC again?
It is 16.
Okay, first attack misses. Second attack misses. This thing kind of launches itself at you, and I kind of imagine it aims too high, and just by dropping your weight a tiny bit, it launches its way over you. You get this weird funk in your nostrils as it flies over. It's almost like a peaty, boggy kind of moorland smell with just like a sweet undertone of decay. It's like if a dying animal could sweat peat. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. But you are unharmed. It is now Cressida's go.
I'm going to go for the one that is near Willowfine, and I'm going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Okay.
So could I please get an intelligence saving throw before I say what happens next?
Yep. That is a 6.
Okay, basically I'm going to create a phantasmal imp that only this creature can see. And just
or a delicious turkey dinner.
Yeah. On each of my turns, if they're within 5 foot, they take 2d8 psychic damage, and they see it as like the imp attacking them.
Okay, cool.
But it's
Roll
not real,
that
so.
damage, please.
Okay, that's a 1. Really helping here. And a 7, so 8 altogether.
Okay, all right. How do you imagine this imp like sort of appears to this ratchet?
Is like, and then scampers onto its back and tries to just kind of like pull at its ears and things and just annoy it. And
Sure thing. Great.
And then also I'm gonna bonus action cast Misty Step and cast myself into the nearest tree away from everything.
Okay, there's a big old rock you could hide behind.
I'm gonna hide behind the rock.
Not dignified, but
It's
you
not
can hide
dignified,
behind.
but there's not been a very dignifying journey so far. So
Don't forget your debt.
yes, that's 2 on that one.
It
so
is, yes.
boop. Ooh, up to 10 now.
Oh, double digits. Lug,
Hello.
it's finally your turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty beat up.
A little bit.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to activate Rage, and my typical Passag sort of way. I'm like, oh, so we're just firing spells at each other now, are we? Is that how it's happening?
I'm sorry.
The barbarian
I'm
can
sorry,
take it, I'm sure. Anyway, so I've activated my Rage, and I'm gonna have a crack at like. Basically, I'm gonna take the hammer out and just do a big old like sledgehammer swing, like try and like smash the like downwards on the top of this thing's skull.
Great.
As best I can. So
Go for it.
I
AC
really hope
12.
it works. That is a 15.
That hits.
My damage is a d12 plus 2 rage damage, which is fun. So let's give that a go.
Nice.
It's only 5.
Swingy. You do get 2 attacks though, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Do you want the second one?
I mean,
Ideally.
do you?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
All right, great. Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if you were still doing the maths in.
No, I can add 5.
Okay. Second one is only an 8.
You miss with the second one. But the first strike is pretty true. Like you swing your hammer sort of up and then like you send its head into the ground hard enough that like its back kind of starts to arc up with the force of it, and you hear and feel like a distinct crack from the cranium of this thing. There is a kind of yelp that comes not just from the throat of this thing, but kind of it shakes the air around you. It's just like a
Right.
It as you raise your hammer to get it again, it kind of flinches back, and you can see it sort of trying to limp off back in the distance, back in the direction from whence it came. It is distinctly unhappy
Good.
and is
I like
trying
'em.
to flee. For their part, Yofi is just like he's just got Michael behind him. He's like, "Don't move, boy. Stay still." Okay, Happen. We're back round to you.
Okay, so one of the monsters is sort of limping away.
Yeah.
Let's shoot the other one with more arrows, please.
Okay, sure, yeah. Make those rolls.
20.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Praise Cadence.
Praise Cadence.
Hey. Thanks, Cadence.
Cadence is real.
I'm telling you, man, Cadence is real. So 22. Second attack, 8 points of damage. The second arrow.
Okay, the grouping on these shots is like exquisite, and you both of them just like get into the part where skin meets fur and like neck meets shoulder.
I might Legolas them out of one bow shot.
You know.
Nah, it's cooler to rapid fire it.
Okay, yeah. Sure. So
Like
yeah, you
Legolas
just
God, Legolas is cool.
2 arrows.
Is Legolas cool?
No. 2 arrows just absolutely into this thing's neck, and it again you hear this like incredible yelp, and this one hits the deck. It is not dead, but it is dying. You can see already like it's becoming immaterial. Like this kind of grey fur is actually literally turning to smoke, and it's sort of being picked up on the wind, and like it's turning into particles. You see the bits of it are wisping off. They move with direction. In fact, they're being carried by the wind, and then they turn, and kind of like eels swimming up a river. They back in the direction they came. They move off.
Is this a normal way for things to die, or is this like none of us have ever seen anything like this?
You've never seen a wild folk creature die like this before.
That wasn't very natural.
Who are you talking to?
The group.
You and Lily. Robin and Lily.
Are you still in the cart? Okay, fine.
What? Make me a strength check to stop the cart.
Who says I want to stop the cart?
Oh.
The one that's limping away, yeah, I want to try and run it over with the cart.
Yeah, sure. Make me a dex check, please.
Okay, that's 14.
14. The mules really don't want to do this. They try their best to veer and avoid the massive, horrible predator, even though it's fleeing, and you manage to sort of just wrench them back into it. So it takes a couple of hooves, but most importantly, there's this crunch as the wheel of the wagon kind of rolls over this thing. And it's like you've stepped on like a puffball mushroom. Right. Like there's just this explosion of iron-like smoke that just flies up, and then like someone's thrown a spear, just disappears over a hill in the moors.
Okay, then I'll stop. Okay.
The imp kind of just kills. The other one dies, and a similar thing. Just this smoke kind of rises as a column, and then.
Can I try and mark the direction they're headed, just like the compass point?
Yeah.
Just like I'm pretty good at navigation, right, and stuff. Like,
yeah.
West
over the moors.
And both sort of tendrils from both monsters were sort of heading in the same direction.
Same direction.
I think wherever they came from, whatever was inside them has tried to go back there.
Oh, so you think these things were nice before?
I don't think
some sort of horrible thing in them.
I wouldn't go that far.
No.
Has anyone ever seen one of these? I've never seen one of these.
Not me.
No, not. Well, I've heard of them, but never seen one for myself.
Make me a wisdom insight check.
As a critical one.
Won't be seeing them again. Don't worry about it.
Behind the rock, I'm like, are they done? Is everything okay?
Yes, thank you.
If Lug says the danger is past, trust him.
Okay, lovely. Step out.
Hi there, I'm Ellen from Oxventure, and I play Cressida in Wyrdwood. And Cressida, lawful evil, but in real life I'm a bit more chaotic good, in which case I go straight to store.outsidexbox.com and grab one of our chaotic good vibes only t-shirts. You can go get one yourself.
Uh-oh, is that the halfway point of episode 3 of Oxventure Wyrdwood already, Zach?
Just about.
Heavens.
You know what that means.
It's probably time for us to plug Unwinding Wyrdwood, which is where Zach and I sit down here and talk to you there about each episode in detail. This week, we'll be doing episode 3 because that's the one you're
Yeah.
currently watching.
A shocking amount of discussion about Jurassic Park 3.
Too much, and yet also not enough. So that's, if you want to see it, please do come see it. We're selling it so well. It's patreon.com/oxclub.
That's the one. So we'll see you there.
Bye-bye. Yofi, it just runs up to the wagon and just takes Lily in his arms. It's like, oh my God, you're all right.
She was very brave.
What were those things?
I've never seen anything like that before.
You said you'd heard of them. What are they called?
Don't make me remember the name. What were they called?
Gabble ratchet.
Gabble ratchets. Yeah, there you go.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Snallygasters.
They're gabble ratchets.
Some know them as Gabriel hounds, but
Right. Yeah. Very unpleasant things.
yeah.
A little strange. They tended to smoke, but I'm not going to think too hard on it. They're probably fine. They're done.
Oh, seems the dangerous pass. Can I check the wheel of the carriage just to make sure it hasn't been damaged by running over a...
Wow, sure. Make me an intelligent investigation check, please.
That's a 6.
Yeah, seems fine. Great.
Not a scratch on her. Should we continue on the road then?
I wonder if we should consider heading in the direction that heading west, where it seems like the spirits of these creatures retreated to.
We don't want to go the opposite direction to where the horrible monsters
Mad
are.
if you think I'm taking my children in this wagon
I
to
think
ward that. What if there are more of them?
That's a good point.
It
We
is
don't
our
have
job to
come.
investigate stuff, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
but-
right.
There is another team west, though.
Yeah, how far
Why don't we
west?
just tell
but
them
between
save our
northwest and
legs?
west.
Not our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
look,
where's the
I
county
signed
line?
up to do northwest, and I am not going any further
It's the
west.
statey's problem.
Not on a literal exact line.
Yes.
West,
In the
West's
northwest
in there.
direction.
West's in the name, isn't
None
it?
of our
Northwest.
business.
But if they're traveling west from where we're headed, that could still be in a northwest from where we started.
Yeah.
Well, then they can.
I patiently explained to these non-rangers.
I don't for warriors like us. Maybe.
If we don't, if
If you head west, that's east from somewhere.
if we don't go after these, what did you call them, Lug?
Gabble ratchets?
Gabble ratchets. If we don't go after them, they're going to menace potentially this road for other travellers.
It's true.
So
Good point.
We have a responsibility.
we have a
I'm
responsibility.
saying this as I'm like bleeding profusely from
Oh,
various
sorry,
different corners.
Lug, this was my doing, wasn't it?
I didn't want to mention it, but then I did mention it.
I do cure wounds on Lug. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
roll it. No, Lily puts her hand up. So I don't... You all seem very brave, but it's getting dark, and that's scary. Are you sure you want to go out?
Maybe
Dad?
we should overnight here.
Yeah.
Daddy said we weren't too far from a place. Yofi's like, oh, there's a hamlet not too far up, but we won't make it before night. We could brave the woods.
Probably their weakest when they've just been turned into smoke. Could catch them in a balloon or something.
We have a responsibility to get these people to safety.
Lug is strong enough to throw a bucket over a house. I bet he's strong enough to turn this cart upside down. We could make a shelter out of it just for the night
Yeah, I suppose, if that's a better option than just trying to...
on the edge of the woods.
Well, we could put them in there so that the kids are all right, and then we could go and investigate the woods if you think this is the time to do it.
I don't know that there's any hurry. We know the direction they went in.
What if they turn back into wolf people overnight?
I'm pretty confident that's not going to happen. Looking at my critical one. I'm sure it's fine.
It occurs to all of you
My
that
role-playing face.
Investigating in the daytime might be better if we think that these things primarily hunt at night.
Let's
They
look after
just
these
came
people
out.
at night.
Maybe
It
we
just
can.
came out now at day, so it's starting to get dark. Maybe
When
they're
the sun went down, wasn't it?
crepuscular.
no, the sun is still up, but it is going down. It's evening time. But it's going to be dark soon, is the thing. It occurs to all of you that the woods, while offering shelter, also aren't best pleased
They're
with
angry.
right now.
They're angry.
Between not a rock and a hard place,
Yeah.
a tree and a wild place.
I've only ever done glamping, so I need to find an actual bed.
Need a yurt.
Luxury yurt.
Yes,
A yurt
I need
or
a
better.
yurt minimum.
So,
Did you bring a yurt?
No, funnily enough, when I was fleeing my home, I did not. No.
so are you turning the cart over?
Yeah. Create a sort of somewhat fortified camp.
All right.
Watch, look after these good people who've carried us.
Make me a strength check, please.
All right.
Strength athletics, if you've got.
Yeah. I got it. That's a 7 from a starting point.
Yofi's going to give you a hand on this one, I think. You see Yofi and especially Michael and Lily look kind of worried. Like, thought he was strong enough to throw a bucket over a house.
Never said it was a big bucket.
I take 2 points of herniated disc damage.
No, you're fine. It's
Okay,
just-
good.
it's a real effort to turn this thing over.
Yeah.
Like, it takes you quite a lot longer than you anticipated. And the sun is like, it has dipped below the horizon by the time you get it over there. But there is enough light to see by. I would like anyone watching to make me a wisdom perception check, please.
6.
Also 6.
9.
15.
I'm still just about wrestling with the cart, I assume.
Okay, fair enough. This coach is still very, very muddy. It's very dirty. You're still, that's uncomfortably clear to you. The axle, you can see even caked in mud, looks weird. It's kind of segmented, and each segment of this axle that's kind of spreading up and, out to the wheels appears to be a vertebrae. The wheels look odd too, sort of the spokes. Like, have you ever seen a femur?
I'm sure my traps in the vaults have broken a few, but never seen one myself.
Okay, well, that's what you notice anyway. Everyone else is kind of just busy making camp.
I'm laying hands on Rug. And
Doesn't sound like you're hitting me.
no, on the scorch marks
Throwing
from the
hands
radiant, from all the radiant damage.
Oh no!
And
Fix this.
you're healed for 20 hit points.
20. That's great. Thank you.
Apologising profusely.
Yeah, I think where you're like trying to hold a wet cake together. Like,
yeah. Just patting the scorch marks
Thanks.
off the armour. Yeah.
What is it, Chris?
Is it not a yurt? Is this the?
Oh, this is certainly not a yet. I've come across some weird things in my studies and such. A lot of seen some bones and.
The sun continues to
Does
go
that
down.
look?
That's nice.
I might.
So for dinner, what does everyone fancy?
Bones? What bones?
Just please. I think the wheels are bones.
oh yeah, these wheels are
Oh
made
my
of.
god!
Wait.
Oh,
Were these wheels? Did they look like they were made of bones earlier?
well, covered in mud, weren't they? It's kind of.
Well,
shaking up.
But it was
Where I-
off-white.
Where I cleaned off, it was off-white.
It was an
I
off-white
thought-
cart, which is a weird colour for a cart now.
Can we brush some of this mud
just-
off and see what we're working with here? Like,
Well, you can. I
We'll
won't.
start scrubbing away some of the dirt.
just scratching away, see if there's anything, like any evidence on the side of the cart, what it might have been.
Bones
Yeah.
are a perfectly valuable resource.
You,
Sturdy and strong and widely available.
yeah, like you start sort of cleaning the mud off, and sure enough, oh, that's bone, and that seems to be bone. This whole thing appears to be made entirely out of bone.
What bones are the wheels made out of?
Bones.
It's like someone has managed to
Cool bones.
shape
We've got a bone like that in us.
bone.
One of the ones in the ear. maybe.
Things start pinging off in your little furball head. You remembered, you did clock earlier, you were like, gabble ratchets. Like, oh yeah, they can be strays, or they can be sort of part of hunting parties. They can be sort of in service to others.
Right.
And you have a growing suspicion that this is something called a Kocherbauer,
Right.
which is sort of like the bone coach of. There's no easy way to say. Well, there is an easy way to say, sort of like headless, vengeful horseman
Got it.
leading hunts and coming after anyone who wrongs them. The easy way to say it is Dullahan.
Right.
It occurs to you that all of you are in
Great peril.
so much trouble.
Right.
Like, so much trouble. Make me a wisdom perception check, please.
All right.
Where did you say you found this coach again?
It was just in the mud. Why?
I think we might be in trouble here.
That's 17.
You're sort of kneeling down to check on this bone, and you can feel tremors in the ground, in going into sort of your knee and the balls of your feet, and you can sort of feel like it's kind of rhythmic, like.
Oh boy. All right. I think we should move away from the coach and maybe find a rock to hide behind for the moment, because something is coming. I can feel it. This coach is bad news for us. I think we're being hunted.
I think we should go into the forest.
It's a bit
It's harder terrain to follow us through. That's for
Trying
sure.
to follow us through, and I can scout a safe path on us.
All right, quickly, let's gather
let's
up the kids, Lily, Michael, Yoffie, and kind of herd them towards the woods.
Sure thing. Yeah, you start. You are a couple of 100 feet from the woods, I reckon.
All right, I'm going to pick the kids up,
Yeah.
and we're going to sprint.
Okay, make me a strength athletics check.
Sure.
Everyone. Make me
Oh,
an
everyone.
Everyone, make me an
Oh.
athletics check. Cressida, you look over your shoulder. You have dark sight. You can see there is it's the problem. You know how sometimes you can see things in the dark out of the corner of your eye, and it's almost like the light is being pulled into those things. You are looking directly at this thing, and it is a rider on a horse. There is no head, and behind him are about 10 gavel ratchets, and they are just tearing towards you. How was that check?
It was only a 12.
Okay, that's luck on a 12.
22.
Wow, 6. Tripped.
Dang. Robin.
19.
Cressida.
13.
Happen. You can sort of see the woods in front of you. They appear to be moving. Sort of like it's again. It's not like trees are parting or the vegetation's kind of like being pushed around or anything, but like it just feels like the whole surface of the wood is like in shift. That is an 18 from the hunting party. So they close on a lot of you by 30 foot. Again, please.
I think if Robin saw Willow find Trip, he would go back to try and help her up.
Great.
So,
Perfect. Yeah, I'll move you back. Lovely stuff.
All right.
Nice.
That's another 12.
Oh, it's a crit one.
You fall down.
Can I cast
Yeah?
invisibility on myself?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, do that. I take that down.
Yeah, that's a good point of debt to take, I think.
17, dirty 20.
Nice.
20, also dirty.
Oh, yeah. And
another 19.
great, okay. It's really quite dynamic. Like, Willow find trips, and as she kind of lurches forward, Robin just kind of grasps her upper arm and like her forearm, and you both just start absolutely pelting it. Falling down, you are like, basically they don't make up that much ground, but you've kind of made your choice here, and you're just going to be sat.
Yeah.
Like, Happen, you make it to the woods.
Great. I think.
Yeah, there are
Held by the woods.
there are brambles that are making it very difficult for you to get in there. You're
worries.
going to have to fight to get in.
Let me tell you about Natural Explorer. It's the forest is a favoured terrain type for Happen. My proficiency bonus is doubled for proficient skills when you make an int or whiz check related to it.
Okay.
Anyway, like the forest is my bag. Is the sort of vibe.
Yes,
here.
yeah.
So
you are the perfect person to be in front, but what I'm
Yeah.
trying to convey here is that the Wyrdwood is fighting your entry. It is reluctant to let you in.
Well, I think whatever the Wyrdwood has to offer is not as frightening as what's behind us. So
Right.
I would like to scout about and just try and establish the best, clearest, the optimal route
Yep.
for a number of people, some of whom are carrying 2 young children,
Yeah.
to try and fight their way through the woods.
Fantastic.
If it's hard for us, it's also hard for the horsemen.
Okay, great. Yes, please make me a check with advantage.
With advantage.
Well, you know, scouting, you've got advantage there, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's 1. That's a 10. Okay.
It does have other numbers on it.
Does it?
Yeah,
Look at that. First time we've seen one of those.
It has a 1 in it.
Don't forget your point of debt.
So 14.
Okay. With 14, yeah, you are like you can feel thorns digging into your clothing and sort of scratching the backs of your hands and stuff, but you're able to sort of push a path there. You can feel as you push that the woods are resisting you.
The sprite's kind of leading in a particular direction, and I can
You're able to kind
blindly
of
follow them.
You're able to sort of make a tunnel. You think you can see a little clearing up ahead.
Yep.
And if you can just make it there, you should be all right. You just need to keep pushing.
This way, everyone, follow me.
All right, one more check, please.
Okay.
I mean, are you going to stay still?
Yeah, because I can sort of teleport my
Sure.
way away if I need to. Yeah. So.
12.
17.
12.
In that case, I think they are hot on your heels. I got a 15 from them. Who's furthest behind? Is it you, Lug?
Probably. I've had a couple of poor rolls.
Everyone kind of rushes up and starts crawling into this tunnel that has made. And you're kind of there, watching these things approach. You post one child in, you post Lily through, they're sort of being pulled out.
Get them to climb a tree, get the kids up a tree, boost them up or whatever,
Smart, yeah.
There's a clearing just ahead.
Yeah, I
We should
think,
make for that.
yeah, happen. You can sort of burst into this clearing.
So I don't think these trees are super climbable. Also, if you tried to climb a tree recently, it takes ages, and it's so hard.
If you get the kids, at least get the kids off the ground.
Yeah, kids can climb trees.
You
Anyway,
can throw them a good 6
You can
to
throw a
12
bucket
feet.
over a house.
Yeah, you can throw a child into a
I'm
tree.
going to say you are crawling into this space when a hound reaches you. What's your AC again, please?
Only 12. I need to buy myself some armor.
I got an 11 total. So, literally, your foot disappears into the bracken and
Snapping.
his jaws snap shut. And the hounds are now just clawing and digging and snarling at this hole that you all went into. You can sort of see, looking back, you can see them scrabbling, desperate to get in but unable to pass the barrier. And then there is this almighty whoosh noise, and you see there's basically the Dullahan is still mounted but has a whip that is just made of spine, and it is lashing the dogs back. They all fall back into line, and they're kind of just circling and nipping at each other, and they're restless because they've got the scent on them, and they're being stopped. All of you are sort of retreating. You're emerging into the clearing now, sort of standing there. The brambles have coalesced and formed this mesh that was to keep you out, but is now sort of keeping you protected. It's above chest high, and it is a solid wall. And you see this Dullahan standing there. He drops the whip, and it just disappears in a puff of smoke. You see him swing a leg over the horse and draw this enormous sword. He has no head, but you can see that he is looking directly at all of you. You've given up the wagon, but he is still coming. He starts to walk towards you, and there is a sickening lurch as the brambles start to give way for him. He is walking directly towards you, slowly and with purpose.
Lug,
Yes.
how would you make it so that the woods are on our side again? Well, not again, but is there something nice we can do for the forest in the next 10 seconds.
I don't know, is there some sort of offering we could give it?
Maybe a wisdom perception check.
Alright. Better not be one of the kids. That is a 12.
Why is Michael crying?
Why is Michael crying?
He's standing there, and I mean, they're both crying.
Yeah.
But Lily's bawling, like tears rolling down her cheeks, because she's scared. Michael is doing that sort of shoulders up by his ears, snuffling, guilty sort of crying.
Okay.
That a child.
What did you do? You can tell us. We just need to know what we're dealing with.
He's sort of slowly starts to unloop his backpack.
Right.
He's sort of got this like satchel thing on his back. Sort of unloops it and places it in front of him. He's like, I thought maybe it would do what we wanted, and it might keep us safe.
What is it?
Inside, it looks at first like just a rotting cheese.
Okay.
Until you sort of see an eyeball roll in the socket and a jaw starts like working. It is a severed head.
Wow.
That is alive.
Okay. Michael, you're into some weird stuff. Is this what, like, 10-year-olds are into these days, or whatever age you are?
Are 10-year-olds into skulls with, like, wiggling jaws and wiggling eyes? Hell yes.
It's like the slime.
Yeah.
Maybe they trade them in the playground.
Yeah, right.
Where did you find this? Was it in the carriage? Yeah, okay.
Wait, is this
it
the
back.
headless horseman's head?
Throw it over the edge.
How-
Give it back.
Wait. If we give this horseman its head back, what makes us think that that's going to be enough?
Well, it
Maybe
looks
it
pretty angry at the moment.
I'm invisible. I'm not here.
could just make it more powerful and just as vengeful.
There's two ways to do it, isn't there? There's give it back to the horseman, which could go well or could go badly. Or there's destroy the head, which could go well or could go badly.
Or
we hold it hostage.
we make a deal.
We hold the head up by its gross hair.
He doesn't. The headless guy doesn't seem like he'll be reasoned with.
I vote. I like Willowfine's plan of holding it up. You've got, Willowfine, do some of your threaten holy magic at it.
Yeah. Kind of like conjure a sacred flame.
Can you talk to the heads? Does it talk?
Does it talk?
Does the headless horseman stop advancing when we appear to threaten the head?
Flat fire, like sort of.
He stops
Like so.
and sees that you've got the head. And then the hounds start howling. And he keeps walking
Okay.
towards you.
Okay.
He does not see
Willowfine, we shouldn't have done
a turn.
I mean, I can still torch it.
Robin, you feel an arm slip around your shoulders. And a voice just says in your ear, "You'll owe me a favour for this one."
I look around.
A man steps sort of past Robin and over to you, Willowfine, and just sort of takes the head from you. He's wearing like a jacket, and it's leather, but it's made of like lots of little patches of leather, like it's just been sewn up and re-sewn over the years. And he's wearing, like when they've got those hats and it's just like there's a disc of leather and they put it on their head and just sort of tie a thing around it. Sort of wearing that, he's sort of got like a scraggly beard.
It's him again, it's that fella.
Weird. He takes the head, flashes you a grin, and then he leaps into the air, like high above this wall of brambles. And he, for a second, seems to like land on the side of a tree, and then he kicks off, sailing over the head of this Dullahan and the hunting party. And he tears off across the moors. The Dullahan, it lets out this hiss of rage. It's like a gurgling shriek from severed
Bubbles
windpipe.
popping out the top of it.
Like a gurgling, horrible, scream. and it just, like, it turns to smoke and rematerializes on its horse, wrenches the mount around, and they tear off over the moors. And they are struggling to keep up with this guy on foot.
Wow.
Friend of yours?
It keeps bloody turning up. I don't know who he is.
I think Morven knew who he was. Well, or knew more about him. Morven said that he was there at her execution.
All right.
We could ask Morven.
Well, yeah, but she's not here, is she? So we can't ask her. Maybe he's from Wenlock.
While this is happening, I'd like to have walked back in. Right, I've just seen this random man run off again. And he sort of rings a bell. And I'm walking, and I see them surrounding Robin, being like, we need to talk to him. And I'd just like to walk up and go bonk on the back of the head with my spell book.
Sure.
Knock him unconscious.
Yeah. So your dress is being really damaged as you crawl through this wall of brambles.
I'm invisible, but all
And
the
then
while
you
it's being
just-
like, no.
Yeah,
Are you
sure.
invisible when you hit Robin over
Well,
the head?
it's whenever I do an invisibility
at that
breaks.
instant. Okay.
So you just see me appear with a book in my hand.
Well, can you exceed my armor class, though?
We'll see. We'll see. You'll just see me
roll
as
it.
I attack.
Let's see.
I guess we'll all take turns trying to knock Robin unconscious.
That's a 14. No, a 13.
Really bad for you being knocked up.
Robin?
All right, roll damage.
Kill Robin.
1d4 plus your strength mod.
That's 0.
Right. Yeah, you just...
What the bloody hell?
Sorry, I was just trying something.
Daddy, I want to go home, says Lily. Yofi's there like, I think maybe this is where we part ways.
I think that's probably sensible.
If we're all headed, if you're going to your home in the hamlet, maybe we head there as well. You could go to sleep, Robin.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes,
We just want to know.
to talk to Morven.
I
All
just.
right, well, you've got to deal with her.
Yofi and Lily and Michael are backing away, going back to the moors. The brambles, you notice, part for them. But as they get past a certain point, they re-knit behind you. The Wyrdwood appears to want you to stay for now. In fact, you hear behind, like if you're looking out to where they're disappearing, trying to get their mules back because their mules are gone. You hear the brush kind of open up and a very clear, distinct path is laid out for you. Would you care to follow it?
I think we probably ought to.
You walk down it for a minute or so. The moon is rising now over Hales. But obviously, you're in a dense wood. It's not that bright. You sort of get little bits of dapple making it through the leaves. But one by one, you sort of start noticing along the borders of this path the little flowers letting off a tiny, tiny amount of bioluminescence. And as you keep walking, they grow in number until you are walking on a carpet of glowing flowers, and you get a horrible creeping feeling that you are being summoned by someone. And I think we'll end it there. It's time for the rolling right. Will you get an envelope? Nobody knows. But you're going to find out imminently.
All right, so my debt is 1. I'd be extremely unlucky to roll a 1, but then I've been extremely unlucky pretty much since this campaign started, so we'll see what happens. Ooh, that looks like an 86 to me. Not far from the 1, though. Lucky escape.
So an 11 or lower would sink me. 77.
I have 9 debt, and I've rolled a 49.
So I have a debt of 15, which is the highest still, I think, even though I didn't cast a single spell that episode. So 83.
Safe.
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 He's safe.
Right, so I have to roll a 12 or above because my debt is 11. So 57. I'm fine.
At this point, some of you may be wondering why we even bothered with a giant D100, but I promise you it'll happen eventually. So thank you very much for watching this episode. And we're back. I really hope you enjoyed that episode. Some true peril awaits our weirdos in the depths of the wood. But before we head into the next episode, remember you can head over to the premiere page for the first episode of Oxventure Wyrdwood Season 2 right now and hit the button to get notified when the premiere goes live later this summer. And what's more, you can head over to store.outsidexbox.com to pick up our latest drop of Oxventure merchandise. That's the all-new Chaos Magic Liquid Core dice set, which I hid inside the sofa, and the signed Wyrdwood prints, all of which are with us for a limited time only, so head over to store.outsidexbox.com today to get yours. Now let's roll episode 4 of Wyrdwood, The Path of Broken Oaths. After the episode, I'll see you back here for your first glimpse at Wyrdwood Season 2. Hello and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. Last week, you all learned that it's important to make sure that children aren't smuggling severed heads in any given situation, because you got on
already.
Why didn't you say anything? You got onto the wrong side of a Dullahan and a massive pack of gabble ratchets, and you narrowly escaped into the Wyrdwood.
That sounds a lot more whimsical than it was.
Yeah.
It was horrifying.
It doesn't sound that whimsical.
That's English folklore, baby. The Wyrdwood doesn't seem keen on letting you go. In fact, it opened up a path, as you may remember, which is littered with tiny bioluminescent flowers, almost like there's a carpet being rolled out for somebody very, very important. Spoilers, it's not any of you. You are being summoned to meet somebody. And we should really meet our players and their characters.
I'm Mike. I'm playing Lug, the Fearbold Barbarian who loves the forest. For now.
I'm Luke. I'm playing Happen, who is a human ranger completely devoted to the extremes of luck, both good and bad.
I'm Jane. I'm playing Willow Fine, who is an Asimar cleric.
I'm Andy. I'm playing the dual roles of Robin Oatcake, who is a man, and Morven Helwain, who is a Berrant sorcerer.
Hello, I'm Ellen, and I'm playing Cressida Blackwater, human elf wizard, who is just not enjoying roughing it and slumming it, to be honest.
So we pick up directly where we left off, with you walking along a path that is illuminated by some dainty little flowers, and eventually you enter. I wouldn't call it a clearing, because the wood and the canopy completely envelops this area, but it's kind of like almost like a sphere that you enter. And against the far wall, made out of sort of roots and branches, constructing a sort of grand chair. I wouldn't call it a throne, but I would call it a seat of power and influence, behind which, kind of swarming indistinctly in the shadows, but very much peeking out and having a look and seeing, just you feel a lot of eyes on you indistinctly, kind of observing the newcomers to the wood. You get the impression that there are hundreds of different wild folk creatures. It's almost like you've entered a royal court. And sat on this seat, kind of reclining, is a green man. So you picture sort of very, very tall, entirely green, kind of this foliate head. The beard is made of oak leaves. There's ash and elm in there as well, with this long mane of hair, which looks more vegetal than it does, made of keratin like our hair is. His skin is completely covered in leaves, and he is just sort of watching you all, and you have no doubt in your minds whatsoever that this is the being who has summoned you.
We should kneel. It's a leaf fella.
Lug says we should kneel.
We should, probably. Yeah.
I kneel.
I kneel.
I kneel as well.
I refuse to kneel.
Oh.
Because I'm not getting this dress. I kind of nod.
Like that.
That'll do.
Whatever.
All right. I edge away from.
Are you
On
kneeling?
one knee.
Are you kneeling, Robin? All right.
I'm down,
Straightens
like.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
touching
sort
the
of
floor.
There is a deep sonorous laugh that seems to ring around the entire. I'm going to call it a clearing for the sake. The floor's clear. I'm going to call it a clearing for the sake of argument. His voice just goes, there is no need to kneel. Please, rise.
What did you tell us to kneel for, you idiot? We look like idiots.
You don't want to not kneel when you need to kneel. It's no less of a problem if you kneel when you don't need to kneel.
What?
Now let me see. Who has come before me this night?
We have.
He sort of, as you speak, he starts forward and kind of stares at you with unmistakable fascination. He's watching you and he sort of grins like, you should not exist. How fascinating. And he reaches down, sort of down by his ankle. And as he does this, from the ceiling above you, this enormous green hand, ringed in leaves, reaches down and just picks Happen up by the leg. You are pulled up into the very canopy of the Wyrdwood, where you do not see like a corresponding face or anything, but you feel like you are being intensely regarded by an intelligence that is both greater and far, far older than your own. The voice continues. A common folk from the Balewood. Wonders never cease. And you are slowly lowered back down. Like, he's not trying to write to you, but he's lowering you enough that you can kind of like lower yourself to the ground.
Are you all right?
Yeah, he's just like everyone else, super into the fact that I'm from Balewood.
Okay. Must be nice there.
I think it's nice.
You may be wondering why I've gathered you here, why I did not let you leave the wood after initially I was reluctant to let you enter it.
Thought maybe you wanted to save us from the headless fella.
I had not decided at that point, but...
Well, we're very grateful that you did.
Do you know the man with the hat?
Who do you mean?
There was a man with a hat, and he...
Like when you take a disc of leather and push it down and then you tie a string around it, and he had a coat that was sort of like leather, but it was sort of made of patchwork.
Ah. Yes, I know something of that figure, but there will be time to discuss this. First, I'm afraid you have some explaining to do. Now, I do not speak for the entirety of the Wyrdwood, but I speak for a portion of it. I have some limited dominion over it, and in that self-same portion was a tree. A maudlin ash. That tree is no more. That tree was a friend to many. It was voracious, yes, but we often don't get to choose our friends or our traveling companions, do we?
Certainly wasn't a friend to us.
Definitely not a friend to me.
As I'm told, I wasn't there.
We burned it. It was...
Whoa, what's this we?
As a team, we worked together. We destroyed it. It was in self-defense. In the Balewood, self-defense is considered an acceptable reason for inflicting mortal injury.
So it is here as well, but then this is rather more of a thorny issue, isn't it? The windfall bargain was broken by the people of Oakburn. The tree took control of them, as is its right. And then you wandered into the midst of it with, may I say, disastrous consequences. I say this not to punish you, but to lay things out as they are. You have a blood debt to the Wyrdwood. And there is, as so often is the case between my people and yours, he looks specifically at Happen, Robin, and Cressida at this point. He sort of inclines his head deferentially to Willow, Fine, and Lug to indicate that the wild in him recognizes the wild in you, basically. I believe a bargain can be struck, as often it has been before. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The leaf litter sort of jumps up and forms itself into various shapes. There are sort of like low stools that you could sit on. There's sort of, couches on which to recline. He's trying to make things comfortable for you, but all he knows is the wilderness.
Didn't even do anything.
Oh, yeah. Some sprites, you sort of recognise them as distant cousins of your own. They're kind of a bit larger. Take to wing, and they're sort of carrying mugs of what looks like a sort of a cool water. And there are plates of sort of various berries and nuts, etc., etc. All of you, having grown up in Hales, know well enough never to just take food and drink from the wild folk. I think he senses your hesitance and goes, I make a solemn oath I offer you these victuals without expectation or bargain. Now, if you would be so kind, could you tell me a little about your purpose here?
All right, I take out the cope stones, the communication stones. We've been dispatched as a team from the folk mood at the centre of this land to investigate the happenings with magic.
We sensed a folk mood.
Do you know what's going on with magic?
I'm afraid we are at a loss in the same way you are.
But it's bad. It means people can't uphold their bargains.
Yes, we know. It brings us no joy to enact the consequences of that which falls through the gaps, as it were. I'll be honest, we were waiting to hear news of the folk moot to see what the common people had decided, but there's been nothing forthcoming so far. It seems the common folk don't place as much trust in us as they have over the last many years.
I don't think they've come to a conclusion. We're just trying to investigate, and that's our role, is to try and discover what's behind it so a solution can be found.
That seems wise.
Should we go and do that then?
It's what we were doing before.
Yeah.
He pauses as if he's listening to something that you can't hear. Your intentions seem true enough, although you seem deeply strange to me. He's regarding you, Robin, now very closely, as if he's just noticed.
Well, he seems deeply strange to us as well.
Oi! Nice.
It'll be because there's a sorcerer in him.
Fascinating.
I'm all right.
He
Most
sort
of
of
the time.
almost reaches down again to pick you up, and you see this hand descend.
Oh, no, I'm all right. You can have a look from up there.
Very well. I would like to grant you free passage through the wood again, and I would like to speed you on your journey.
Hooray!
But as I said, there is a blood debt that must be paid.
Oh.
At this point, King Cressida just be like, oh, what is it? Whatever debt, I can pay off a debt. And she throws like a couple of gold coin at his feet.
Is it Lily's money?
Oh. No, it was from a little stash that she had with her. Lily's wasn't quite enough. Lily's was just a few silvers.
Silvers?
Well, bronzes.
There is a hiss from a lot of the voices, a lot of the creatures that you cannot see in the shadows. It seems like what you just did was extremely insouciant. There's like a
Chris, I don't think they want money.
For his part, the Green Man finds this quite funny. It's like, would that it was so simple. No. Here we barter. One good turn deserves another. We will be happy to cancel your debt and speed you on your way if you resolve an issue for us. There is a settlement of common folk not too far from our borders. We've had an agreement with them for a long time now, but when we awoke from our torpor, they did not emerge to renew their bond. To them we extended the windfall agreement, the right to forage, the right to hunt, safe passage through the woods. For as far as my borders reach, we were very, very good to them. And yet they have not come to see us. I worry, in truth, more than I am offended. I would like you to go see these people, see if any fate has befallen them, and indicate that we are ready to make our bond anew.
Before we agree, I think that sounds reasonable, but I think if we do that, it's quite a big task.
we're already on a pretty important job, and it would delay us quite considerably from getting to that. I think it's reasonable, if everyone else thinks so as well, that I think you should reward us in some other way as well.
And what would that be?
A token, a favour of the Green Man, something that one of us could use or deploy. I think it would speed us on our quest considerably, and I don't think it's an unreasonable ask.
You don't know whether you want to live or die, and you're thrilled by the possibility of both, aren't you?
I'm thrilled by the possibility of good and bad fortune, and I sense both now. Do we have a bargain? Yep.
DC 18.
Well,
persuasion check.
I'll clearly be using...
That's a point of debt if ever I've heard of one.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Good loot is on the line here, guys.
Got it. Inspiration. No, you haven't. We haven't had the rest.
Green Man's big green sword or whatever.
Boring.
What's your roll?
It's more or less the only result that Happen is unhappy with. And 11. Plus, what was it? It doesn't matter.
Charisma, persuasion, right?
Charisma, persuasion, that's -1.
You're not charismatic.
He sort of sits back and picks up a very large goblet. It's almost like a rain barrel. He sort of sits back. It's like, you amuse me. Go, do what has been asked, and we shall see. But I promise nothing now. The path opens up on the other side of the clearing, and you find yourselves walking down. It opens up quite a broad corridor. You are being sped along by basically being shown the back door, and this place will spit you out next to the hamlet.
Big green hand shuffling
Exactly,
us along.
yeah. It's going to spit you out near the hamlet toward which you are heading. Is there any preparation you would like to make beforehand?
Okay. Is it time for a long rest? Or
You could probably ask the Green Man. You've not left the clearing yet.
Is it still night? As
Yeah, it's
well?
nighttime.
In my experience, wild folk perceive time on a different scale. I'm sure the Green Man wouldn't mind if we slept and waited.
You want to bed down in the woods?
I think we're safe in these woods. We're on a job for the Green Man.
All right.
let's just ask him. Green Man, we feel we'd be better equipped to tackle this task with a rest, so we can regroup.
Yeah, or a favour or an item.
He's sort of like, he cracks a wry smile at Happen. Very well.
Thank you, Green Man.
Take your rest. About 8 hours or so should do it.
Yes. Tight 8.
But then be on your way.
Yeah.
I'm staying up. I will incur some exhaustion
Okay.
to remain awake. I don't
Sure
think
thing.
Robin would want to.
Okay. Yeah, you
Nobody knows what happens when he falls asleep.
take 1 level of exhaustion, please.
That's -2 to all my rolls, right?
Yes, it is.
Great stuff.
And your pace is reduced by -5 feet
Sweet.
a second.
So you're an exhausted peasant with 4 health points.
Yep.
Some high-level D&D, what can I say? All right, have yourself a lovely, lovely long rest. Refresh your stuff. You all sleep on, the floor.
Robin, you should sleep. It's late.
I'm not tired, not sleepy.
I'm
Fine.
sleepy. How are you not sleepy?
I'm not sleepy at all. Well, I'll keep everyone safe. Set me off now. Oh, God damn it.
Genuinely, yeah, that was, yeah. You don't find it too hard to stay awake.
Because of the terror.
Yeah, this is so very strange to you. The constant whisperings and chitterings and movement in the wood, not just from the people who are kind of observing you because you're so strange, but off in the woods you can hear like enormous crashing noises at points. It's like things that are impossibly big are moving through the wood.
Also, every time Robin starts to sort of dip, there's a sensation in the back of his mind, like an icy hand is sort of closing over his brain, which does.
Ooh, like that thing when you're
Refreshing.
falling asleep and it feels like you're falling,
feels like
but
you're
much
falling.
worse
It's
than
exactly
that.
it's exactly that. It's a full body jolt and a kind of icy feeling around his brain.
Wow. The green man just stares at you, unblinking, unmoving for 8 hours. You can feel that he is watching you, but he is just...
Hello. I do need to go to the bathroom, so if you can... All right.
The only time he moves is to go...
Okay.
He doesn't know that's not when the sorcerer comes out.
Can't go if you're watching.
Go behind a tree.
I go behind a tree.
Not that tree.
The tree peeing bargain. Don't break the tree peeing bargain.
A pair of eyes open up in the tree. Oh, just wait till we get to the village, I suppose.
That'd probably keep you awake.
Yeah, that will keep you awake.
Okay. You wake up in the morning. You find that there has been for each of you, there is a small satchel kind of made out of, it's almost like wicker, like woven branches. And inside are some victuals, sort of, again, some mushrooms, some fruits.
Great, I
Some sort of unleavened bread.
Sounds good.
Some wine.
No wine.
It's 6 a.m., Cress.
It's wine o'clock somewhere. No, she does not say that.
No, yes, she does. Okie dokie. The green man is true to his word. You proceed along this path, and then it's weird. After about 10 minutes, you emerge out of the wood again. That should have, based on as you get onto the moors where you are, that should have been a journey of about 3 hours. But you can see that there is a small hamlet ahead. There's smoke coming out of the chimneys. There's sort of a paddock with some sheep being grazed. Everything seems to be fairly normal.
Well, we walk into town and shout good day.
Maybe they
See if we can
forgot.
beckon some people out.
Maybe we'll remind them. They'll be like, I can't believe it. Didn't uphold the bargain with the wild folk, and
Hello, good
probably
people.
just slip their mind.
Hail
Is there
and well
anyone?
met.
Yeah.
I left my shoes at work once. It's easy to do.
Now the dog has them.
Dog has them.
Does the dog have them?
It puts 2 feet in each one. It looks stupid. Stupid dog. Doing a good job though.
Wait, is it 2 feet on each side, or is it the front 2 and the rear 2?
Yeah, it's depending on his mood.
Right.
But he competently turns the spit either
Still
way.
competently how I should
Still
see
better
him.
than you.
Oh, beautiful. Such an even roast. Wouldn't believe it.
Hello.
Is there anyone to talk to but these people?
There are lots of people sort of out and about, and at your greeting, I would say 2/3 of them rush inside and shut their doors.
Rude.
Rude, yeah.
There's a woman is standing there with sort of like a basket on her hip. It's just a lot of different clothes in there. Some of them are have holes in them and are clearly being patched or something like that. What do you want?
We've been sent by the Green Man of the woods.
What does he want now?
Well, he says you're late to service
your
your debt
bond.
to him.
Are you joking?
No.
Lionel? A man steps out and he's sort of he's from his sort of world weary, but sort of I love being a big, strong man sort of bearing. You would suspect that this is this woman's husband. Steps out and he's like, what is it, Gracie? These people say they're from the Green Man and that we're late with what we owe. You've got some nerve, you people.
We are but messengers. The Green Man says that you owe him.
It's maybe there's a misunderstanding. Just tell us what's going on from your perspective. And
We've
maybe
paid him enough.
Well, what have you paid him?
Why haven't we paid him?
No, but
Half
what
a
have you-
dozen chickens.
Right.
All the silver in our hamlet.
Right.
We've given him, what else have we given him? Bolts of cloth. Bolts of cloth
You give this.
we've given him.
You give this to him directly, or was there a middleman?
No, he came out of the woods himself.
Well, big green fella,
That's right.
got a beard made of leaves and that.
That's right.
When did this last happen?
He said we were good. He said we were paid up for at least 3 months.
I think you might have given it to an imposter.
What are you talking about?
Or the green man has become greedy.
The greedy.
I'll say he's become greedy. Who knows what he's going to take next? What's he going to ask for? One of my children? And you people say that you come here working for him. Go on then. What's he sent you to fetch? What's he want out of us this time?
We don't have a specific list of demands. He just said he wanted to know why you were late.
He said he hadn't heard from you. He's just getting worried.
I think he wanted a meeting.
And if he was getting greedy, he probably would have been more specific about what he wanted.
I'll give him
Yeah.
a meeting if he comes back here again.
Great.
Cool,
We'll let him know.
1 second, Lionel. I don't think the Green Man wants like 6 chickens and a bunch of silver and
It
cloth
sounds like something
that a human would
a
want.
person would want.
That the
He
common
turned his
folk
nose
would
up
want.
at my gold.
There we go.
At the May Day parade in Wenlock, they have a fella. He's on like stilts, and he's got a hat made of leaves and stuff. He looks like a green man.
Could have been
Do you
him.
think it was the guy on stilts?
Well, it's a bit far to walk on stilts from Wenlock. Oh, they could have carried the stilts.
I think you're on the verge of a breakthrough, Robin.
He's very tired.
Yeah, he's extremely tired.
A little tired, a little wired.
Robin, at this festival of yours, what used to happen at the festival? Was there any sort of gift given?
The Green Man would come out on his stilts, and he'd say, "Oh, it's May Day. Everybody have a drink," and then we'd all have a drink, and then he'd say, "Oh," and then we'd go, "Eh," and then we'd all drink a yard of ale. And then I don't really remember.
Can I try and think back, because I'm a human and I
Brag.
Inspiration every long rest.
yeah, it's pretty sweet. Can I just have a think about what I think typically would be a bargain that you make? You know, what offering would you typically make? I feel like all humans would have a sense of this, because we all keep these bargains all the
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Like a lot of them would be, it's more like acts of service, like
Trimming the verges.
effectively, or like, times of drought, fetching water.
Rather than material.
Material requests are very unusual, because what does a wood have? What businesses would have with chickens and silver and silks? Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to take some stuff from people, you could just get on stilts and put on a leaf hat and be like, "I'm the Green Man, give me all your chickens."
If we think there's an imposter, maybe we should try and coax this imposter out.
We could ask where he went and maybe try and find him.
Lionel, did you say you gave all your silver to this Green Man?
Yeah.
There's none left in the village.
Trying to gouge us for more, is that it?
No. I cast locate object on silver.
Oh, very good.
Might get a ping from my dress.
You get an enormous ping from Cressida. Yes, just like boom, 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 boom. Like that's a wealthy
She's got
lady
silver.
right there.
Yeah.
My goodness! But you also further off, you do get a little like just on the edge of your senses. Interestingly, not toward the wood, but away from it, further north. From where this hamlet is, you can sense it's not much. It would be like a modest pouch at best, but there is silver that way.
All right. I share that with the group. There's silver that way, not towards the woods. And it's the only silver apart from Mrs. Moneybags.
I think it's a bloody fraudster. We should go over and check him out.
Yeah.
Take the silver back.
Lionel, we have a feeling you've been duped. Was there anything else unusual about this transaction
Or the
compared
Green
to
Man
previous
himself.
times? Yeah. Is there anything you noticed that felt different this time, other than the specifics of what the Green Man was asking for?
He demanded we just leave the goods out in a pile out near there's a stone not far from here. He told us to leave the goods there and back away.
But you saw him.
Probably on our route. What
Yeah, we
direction
saw
is
him.
that?
Did he look uneasy on his legs? Like he was
On stilts, perhaps.
stilts, perhaps?
No, he looked very comfortable.
Interesting. Okay.
I'll be honest, at first we were confused and we challenged him. We said, look, something about this doesn't feel right. And the damage he did.
It may not ease your mind, but the Green Man said to us that he was more worried than offended. So
It's got a weird way of showing it.
Lionel, what damage did he do
He dropped my friend down dead.
wow.
with magic?
We looked at him, and I don't know what transpired. He just fixed him with this evil stare, and then suddenly he just fell down, dead.
Bloody hell.
So after that, we didn't see sense in disobeying him. It's only in the past week we've got really angry. Now here you are.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of it.
We'll sort this out, Lionel. You stay here. We're going to go investigate.
Where's your dead friend? Are they buried?
Yes.
Where?
Don't think that's any of our business, Happen.
He points, and there's like a modest lot where some people have been buried. There are small grave markers.
If we think there's an imposter,
Please don't dig him up.
you're a step ahead of me, Robin. I want to dig him up.
Did I just hear you right? You want to dig up my friend?
I think it's possible that the grave will be empty. Maybe not, but possibly. If the Green Man is some kind of trickster, then an accomplice would certainly...
Don't you talk about Mark like that. I've known him man and boy. I watched him die and I buried him myself. He's dead.
I put an arm around Happen and I'm like, yeah, it's been a long day for all of us, so let's just go and investigate. I'm just sort of walking you away from Lionel.
Okay.
Imagine this, if we find that guy and it's him, then great surprise and good news that didn't involve us digging up a grave.
Okay.
We're going to go that way. I assume the stone that he referenced is in the direction that also Willow finds
It is.
ping occur.
It is not too far away. It's about 200 yards away, actually.
Okay.
There is, it is like a large flat stone that is propped up on sort of 4 other ones. It's almost like someone's made a rudimentary table. This thing looks very, very old, though.
May we investigate the stone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good idea on the way, isn't it? Yeah.
All right, I'm looking.
I'm looking.
Is it intelligence investigation?
Yes, please.
Ooh. Only 5.
3.
18 minus 2 for exhaustion. 16.
An 8. So Cressida's mildly interested, but not really bothering.
Okay, 4 of you look at it and your brains just go, stone! Robin looks at that and you've seen some stones in your time.
Certainly have.
You're also familiar with things being picked up and put down.
Mm-hmm.
You're also familiar with grass. From the
Am I ever?
the space underneath this table, the grass is dead, but it is there. You would expect if this thing had been here a very, very long time, nothing would grow in that space. You suspect that while it is made to look very old, this stone is in fact a new addition to the landscape. It has been put there. You do not see any cart tracks or drag marks or anything like that.
It's a heavy-looking stone.
It's a heavy, heavy stone. So you do not know how it was put here, but put here it was. And you do see some footprints coming to and from that stone.
All right. This is new. It's been brought here by someone and they carried it because they've not been dragging that.
How big are the footprints?
They are about the size of a normal human. On stilts! It's just they seem relatively normal.
This was a big, strong man.
Yeah. Well, there's 5 of us. Just go and ask them what's going on, get their stuff back. I'm sure they'll be reasonable. I shouldn't go around robbing people.
Can I attempt some tracking on the footprints?
Please do.
I'd like to try and establish a way that we can follow them to their source without following them directly, if you know what I mean. I want to estimate where they end and sort of take a roundabout route.
Okay, sure.
A kind of stealthy approach.
That would be a nature or survival check.
Okay, let's make it nature, in which case it was 16.
Okie dokie. So, for the first part of it, the footsteps are very, very clear, and sure enough, you go a little way along, and Willow you find a small pouch of silver that has been dropped. Clearly, somebody was carrying off a lot of things. Did not notice it hit the ground.
You should give that to Cressida. She's extremely good at keeping it safe.
Yeah. She's a bank.
I'm not sure, but
Just as you were good
we've
at
got bigger
protecting
fish
people.
to fry. So, Cressida.
Oh, thank you.
Just as Lug defends the woods and you defend people, and I'm skilled with my bow, and Robin is kind, Cressida is very good at looking after other people's money.
Geez, a bank.
You were asking for you want to get a read on where you reckon these footprints might be going.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got, they carry on a little bit and then the ground sort of dips a ways and sort of, it's not like a mini valley, but there is sort of a hill down there, and ahead of you is just more moorland, but like you sort of see off to the left a ways, there is a sort of like a rocky outcrop. You know, it's not quite a tor, but there's, you know, you just get sort of random patches of rock in the middle of a moorland. You can see a sort of gap in there, which suggests possibly a little bolt hole or something along those lines. You reckon if there's somebody skulking about here and they've got a nearby base of operations, it's there.
I think whoever was at the table has come from in that hole. Can I squeeze into it? Can I wriggle in?
It's quite a ways off. Do you want to all head over there?
Should we approach it somewhat stealthily? Is that a good idea? As stealthily as you can.
We just want to
do
have a
it
chat.
on a
Just wanna
moorland.
chat with them.
Right.
Know what's going on.
If someone's inside there, then they would be able to see us and we wouldn't be able to see them right now. So perhaps if we wanted to be extra cautious, we could walk back to the village and then walk around to the back of the bolt hole, so that if anyone was watching, they would think that we'd just come to look at the stone and left.
Cressida was invisible yesterday. That was neat.
Didn't see that.
Cressida, you've already done so much looking after our money. Would you be willing to help us once more this day?
If you insist. She gets visible.
Alrighty.
Get it.
Cressida, you've gone invisible. How are you proceeding? Apart from invisibly, how are you approaching this bolt hole?
Like picking up skirt from like the hem because she's just like because she just wants to try and keep as clean as possible. And just tentatively like having a little nose around and just seeing how big is it again? It's
the like opening to this thing itself is probably sort of about that high off the ground and sort of about that wide, and it's built into sort of like a big craggy sort of cluster of stone that then has, you know, grass on top and gives away into the moor.
I'd just like to kind of like peer in and just see what I can see at the moment. I suppose intelligence investigation.
Yes, please.
Okay, so that is a 16.
Okay. You can see. Firstly, you can see that this stone matches perfectly the stone that was back there. So that table came from somewhere, and it was here. As far as you can tell, you don't think anyone is in there. Like you see no flicker of light from a fire. The ground around the rock doesn't seem to have been disturbed recently, although there are signs that someone's been back and forth in the area of late.
What do you see, Cress?
I walk back and I go, well, there doesn't seem to be anyone in there.
Ah, who said that? a ghost.
So if you folks want to shuffle your way in there, I can wait outside.
All right, Cress.
Yes, it's me. Hello.
Sorry for the
Hello.
moment there. Quite tired.
Thanks, Cressida. Seems like the coast is clear, everyone. Let's go.
All right.
March into the bolt.
Yeah, I'm going with you.
Let's go.
We'll find.
Right.
Quickly. Start kicking things over inside the boat.
You marching up to the
Yes.
Marching in.
place.
Marching in.
Full of confidence.
Well, if Fine's doing a strength investigations check.
Yeah.
Hello.
I mean, it's been recce'd. It's definitely safe in there now.
I would like a wisdom perception check, please. From, you said that Robin and Happen were leading the charge.
Will I find?
Willow.
Sorry, Willow.
I'll go first.
Okay. Wisdom perception check, please.
That is a 19.
Okay.
Ooh.
Will I find you stop, like on a dime? The ground leading up to this entrance looks natural, but it like capital L, capital N looks natural. It's suspiciously pristine, like it's been carefully arranged, or like something's been camouflaged. Was it a 6, Robin?
Sure, well, it was an 8, but I'm exhausted.
Oh.
You sweepy.
You're creepy.
You take 6 points of piercing damage. You have stepped on a spike growth.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Cool. Well, I immediately pass out from the pain and then unnaturally snap back up and like, what the hell?
Oh, hello again.
Where are we?
It's been a while.
That?
Don't be cross with Robin just because he steps on a spike growth.
Did it grow
what?
after I'd
Ow.
left?
Ah. Can I extricate myself from this, please? Okay, I've extricated myself from the spike growth. What's going on? Where are we?
We are on some moorland. We are investigating a small bolt hole, and we are doing it on behalf of a local hamlet who we believe may have been tricked by a fake green man, and a real green man asked us to go to the hamlet.
That was the Morven recap.
It's in this cave. How far away is the entrance? Where does the look natural thing stop?
So you are 20 feet out from the entrance to the cave.
I misty step into the cave.
Very nice.
Fancy.
You step into the cave. You see all sorts piled up in there. There's like a modest chest of money. There are some like bolts of fine cloth. There is the remnants of a fire with a pot over it, which seems to have some sort of chicken stew in it. And you also see there's just piled up in the corner, there's a weird sort of like amalgamation of, it looks like costuming supplies, really. There's sort of like a shirt that's sort of covered in leaves that have been stitched on. There's a pot of sort of like, it's almost like someone's made a poultice out of greenery and moss, all this kind of thing.
Okay, I'll call out the others. I'm like, yeah, all that stuff's in here. Some sort of green man costume, does that make sense?
That does actually make perfect sense, yes. But there's no one here, no person or creature.
I again cast my eyes around the room.
Be on your guard though, Morven, because we are looking for someone who is allegedly capable of killing with a glance.
Okay, I cast Detect Thoughts to see if I can pick up anyone in the vicinity.
Okay. You have gone a little way into this little sort of cave. You get a ping from directly over your head. Just up. And as you get that ping, I would like whereabouts are the rest of you standing?
I think just down a ways beyond the spike growth trap.
Okay. How close are you to each other?
Pretty close, I think.
close.
We would have gathered
Yeah,
around
good
Morven
and vulnerable.
on the edge of the spike growth.
DC 17 strength saving throws then, please.
Oh. No.
Boom.
I'm
9.
gonna send this with the special die. See if the sprites can help or hinder.
I have an
Oh,
I have a inspiration that I didn't use from ages ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 80.
I have no inspiration.
And can I also say, yeah, because I got a 1.
Sure thing.
-7.
Okay.
-7.
Mine is 7.
Right.
-7 would be pretty funny.
Yeah, it's a new thing.
Yeah, I completely bought that then. I was like, -7, dang.
Bloody hell.
So, apart from Cressida, all of you are now restrained because shooting from the ground, they're sort of grasping plants. They look like, have you ever seen devil's finger mushrooms? They're like these egg sacs that then burst out into these like red and black like octopus tentacles. They are nightmarish in extremis. And those just basically bubble out of the ground, pop open and latch onto your calves. Morven, you're fine because you're in the cave. You got out the way, Cressida. Lug and Willow, fine, you are both restrained. On a 1, I'm going to say that these things, they grab you and pull you down so that you are now, like your legs up to your belly button. You are just buried in the ground.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh my God, you're not going out like that, are you? Wearing that? No, I don't think so. The governor's ball? No, you need something much finer. So that's, get rid of that. Get yourself one of these. The Oxventurers Guild Chaotic Good Vibes Only t-shirt, available now at store.outsidexbox.com. Who knows, by the end of the night, you could be the new ambassador.
Stop. Hey, what's that sound? It's us promoting Unwinding Wyrdwood, which is the series in which Zach and I sit down and discuss each episode of Oxventure Wyrdwood in greater detail. We're halfway through episode 4 now. Hope you're enjoying it. We're going to talk about it so much, just so much. So if you do want to check that out, go to patreon.com/oxclub.
That's the one. Get all those juicy behind-the-scenes details.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you there.
Yum, yum. And we'll probably roll for initiative.
Yes.
All right.
Lug.
7.
Happen.
19.
Well, they're fine.
13.
More than.
21.
It's more than time. Cressida.
16.
Okie dokie. Morven, you are first.
Cool. Seeing these folks wrapped in magical vines, I sort of go, and I cast Dispel Magic on the spike growth.
Lovely. Okay.
Thanks.
What level is
Morven.
the spell?
1.
Okay, it ends.
Ha.
Dang. Happen is still buried to the to the waist in the ground, because that's just where he is now. But he's no longer being held in there. Cool. Is there anything else you want to do?
No, I'm good. I'll just roll my eyes and go, God, bloody everything around here.
Thought the Passag was Lug's thing.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. After that, Happen. What do? You're in the ground now.
I would like to look around and see if there's a target that I can.
Under the ground?
I really should have described that bit. Hey, the ping from above Morven's head, where the sort of this person you've come to find is standing. They are on top of all of the rocks. Basically, as you came in through the front, they just tottered up the hill.
Right.
Oh,
So feels
They're visible to you.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
What are they? What do they look like?
Yeah. What do they look like? What is it?
They are.
What is it that I'm about to shoot through the eye socket?
It looks.
Is it someone half out of a Green Man costume?
Green man trousers on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's almost too good. Yeah, you know what they're
As long
wearing?
as it's the trouser half.
They're wearing rough spun clothing, and it looks like a costume.
Right.
You can see kind of it's sort of hanging off them, and it's kind of the shirt is split to the chest, and underneath you can see an intricate network of different tattoos. All of them seem quite sort of I was going to say edgy. They do not seem like friendly person tattoos. If that makes sense. That's who you can see.
Sure.
It is your go.
Yeah, I'll try and send an arrow through their leg, I think.
Okie
Middle of the
dokie.
calf.
Please make me
Make
a
it hard for
roll.
them to concentrate on anything.
You are looking for an AC of 13 because Hessian sackcloth does not do much in the way of preventing damage.
Can I make this a sharpshooter extra damage?
Be my guest.
-5 penalty to the attack.
Okay.
If it's just Hessian, seems like.
Yep.
Critical 1.
Praise Cadence.
Praise Cadence. Okie dokie. How do we punish that one? You are in the ground. 1 to 3,
How
4 to
about-
6.
Oh no, I don't want.
There you go.
Okay, sure.
Consequence.
2. Roll damage.
Okay.
No, not you.
Yeah, go on.
Happen.
But they're right next to me. Okay, fine.
I mean, you rolled a crit 1. What do you want? Disadvantage on the roll?
I just thought maybe it could hurt me or something.
Oh, I mean, if you'd rather.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would rather. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
You fire it directly up into the sky and it falls directly back down onto your head.
Can I? Well, if you. How about this? How about this? I'll make you a bargain.
Okay.
Devil's bargain. If I don't hurt anyone else,
Mhm.
so I don't want to do that. Can I have it that my bow string breaks?
Oh.
which is pretty bad for you. Which is pretty bad for Happen because it'll hurt him.
Yeah.
And also it's bad because his bow's broken.
Sure. That's harsher than the thing I had in mind.
What the heck?
You luck
All right, great.
pervert.
Yeah, sure. Your bowstring snaps
Yeah.
and it lashes. Like, I assume you're wearing one of those guards that stops the string from like connecting with your forearm.
Big assumption. Let's find out.
Well, I was going to say it hits you above that.
It's too much like managing luck. yeah. Okay.
Yeah, probably. Okie dokie. Yeah, that probably hurts a lot, actually. Let's get one of these.
He's into it.
It's actually only 6 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
But it's the pride bit that hurts the most.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. Since leaving home, I think Happen is finding that rejoicing in bad luck is proving more challenging than it was when he just lived in a stone temple.
Yeah, I can see that.
Accidentally stubbed his toe. Praise Cadence.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas now it's like
That's 6 points of slashing damage on the arm.
Yeah, and not so many accidents.
And so many deaths.
Yeah.
So many deaths.
All right, so first, I need to make a check to see if the spike growth persists. No, it disappears because our friend is casting a different spell. Happen, I need you to make me a DC 17 wisdom saving throw, unless Morven, you want to counterspell this. This is, he's casting Mind Spike.
On Happen.
On Happen.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I roll my eyes hugely and cast counterspell.
Using all my good spell slots.
Do you need to do anything for counterspell, or it just happens?
I do. You do. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your spell save DC?
Spell save DC is 15.
Okay, here we go. That works. I rolled a 6.
Cool. I'm just like,
no. You see, like, you don't see it, but Happen. You're like, it's like there was a headache building inside of your skull, and you sort of see this guy like focusing you with, like, just fixing you with a glare, and was about to like clench his fist and drive a mind spike into your mind, and suddenly you just feel that sensation get swept away, like it's just like a candle is snuffed out, and you just
They thought better of it.
you get a flash of, you know, like when you're walking along and you catch like the smell of someone's perfume or something, you're like, what? You just know that they're there, or you're immediately
Like
reminded
essence of Morven.
Yeah, as fast as like your synaptic system can do, you just get this blast of Morven goes through your head.
I flash Morven a face that says thank you.
Our charlatan friend is quite annoyed by this and is going to basically start heading down the side of this tour and is going to try and get closer to you all.
Oh.
Cressida, it's your turn.
I am going to try and sneak into the cave from where I am. I'm going to try and just get in there and root around and try and find something. Because I kind of, she sort of wants to stay invisible and not be seen. And
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you can head into the cave. That is easy enough. What are you looking for in particular?
The silver, but then just seeing if there's any kind of like something that she can sort of hold hostage, I suppose, like as a like they'll stop fighting if I just have this.
If there's anything, it's probably the silver. Like there
Okay.
is, like I said, there's like a chest about that big that is like fairly stuffed with coin.
Okay.
Not all of it is silver, some of it is gold. There's some jewelry in there. It seems like this is a grift that has been going for a while in different parts of Wyrdwood. So yeah, you are invisible and you have like a heavy chest of riches.
Lovely.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it for the moment.
After Cressida, we have Willowfine.
I step up and cast Hold Person on the druid. I try.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Wisdom saving throw will have the paralyzed condition for the duration, concentration up to a minute. that's not good. What's your spell save DC, please?
15.
This is a 16.
Curses.
You kind of, is there like any, specifically with Willow Finds Magic, do you see there being any like visual component to it, like, you know, like spectral chains or anything like that?
Light-based.
Okay.
So I think it looks like when the clouds part and there's like a kind of god ray, like illumination, not aggressive, not a damage-dealing kind of illumination, but it's like he's caught in a kind of beam of light that then fails to hold him.
Right, yeah, it's kind of like, it's almost like he concentrates and tenses and it gutters out. Kind of like blink, blink. And yeah, it's snuffed.
Oh.
Sorry, Willow Fine. Lug!
Hello.
Hi.
Time to get ragey, I think,
Yeah,
probably.
sounds
Like Lug's just muttering under his voice. He's like, you know, maybe the next Hamlet there won't be some weird stuff going on there. We'll just get to a normal Hamlet, maybe stop at an inn, perhaps have a pint, but not this one.
Pint would be nice. He's pure raging.
Yeah. Pure raging.
Hell hath no fury like a thirsty furbog scorned.
So I'm going to activate Rage as my bonus action, and I'm going to, I'm just going to head up there with my big hammer and try and clock it on the head.
Bonk. Okie dokie. AC 13.
Maybe I won't roll like garbage this time.
Why would you say that?
It's a 16.
Hey!
Finally cleared it. Cool. All right, I'll roll you some
Fortunately,
damage.
that puts you in a good mood and you're raged.
Yeah, my rage.
Like,
dissipates.
Cool. All right. There's 1d12. That's plus. So that's 9 plus. So that's 11.
Okay.
So that's 11.
Okie dokie. 11 points of damage. Yeah, you sort of catch him in the ribs. Like, and goes like, that's one attack.
Cool. Yeah.
Will we be making another?
I would like to do another one, please.
Again.
All right. Yeah. That is a 21.
Woof, that'll do it.
Yep. And I'll roll some more damage. That is 8 plus 2 from a rage damage, so 10, plus another 2 from a strength modifier, 12.
Okie dokie.
4 points.
Lovely.
Pure raging.
Pure raging, baby. All right. We're back around to the top. Morven, you're still in the cave.
So I can't see this guy because he's on the roof, or can I see him?
He was on the roof. Now he's sort of come down the side, and Lug has run up and tonked him in the ribs. You can't see him, but you could easily leave the cave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Also, there's a levitating chest of gold.
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm sick of this guy not having his mind slivered, so I'm going to walk out of the cave and sliver his mind with mind sliver.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can't be having guys with unslivered minds hanging around.
Yeah,
It's just not right.
as a bonus action before I do this, I'd like to activate innate sorcery. So the simmering wellspring of magic within me bubbles up and spills over into my my magical attacks. And yeah, I cast Mind Sliver. So you must succeed on an intelligence saving throw. Although I'm gonna cast this as a heightened spell, so you have disadvantage.
Okie dokie. What's the spell save DC again?
16.
Okay. Well, with disadvantage, how does 9 sound?
Not good.
Me, no.
Okay, so you take 2d6 psychic damage, and you must subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw you make before the end of my next turn.
Okie dokie. That sounds bad for me. What's the damage, please?
5 and a 4, so that's 9.
Okay. Right. What does it look like when Morven mind slivers some chump?
It's not much to look at externally. Like Morven just sort of raises a hand to her head, points at the guy. If you had like a Mortal Kombat X-ray cam, so you would see like twin slashes across like the brain, just sort of like create lesions on the surface of the brain.
Dang.
Like deep into the mind. So yeah, standing out there, it just looks like someone with a really bad headache. But if you had a camera in there, it's pretty messed up.
Did hear X is bad for the brain. This guy kind of crumples to his knees and sort of goes, I yield! Please don't do that again. That was horrible.
I don't know, I might do it again. I don't know, what do you think?
Please don't do it again. Who are you people? What do you want? Why are you poking around my hovel?
I'm actually not entirely clear if you could
and what's going
You've
on.
been falsely representing yourself as the Green Man,
Yeah.
and it's made a lot of trouble with that Hamlet down the
And
way.
the Green Man himself.
Who says? Who says
Green
I've
Man
been?
says.
Who says I've been doing it?
The Hamlet says.
Where's your proof?
There's a green man costume in the cave, you idiot.
Full of proof.
That could be anyone's.
All right, I start to warm up a mind sliver.
Okay, all right. Yes, it's mine. Fine. But times are hard, and I needed money, and chickens, and cloth.
What did you need money for?
Costumes.
More costumes.
Fripperies. Why? Cressida, what are you doing?
He's franchising this thing.
So like, I'm trying to.
So many chicken
I've taken some and like stuffed it in like my pouch and my bag. So because it's a bit heavy, and she's sort of like, I'm not sure if I can take all of this back.
Okay.
Start with the gold ones and
Yeah,
work your way
she's
down.
she's taken like the what she can discern to be the most pricey, most like highest worth coins and jewels.
Okie dokie.
And
Rich, stay rich.
yeah,
Staying invisible?
yeah, I'd like to stay invisible and sort of like walk out with the chest.
It's like
and be
clinking
like-
sound.
Yeah, and just be like kind of like
Money,
the green man does not take silver.
Dispel magic. He's like, the hell is this?
Shit.
What level is your invisibility?
One.
It just stops. And he goes, You!
Ooh.
Make me a wisdom insight check.
Oh. Okay, so that is a 24.
You've never seen this man before in your life. You are absolutely certain you have never seen this man before in your life.
Me, yes. Who are you?
What?
I would remember someone like yourself. Those markings that you have painted on you. I would have remembered that.
Have you been paying tribute to a Cressida that came out of the woods?
You had a
This
disagreement with your bank
woman, Cressida Blackwater, ruined my life.
Why did you do it, Cressida?
She extended a line of credit to me back in Mettensay some years ago, and when I couldn't bring up on the principal, she jacked up the interest so much I was made destitute. I have been scrounging and scrabbling my way across Hale ever since. I taught myself magic in the hope that one day I would see her again and I could kill her. And now I find she has invaded my home, taken all of my money again to further ruin me, and she doesn't remember who I am. I am Evander Mountforth. That does not ring a bell. You think, you're like, maybe I saw that once on an eviction notice, potentially.
Flew across your desk.
Sorry, what was that again?
Evander
Yes?
Mountforth.
You have to admit, Evander, there's an irony here. Lug doesn't understand irony.
Well, I think if I take this, and I'm sure there's plenty to give back to the villagers of the habit, this will cover your debt.
You have a nerve.
I have many nerves.
Don't even. You recovered the principal by taking everything I had.
Well, I'm sorry. I looked after a lot of people's accounts. We were a very successful bank, and I'm sorry.
You there.
There's got something
Hey!
going on. I cast reduce on all of the stuff to make it small enough to carry, and I'm just like, you just figure this out. I'm going.
You there. No, stop. You there.
What?
With the ridiculous haircut, I need to know something.
It's not voluntary. What?
I want to kill her. Are you gonna do that thing to me again? If I try.
Killing you want. I'm leaving. This is
Fantastic.
not
He cuts. Right. Good.
Well, I've barely spoken to this one.
Cressida, did you do an interest rate? I don't know what interest rate is. They sound bad.
Are you interested in rates?
Can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please? DC 17.
Cressida is very good.
That's a nat 20!
I missed the dice tower, but it did land on a 20.
So it counts.
Okay, so you're only taking half damage.
Oh, okay, that's good. Because I'm quite spongy. Well, I'm not spongy at all. I'm quite brittle.
14 halved is you take 7 points of psychic damage.
Oh, ow.
What's worse is, for him, as you get this sort of mind spike into your head, you get a flash of this guy's essence, and you're like, nope, still nothing. No idea who he is. Like,
Hey, Evander.
what?
Just because your life is ruined doesn't mean you go around ruining the lives of like all these people in these villages. And
She started it.
yes, I know, and that's bad. And
Their lives aren't ruined. They just don't have any chickens now.
yeah, but they've failed to deliver on a bargain with the wild folk, and as you probably
That's
noticed,
not my fault.
I mean, it is because
It's directly your fault.
it's directly your fault for dressing up as a green man.
But just let them kill each other, Lug. We'll just take this stuff back and we can get on with it.
I never hit the same place twice. I'm an itinerant green man.
Okay, I mean that's still bad though. You're still ruining people's lives.
I think what this green man has done is not so bad.
My name is Evander.
Evander, sorry.
Somebody remember my name is Evander.
Evangelo, listen.
Evanescence, be reasonable.
I think we should let the green man decide.
Yes.
Yes, I think we've let the green man decide.
Decide what?
To be done
What's
with
to
you.
be done?
Oh, come on!
The green man has a court in the woods, the highest court in the land. Cressida can come too, so she can explain how it wasn't her fault that she lost all of your money, because she's very good at looking after it. So it must have been a mistake. Or
No, but she
misunderstanding.
didn't lose all his money. She just
Kept it all, and
was
you're
just
gonna
alone.
shop me
She's keeping some of my money.
to the ancient being I've been impersonating?
Yes.
yeah, you shouldn't have done that though.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't have done that.
How about we just make a deal? I promise I will never do any of this again, and I sincerely hope we never see each other again. I will stop trying. I'll give up my life's work of wanting you dead. Can I just go, please?
Give us your green man costume.
It's in the cave.
All of it.
Take the trousers off.
Oh, come on! You strip a powerful confidence trickster / magic user down to his underwear. You still want to take me into the green man now?
Now you may go. Folding the green trousers.
Don't do it again, or we'll be on to you.
He casts invisibility on himself, and you just see some footsteps just kind of stalk us. He just starts walking across the moor.
I shout into the ether like, I think it would be okay if you just didn't impersonate the green man anymore.
And stopped robbing people.
Well, who's to say what's robbery? I mean, he lost all his money.
Can I send message?
Yeah.
Just say,
Lol.
What do you say?
thank you for banking with Blackwater.
You just hear a scream.
And it's whispered, so it's like,
Oh. Right. There's a man sort of comes running. It's Lionel. He's like, I heard screaming.
Oh, sorry, Morven went down into the village and gave them their stuff back. What,
She already has. Sorry. We cut to the village. Morven is there.
Morven casts enlarge on the reduced pile of stuff.
Find your stuff.
They're-
Some of it was missing.
They're working some stuff out up there. They're both as bad as each other.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I left the silver. I didn't need the silver.
Oh, I've just remembered.
This is more money than we gave them.
Yes, possibly.
Is there anything we can do for you?
No, I mean, are you happy? Are you going to keep up your bargain now with the green man?
You should meet with him.
You know, tell him what's happened and that you'll keep up your bargain, yes?
Yes, we'll go see the green. Yes, of course, right away.
Yes, all right, good. Well, then our business is complete, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any wine? She's just
No.
I found this wineskin. I think it's Robin's. You can have it.
I just want to say sincere condolences for the loss of your friend. We found his killer, and he did indeed have look at you and kill you spells. I think we forgot about the murder he did when we sort of
Oh, I also forgot about the murder.
when we kind of sent him off with a slap on the wrist.
Evangel!
Thunder, Evangelion.
Well, look, we're all very sad about Mark, but
Yeah, Mum.
But look at all the money you have now.
I suppose
silver lining,
can't trust
literally.
in his,
Morven's already stamping off into the woods, so that this is all not hearing any of this.
look, thank you for putting us back on the right path.
You're welcome.
Right, you're
Stamping off back to the Green Man.
sure thing.
I mean, I don't really know what that is because I wasn't there, but
Okay.
It's all right,
The
you'll
woods
find
in
your way.
general.
just angrily
Magically,
stamping.
you'll find your way.
Yeah,
Impatiently stamping into
The woods do basically intercept you. I mean, yeah, you find yourself in a weird kind of clearing with previous description of Green Man thing.
I assume we're all trying to keep up.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you storm into this clearing followed by like
We jog
four
into the
companions who are like
Yeah.
a bit out of
All right, your task is complete. There was a trickster involved. We got them their stuff back. They will
Have his
uphold.
trousers.
Oh,
They'll uphold their bargain, and we also got these trousers, so you can have those if you like.
no, you may keep them.
I don't want them.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Wait, Green Man,
Yes.
if I may speak.
Yeah.
You tasked us with checking on that hamlet and ensuring and reminding them that they owe you a debt.
Yes.
And I think any objective observer would say that we went above and beyond on that score.
And you gesture to the trousers.
Not to the trousers. I want to try and persuade the Green Man to give us something extra. The way in Valewood, we live amongst the wild folk, and sorry, I'm actually going to say this to the others, not to the Green Man. I suppose you could probably hear, but and like the wild folk love to bargain. They love to barter. They love to deal with humans. I don't think this is as rude as it looks. I think this is, bargains and bonds. It's what makes the relationship between humans and wild folk stronger. So I want to pile it on. Can I roll to try and persuade the Green Man, ancient god of the woods, to give me some sweet loot?
Yep. Of course you can.
I will do what I can to nudge this into spectacular success or failure territory.
Great.
Using the cadence D20. Sake. That is a 11.
Okay. 2 11s though. He does find you amusing.
2 11s. What a coincidence.
That's lucky, isn't it?
Praise Kate.
No.
We had a long. Did we have a long rest? No, just me. No.
I haven't used my inspiration. Oh, I haven't used my inspiration. This.
Bloody humans.
It's just per long rest, though. We haven't.
Yeah, we had a
Yeah,
long
you had a long rest
I
earlier.
had one before we.
We had
On you
a
go if
sleep
you
in
want
the
to.
woods.
Man. Thanks, Andy. Keeper of my inspiration. You can put that on a t-shirt if you like.
No, luck pervert is the first.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey!
Finally, one.
Praise cadence.
That's more like it.
You please me, strange man. That's all he says.
His Happens trousers fall down.
The sprites have to. The sprites have to be the ones to sort of make this fail. I don't know how that is.
yes.
Maybe the sprites pull my trousers
Yeah.
down at the critical moment of fun.
Hold your hand out for the loot. Pull your trousers down.
Yeah, the Green Man winds a mystical bowstring vine around, prepares to hand it over, and then the sprites pull Happens trousers.
Changes his mind.
Oh,
I shall restore that which is broken.
that was poor timing.
Not today, for anything special from me, He sort of waves a hand and your bow restrings itself.
But just with normal,
Normal.
hemp or whatever it is.
Do his trousers come back up?
It's up to him. That's his lookout, not the
I think
green
on a
man's.
one, I have to sort of awkwardly shuffle back.
Yeah, it's
Shuffle
definitely.
backwards. I try to pull them up quickly, but in my panicky haste, I fall over onto my
Oh
face.
no!
You know when you're trying to like get quickly into a sleeping bag.
No.
I believe
An urgent need.
also. Well, I promised one of you information. Should you come good on this task, but it occurs to me that the one I promised no longer stands here.
I looked at the others and then kind of realised what he's saying. What do you mean? What did you promise Robin?
He asked me about the man in the hat and jacket.
You've seen the man in the hat?
I know of him. He's been weaving his way in and out of these woods for some time now.
Who is he? What does he want? Where is he from?
You ask me questions beyond my own knowledge, but this I will tell you. He calls himself the Poor Man. And he vexes me. He is recent, new to Hale. And yet, something in him, I fear, may be older even than me, myself. That is all I can tell you.
I see.
Calls himself the Poor Man, and he's very, very old. Okay.
It's better than nothing, I suppose. It's a start. I shall have to do some research.
I feel like we didn't really find anything in this hamlet that's worth reporting to the folk Moot or to the other teams.
No, it's
Nothing
just
magical or
a con man.
con man.
Lost all his money.
Just a murderer you let go.
We forgot. In our defence.
Is it a miscarriage of justice if you forgot the crime?
No, I suppose you're right. Anyway, shall we continue onwards? Will we be allowed passage through the wood?
Yes.
Northwest, please.
You're right. Well, your blood debt is paid. You may move freely through the wood again. Keep to your bargains. Issue no quarrel. You should know this. He's looking specifically at Lug and that will I find. Go. I sense that you have graver matters to attend to than these.
Very well.
All right.
I agree, ma'am.
He nods and then stops moving again. Like he did overnight when he was just watching Robin. Who has the copestones? You feel a tink, 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 tink
Yep.
in your pocket.
I withdraw the copestone.
It's the
My
North
copestone.
one again.
Your
What are
copestone.
you doing with it?
They're my copestones now.
We put Willow.
Robin gave them to me.
We put Willow Fine in charge because she makes good choices.
Very well. What do they say?
There is a message being tapped out. The first letter is just being formed on the stone. The strokes are rapid and like some are shallow, some are deep. It's very, very ragged, as if someone is hurrying. And you kind of watch, waiting for the message to appear, and then the stone jumps up from your palm and splits into two halves.
Which one was it? The one from the
North.
They said they didn't.
were fine.
Yeah. Just ask for directions.
If you would pick up the stone and sort of put it back together, you would see that there is a clean line, but coming into that line, there's a wedge cut out from either side that sort of exploded into bone shards, almost as if someone brought an axe down on the stone itself.
Oh no.
Yikes.
And that is where our episode ends. But not just yet, because it's time for the rolling right.
Yeah.
What is everyone's debt at, please?
Mine's at 1.
Of course
still.
it is.
14.
40. Hello, we're climbing the ranks, aren't we?
11.
20.
Ooh, only went up to 12.
Okay. All right. Well, who's going to get an envelope? Is anyone going to get an envelope? Let's find out right now.
Okay. Just need a lucky 13 or above. Let's go. 32. I'm okay. Woo. Praise cadence? I don't know.
Okay, I need to roll over a 20. It's fine.
It's a 1 in 5
fine.
chance.
1 in 5. It's fine.
All right. Two bears high-fiving, 43.
That got me really good.
That's great.
Right.
Okay, so I need 10 or below. No, wait, I don't want 10 or below.
You want 12 or up?
I want 12 or up. Well, it's 98, so...
Okay, well, yeah, all right.
Hey.
My count's at 14, so 15 and above is safe for me. 51.
There it is.
Oh, but 5-1.
Hey, reverse those numbers.
Reverse those numbers.
And it's fine.
Switch reverse it.
Reverse the numbers and I'm fine.
All right, don't roll a 1. That is 63.
It's not one.
Safe. Woo! All safe.
Safest magic users in the land.
Now.
That is preposterous. Can you believe that we're halfway through this season of Wyrdwood and still not one of you has got one of the lovely envelopes I prepared? Anyway, thank you very much for being here and playing. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome back. That was such a fun episode. If you're me and you enjoy messing with people for a living. We're now officially halfway through this stream, so I think it's time we gave you your first little look at Wyrdwood Season 2. Please enjoy this special behind-the-scenes featurette. My most memorable moment from Wyrdwood Season 1 has to be the village with the soup and the seeds and the taking over of Cressida, because it felt like the moment where I was able to really take the gloves off and say to the guild, well, you're not the guild anymore. Welcome, welcome, this is a different experience.
I love this series because it just goes into some cool like English and British folklore and stuff. There's some really weird stuff in there.
The coolest moment was when we realised that the off-white carriage that we were travelling in, it wasn't off-white for no reason, it was made of bone. And we were there in a literal Hellwain, the death coach, and we were being pursued by its owner.
Early on at the folk moot, someone carelessly, casually did a bit of magic and got themselves kind of crackled and popped inside out. I think that really underlined the chaotic and broken nature of magic in our game world.
It's going to sound weird, but my most memorable moment from Wyrdwood Season 1 was just the big angry tree. I think that's just, that image has just stayed with me. I can sort of see it in my mind's eye whirling around. I feel like maybe I've been cursed. I think maybe Johnny's cursed me with the curse of the big angry tree.
The stuff that really stuck with me is the other team, that we kind of like uncover the story about them and like how maybe things went bad.
Happen fell through the roof of a building in an enemy encampment and landed right in front of his fiancée from a previous life. I'm so excited to potentially see her return. Obviously, I don't know at the time of recording.
Season 2 of Wyrdwood takes us out of the region called Wyrdwood and into the region of Mossfold, and it is a less forgiving place. It is going to be a little bit of a challenge for the party, I think.
Cressida still can't find a good glass of wine. She's still not enjoying slumming it, but she's sort of fine having to go along with it a little bit more. She's a little bit more part of the team, as close as she can be anyway.
You'll get to learn a little more about Lug throughout this and why he is in the situation he is in, and a little more of his history and his backstory, so it's been really fun to explore
So for Robin and Morven, season 1, their situation was quite new. Now we're into season 2. I really want to sort of delve deeper into what it means for the characters and sort of how sustainable this relationship that they have is. Is there a compromise they can come to? Are their personalities going to start bleeding together? I'm excited for people to come on that journey with me.
I think what's next for happen is maybe a crisis of faith.
Wyrdwood Season 2 is going to be weirder. It's going to be woodier. There's going to be more magic, more horror, and more folklorish stuff.
There's some moments where players will be challenged and tempted, dare I say.
You know, there were some mysteries sown during the first season that develop and evolve and bloom in that very Wyrdwood way in Season 2.
People can expect, I'll be honest with you, an uptick in the amount of horror. And there you have it, your first look at Wyrdwood Season 2. Prepare to encounter even more of Hayorth as we move into the entirely new region of Mossfold, where many new and somewhat unusual creatures await our party. But for now, please enjoy another brief 10-minute break, have a look at some fan art, be sure to follow our incredible community of fan artists, and tell them how much you love their work. We'll see you soon.
Greetings, gentle weirdos. I am Robin Oatcake, human man, aka Morven Hellwain, human woman, aka Andy, also human man. And I'm here to tell you about this handsome Oxventure Wyrdwood lithographic limited edition numbered art print. This is number 234 of 250. Will you get this one? Maybe, if you buy one. And what's more exciting than that is that it's been signed by all of us. Here is Johnny, Mike, Luke, Ellen, Andy and Jane. We've all signed this poster with our actual hands. We've touched it. If you want one of these, head on over to store.outsidexbox.com to pick up your limited numbered lithographic print today. Numbers are limited. Act fast.
Welcome back, everyone. We are officially halfway through the first season of Wyrdwood. Next up is episode 5, Ironclad. And while you're watching this episode, don't forget, you can head over to store.outsidexbox.com to pick up our brand new merch drop of the Chaos Magic Liquid Core Dice and the signed Wyrdwood art print. We've also got some tickets left for our upcoming UK tour, Tales from the Guild. Join myself and the rest of the Oxventurers in a city near you. You can get tickets at bit.ly/oxtour26. Now, without any further ado, let's roll on Wyrdwood episode 5, Ironclad. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you on the other side. Hello and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. This is episode 5. I'm Johnny Chiodini, and these are our players.
Hi. Hello.
I'm Mike. I'll be playing Lug, who's a Firbolg barbarian.
Hello, I'm Luke. I'll be playing Happen, a human ranger.
Hi, I'm Jane. I'll be playing Willowfine, who is an Esmar cleric who hails from the Fenfold village of Langtree. Lore.
Great. I'm Andy. I will be playing both Robin Oatcake, who is a man, and Morven Hellwain, who is an aberrant sorcerer.
Amazing. And I am Ellen, and I will be playing Cressida, who is a human elf wizard.
So we're officially halfway through the season. We've all had our halftime oranges. If you haven't, go get one, cut up a bit of orange, put it in your mouth, bite onto it, and pretend like you've got
Their teeth.
Orange teeth. Episode 1, you'll surely remember, all of you, that you met up in Moot, which is the bang in the centre of Hayorth, our continent, and you discussed the crisis that is going on in that magic has become all weird and topsy-turvy and unpredictable. You were formed into 8 teams. You are the Northwest team, and you headed out. Well, not before you had to take care of a horrible monster that emerged from a man who was using magic too flippantly. From there, of course, you went to a town that had been completely taken over by a horrible, horrible tree. It tried to take over both Cressida and Happen with varying degrees of success before it was burned down, which is like, good for you. Not great in terms of the politics of the Wyrdwood itself, but we'll get on to that. Episode 3, you got hunted by some Dullahans, just headless coachmen who were after, well, the head that had been stolen by a boy, but you didn't know that at the time. And you were forced into the wood, which then refused to let you go. You were summoned in episode 4 by the Green Man, who's sort of like the local sheriff of that portion of the wood, who was like, what gives? That tree, my friend, you burn. And you had to basically answer for this sort of teeny-weeny transgression and help repair a bond that had been broken with a local community because they'd been swindled by a nasty person who, it turns out, had beef with Cressida. At the end of that episode, and this is where we come into episode 5, you'll remember that the copestone, which is kind of like a magic messaging rock that you had that enabled you to communicate back and forth with the North team, was broken into in a sudden sort of explosive like movement that left sort of like a cleft in the rock, as if it had been cleft in twain by an axe, which is vaguely troubling. So, you know, not the most upbeat moment to start episode 5 on, but it is our beat. You're kind of all looking around at this stone that is just in 2 halves.
We're gonna go help them then?
Team North is in trouble.
Yes.
Well, how are we going to help them if they're dead?
We don't
Well,
know
they might
they're
not be dead. We
they
just know
sound
their
dead.
copestone's been smashed up.
Yeah? I mean, we've got our own problems to deal with.
What are those?
Well, the poor man. We should find out what his deal is, track him down. And then,
He does seem to know a lot, but
yes,
also,
exactly. What are we going to achieve by going and looking at the corpses of the other team?
well, we might find out more about what killed them.
If there was something powerful enough to kill another team, then maybe it would be worth everyone knowing about.
Yes, well, maybe they're still there and they'll kill you.
What's your plan, Morven?
I want to find this poor man.
Where's the poor man?
I don't know. We have some information.
He could be North.
He could be North, but also something's killed the other team that way.
It could be the poor man. Is that something the poor man does?
I don't know.
It's our only lead, and we should probably help Team North.
We're supposed to be
They'd do
finding
the
out
same
information.
for us, I imagine.
A whole team getting into trouble is pretty big information. Everyone in the different scouting parties are all pretty hardened adventurers, right? So if something could disrupt them in this way, whether they're alive or dead, it's probably worth knowing about.
I don't know. They let Robin into one of these teams. Could be a whole team of Robins.
That's a really good point.
Maybe they died. Maybe they saw a weird dog and died of fright.
In which case, we've got nothing to worry about by going over there and finding out.
And we could see a weird dog.
And we're team northwest. They're team north, so they're only like that far away.
Could have 2 heads. 6 legs.
That's a yes from Morven. Let's go.
Fine. I need some rest anyway.
Okie dokie. All right then. Yes, you basically make preparations to head off to the north. Well, for you it would be northeast if you're kind of cutting
A little bit east.
back that
East.
way.
North, yes.
It occurs. It might be an idea for you all. You do have a copestone that puts you in touch with folk Moot.
Let's tell folk Moot that that the North
Right, hang
team
on.
went silent.
Why did they message us first?
Am I using my thumbs?
T9 texted.
Yeah.
Can you turn the tones off on your coaster? It's annoying.
It's
Beep, beep,
impossible.
beep.
You're chiseling bits of
See?
rock out. What
Right,
do you
yeah,
send?
I'm chiseling.
What message do you send?
Is there a character limit? Is it like
Not anymore, they removed it
takes
recently.
quite a long time. I guess there is a character limit because the things
It's like
about that
using
big.
a
It depends
Nokia.
how small you can write.
Okay, all right. Team North, Team N, in trouble, possibly dead. Gone to help.
Could have been a weird dog
Could have been weird dog.
2 heads.
I draw a
brackets,
small
question
dog
mark.
to save on characters.
using ASCII.
Oh, just Team North. Team North have fucked it. Just write that.
All right, I cross out everything I've written so far.
Morven's cranky. You need some sleep.
You need to
I
shut up.
write Morven is cranky.
I like
Team
this
North
one.
effed it. We've gone to help. Love and kisses. Team Northwest.
All right, let's just go and find the bodies and verify the kill, bury them in a shallow grave, and then we can get on with what we're actually here to do, which is to find the poor man.
Sort of the equivalent of getting 2 blue ticks from a copestone is that your message starts to leave the stone. It's kind of like the characters get pulled back into the stone, which is then whole again, and then a message starts to appear and it kind of gets tapped out. And it says, like, confirmed, North team went dark 2 days ago. Last reported location, Elmsteader. Proceed carefully.
Who knows where Elmsteader is?
Well, it is east and a little north.
Have I heard of Elmsteader?
It's sort of a deep part. It's sort of in the northern part of the Wyrdwood itself. So it's not impossible. I think Lug definitely would have done because you've been guiding people around here. Elmsteader is it's kind of one of the better known communities that are actually within the Wyrdwood itself. There aren't that many pockets of the common folk who actually live in the wood. But Elmsteader, they live, it's a group of people who live on an absolutely colossal tree. So
Maybe they all fell out of it.
It's a possibility, and one of them landed on an axe.
Yeah.
Right in the copestone.
I mean,
Oof. Right.
it happened. Does it seem like it would be a good place to reprovision?
Yeah, assuming they're all okay. I mean, I wouldn't like to assume.
Okay.
Is it odd that they broke communication 2 days ago, but their stone only just shattered?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Or maybe they didn't have access to the copestone and they couldn't send messages. Maybe they've been there and had to hide.
Maybe they've been taken captive.
Maybe they've been, yeah.
And their copestone has only just been discovered.
Yeah.
And now it's been smashed.
Or it could be a
They
trap.
could be alive.
They were trying to escape or something, and yeah.
Can Lug and I lead the scouting party, do some foragey, rangy, navigational stuff?
Sure, yeah, absolutely you can. Could you both make me survival checks, please?
You two do your foragey, rangy thing. Takes the.
If it were a trap, they would have written free sandwiches or something. You know, come join
Yeah.
us. It's great here.
Please come and help us.
No, it would be like, yeah, maybe.
5.
18.
Okay. Does Lug hunt, do you reckon?
Yes, I think. Yeah, it's sort of hunter-gatherer type stuff, but always in sort of symbiosis with the forest and things like that.
Sure. All right, you managed to make a pretty decent-sized kill. It's going to take you a little while to sort of like salt the meat and prepare it, etc., etc. But even if you're in a hurry, you've basically managed to secure like a good couple of days' food for the whole party, and you've got your bearings now, and you're like, okay, we just need to go this way in order to get out there.
As an estimate, is it like half a day, couple of days?
It's a couple of days' travel, I think.
Okay.
It's a good long distance. Luckily, you found some absolutely delicious looking berries. They're just sort of like little, very bright red things.
Right. I look at one of the sprites, which nods. Praise cadence.
You have a borderline debilitating tummy ache. But with Lug's excellent roll and Happen's probable loss of appetite, you're provisioned enough that you can get over to where Elmstead is. All of you notice as you sort of get closer there, the wood itself starts to change. Lug and Willow find, because obviously you've got, roots with the wild folk, you actually sort of feel it. You almost feel the moment where you cross the border from the Green Man's jurisdiction into a different part of the wood, and sort of his influence dwindles as another one kind of comes in. It's not as focused. It's not like there is one single entity that is in charge of this part of the wood. It's kind of more like a group consciousness, but you can feel distinctly that you're in a different part of the wood. The rest of you, it takes you a little bit longer to notice, but you notice that all of the flora just starts getting bigger and bigger. This is a sort of a very verdant, very lush part of the wood where everything is a lot closer in. You sort of have to start really fighting your way through some parts of the undergrowth in order to make tracks. Like, you would know that the reason for this is that this part of the wood specifically is fed by a river. To the very north of the Wyrdwood, there is a mountain range, and there is a river that comes down from these mountains that sort of wends through the top of the Wyrdwood before disappearing into a giant sinkhole. Just like a great big hole in the earth. But that river has enabled this part of the wood to grow absolutely massive. In fact, could you make me a nature check, please, Lug? Willow, fine. Could you make me one as well, actually?
Will.
Just for
19.
Ooh.
10.
Okay. Seems you don't really notice much, Willow, fine. I mean, I think it's fairly safe to say that you are in unfamiliar climes versus Fenfold, where you grew up. Lug, you noticed that it's a very lush part of the wood. It seems a bit like the floor is bone dry, and you notice that some of the smaller plants are kind of suffering in what is genuinely quite an oppressive heat for this time of year. Like, it's only spring, but it's hot underneath the canopy. Some of the smaller plants, their leaves are sort of curling in a little bit. Nothing drastic, it's not like this whole place is about to go up in flames, but it is unseasonably hot. Basically.
Like a dry heat or a tropical humid?
Dry heat.
Okay, interesting.
We can sort of hand wave the rest of the journey. It's probably about 2 days to get you over to Elmstead. Number one, Andy, it's up to you basically who's awake when we reach our destination.
I think it would probably be Robin at this point.
Robin time, all right.
Held on for as long as she could, but passed out in a field.
Is there any other business that anyone sort of wants to attend to, or any conversations you'd like to have while you are on your way?
A bit warm, isn't it?
It is a bit, yeah.
So usually this warm in the forest, sort of shady and nice.
Not in this region, certainly. And
the flower's massive.
Yes, yeah. This area of the forest flourishes because of its access to a river that runs through it.
Second biggest flower I've ever seen.
What was the biggest one?
Well, it was my friend Osric. He dressed up as a sunflower for the children's parade. He was 20 though. So he was the biggest one. But he won best costume, and everyone said he shouldn't have been allowed because he was an adult. But he won anyway. So what does that tell you?
Well, the rules need looking at probably.
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
Anyway,
Something to think about.
Yeah.
I think I'm wondering whether something's happened to the river, right?
It was just the top half. He had his normal trousers on at the bottom.
Got it.
It's good he had trousers.
Yeah, well, for most of the day. He started drinking at noon. So they came off pretty quick. If you, well, you know what Osric's like, I suppose you don't.
Can we see the river?
No. The river's a good distance to the north. And you're in sort of some very dense wood. It would probably be another couple of days' journey to get you to the river itself. But I would like you to make wisdom perception checks and see what you can see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
Of course, a +0. 5.
Okay. You have seen the third biggest flower you've ever seen.
Whoa.
It's not wearing trousers.
7.
Okay.
I'm just very tired and hot, and I'm not used to walking this far.
I think that's fair. Yeah, you are just entirely absorbed in like.
Why am I here?
Yeah. Oh. Like, how did you do?
14.
And happen.
Also 7.
Also 7. Look at us.
7.
Lucky 7. I think 3 sevens should something weird.
Praise cadence.
So,
Cadence.
Robin has seen the third biggest flower he's ever seen. The rest of you are wilting like flowers
That's
that
it.
are in need.
Sweating out the last of those
Useless in the
berries.
heat.
Yeah,
I was thinking about this.
it happens sort of
You're already
starting
quite
to feel
dehydrated.
okay
She was
again.
sweating them out.
As your listless companions sort of like traipse on through the woods, like you kind of with your, I guess you're accustomed to walking around and keeping your wits about you in the Wyrdwood. You look up and you notice that there is a platform on a tree, in fact, built around the tree. You're familiar with sort of this type of construction work. It's very clever because it's all a bunch of like slats and pieces of wood that interlock around a tree to form a platform that requires no nails, no sort of screws that go into the wood. It's sort of like just a little lookout platform up there in the tree, and you can see there's a rope heading further back into the forest, like a little rat line, almost.
All right. Well, first thing I'd like to stop everyone and tell everyone to be quiet. So,
Shush me.
does your stomach grumble? Okay, good.
Why is it?
Platform up here. Maybe one of us should try and sneak around and see if we can see if there's anyone up there.
I can go. Okay. Fine. Yeah. All right. We'll keep watch down here.
Yeah.
I can climb a tree pretty good.
Okay, let's conceal ourselves.
Tremendous. All right. I'm not going to make you roll to conceal yourselves. I feel like you're in a dense enough part of the wood and you've been proceeding quite stealthily.
Yeah, we spotted it earlier.
Yeah. Happen. Could you please make me a... Does this feel more stealthy or more acrobatic to you?
I think stealthy,
Great.
because that's the vibe.
The
of
vibe you're going
moment.
for?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, then. Are you climbing up like that tree or a nearby tree or...
I was thinking that I would climb that tree, and when I got to the underside bit, just try and like get my hands up and sort of hang and then pull. Yep.
Cool.
That said, that's only a 10.
You forgot that you can't do chin-ups.
Yeah, I get that far.
Just angle.
Right spite my face.
Let's see.
Do you want me to hold these berries for you while you climb? They look nice. Are they nice?
Guys, don't eat any berries, Robin.
Okay.
You do manage to get up there and you sort of have a peek. You notice that the platform is actually empty. Unfortunately, as you were kind of going up, at one point you put your boot on what felt like a pretty sturdy branch, but actually it's made a single loud crack.
I was hoping for beehive.
You're fine, like you're not falling or anything. And you sort of hold your breath for a while. And there is just a single bird call off in the woods, like...
That could have been a bird, or it could have been a signal. We use signals like that back in Balewood sometimes.
say to myself.
Speak bird.
While you're up there, you do notice there are other platforms in other trees. And sort of one sort of that way. You can see sort of 3 more. They are all unoccupied, but you do see more rat lines going back towards a central point.
I think... I'll just drop that down.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole network of pathways up there. I think we would probably move through the forest a lot quicker if we used them. And if there is anyone around, they would spot us anyway. And if they spot us when we're down here and they're up there, they would have an advantage over us.
Why do they need platforms if they're birds? Can they not just fly?
Well, it might not be for birds, or it might be for bird.
It said it's made bird sound.
Well, that was the sound of a bird distantly.
Yeah. So if they're birds, why do they need
Well,
platforms?
you're making sounds now, Robin, but they're not your platforms.
Oh.
I think that's a good idea. I think we should proceed along these rat lines.
How are we going to climb these trees, though? They're massive.
We'll help you up.
Question.
All right.
Could everyone please either make me a Dex Acrobatics check or a Strength Athletics check to get up there?
I would like to cast Misty Step instead, thank you.
Oh, she's too posh to climb. Yes, that is absolutely fine. Please mark your debt.
Yes.
Which I believe puts you on 13.
Unlucky for some.
Describe it to me, because I'm seeing, like...
And it's like extra sparkly. It's just like...
Tiffany blue.
And like I like to imagine Misty Step as sort of like a hop. So she kind of like hops out into the middle of nowhere and then hops up again and lands on the...
Right, lovely.
Yeah.
I have an idea to help Robin.
I rolled a 15, actually, so...
Oh, okay.
Hot dang.
I guess.
All right. Turns out country boy can climb.
Yeah.
Maybe you went scrumping in your youth.
Yeah, I get up there and I realise if a 15 passes,
Yeah.
I get up there and look sad there aren't any apples.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Also, can I cast Prestidigitation? I just realised I could have done this on this long walk, and like I think she's so like tired and then she just goes, wait, and I'd like to cast Prestidigitation, minor sensation, on my clothes and cast make it chill.
Ooh, very
So basically, like clothing air conditioning.
God.
Yes.
He's got aircon.
Your clothes are like rippling in a breeze that only affects you.
that sounds good.
Sounds really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a point of debt.
Yes.
Puts you on 14.
Worth it.
Unlucky for some.
I'm just sort of standing next to... Hey, Chris, how's it going?
That's fine, thank you.
You've been up to much up to much lately in the woods?
Good,
nice.
good.
How did everyone else do?
21. It's a mere formality climbing trees.
Oh,
I got 12.
Okay.
What's that worth?
On my 21, can I assist?
Yes. It is
Can I lower
not...
a rope if I'm up as well? Just like
Sure, yeah.
some hempen rope, I expect.
50 foot of it, maybe.
Yeah, go on then. Actually, no, I'm done making random canonical assertions on the fly. It's gonna be like, actually, in Wyrdwood, it comes in 30-foot increments. It doesn't.
Hang on,
Yes, you've got some hempen
We use
rope.
the metric system.
hang on, will Brian Lug and I pull you up?
Oh, okay, great. I take the hempen rope and I sort of fashion a kind of harness thing and just sit in it. Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, great. This is not necessarily stealthy or especially quiet.
I think we're already made, aren't we?
Yeah.
Who's scared of birds anyway? They're only small.
Happen. What was your role?
My roll was only an 8, but can I scurry up the rope? Does the rope help? Is the rope, for example, plus 12?
You know what? Yes, fine. I think as...
We can share the harness or we can take turns on the harness.
I'll go in the noisy harness.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Don't know why I bought this 50-foot of hempen rope with me. Didn't think it would come in handy, but here we are. All these oil skins and things as
You
well.
all make it up to the top of the platform. And basically, what I meant by rat lines is, when there's basically there's a rope for stepping on and there's a rope for holding, and you have to meet. You are. Yeah, like rats do. Well, you've never seen a rat run across the line. So yes, you are all up there. I think, like, yeah, you're probably right in that you have all been made. All of you feel that there are eyes on you. You cannot see where you're being regarded from, but you know you're being watched. And you sort of hear again sort of bird calls, like, like I don't know what a bird sounds like. And you occasionally hear sort of like, there are just incidental noises that you're like, that's fake. Ooh. Yeah, that.
Maybe we try talking to them in bird.
Oh, I don't think they're birds, Robin.
Why are they making bird sounds, Willow Fine?
Well, you just did a bird sound.
Oh my God, she's right.
You're a bird.
I think we should birds, Robin.
I think we should proceed on the assumption that the people making the bird sounds are like the people who live in these woods, not necessarily hostile.
Yes.
Not necessarily birds.
Not necessarily birds either, but we should proceed in a sort of peaceful, like non-aggressive, like looking manner.
Would I know enough about the region to know who these people might be? I mean, you know, they're...
Well, if you're doing your job correctly, then you're near Elmsteader.
And this would seem like behaviour sort of fitting with the residents of Elmsteader rather than, you know, a hostile force. This is how they would communicate. This is...
Yes. I mean, for all you know, the people of Elmsteader could be a hostile force, but...
I have an idea. Let's leave them a present. If we're being observed, let's leave a gift here on the...
Some bird seed.
Or something else. An offering.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking?
Fat balls.
Excuse me.
What did you call me?
Birds like them. You put them out for them.
You can fashion like a bird feeder of lard and pine cones or whatever. What would you like to leave as an offering?
We must still have that kill from earlier.
Some salted meat.
Yeah, you've still got some preserved meat.
Perfect.
So.
Yeah, that's generous. Is that okay if we leave some of the meat? Is everyone all right?
Prepare like a charcuterie board.
Yeah.
Suet balls and dried deer. Fair enough. Yeah.
That's good eating where we come from.
Where are you going to leave this offering?
On one of the platforms, right?
Yeah, and let's do it like ostentatiously. Like, can I sort of carry it and just like...
We know we're being watched.
Well, like,
Yeah, I just sort of place it down, and then we step away from it and onto the rat lines.
So, are you leaving it on the platform you're currently on and moving off, or are you going?
that-
Okay. All right. Where are you going? Are you going back down, or are you going to the
along
next
the rat,
platform?
along the rat lines and...
Okay, so you're going further in.
towards what seems like the hub.
Sure. Okay.
these-
Could I have your marching order, please? Who's going first?
Oh.
Willow Fine, you're our nominal leader.
All right, let's go. I would like to proceed along the rat line.
Okie dokie. Again, that would either be strength athletics or dex acrobatics.
All right, let's go for a strength roll.
I feel like if Willow Fine's doing it, Robin will feel that it's safe. So I'll be like, oh, she's doing it. I'll come up.
I strap my walking sort of stick across my back and 6. Tasty.
You fall off the rat line.
Oh.
And you are currently plummeting
Can I try and...
about 30 foot to the... Yeah, you can...
It shouldn't be that hard to cross a rat line.
Make me a dex saving throw.
Okay.
And you can make me a roll to try and catch Willow Fine.
18.
18, all right.
All right.
If I was there, like, on the platform, I think I would probably try and help as well.
Okay, great. Could you make me a strength roll?
Okay. Are you rolling for...
It was an 18, right?
Yeah.
I think we're...
Yeah.
Well, happens like... Nah, chill.
She's got this. Oh, thank you. I am useless in this heat, I
So-
say, and
Yeah, perfect. You kind of...
angle.
It's like your feet slip and you go, whoa, and suddenly you're hanging just by the safety line, which suddenly doesn't feel that safe because it's the line. Robin manages to sort of get...
Yeah, I got a 17.
Oh, fantastic.
my feet back
Manages
on
to sort of help hoist you back up
me.
there.
Okay. I crook an arm, like hook myself onto the safety line.
Careful, Willow
Coming
Fine.
off
It's
that again.
dangerous.
Over you go. Okay. You next?
Yes.
Robin? Make me strength or athletics or acrobatics roll and just don't beef it.
Hey, it's a 20.
Hey, all right.
He's got like his tongue stuck out in concentration.
He very competently goes across. Who's next?
I can go if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
It's a critical one.
Oh no.
Now can I try and help?
Yeah, yes, you can. Make me a dex saving throw, please.
All right.
At disadvantage.
Okay. First one's a 10.
Okey-dokey.
And the second one's a 19.
Okay. Well, we'll be taking the 10 then, won't we?
I think we will.
Happen, sure, if you would like to.
Yeah. Can I basically just sort of reach out towards Lug and essentially I want to ask the sprites to intervene.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully catch Lug and bring him back to safety. But they are capricious, so I'll use the cadence dice for this one.
Get me involved with this sprite weirdness.
What kind of check is it?
Well, it's up to you, strength athletics or dex acrobatics.
I'll make it dex then. That's a 12, boringly, unhappy, cadence, miserable. 15.
Here's what happens. You make a dive and you land with your chest flat on the platform and you sort of grab hold of Lug and swing him down. He does still fall, but you're going to reduce the amount of damage he's taking, basically. Because it's almost like he steps off and just misses the lines. And it's almost like you grab him and sort of, almost like a trapeze artist, you sling him further down, but the momentum of it is too much for your grip. You kind of feel you're either going to get pulled over the platform and fall with him head first, or you're going to let go. So the sprites will kind of they almost turn him the right way up, so he's just falling backwards. So it's only going to be 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Just the 2. Great.
There's 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the forest floor.
Ow.
It occurs to you that this would be much, much worse if you were in another part of Wyrdwood, because the
floor is lava.
The floor. There's a very dense undergrowth here.
Okay.
Yeah. So you you get the wind knocked out of you. In fact, Lug, you hit the dirt. You're like, oh! And as you open your eyes, just upside down, right in front of your nose, is the tip of an arrow. And you can hear the creaking of a rope, a bowstring specifically, as someone is just there like, hi. This is going to sort of what would you even call that? Undraw the bow, but without releasing. He does not shoot you in the face, basically. This guy sort of straightens up and he gives sort of a whistle. And at this point, all of you kind of you're across on the other platform now. You are now sort of aware. Basically, a whole bunch of people just sort of emerge from the trees and from sort of the canopy and stuff like that. You realise there are about a dozen people all near you, all with bows. All of them knocked.
Raise my hands.
Yeah. I make my way to my feet and also raise my hands.
Cressida, you should put your hands up.
They're not burnt at all.
What are they?
They appear to be humans, and they are all dressed in sort of greens and browns in sort of mottled patterns, as if to blend in better with their surroundings.
Probably makes sense to say explicitly, we mean you no harm.
There's a charcuterie board up here if you want it.
We brought you a gift.
The guy who's right next to you goes, huh, how strange. He reaches an arm out and helps pull you upright and goes, you're lucky to have made it this far, frankly, strangers.
We're here on an important quest that I finally will explain.
We're up on the platform. Oh wait, are they up? They're everywhere.
This guy's on the forest floor.
Okay, right.
So you probably can't hear what they're saying just yet. But this guy goes,
okay.
You caught us during a shift change.
Yeah, well, I'm thankful for that. We're here to help, really, if you're, good folk.
It's got fat balls! If you want it!
Lug, what's going on down there?
Should we continue this?
Probably a good idea.
Right. This guy scampers up a tree, fast.
Whoa.
You sort of, you watch him go, and you can sort of actually see that certain branches have a bit of moss or lichen that's sort of worn away from where just a custom hand and footholds are.
Yep.
So it's not hard for you to get back up on the platform.
Yeah, follow the route.
Where sure enough, he picks up a piece of deer meat and sort of gives it a sniff and starts chewing on it.
Lug jerked it himself.
Did he?
Yeah.
Which one's Log?
This is Lug.
Yeah, we've already met.
Happen. Willowfine. Robin.
Robin.
Cressida.
How do you do?
We've
I don't know.
Crest for short.
We're here to help our friends. You may have met them, you may have not. They're a team coming from the Moot?
Yeah.
Moot.
Their name is Team North.
Team North. We're investigating the magic disruption.
I see. You better come with us then. He, without any further ado, steps onto a rat line, and you see all of these people start moving off towards a point over there, and you are expected to follow.
We've been having trouble with the rat lines. Have you got any tips?
Don't fall. And he just keeps going. He calls back through the trees. I'm Edmund, by the way. Robin. You notice this. I think actually a lot of you would notice this, but Robin, you're sort of more in tune to the significance of it. You notice that Edmund and all of the others are wearing very thick iron torques, sort of, like necklaces that sort of stop with a slight gap there. Obviously, a lot of you would know that iron is a magic inhibitor, and that these people seem to be wearing these voluntarily, because Robin, you recognise these collars specifically are from Galeafold, your region, your neck of the woods, and a lot of the time, these collars are locked on to people.
Yeah, they used to put them on the witches.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop them doing all the spells and that.
Yeah. And these people, you don't know how they got them or quite why they're wearing them voluntarily, but that is exactly what they have, and that is exactly what they are doing. As you proceed further in, you eventually reach the elm tree that gives Elmstead its name. You get onto a platform and you just go, whoa, because this is a colossal tree, like bigger than the largest redwood you can imagine. And there are, similar to the platforms kind of made sort of sympathetically with the woods, there are all of these sort of houses, like there's an entire community that lives in this tree. And there are all sorts of, there are rope bridges now coming off to other sort of households. It is an entire community that is just 30, 40, 50 feet off the ground. And it's very, very impressive.
What would happen if you went sleepwalking? Fall off?
You'd die for sure.
Wouldn't
Alright,
make
just-
for a very long night's sleep.
Sorry, Robin, I don't have a funny answer to that question. You'd die for sure.
Yeah, I suppose you would. Well, something to think about, isn't it?
What if you woke up on the way down?
Oh, that'd be awful. You'd be like, oh no, but then die. Anyway.
Can I have a wisdom perception check, please?
You absolutely can, yeah. That is an 8.
Big tree, this.
It is a large tree.
Okay, so you basically, you're led, you come to a platform and there are 3 bridges kind of coming off it. One of them goes directly to the elm of Elmstead, but Edmund actually leads you to the left, where there is sort of a house with almost like a decking with a rail, where he invites you to all sit, and somebody bustles out from inside with sort of clay cups and a large jug of water that looks very cool and refreshing.
Cresta immediately starts using some of it to wash her hands because she's been going like that along guide ropes, and she's like, no, I can't.
Put your hands in the jug.
Another, please. Yes, that's absolutely fine. There are sort of some wry smiles from the people around you that you choose to ignore, maybe, or maybe you want to make a deal of it. I don't know.
Let them look. You can smile at me all you want. This means that I won't be throwing up later like that one was.
I'd like to drink some water, I think.
Yeah, sure. It's not going to stop Lug drinking some water.
Okay, great. It is. Yeah, as I say, it is cool and refreshing.
Thank you for your hospitality.
The water that Robin usually drinks is where the dog takes his baths as well, so this is probably the cleanest water he's had for a while.
It's really good.
This Edmund seems trustworthy. Is he drinking as well?
He is, yes.
Okay, fine.
To your health.
And yours.
Strange times these, but there's still enough goodness in us to share what we have for a night or so. There's shelter of the tree, some water, food if you need it.
And you can help yourself to our fat balls.
Thank you, yes. We'll store them for winter.
I've noticed you're wearing the iron torque around your neck.
Yes, yeah.
Is that where you... to stop magic, right? Is that...
Yes, we received these as a gift from some pilgrims about 5 years back. People moving through Galeafold. We didn't think much of them at the time. I mean, why would we give up our magic just for a bunch of people who rail about it being evil? Frankly, we were planning to melt them down. We didn't think much of them, but, we forgot about them, and, I think now they're coming in handy. I'm sure, you're as aware as we are. I mean, probably more aware. You seem like travelled folk. Magic is not what it used to be.
Could you describe the pilgrims who gave you them? Were they in a uniform or anything?
Yes, they were in sort of robes, sort of like a long cassock type thing, a hood that came over here. Some of them wore coverings on their faces.
Do I recognise that?
Yeah, this is like classic sort of pilgrim/inquisitor folk from your neck of the woods.
Oh, yeah. I know those folk.
Where were they going for their pilgrimage?
Well, they didn't much mention. They were more concerned about the saving of our earthly vessels, or rather, telling us about our path to damnation.
Strange folk.
Indeed.
They used to put those on the witches before they burned them so they couldn't make water come out their hands or whatever.
I didn't know there was anyone who thought that magic was bad.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
My friend Osric thought magic was bad because no one came to his show.
Yeah, but he thought trousers were bad, so...
Yeah, but he tried to do magic at the children's talent show and he won, but then he took his trousers off again. It's not important then. I don't know why I brought it up. Please continue.
Sure.
Have you seen a group pass through more recently? That's our immediate concern.
Yes.
How long ago?
And where were they headed?
And was Osric with them?
Who was Osric?
He may have been dressed as a flower.
Okay, I'll come back to that one.
Wasn't it folk Moot? Why would Osric be?
I'm very confused about what's going on, Happen.
Yes, we had some people come through about 5
10
days
people
ago.
in your life.
They left us in a sorry state indeed.
Really?
They did.
In what way?
Have a look.
Earth, wind, fire, air, water, merchandise? That's right, they just added a new element. Don't be left out. Go to store.outsidexbox.com and check out some of the awesome Oxventure merch that you can find there. Beautiful products like the ones that you can see on screen now. That's right, we're adding them to the list of overall elements, along with all merchandise, so do be sure to go check it out. We really love these products, that's why we made them, and we would love it if you would check them out too. All right, once more, that's store.outsidexbox.com.
Well, would you look at that? We're halfway through episode 5 of Oxventure Wyrdwood already. Afterwards, what do you say you and I have a little chat about it?
Oh gosh, I've got a lot of things to say.
Okay, well that's great. Well, why don't we produce that video and then put it on patreon.com/oxclub?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a really good idea.
Right, and I got the URL right. Yeah. So that's good. If you type it in and get it right, you'll get to go there too.
We'll see you there on Unwinding Wyrdwood.
He points to the tree. You see the giant elm. You notice it doesn't actually look that well.
The tree itself?
Yeah. Its bark is turning grey, and in some areas has split, sort of showing the vulnerable, sort of, not quite heartwood, but exposed wood underneath. Quite a number of the branches are bare. In fact, as you watch, an enormous one comes crashing down, like falling from higher up, lands on another branch, splits in two, and falls to the forest floor. Beneath it, a whole bunch of people scrabble to get out of the way. But from the speed with which they return to what they're doing, you gather that this has been happening a fair bit recently. What they are doing is that each one of them has like an enormous water skin. If you kind of like imagine almost like the kidney-shaped things, that, but like if you put it over your back, it would stretch from below your hip to above your shoulder. These people are just pouring water out around the roots of the tree and then re-shouldering them and silently just heading back into the woods going north.
You think the party that came through here, the team from the north, did this?
I don't think it, I know it.
What did they do?
Well, they claimed they were trying to help. They came through. They said something about... They came out from Moot, like yourselves.
Yeah.
They said they were trying to work out what's gone wrong. Why magic's gone, well, weird, I suppose. We welcomed them in. We shared our shelter, food. We shared stories. And we told them about this part of the Wyrdwood. They were looking for information, after all. And we told them, you wouldn't much know it to look at it, but it seems like we're heading for a drought. We have been for 10, 12 days now.
It's quite hot.
It is, yeah. The river to the north, you've heard of it, I assume. It still flows, but it doesn't nourish like it used to. It's like the water's empty somehow. You see the elm, I mean, its roots go deep. The amount of water it draws up every day must be colossal, but it's in decline. And that's where your friends intervened.
Did they try and do magic?
They did.
They went wrong.
Or exactly according to plan, as some of us are given to think.
But magic's been going wrong everywhere recently. They probably didn't mean it.
What did they do?
Well, one of them said he could put some sort of enchantment or something on the tree, stop its decline, give us time while they work out whatever it is going wrong. And so we agreed. He went up to the tree, put his hand on it, and his hand exploded.
Whoa.
See here, look. He sort of leans up above, as if like he's looking at like a, you know, a favourite picture on the wall of a tavern. Sort of picks a bit of tree that's got like basically a hole in it with a small piece of bone sticking out.
That doesn't sound exactly like it went to plan.
That's probably not what he meant to happen. He probably didn't cast Explored Hands, unless it's that spell that anyone can do.
I think it's quite a high level spell, probably.
Oh. Less concerned about the hand, really, because what it did was it ripped the magic out of this tree. I don't know what the intention was, really. Some of us believe it was on purpose, some of us believe it was an accident, but either way, we saw it for a moment, this big swirling purple ripple, almost like a liquid that danced in the air, and then whoosh, shot out like a bolt through the trees. No way.
Where did it go?
Somewhere to the northwest.
Were you not tempted to pursue it?
How could we? I mean, we didn't know what it was. It moved faster than an arrow. And in any case, the tree began to sicken in front of our eyes immediately.
Were Team North killed in the explosion?
No. No, your man lost his hand, and we cast him out.
When was this?
That was 5 days ago now.
Go after the purple thing. Maybe that's where the team is, and we could find it, put it in a bag or something, and bring it back.
Can I hold up? Willowvine, can I borrow the copestone?
Yep.
Have you seen one of these before?
No, I can't say I have.
So they didn't split. They didn't destroy.
Well, that was recently. If they haven't seen
Yeah.
Team North for 5 days, and Team North went out of contact with Moot 2 days ago, then they left here, and then something happened to them.
So they've wandered into the wilderness and something bad has happened to them potentially.
I think something bad's already. His hand exploded.
Yeah, something
Additionally bad. Something additionally bad has happened.
I don't think it was their fault. We saw a fella at Moot who tried to do a spell and he turned into a horrible monster, and that's not what he meant.
Sure. Fine. But what's done is done.
We can go and find it, right? And bring it back and help the tree.
So,
We don't want their help anymore, and quite frankly, we don't particularly want yours. We'll let you stay under our eaves this evening, and I'll tell you where we lost sight of your team of friends, if you want. We chased them a good way north before we let them go. But in the morning, you've got to leave,
I think that's fair.
and we'll be taking your weapons for the night.
Well, I like that less, but I see where you're coming from.
Those are the terms.
All right.
Hand them over.
I hand over my club, I guess. It's a very hard baguette.
The guy you hand it to just sort of looks at it and wordlessly gives it back.
Oh, I could do someone a real mischief with this.
Don't say that, Robin.
He bites into a fat ball like it's an apple.
So, take him a bread then.
Spits out a mealworm.
Sorry about the mealworms. Birds like them.
Extra protein.
Is anyone refusing to give up their weapons?
No, I hand over my
No.
my stuff.
I have a very ornate dagger, and I'm like, I will be counting the gems in the morning.
Fair enough. He just tosses it into a chest, and he locks it with a very heavy iron padlock. Well, like I say, you're free to sleep under our eaves tonight. If you need me, I'm going back on watch. As you can imagine, ferrying water back and forth, we are a little thin on the ground right now. If I could give you one word of advice, given who you are and with whom you're affiliated, don't go near that tree. Sort of turns and clumps off, his mood considerably less sort of welcoming than before you told him who you are. In fact, you see him sort of, he whips the rest of the jerky he was gnawing on off the rope bridge, and he goes back out to patrol again, I guess. You're sort of, I think, yeah, some would say it's a security concern to just let you continue to hang out in the place where all of your weapons are kept under lock and key. But they seem to be trusting you at least that far. You sort of, I think you've got the sense that you can hang out there.
Very trustworthy.
Until the morning.
We've, okay.
Also, they probably saw us fall off the tree several times.
These chumps aren't particularly dangerous.
We should go after the other team and maybe try and find the purple and bring it back.
Well,
I think that's a good plan.
It seems like we've learned of two mysteries. One is where the tree's magic went when it shot through the sky to the north. And the other is the river that stopped giving nourishment. And if we're not allowed to go near the tree, maybe we could follow the river up to its source and see if we can figure out what's made it stop working, because that would fall under our remit, our instructions, right? Will I find?
Yeah, I mean, it's all surely interconnected.
If we bring the purple back and put it in the tree, then they'll like us.
I think they want us to stay away from the tree. I think the tree could use less magic right now.
But the purple's not near the tree, that's the problem. We could go after the purple.
But it sounds like the purple went a very, very, very long way away by the sound of it.
Make me a wisdom intelligence roll. Please, Robin.
Oh, no.
12.
Just make more purple.
Why don't I just make more purple then?
More magic?
Yeah.
Did you hear that guy?
Yeah, but I mean, I can't do any magic, but you lot can. Have you got a purple? And if you...
Purple. Chaos magic.
Is that what purple is?
That's purple, yeah. Canonically, I think we will. A swirling vortex of purple. It's got to be chaos magic.
It's risky though, because
I
if
think
it goes
less
wrong and
chaos
it blows
is-
the tree up, they're
Yeah,
gonna be
do you want your hands
extremely
exploded?
displeased.
Look at my
My
hands.
hands exploded.
Think of all the fond memories we have. No, not really.
Our job is to investigate
And like Captain says, there are multiple mysteries, and they're all surely part of the same mystery.
I think it's worth us helping these people if we can. They have been very kind and permissive with us.
That is true. Well, in the morning we'll find out where Team North went. They may have gone in pursuit of the purple magic themselves.
I think that's the likeliest thing. If they messed up, they probably wanted to put it right. Probably went off after the purple. And something has happened to them. I think we killed two birds with one stone. Sorry, wrong idiom.
How do you know the word idiom, Robin?
He's been called it often enough.
Yeah. Nice.
I went to one day of schooling, which was the day they
idiom.
taught us idiom.
They taught us the word idiom.
Yeah, I didn't much care for it.
Can that be new canon, that you're a genius of idioms and nothing else?
One day.
Here are all the idioms you'll need. One.
As bright as
Two
a
birds
button.
with one stone.
They're all birds.
Sorry, that was the wrong comparison talking.
Bird in hand.
I did it wrong. We could cover off two things by
one
going
thing.
where the purple went, which is probably where Team North went.
Agreed.
We should set off as quickly as possible.
Well, I did fall out of a tree. Yeah. I quite fancy a rest.
The information we're missing in all this is what direction Team North were chased off to.
No, they told us that.
And also what direction the river flows in. If it's to the northwest, then all of our quests are in the same direction. But if they're not, then they're not. So we should talk to Edmund in the morning about that, I think.
Were we told were we told not to leave?
We're not going anywhere without our weapons, are we?
Yeah.
Edmund told us that they chased them to the north. Yeah.
North. Yep.
So we know that they chased them to the north. Edmund told us.
But the purple went northwest.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay. So purple went northwest. They went north. Well, let's have a look at the river, see which way it flows. It's only over there.
It's like 2 days.
It's only 2 days over there.
You can do that. Don't you? Look, I think we need to rest. I have walked for 2 days. I'm so tired. And yeah, we can go and find the
For
others.
2 days straight, Cress. We had sleep in between.
Yes, but not proper sleep.
Robin doesn't want to rest and talk to Duncan in the morning because Morven will come out.
Oh.
I can stay awake. I'll poke myself in the leg with a fork.
Okay.
Whenever I get sleepy.
Have a good time doing
Robin's
that.
going to do an all-nighter.
Yep. Do what you need to do.
Yeah.
I roll over and go to sleep.
Yeah, let's all.
You roll over and off the platform.
Not again.
So, going to sleep?
Yes, please.
Go and sleep,
Going to
yes.
sleep? Staying awake?
The old fork in the thigh.
The old fork in the thigh. Go to sleep? Okay. Right, make me a fork in the thigh roll, please.
That's nature's
3.
speed.
You missed your thigh.
Okay.
You hit a major
Okay.
artery.
All right. So Robin's like, oh, they're all asleep. Okay. And you just miss your leg and just conk out immediate.
No. All right. Robin's is asleep, and then in the morning, Morven will be here.
There is an enormous crash sort of from the elm next to you. Like, I think it's fair to say it is enough to wake every single one of you up. In like a boo! You know when you dream and you're falling and you get jolted awake? It's that. But what's happened is basically it's like a section of the trunk of the tree has gone and fallen in on itself and kind of crumpled, like the tree is minorly imploding. There are shouts from people around the tree being like, "Get back!" And you hear there is a scream as somebody falls out of the tree higher up. And in the darkness, you just hear like a noise. And somebody has fallen out and like, they're not doing well, basically. There is sort of like a bustle as people start to leave and clear the area around the tree. And you've been sort of looking at it, and to all of you, you're like, dang, this tree, that's a really unwell tree. Morven, obviously you're just coming to with all of this.
Indeed.
You wake up and it's more like before the world comes into focus and you see that you are in a different part of the Wyrdwood and that your friends are all around you in like their gym jams and all that kind of thing. It's like you can just see a yawning void. It's like you can see for a split second, you can see all the magic in the area, or specifically the lack of magic in the center of this tree. It is like there is a black hole where something vital was and is no longer.
Okay. I would like to cast Detect Magic and see if I can get a sort of trail for where that magic went.
Yeah. You don't get a ping on the magic and like where it went. It's more that you are feeling like the absence of it.
Right.
Again, sort of Detect Magic opens you up to this feeling. You almost get vertigo looking at this tree with the sheer like amount of like the sheer hollowness of it.
I imagine Edmund is quite busy doing sort of damage control.
Yes.
But can I sort of try and find Edmund in a quiet moment and just be like, Edmund, we're keen to help. If you point us in the direction of the river, and we're gonna try it. We'll try and bring the magic back to the tree.
It's 2 days to the river, and it's north. What do you want from me? Do you want me to guide you there?
No, thanks. Sorry, you're busy.
Yes, it seems like our entire community is about to come crashing down around our ears. No thanks to people like you.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
Well, that
Can we
went
get
well.
our weapons back? Can I go and find Edmund as well?
Yep.
With the
No.
purpose of getting
We shouldn't bother him. He's so cross. Look, let's just do this instead. Can I use the butt of my one of my short swords to just like smash the lock on our treasure?
Yeah, make me a strength.
Do you have your short sword?
Isn't your short sword in the
Pretty
chest?
sure
The
it's
weapon.
That's a weapon, right?
You whisper to the lock
got a
about
great
Schrodinger's short sword, and it implodes. No, you can't do that happen.
I've got a. Okay, you're right.
Robin, get your baguette.
Yes.
Robin's not here anymore.
Morven,
Oh, it's
get
Morven
Robin.
time.
It's morphin time. I throw the baguette off into the woods. Need this.
Morvin, can you open this chest for us?
Yeah, probably. All right, I cast Magic Missile at the chest.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, a point of debt, and I mean you can't miss because it doesn't. Just roll me the damage, please.
Okay.
How many magic missiles?
I guess I can create up to 3.
What do you do with the spares?
Let's just do 1 because I'm not trying to
Barrage.
destroy it. I'm just trying to open it. So.
On
all
the
right.
padlock, right?
Hmm?
On the padlock.
Sure, let's say. Okay, that's a 3. So 4 points of force damage to the lock.
Okay, I'm going to say that's enough. You kind of like... It's like you see this bolt fly into the keyhole, and then after a second, it just it breaks open into like 4 pieces, and you're able to access the chest again.
Don't forget your
My
magic
short
debt.
sword and hit the padlock with it.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. You put a real serious dent in it. You reckon if it had been on the chest, you would have got it open in like 2 whacks max.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
Yep. Let's press on.
So I'm not entirely sure what's happening. If you could just sort of fill me in on the last. What day is it? How long have we been traveling?
To be honest, I've lost count.
It's Morgenster's Day, which is the
Morgenster's.
day. Morgenstern's Day.
Day, certainly. So yes, this tree is missing an enormous amount of magic. Is that?
Yes.
Are you on top of that situation?
We are not on top of that situation yet.
We only just got here.
We arrived last night and they were not pleased to see us because the North team had worked their way through, and while the North team were here, several disastrous things happened to the tree.
North team, probably a bunch of robins, probably effed it up. Yes?
Possibly.
Have any of you tried putting magic back into the tree?
No. We just got here, so...
They really don't want us to mess with their tree.
Well, how about we don't give them the option and we put magic back into their tree and solve their problem?
I mean, just put magic in the tree.
Yeah. We'll just cast spells into the tree. It'll fill it back up
What
with
kind
magic.
of spell?
Just channel your magic. You do magic. You do magic. I don't know about you, but you got something going on. It's just all hands on the tree.
There's an outside chance that we'll blow it up even more.
It's just going to blow up anyway. You feel that?
It might explode up our hands.
There is someone did explode their hand.
That would be...
Someone from the North team. Yes, I imagine they
to
probably
explode
did.
our hands would be pretty unlucky.
All right. Okay.
You stand further away from me.
Okie dokie. So
Sneak up to the tree. Edmund won't like it.
there is a lot of sort of hustle and bustle around the community, but that is mostly them trying to get away from the tree. You can probably take advantage of the relative pandemonium here.
And it's still nighttime.
It is still nighttime, yes.
And the tree is not everywhere, but it is.
It's a massive tree.
Very big.
Look,
enormous.
You can help me or you can't, but I'm going to put some magic in this tree. I think that this is going to solve this issue.
Yeah. I would. What's my least conspicuous? I cast web on the tree.
Okay.
It's a spell, nominally a spell.
Sure. Okay, so here's how this is going to work, basically.
Who would be suspicious about a web
tell
on
me,
the tree?
once you get up to the tree, on your turn, because we are about to enter initiative order, I think it is quite funny if you are being specific about the spells, but we don't have to resolve their effects. Basically, it's about expending spell slots. So if you expend a spell slot, that will give you a d20. A level 2 spell slot will give you 2d20.
Okay.
Level 3 spell, 3d20. And let's just see how many points of magic you can put back into this thing before it explodes. Because you are against the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you'll listen to Morven now.
In the initiative order, I will be controlling the people of Elmstead to see if they notice, and if they do, what they're going to do about it, and also seeing if the tree goes boom.
Oh, so we want to fill it with magic, but not too much magic.
Well, no, you're trying to stabilize it.
Oh, okay.
It just might go boom before you do that.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You can't overload it.
Yeah.
No. You can fit so much magic in this baby. With that said, if everyone's cool, let's roll initiative.
Hold on, wait.
Lug.
14.
Happen.
18.
Willow fine.
8.
Morven.
20.
Cressida.
Nat 20, baby!
Ooh. The villagers were on 8 and the tree rolled a nat 1.
Aww.
And if it does that again, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So starting off, was yours a dirty 20, Morven?
Natural 20.
Nat 20 as well. All right. Well, both of you can decide who goes first.
Morven leaves Cressida hanging.
This is not in character. This is not in character.
It's not in character. Oh,
role-playing.
okay, fine.
I was like, oh.
I was so deeply in character.
Sorry, I
You
was
can't-
not RPing then. Sorry.
You can't come to me without a character interactions when I'm so
think-
deeply in character.
Well, I think in character, I think Morven will go first.
Okay, sure.
I think you will.
Yeah, I'm just like, can everyone just stop
Let's
effing around, please?
Yeah.
There you go, magic in the tree.
Morven suggested it to start with.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, all right. Morven.
Level 3 spell slot, please.
Lovely. That's 3d20, por favor.
Okay, we have got 33.
Lovely stuff.
Nice.
Cressida.
I'm also going to do a level 3. 36.
36. Very nice. Okay. Happen.
Yeah, I'll send a second level spell slot out, please. 5.
Wait.
For a total of 18.
Lug, you are the least magical of the party.
Yes, I do have a little bit of magic, but it's via a thing called Magic Initiate, which is because of my background as a guide.
Embarrassing.
What it means is I don't have an actual spell slot, but I have a sort of pseudo spell slot where I can cast a spell once. So
Once per long rest, right?
once per long
Okay.
rest, indeed. So can I do that?
Yes. It also gives you cantrips, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll count this as a level 1 spell slot, and then after that you can do cantrips, but you can only roll a d6.
All right. Okay.
And you're still incurring debt.
So I'll roll this one pretend spell slot on this turn, and then further turns are cantrips. Okay.
Okay, great.
Fine.
So you're about to double your debt, because it's about to go up to
I know.
2.
This is a big moment for Lug.
100%
Yeah.
increase of debt.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Worth it?
13.
Okay, not dreadful. That puts us on a nice even 100 points of magic, which is pretty decent, everybody. Not gonna lie.
Right.
It's not neither here nor there, really.
Willow fine.
Right.
My least
Okay.
favourite.
Okay, I plant my hand on the enormous trunk of this tree and charge up a level 3 spell slot.
Lovely.
And channel my divinity to the tune of, that is 1832 points.
Lovely stuff.
Incur
Okay.
a bunch of debt.
Let's see if you get
So
spotted.
bloody magical.
4. The person who fell out of the tree has regained consciousness and is just screaming.
Oh.
We'd be like, hold him down! Hold him down! They are sufficiently distracted. Now let's find out what happens to the tree. Okay, I told myself if I rolled a nat 1, it would blow up. I just rolled a 2.
Close.
One more round should do it.
Not
I am
close.
still going to roll to see if the tree goes boom, and if I roll a 2 on that roll, or a 1, it will. But let's... shall we go again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Morven or Cressida? Morven again?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a level 2 at this point. So, okay, that is a 1 and a 12, so 13.
Magical bomb squad, basically.
Yeah.
No, if the bomb squad was like charging up,
Was putting gunpowder into the bomb.
It's like throw bombs on it.
Yeah, you fight fire with fire. Cressida?
Yeah, I'm going to use my final level 3 slot. Let's do this.
we've just had a long rest.
I know.
Well, we got woken up in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah, that's not even a long rest. Shoot.
Okay, that's 37. No, 47.
Whoa,
Wow.
I got a 14, 16, and 17.
nice.
Wow.
Dang.
Dang. Could have used those later, but I will.
Oh,
Right.
it's fine.
Uncharacteristically cooperative of you.
I'm saving my level 3 spell slot in case I need to explode someone's head.
Happen.
Oh yeah, another level 2, please. Best I have 5, 15, 20.
All right.
Point of debt.
I feel like at this point you're kind of like, all of you just like, you can feel that this is working. Like,
Yeah.
like, hey, this is, all right. Like, it feels like the tree is calming down. You can even see some of like the heartwood sort of like knitting itself back together, and the bark is sort of regaining some of its colour. Morven is there just being like, I'm a genius.
I give them a withering look, like, obviously.
Can I sort of just wave at some of the... I feel like this is the point to get the attention of...
Oh, you're going to deliberately hail the...
disagree. I strongly disagree.
Yeah, it's visibly being mended by what we're doing.
I strongly disagree.
But it is your turn.
It is your turn.
You can do what you
Can't
like.
do anything about it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's your choice.
Morven and Cressida just like,
Yeah, they've already had their goes.
These faces.
Look, what you do in the next 6 seconds is entirely up to you.
gosh, that's liberating. What a game.
Takes
we're
6
looking
seconds
like
just
your
for
turn
you.
for spells.
Yeah, I'd like to sort of... Well, in fact, let's 2 birds, 1 stone. Sorry, everyone, wrong idiom. I'll cast Mage Hand, and I'd like to do a big wave at all of the, tree dwellers,
Okay, sure.
including Edmund, and then just slap that Mage Hand into the tree for a cantrip's worth of...
Roll me a d6.
5.
Okay, so this... Wow.
Bizarre image.
Yeah, this mage hand just goes like, and then...
Slaps their sacred tree.
Yeah, it's kind of like giving a deity a noogie, but it works all right.
Merges smoothly into it, and a little leaf blooms out of the gap.
Or it pushes some bark back in place.
Yeah, it's like...
Yes, fine. You have certainly got their attention. Lug.
I guess I'm rolling a d6 for my little cantrip powers.
Sure, yeah.
My puny little cantrip powers.
Hey,
All right.
hey, they're good powers.
Well, it's a 5.
Oh, that's pretty decent. There you go.
On a d6. 1 less than it possibly could be.
Willow, fine.
Is the human who fell out of the tree earlier, what kind of condition are they?
Conscious and screaming.
Are they being handled though by like local
Next
healers?
to
Sort
a
of.
nearly exploding tree, I say.
They're sort of being sort of restrained because they are just writhing in agony.
So I'm going to cast Healing Word as my bonus action over my shoulder at the screaming human.
Great.
Okay, so that
Casual.
is
2d4
2d4
plus your
plus my
spell
Wisdom
casting.
modifier. I'm casting it out of a level 2 spell slot.
Oh.
So we're going to get an extra couple of d4s. So that's 5 plus 4 is 9 plus 4 is 13 plus my Wisdom modifier is 17 points of healing. from Healing Word, and then let's just dunk one spell slot into the tree.
Perfect.
I like turn back to the tree and kind of like plant my other hand on the tree, so I'm sort of like pressed up against it like it were a triceratops or. And then you can have. Oh, that's a 1.
Oh no!
That's a 1.
That was
Out of
it was a
1.
lovely turn though. Yeah, the guy stopped screaming.
He has died.
And then you hear a sort of like, there's a murmur from the crowd where they're like, oh, it seems better. Like it's, these people were until quite recently magic practitioners, so I think they will know what's happened, but it's been a while since they've thought of magic as something that can still work. I'm going to take us out of initiative order now. Just going to make sure I don't roll a 1 or a 2. That's a 4. Oh! It's a good thing you managed to put 219 points of magic into that tree in 2 rounds, by the way. That is genuinely quite impressive. You sort of like, and then you hear Edmund shout, everybody stand down! And you sort of turn around and you see that you have got like scores of arrows, or bows rather, being pointed in your general direction. And he has to yell twice more before they actually lower their weapons.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just what I was going to say. You're welcome.
Whoa.
Willowfine,
I've got my hands up, so.
Willowfine, you should say some words to them about what we did and why it was good.
Fixed your tree.
Edmund?
Before that.
Can we speak to Edmund? Yes.
Yeah, he comes walking up to you. He's like, you were given one very clear instruction, and your weapons were also placed under lock and key.
We'll get to that, but we had no time. We had to act. This tree was dying. I'm sorry for circumventing your authority here, but we had to save it.
It was going to explode. If we hadn't done anything, this place would be a crater right now. Also, are you all right? Do you need me to remove that collar?
He looks over his shoulder. You see he actually kind of makes a surreptitious move, removes his own collar and puts it down. He puts his hand on the tree, and like there's a moment where he's clearly afraid to do this, but he like basically he casts detect magic. His eyes fly open. And it's sort of in a smooth motion, he bends and picks up his torque and puts it back around his neck. And he also produces something from the sleeve of his clothing.
Morven would recoil from the sight of the collar. Definitely, it's like, she's not happy about it.
He doesn't really understand, because you seemed fine about it earlier. But he steps close up to you, Willowfine, and sort of palms you. It is a small journal. And he says, I'm going to make a big show of kicking you out of my community now. I have to save face, you understand?
I understand.
Listen, the last place we saw your friends, he gives you the precise location and like guidance on how to get there to the place where the North team was last seen. And then he steps back and true to his word starts being like, you're a danger to this community, you're a menace, magic is no good anymore. And he makes a big show of telling you to leave.
We're sorry, thank you, goodbye.
out.
We should go. Morven, move, please.
Fine.
We kind of scrape and bow and
Just walk
Back
slower
away.
than normal out of the area.
As soon as we're behind a tree, can I say, Willowfine, what's in the letters?
You sort of duck behind a tree and you open this journal and there is a small piece of paper is in a different hand. It's been written by Edmund that says, one of our water gatherers found this 2 days ago. It's not cheerful reading. We think them dead. Put aside this folly. I beg you. But what does the journal say? We'll find out next time on Oxventure Wyrdwood. But first, it's time to do the rolling right.
Oh yeah, gosh, okay. All right, my debt has increased threefold this session, so I'm more nervous than I was previously. But here we go. Oh, that is 80. So I think I'm safe.
So my number is 18 as it stands. 70.
So you said 17.
I really thought you said 17.
Do that.
70. Well clear.
I have 14 points of magic debt, and I'm rolling a 11.
Walkie dorky there.
I'm just excited.
Magic will have its due.
I shouldn't be, because now the debt must be paid.
Yeah.
What happens now?
What happens now, Johnny?
What happens
What
now?
happens now is you'll notice next to you there is a stack of envelopes. If you could take the frontmost envelope. Yes. That is yours to keep.
Ooh,
You may not open it until you next cast a spell. Because the next time you cast a spell, Willowfine doesn't know this, there's going to be a complication. And the complication lives in that envelope.
Oh, okay. As a player, I'm very excited. Yeah. Thank you. I think.
What a character.
I don't know.
It's going to be a real mess.
We'll see.
We will see.
We're also not done rolling. We could get a twofer or even a threefer.
It's a 24 to beat for more than Hellwayne. So almost a 1 in 4 chance. Let's see how this goes. It's an 18.
An envelope for Andy.
Hey, the man.
Just the topmost. Sure. All right. Envelope. I will carry it with me always. Well, for about 8 minutes before I cast a spell.
Okay, so I got to get a 17 or above because I've got 16 points of debt. Maybe I'll be the third one to get something. Who knows? That's a 43. I'm safe.
Safe.
Woo!
Boo.
Safe. Sorry.
Well, it took long enough, but we finally got one. In fact, we got 2. So they now have envelopes and their debt is officially halved.
There's a wax seal with a boar on it.
I know, yeah. You're welcome, everybody. What will happen next on Wyrdwood? Well, you can tune in to the next episode to find out. In the meantime, like and subscribe so you don't miss a thing. Thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. And here we are back again. We're getting to the back half of the season now with just 3 episodes left. But stay tuned to the stream to get your first look at the trailer for Wyrdwood Season 2. Before then, though, I want to take a moment to thank some of the kind folks who are sponsoring this stream, the Moonshine Adventure Company. Make your next holiday a thrilling quest with the Moonshine Adventure Company, where your Dungeons and Dragons dreams come to life in breathtaking locations across the UK. Picture yourself battling fearsome foes in majestic castles, exploring the echoes of history in ancient ruins, or unraveling mysteries in a grand Victorian mansion. With Moonshine's talented and inclusive game masters, including 3 Black Halflings, Liv Kennedy, and Oxventure's very own producer, Zach, you'll dive into an original D&D story crafted around your enchanting surroundings. Whether you're adventuring solo or with a band of friends, you'll be welcomed into a warm, vibrant community that shares your passion for epic tales. And the adventure doesn't have to break the bank. Prices start at just £750, which includes your food and accommodation throughout the event. Your holiday of a lifetime awaits, without the worry of logistics, just pure, unadulterated fun. Moonshine also offers custom TTRPG holidays for any occasion, from celebrations to well-deserved breaks for your forever DM. So gather your party and prepare for adventure like never before. Visit them at moonshineadventure.co.uk, follow them on Instagram at Moonshine Adventure Company, and discover the magic waiting just for you. Your next great adventure awaits at Moonshine Adventure Company. Thank you so much to Moonshine Adventure Company for sponsoring this portion of the stream. Now, let's jump into our next episode, Chapter 6, Shapes in the Mist. After the episode, we've got another 10-minute break, and I'll see you on the other side with the worldwide premiere of the Wyrdwood Season 2 trailer. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. My name is Johnny Chiodini, and these are our players.
Hello, I'm Mike. I'm playing Lug, the Firbolg Barbarian.
Hello, I'm Luke, and I'm playing Happen, a human ranger.
I'm Jane. I'm playing Willowfine, who is a cleric and also an Aasimar.
I'm Andy. I'm playing Robin Oatcake, who is a man, and Morven Helwain, who is a sorcerer.
And I'm Ellen, and I'm playing Cressida, who is a human elf wizard.
During the last episode, you set off on the trail of the North team, which has gone mysteriously missing, and their copestone has been broken in half, which is not good news. You discovered that they had visited some people and donked their tree all the way up. Thankfully, you undonked the tree, but in so doing, punted your debt up enough that when we did the rolling right, not one, but two of you got envelopes. These will be opened the next time either of you cast a spell. Do not forget that as a side effect of you having received an envelope, your debt is halved. So you can never go back to 1, but you at least have a lower number than you did at the end of the last episode. Now, at the very end of the last episode, you were run out of Elmstead by Edmund, who basically was like, here's a secret journal that we found. Now I'm going to make a big show of running you out of town. You are once again on your way. Right, adventure and stuff.
What does the journal say?
Right, all right.
What does it say? What does it do?
Right, well, as we're making our way from the Elmstead elm, I unfold the journal.
As far as you're aware, so there's more to this journal, but the most recent entries are there, and this appears to be a journal written by someone called Edie.
Edie writes, it's dated 6 days ago. Arrived in Elmstead, the tree is more wondrous than I could have imagined, even growing up hearing stories of its majesty. The people are worried, a drought is building, and the tree, which must pull up huge quantities of water through its roots, is weakening. Alden has offered to enchant the tree, slowing its decline while we try to work out the true cause. They assented. He makes his preparations now. Same day, says the journal, but later, Alden is wounded and we are cast out of Elmstead to return on pain of death. Bera has bound the stump as well she can and has eased his pain with her magic, but she is worried. The wound looks infected with disease or curse I cannot fathom. Journal entry from 5 days ago. We press north through the woods, ill at ease. Our senses betray us. Sounds seem strange, now far, now distant, and we keep losing our way. Twice we have found ourselves having gone in a large circle, wasting hours of daylight. Alden swears he's seen things moving, following us through the trees. Hilda says it's his fever, but I am unsure. We're having to carry him now. Cole thinks it's the woman who's been toying with us, messing with our supplies, and disappearing just when we think we have her cornered. I've told him to put that from his mind, at least for now. Same day, says the journal, but later, Cole is missing. We got strung out trying to get around a huge patch of briar. When we tightened up again, he wasn't there. We searched for 2 hours, no trace. We press on, but we're leaving signs for him to follow should he find our trail again. He has the copestones. It gives me hope for his survival, but makes me worry about ours. Journal says 4 days ago, Bera is gone too. Her bedroll was empty this morning. All of her things were there. Journal entry from 3 days ago. I'm alone now. I was right behind Hilda, keeping my eyes fixed on her and Alden so we wouldn't be separated. My concentration wandered. It must have been this heat, the exhaustion. When I came back to myself, I was alone. I've stopped leaving signs now. I'll try and make for Hopton, though I'm not hopeful I'll make it that far. If this is the last the world hears of us, know that we tried. We wanted to help. So there's a woman.
Okay, womp womp, we suck. Everyone's dead. Is the vibe, yeah?
If that's it, yes, that's one way of looking at it.
Well, should we find these signs that they left then, and we'll find whatever remains of this Edie?
Yes.
Edie sounds like cool.
So what else do we know? They were heading towards Hopton. There's a woman who's been toying with them.
A woman. An unnamed woman.
They are not specific about
They were
who.
separated and disappeared one by one.
Mm-hmm.
And the one who was first separated was the one with the copestones. So,
Well, that was Cole.
yeah, Cole. So did
Maybe
Cole,
give the copestone to someone with both their hands, if it were me.
No, that was Alden,
Alden
whose hand
had
got
it,
exploded
yeah.
off him.
All right.
But yeah, Edie was the last we know, perhaps the last alive, maybe?
Maybe, although did Cole say the rest of them were dead?
We don't know. They just disappeared one by one.
But on the
Picked off
copestone.
by the woman. And no, the copestone just exploded. It said, what was the last message on the copestone?
Well, the one you received days before was 2 wounded.
That's it.
That was it.
Wyrdwood angry. La, la, la.
Yeah. And then it exploded. So we don't know whether Cole is the only one who's like dead, or whether...
We don't know that any of them are dead, but it doesn't seem promising. We should probably seek to pick up the trail that they left for the members of the party who got separated.
Got it.
Although then we are walking into the exact same scenario that seemed to have got them
Yes, but
disappeared.
we're competent. I'm sure it'll be fine.
If we could head towards this Hopton place, if anyone knows where that is.
Well, we've got a couple of trackers here. Can you not pick up the trail?
Yeah, we can give it a go. And if we know we're broadly moving in the direction of Hopton, we've got a sort of fairly
Good chance
narrow
of picking
corridor, relatively, within which to find them.
I'm sure we can figure it out, yeah.
Just one thing, Willow, if I make me a wisdom insight check, please.
Okay, can do. Wisdom insight. Oh, that's a natural 1.
Okie dokie.
Eats the journal pages for their nutritious words.
You go temporarily blind.
Fine.
Ooh-wee.
So we have the whole journal. Those are the pertinent pages
Yes.
from the journal.
Yes, I can furnish you with more information should there be any thread from that you wish to pull.
Anything steamy between her and Alden? I was picking up some vibes.
I scan the journal for vibes.
Well, so you get the vibes of sort of people coalescing as a unit and sort of getting used to working with one another. There are more mentions of this woman. In fact, at one point in the journal, it mentions that they could have sworn that they saw her at the folk moot.
I was going to wonder, if she's anything to do with the man that we keep seeing.
Yes, I would like to check if there are any references to the man in the hat. The poor man.
Sure.
Take the journal.
Read it yourself.
Oh, Alden, my heart yearns for your touch.
Some pretty hot stuff.
Yeah, wow.
There are no mentions of a man, but there are mentions of a woman who appears to behave in an almost, well, not an identical fashion. If anything, she seems quite malicious in her actions, but has sort of a similar MO to the man that you keep seeing.
Does it note any physical characteristics?
Well, there's not a hat, if that's what you're asking.
So enigmatic, tampering, that
Not
sort
the same.
of thing.
Not the same guy.
Dressed strangely is the most, is the greatest thing you get.
Okay. Have you got any idea which? Well, I mean, we know north towards Hopton.
Yep, I think we should start pressing on. Keep our eyes peeled for signs, marks on trees.
Large patches of briar.
Large patch of briar
Yeah.
might be a clue.
Bits of
discarded supplies.
Alden.
Terrifying, like dolls suspended from trees.
Body, yeah. Sort of totems made of twigs and
Yep.
things of that nature.
All that stuff.
Well, if you are going to press on, then I'm going to need your marching order. Who's going first, please?
I'll go.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, you're the
The forest guy.
You're the woods guy.
Should probably be the forest guy
Yeah,
on
go
this
on,
occasion.
forest guy.
Lug, then Willow, fine.
Yes, please.
I'll go after Willow. Fine. She is the cleanest.
After Cressida?
It's true.
You don't want to be in anyone else's jets.
This filth is hardly my fault. Thank you. Fine. Yes, I'll go.
More
You like
than.
prestidigitate yourself or something.
Which means the happen is bringing up the rear. Alrighty.
No, wait, I do have prestidigitation, but I'm not using it right now.
Cool. All right.
So you are heading broadly north. Hopton is actually quite a long way away, and it's sort of like to the northeast. And it's just out the other end of the wood. It's sort of, you got that vibe from Edie's journal, but it's a long shot. That like they felt like it was a long shot because it's a long way away, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
They likely changed direction.
Yeah. But you're pressing on again. It is still just very hot here, and like now that you've gone through Elmstead, you are able to see the effects of this gathering drought in the area. Like again, the forest floor under your feet, it's sort of like a lot drier. You're even kicking up like motes of dust, which sort of get in your throat. It's all very
crispy,
claggy. Yeah, crispy. It's quite unpleasant, really.
How are the trees? Are they suffering?
They are. Again, you sort of really have to be looking for it, but yeah, it looks like the leaves are starting to crisp up at the edges. Lug, you're in front. Could you make me a wisdom perception check, please?
Could.
Happen. You're at the back. Could you make me a wisdom perception check, please?
That is 24.
Nice.
Mine is
Dang.
not that good, but it's a 15.
Okay. You are pressing on Lug. You can, you are basically guessing at this point as to you haven't picked up a clear trail. You're sort of pushing on, path of least resistance. Let's just keep going this way. There seems to be an all right sort of game trail going this way, but you haven't found any trail such as there is to find from the North team just yet. Happen. There's something not quite right about the woods. You've noticed that as you're going, you're used to moving stealthily anyway, so the rest of the party probably does sound quite loud to you, but the footfalls of each of your companions and even the rustle of your clothes as you move, they all seem indecently loud. And it feels like the external sounds of the forest have been artificially dulled. It's almost like you're trying to listen to a conversation on the other side of the room, but everyone around you is being so loud that you can't pick it out. You are not getting everything out of your senses as you are normally accustomed.
I think something is trying to deaden our senses. Has anyone else noticed this?
Does anyone else notice this? Those in the middle.
Probably when it's mentioned, we probably would all go, huh, yeah,
Yes.
you're probably right.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. Would you please make me a survival check, Lug, to lead the party?
Sure. That is a 15 again.
Okie dokie. You lead the party on for about an hour.
That's how much a 15 gets you.
I've got an idea.
Uh-huh.
Can I have an idea?
Yeah. You may.
I take the 50 foot of hempen rope and I tie it around Lug's waist. And then I tie a length of it further along around my waist. And then then it goes Cressida and then Morven and then Happen.
Yep.
So we're in a chain of people.
Lovely. Okie dokie.
It's a good idea.
This is wise.
Until one of us
Not
goes
go
over
with
a
my
cliff.
dress.
Well, then the other ones can pull them back up again.
There you go. Yeah.
It's a flawless plan.
I just don't want to get disappeared.
Flawless plan. Because you don't hit the floor.
Good lord.
Sorry. Sorry, Ellen got through.
Another wisdom perception check from you, please, Lug.
Sure.
And another one from you, please, Happen.
Oh boy. A mere 6 for me this time.
Okay.
Concentrating on something else.
You're pretty confident you found the right trail.
Oh, great.
Start pressing on.
Good. 23.
Okie dokie.
Lug can see the trail from the back and it's the other direction.
After about 2 minutes, you're like, why is Lug leading us this way? It's almost like the sun has swung behind you. And you realise you are going entirely the wrong way.
I'll just sidle up to Lug so no one else can hear me.
We're tied together now.
10 foot apart.
Yeah, everyone gets
We're at each end, so he can sidle up to
Yeah.
the... And it's fine.
Okay, we're in a U shape now.
Yeah, we are. We're in a circle, a complete circle.
Okay.
I need to talk to Lug. Tracking stuff. Lug, I think we're going the wrong way.
Wisdom perception, please, Cressida.
Oh. Ooh. That is an 8.
Could you leave the room, please?
Whoa.
Oh, dang.
Morven and Willow, find wisdom perception checks, please.
All right.
Don't worth it, I guess.
17.
Okay. Cressida's gone. Morven.
Oh, wait, sorry, is that wisdom perception?
Yeah.
Curse. Well, it was 11 then.
Cressida's gone.
Oh.
Where's Cressida? We were tied together. Where's Cressida?
Is there just a loop of
Yes.
empty rope?
Yes, there is.
Cressida?
Who did this?
Can I look around the... Oh, I'll tell you what.
She might have finally just got sick of us.
I mean, she was complaining a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
it does make sense.
Maybe she was just, this was it. The tying together thing was too much for her.
I never really got her, dedication to the cause. She was complaining a lot, so maybe she just decided to go back to the city.
I don't think so.
Or she's been disappeared by the woman.
Seems more like.
Oh yeah, they did mention sequential disappearances.
As a swarm keeper, I have something called Primeval Awareness, where I can expend 1 spell slot to sense aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, undead within 1 mile of us.
That's massive.
Yeah.
There's probably one of each of those within a mile of us.
Yeah. Well, but maybe that's part of the sort of downside of it, that like you don't know where your ping is coming from or whatever. Or 6 miles of favour terrain, which this is actually.
Yeah.
So within
6 miles.
6 miles.
It's a completely
centre of the
unrelated
Wyrdwood.
dragon 5 miles away.
Yeah.
The wood lights up, like absolutely lights up around you. I mean, this is the Wyrdwood. It's full of fae things.
Yeah.
But you do get. Okay, so you get a sense of, you spent enough time around Cressida. You get a sense where you're like, Cressida is in that direction, is moving alarmingly fast, and has 3, they would count as fae creatures around her. And the second you sort of get a fix on the shape of those creatures, you're like, what? Because there's like somewhere between 30 and 50 of them in your very close vicinity.
We should form a defensive position now, or chase after Cressida as fast as we can, I suppose, are our 2 options, but we should do them fast.
Why? What have you seen?
Oh, I detail what I've seen.
Oh, right. Okay.
What would a defensive position involve?
Standing in a circle.
I mean, we're already standing in basically a circle.
Facing outwards, though.
Got our backs to the woods.
But
Everyone backs
if we're
together.
facing backwards, we're not looking at each other, and if we get disappeared, we're not going to know who disappeared.
Yeah, apparently they can disappear us without us noticing, so...
When we're tied together.
Yeah.
Maybe
Let's
we
all-
should be in a circle facing inwards, but looking behind each other,
Maybe
so
we should
can
all
see each other.
hold hands
But also-
or something.
Maybe we should follow Cressida while I still know where she is.
I think we should
Let's
get after
follow
Cressida.
Cressida.
She might be in terrible danger.
Yeah.
Let's hold hands and skip.
Yeah, okay. Not really
don't
my
have to
vibe,
skip.
but yeah, fine.
Sure.
They yell a bit,
Let's
bro.
sprint pell-mell after Cressida.
Okay, just before you start running, you hear at the very edge of your hearing, again, almost like the sound around you has been deadened, something starts coming through. It is a melody, like someone is playing a tin whistle. Happen, I think you're a ranger, you've probably got the sharpest ears. Could you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Elves have the sharpest ears.
9.
Oh, dang, okay.
Well,
You, Lug, Willow Fine, and Morven, you start tearing off in the direction that Happen indicated. You get probably only about 10, 15 foot before you realise that Happen is not running alongside you. And you turn around,
Oh no.
and he's not there.
Oh no.
oh no.
We're doing even worse than Team North.
What are you doing now?
Okay, well, we can't keep running. They're going to snatch another one of
Yeah,
us
we
up.
only made it 10 foot.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we need to form up and
Yeah,
All
find
right.
whatever this is.
We put our
Stop
backs
it.
together
Backs together.
yeah.
and
Interlock an arm each, maybe,
Yes.
sure. Yeah.
and draw a weapon.
Can anyone, you, the forest man,
Yes.
you not sense where this is coming from?
No, you the sorcerer person. Have you got a spell for this sort of thing?
Well, not really. It's all magic based. Well, this was your whole bread. Well, you guide people. What do they pay you
I've
for?
never seen anything
Happen
like
said
this.
he sensed Fae, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there are unseen Fae all around us.
Constitution saving throws from each and every one of you, please.
20. Not natural.
Yeah. A 20.
It's 8, so I assume.
Show yourself.
Well, you're all directly looking at one another.
Yeah.
So,
We're all in physical contact with each other.
yeah. Why? What do you think I'm going to do?
I don't know, like try and disappear another person?
Morven, you do not cry out because you cannot cry out. The melody that you heard sort of at the edge of your hearing grows louder and louder, almost kind of like a steam whistle, like coming from a kettle, until it is filling your head and it's all you can hear. And you are basically, you're conscious, but you are completely unable to move. You're just paralyzed.
Okay.
The melody continues. You can feel it kind of like getting louder, but it's almost like, basically it's almost like the one making the tune wants to approach, but is aware that there are other more capable agents. Well, not more capable, you know what I mean, less incapacitated.
On a 20, can I hear the melody getting louder, but am I resisting it, or is it just not affecting me?
You are resisting it, basically, so it's kind of like buffeting your ears. You feel
I'm
like you're going to
aware
get...
that it's the thing.
Yeah,
So
you
I
are
could,
aware.
I could, in theory, turn around and say, cover your ears to people.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say, yeah, cover your ears, and like I would do it for myself, and I presumably would see that Morven can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything I can like? I could grab some moss or something and be like in Morven's ears.
Yes, in the time it's going to take to do that, I would like another Constitution saving throw.
Another one, man. I got a 20. That's fine.
Can I just cover my ears?
Yeah.
All right.
Ah, sick. That is a 24.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely fine. Just doof.
Yeah.
You plug up those lug holes.
Sure. Yep. That's what
he
they
calls
got
them.
the name. Yeah.
Mouth, you're welcome.
You're able to move again.
Oh, my God. It's the...
Yeah. I do the fingers.
So you see emerging from behind a nearby tree, there are two figures. They kind of look like satyrs almost. They're sort of goat-legged people, but they're not kind of like the human upper body. It's almost like their entire skin is made of bark, and their legs aren't hairy. Again, they're just sort of. It's more like hanging moss and lichen. And they look at you with these eyes that are just sort of like pits of almost charcoal, but there's a real sense that you're being regarded, and that these things are angry because this isn't how it was meant to go down.
No, this is how it's meant to go down. Sorceress Burst!
Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah.
Right in this face.
Sure.
Fire flavoured.
All right, give me that Sorcerer's Burst, and then I'm afraid you have an envelope to open.
I certainly do. Seemed necessary. Okay, that is a 24 to hit.
Yep, that'll certainly do it.
Okay, 2d8 fire damage. It's an 8 and a 4. Sorry, and the 8 explodes again. 12 and another 8 and a 1.
Wow.
So that's 21 points of fire damage.
Is this a single target spell?
Yes.
Okay. The one playing the pipes is just incinerated.
Good.
Straight up.
Into-
It's almost like like a beam of just solid. It's almost like a beam of lava. Just goes through it and consumes it entirely. It just turns into ash.
Try and mind control me.
And now,
Here we go.
Here we go.
Woo!
Ooh, okay.
What's your magic forfeit?
Your bones shift. You feel stronger and sturdier, yet also ancient and weary. Your base AC increases by 2 from its current level. While it is raining, even if you're indoors, it decreases by 2 from its current level.
it hurts when it rains.
Okay. All right. It's summer, right? It's hot.
Dry
we just
out
said.
here, yeah.
We just said it was hot.
But your bones do hurt.
Okay, well, good. Armor class. Hell yeah, that was...
Robin's going to wake up and be like, why do my bones hurt?
Well, that's his problem.
Well, the first envelope has been opened, which means I get to swap out my DM screen.
There it is, very nice.
And the consequences have begun to catch up with you because
Yeah, my bones
magic
feel amazing.
will have its due. They do for now. There might be weather later.
Probably not.
Okay, fine. Anyway, you absolutely just incinerate this creature, and the other one kind of drops down low, and you see its feet, like its legs kind of coil up rather, as it just takes off into the wilderness.
Don't let it get away. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, let's
Make
chase
me
it.
strength athletics checks, please, and give me your marching order, because it wasn't the only one.
Well, I suppose I'd be going first, although...
So are we doing Lug, Willow, Find, Morven again?
Sure,
Okay, great.
as we are.
Oof. Okay.
I've only rolled a 9, though.
Okay, well, it's higher than the 8 that this thing rolled.
Oh, good.
So you are able to keep tracking it.
8, so keep pace with it, I
Yeah,
guess.
keep pace.
7.
Oh,
Wait, I get inspiration because I'm a human.
Hey, there it is.
20.
humans.
You run past it.
Yeah, at this point you're on its heels. You're like, I could tackle this thing, and you're like, I probably need to see where my companions have gone.
Yeah.
I'll do another one of those, please. Strength athletics. 14 for the one that's legging it.
12.
Well, that is 11 for me.
Yeah, 11 for me as well.
It is opening up the gap. I'd forgotten about the moss in your ears. You know what? I think for the sake of getting the others back into the room, I think it's safe to say that you can basically track these things back to where they have come from. You have undone my plans quite masterfully. So you emerge, basically, there's sort of a large clearing, and you see a number of these sort of different creatures kind of, it's really weird. It's almost like they're walking into and out of the trees themselves. They're sort of just teleporting around. They seem very busy, as if they're preparing for something. It's like they're stacking weapons up against one particular tree. Others are sort of like, you see others sort of coming back from what looked like a ranging mission or something like that, and sort of sharing information with the others. And just as you emerge into the clearing with this one absolutely legging it, you see Cressida just being unceremoniously dropped into a large pit that is in the middle of this clearing. We should probably get them back into the room now.
Yeah.
Sorry I kept you out of the room so long.
That's all right.
This lot are very good at not being paralysed. Basically, what happened to you all is that you were going along and it's sort of like, what's that tune I can hear? I cannot move. And then you were conscious the entire time, just completely unable to move, as one of, like, basically, one of these things just kind of coming behind you, being like, toot, 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 playing a sufficiently creepy folk melody. You were just carried off bodily by 3 other things.
The things, did we see the things?
Oh yes, you've seen the things. They're kind of a bit like satyrs, sort of like goat legs, like humanoid tops, but it's like they're made out of bark, and instead of hair on their legs, it's all just like lichen and moss, and it's all quite gross. And they have bunged the 2 of you unceremoniously into a pit, which is about 20 foot deep.
30 foot deep now.
50 foot deep now. 50 foot deep pit that is lined with, it's almost like someone has woven a basket out of vines and then covered it in planks of bark. And you just sort of land there in the pit, the 2 of you.
This looks easy to climb.
Still paralysed, or am I okay now?
You are not paralysed. The song ends.
Once I thunk.
Yep, and you are just sort of in there, in the pit.
I'm going to barrel towards the pit to try and help them, right?
Are you all here as well?
We're at the
We just
edge of the
chased
clearing.
one of your well, not one of your kidnappers, a creature like one of your kidnappers, to this clearing. But I don't think we've been seen yet. Although the one that was fleeing us actually would definitely know we were on his tail.
Yes, I guess if you're smart about it, you could stop and
Yeah.
be like, let's not make it think.
Yeah, I think we should pull up short of the actual clearing.
It's like how in the films when, someone goes, were you followed?
Yeah.
And the answer is never yes.
So we pull up short of the clearing and we see all the things that you've described.
Yeah.
Working up another flaming sorcerer's burst. Guys in range. You're telling me I don't...
I mean, there's a lot of them, right? There's
There's a lot.
dozens of these creatures.
Cantrip. So I started blasting.
So this
Distinguish
thing,
my hand.
this thing kind of walks up to what you suspect might be a superior, and it kind of like, it is even kind of like creaching, it's bowing low and sort of talking in a tongue that sounds like sort of the the sighing of the wind through the trees and like the snapping of dry twigs, and just it's a very sort of natural but sort of clicky, almost insectile noise, and it's kind of gesticulating, being like, and it just gets backhanded by what is clearly a superior, and then kicked in the back as it turns. It's sent sprawling in the dirt, and with a series of sort of barking orders, it's like sends it off somewhere else to go do some sort of task.
Okay.
This
Train
one,
duty, probably.
We can't see into the pit, but are there any signs of the other kidnapped?
Did we see Cressida getting dumped in the pit?
you did see Cressida getting dumped in the pit.
As someone in the pit, can I look around in the pit and see if there's any signs of
The other
team or anything?
Yeah,
like
make me
that?
a wisdom perception check, please, or an intelligence investigation check if you prefer.
So do the
Feel
same.
free to do the same, Cressida.
How far are we from the pit?
45 feet.
18.
Also an 18.
Oh, there's no one else in the pit with you. There are, however, sort of marks in the dirt where clearly some people were either sat or like lay down for quite some time. This pit, you reckon, has been quite recently occupied by people. You also see, sort of tucked into one of the bits of weave of the vines, props, a small piece of paper. Here we go.
All right.
It is written by Edie.
What a good name.
Oh yeah. Damn it. Oh well.
It's a reference.
It's a reference.
yeah.
It's a cool reference.
It's an Easter egg for the fans.
The last two words on this scroll, I forgot to write them down, are or beans.
My journal is missing, yet I am compelled to write. We are reunited at last, albeit in this stinking pit. Our captors keep asking about the Shimmering Lady. From what I can gather, she must be the spirit of the river that waters this part of the Wyrdwood. They seem to think she has been kidnapped and that we may know more. Their patience wears thin. We must try and make a break for it, though Alden is unconscious more often than not. Our belongings were confiscated, but Cole managed to keep one copestone hidden. We'll be discovered if we use it now, but if we get far enough away, perhaps we can signal the Northwest team. We try at sundown. I fear this is farewell.
They sent that signal.
Sent that signal.
So I guess
Days ago, though, right?
This lot caught up with them, perhaps.
Or whoever kidnapped the Shimmering Lady.
The Shimmering Lady.
well, despite them having
I don't know why I'm saying this stuff. I'm somewhere else in the clearing. I'm
Yeah.
not listening to this at all.
I cast message.
I'm daydreaming about something else.
Despite them having kidnapped us, it sounds like actually these creatures aren't necessarily our enemies.
No.
Potentially, we're working towards a common aim.
As long as no one explodes any of them.
Someone were to have incinerated one of them. That would-
Sorcerously blasted anyone.
As long as we've done nothing to escalate.
Yes. What if we try and let them know that we're also looking for the Shimmering Lady? And try them, let them know that we're on the same team.
Can I try?
You hear sort of footfalls above you.
I was worried there were raindrops.
Figure
Your bones are gonna
starts.
start.
Ow, my bones!
Oh yeah, more
Oh yeah, we had an envelope.
Yeah.
Magic had its
Oh
due.
yeah, you did ask about that.
Yeah.
Magic did have its.
We were like, oh, that looks fun.
Magic had its due and made my
Sorry.
armor class much better.
Yeah. Capricious
Yes,
magic.
Morven/Robin's armor class has been increased by 2. However, when it rains, even if they're indoors, it goes down by 2. And it hurts when it rains.
Got an umbrella.
Even if you're indoors, under an umbrella.
Damn. Hey, you there, you love Oxventure. I mean, you're watching it right now. But did you know there is a more tangible way to show your support for Oxventure? And that is by buying some Oxventure merchandise. You can go to store.outsidexbox.com and check out a fine range of wares available there. Look at the stuff on screen right now. That could be yours. You could be showing your love for Oxventure wherever you go with these fine items. That URL again, store.outsidexbox.com. Thank you so much for watching Oxventure. Back to the video.
Goodness me, halfway through episode 6 already. Look at that. If you're worried about not having watched enough after the end of this episode, fret not, because you can watch Unwinding Wyrdwood, the show where we talk about Wyrdwood on these sofas.
Isn't that nice?
It is nice. Where can people go to get it, Zach?
That is patreon.com/oxclub. And you can catch all of our discussions all about Wyrdwood, all the previous episodes as well, where we give you some tidbits about what's going on in the background of the mystical, magical world of Hayorth.
And in the back of my cursed skull.
Yeah, that part we can not worry about so much, but we'll see you over on patreon.com/oxclub.
You hear footfalls, and one of the creatures walks up to the corner of the pit and sort of just points a spear at the pair of you, and just in a weird halting voice, as if it's just not accustomed to speaking, weird, which is obviously what passes for the common tongue in Hayorth. It just goes, "Shimmering lady."
Can I try saying, we wish to speak with you in the following languages? Giant, goblin, minotaur.
Okay, so
I'm gonna Duolingo.
Goblin,
it
giant, and minotaur don't really exist in Hayorth.
Elvish?
You speak weird, which is the common tongue.
Yep.
And you also speak weird. You also I made such a mistake in naming it that. You also speak basically effectively the Fey dialect of the region you are from. So you speak Balewood.
Okay.
Because you do speak weird, this is almost like it is a sort of sub-dialect of the common tongue that this thing speaks. So yeah, you can communicate with it if you wish.
I love the ambition that I wrote Minotaur on there. Like, one day there's going to be a Minotaur.
I know, Johnny.
And I'm going to want to speak to it.
I think, if there's... I think it's more just like a gesture of friendship, I suppose, anything else, Like, okay, well, in the Balewood Fey tongue, I would like to say, we also seek the Shimmering Lady. If you let us out of here and reunite us with our companions, perhaps we can help you find her.
What done with the Shimmering Lady?
We haven't done anything with her, but we can try and find.
Yes,
whoever has.
we have been looking for her for days, and we don't know where she is. And if you would let us, we would like to help you in your quest to find her as well.
Make me a charisma persuasion check.
Oh, okay. That is a 23.
All right.
Cressida does not know how to deal with these people. She's just putting her best customer service smile on, like.
It pads off, just noise, like wordlessly pads off.
Yeah. Did that work? Do you think that worked?
I thought you were pretty convincing.
Okay, good.
Smash cut 2, corner of clearing team. What do?
So how many things are between us and the pit?
A couple of dozen.
It's a cantrip.
If I could get 15 feet closer to the pit, I could communicate with them telepathically down there.
Really?
Yeah. So we're 45 feet away, and I can only do it up to 30 feet.
Also, we're in a 50
50 feet down.
Well, I mean,
If we
is
dig
it?
a parallel
Yeah.
pit?
Is it as
and
the crow
lateral
flies?
tunnel?
Is there a 30-foot line between us?
Both about
Is it
20,
the
25
geometry?
feet.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it can't travel through
Your
soil.
ears are at the top of your body, aren't
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so subtract what, 5-6 foot from.
Okay, so there's half a dozen. They're in the pit. We don't know what's going on. I presume they're in danger. If they're in a pit, they might be going to come back and pour boiling oil in it or something.
Well, yeah, but they're not in imminent, instantaneous danger. We saw the guy come up to the pit, talk to them seemingly, and then walk away again. If they're communicating, then they're not in like instantaneous near-death kind of danger.
Unless he came over and said, "You're all about to be executed."
I'm just going to go and get some hot oil to pour.
Yeah, the problem with not imminent danger is that it becomes imminent danger quite quickly, is the thing. So.
The oil's heating up, is what he said, and then went off to check on the oil.
I'm just going to go and
Left it on the hob.
season the batter that we're going to put you in, and then the oil will come in. We'll have happen tendies.
But I think we should maintain a low profile and try and rescue.
I look at the tree canopy over. Is there a tree canopy over the pit?
Yeah, it's
clearing.
Probably it's because it's a clearing. It kind of overhangs, but there's probably about 15 foot across, like as the crow flies, short hop, and then the pit.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So above, from what these two can see, it's just blue sky above, but it's not a million miles away from the top of the canopy, I guess.
We tied 2 bits of hempen rope together. How many feet is that?
Happen and Cressida, you hear footfalls again, and the guy you just spoke to turns up with someone who is a sort of bigger, and sort of the bark coverings are a lot more ornate, and you get the impression this is somebody of authority. And he just sort of chucks his head at the other one and goes, "Shimmering lady."
You've been most persuasive, Cressida.
Yeah, we are seeking the Shimmering Lady, for the waters of the river have not been feeding our land properly, and we, my friend and I, and some others that you may have elsewhere.
Companions. Companions.
Yes, well, companions is a bit of a loaded term. The traveling.
Sort of turn to each other like.
Those people I happen to be travelling with. Yes.
We're companions.
I honestly have no idea where I am. I'm so sorry.
Companions. Before. Pit.
Oh, you mean the people who were here before?
Companions.
No. We did once meet them in a tavern many moons ago. But it was such a weird coincidence that we happened to be in the same place again.
We're companions. Now.
These ones? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know. I was rendered paralyzed, and then you dragged me here and put me in this pit, and I don't know where I am. So, in terms of like where they might be, from here, no idea. Apologies.
They're not in the pit.
Yes, unless they're in the pit, I don't know where they are.
Establish.
Make me another charisma persuasion check, please. Is the difficulty class going up? It is.
Okay, so that is a 19.
I'm so sorry, it's just one short. Okay, the superior one just turns to the other and gives him like a dry clip around the ear.
I say that. It's a bit harsh. I mean, yeah.
Does it look like they're about to do something aggressive to us? Like, is the mood that we've answered this incorrectly and we're not used to them anymore?
The guy turns around and starts walking away, but as he goes, he sort of raises a hand and makes some sort of signal and makes a weird, like, guttural noise.
We have the Shimmering Lady. Release us if you want her to live.
Cresta is just literally like...
Can we? I mean, if Happen is yelling that, then we can hear that from outside the pit as well.
You can, yes.
We like.
How does sound travel in the pit? And you're like, good news. Sounds like Happen's got.
Sounds like Happen's got hold of something called a Shimmering Lady.
Mm-hmm. Not on a 5. The thing in the pit doesn't compute. Like, it doesn't understand what you're yelling, or if it has any bearing on what it's just been told to do. And if its superior is trying to countermand the signal it just gave, it's no longer listening. I'd like you to roll for initiative, please. As I describe what happens.
When I was paralysed, did that mean I got a long rest?
No. No, not at all. Oh yeah, I've starved you out of spell slots. Oh, this is unfair of me, but we're doing it. So, you remember I mentioned that sort of there was a weave of vines and sort of a bunch of like wood planks. These planks kind of spring up, and sort of each one is kind of articulated almost on a piece of vine. So you've got these planks that kind of spring up and a vine kind of comes up, and they start to reconfigure themselves. They swirl, and then suddenly, in front of you, you see this thing. It's sort of like a writhing bag of snakes sort of pulls in and creates the form of a bear covered in bark. So it's like a very crude form of a bear, but it is most definitely a bear with claws and teeth and sort of the odd vine that's sort of just almost watching and kind of darting around it. I guess it's not unlike the profile of a displacer beast, but more organic and ursine, I think. But it rolled a 6, which is bad for it. Did everyone roll initiative?
Yes.
Yes.
Luck.
6.
Happen.
14.
Willow, fine.
10.
Morven.
11.
Cressida.
5.
Oh dear. Happen. There's a big bear in front of you.
What's the diameter of the pit at the bottom? Am I like pressed up against this bear, or is it a?
I said it was 50 foot deep, didn't I?
Yeah,
you did,
25 foot across then.
Okay. All right. Pretty sizable then.
Pretty sizable.
Okay.
No, you're not like. It's not that you've got in a lift with a bear.
I will shoot bear. I'll shoot the bear with my bow and arrow.
Please do.
Yeah. And what the hell? We're already pretty unlucky to be in a pit with a bear. So Happen's having a good day, but I'll send this one with the luck dice as well.
Delightful. Don't forget that point of debt.
First, so I don't forget. Praise cadence. 20.
Hey, all right. Roll me that damage and double the dice.
20 piercing.
Uh-huh.
And I would like to use Gathered Swarm, which normally in the past I've been using to add 1d6 of piercing damage. But I can also use it to ask my swarm of sprites, and I suppose in this situation they will be amenable to help, to move a target 15 foot anywhere, as long as they don't beat a strength difficulty check of 13 and knock them prone.
Okay, all right.
Obviously, there's not many places to send a bear in here, but I would just like to send the bear up.
Yeah,
15 feet. Yeah,
15 feet. 15 feet up, so it falls down.
Yeah, it'll take 1d6 of falling damage if that happens.
Yeah, and it's up. So that'll upset it.
What's the bear's 8 up?
13.
13.
Which isn't outrageous for a bear to be.
Well, I rolled a 2 with a +3 strength modifier. That's a 5. Thanks so much, D20. All right, so the bear.
Yeah, I suppose that as I sort of loose the shot, the sprites kind of fly out from me and get underneath the bear, under its like bare armpits, like biting and hurting it, and just kind of swarm around it and just lift it. They're not that strong, so I think it's more of like a throw.
I almost like to imagine the arrow actually kind of like almost like you're picking up a sock with a stick. It's kind of and the bear briefly kind of comes up and makes this weird like noise of confusion, and then comes crashing down, taking how much more damage?
5.
Yeah, because it fell at least 10 feet.
I can shoot once more as well, but that's only a 7 plus 8, which is 15.
That hits it.
Oh, cool.
AC is 13.
Cool. That's 8 plus 8, 9, 10, 11.
Nice, all right.
With the second shot.
Nice.
Up in the air.
Oh, dang, you get it while it's up in the air.
Skeet shooting a bear.
So this poor bear, it's like, and then it takes another one and
does it have when it lands on that'll be driven up into its organs.
Unless it lands on its back.
Ironically,
it has.
Oh yeah, because it's not prone.
Yeah. I admire the moxie though. Morven, you are, how far did I say again?
45 feet.
45 feet. You're 45 feet away from the pit. Sounds like there's a whole dang bear in there now. How the other two didn't notice before is beyond you, but you guess you're going to have to go help them out.
Okay, can I move 15 feet towards the hole?
Yes.
And then, can I cast Reduce on the hole? I want to make the hole smaller.
In which direction? Depth?
Well, like up and sides. I like if it's
squished in
if,
with-
no, not all,
Yeah,
not all
it
the way.
just gets narrower.
If it's narrow, you could put, back against the wall and walk your way up.
And
If
my
it's
character
shallower,
sausage comes out.
Just a blood geezer sort of.
Tell us what it says.
it says you cause a creature or object you can see within range to grow larger or smaller for the duration. Choose either a creature or object that is neither worn nor carried. Hole.
Is a hole an object or an absence of an object?
That would be my argument, is that a pit is actually an absence of things.
I'm going to cast it on the soil, which is an object.
I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm obviously going to regret this so much, but sure.
Okay.
Can't find a reason for it not to work.
I enlarge all the soil underneath their feet.
Like a Las Vegas stage show where they have one of those like trapdoors that launch people out.
Do you want to work out the volume of soil? No.
Yeah, we could, if that would be fun.
I mean, it's only going to go up by one category.
Oh, is that the?
It's medium. It's like
From
small to
medium to
medium or
large,
medium to
for
large.
Okay, so you make the medium soil into a large soil.
Into big soil.
Okay.
Big soil strikes again. Let's say that you have basically raised the floor of the pit by half, so it's now a 25-foot pit. Sound okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Do we go up with it, or are we just sort of?
Oh yeah,
into-
no, and it's like Cressida was just demonstrating.
It's like one of
it's
those lifts
nauseating.
that's a bit too fast, and you're like,
yeah.
Yeah, and it catches you in your stomach.
It would catch the bear in midair, for I would say.
Does it drive the soil into its
It's like a soily
subtle
fist
run,
punching
yeah.
it in the back as it lands.
This all does kind of take place in the same 6 sec. No, you're not having another D6 of damage.
It's not
off
getting
me.
6 seconds.
This
of
ain't Geth anymore, baby. Anything else, Morven?
bonus actions, anything?
Yeah, I think I'm fine. We'll put it there.
I've done enough here.
We'll put it in there.
All right, don't forget that point of debt. Willow, fine.
All right.
Now your turn.
I sprint in behind Morven, who is doing some kind of magical soil moving, and I
Soilmancy.
With the bulldozer. Backwards and forwards.
the bark creatures.
Yeah.
Are they? I mean, involved? Are they in the initiative order? Or are
They are in the
hanging out?
initiative order, but they are in the initiative order on a WAN.
Okay.
But having a look at them,
Yes.
you can see that a lot of them have pepped up. They're like, bear pit, bear fight, and they are going to go gorp.
Oh.
They are like, they basically, on their turn, I will be making sort of perception checks to see how many may notice the party.
Okay.
But most of them are just going to go stand around the edge of the pit, be like, bear fight. Obviously, with them, it's a chorus of like, bear fight, bear fight.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Well, we won't. I mean, we've gone loud. We can't stay unnoticed when we're changing the size of pits and such like. So I cast Spirit Guardians,
Oh, do you?
which is a flock of sort of, for me, is like a flock of very large motes of light
Yep.
that start to kind of swirl around me in a sort of angelic vortex. And I designate creatures to be unaffected. You all the expected creatures. And then anything entering or leaving entering or ending their turn in the area has to make a wisdom saving throw or take radiant damage, and anything in that area that tangles with my light motes has to do half speed. So they're slowed.
Okay. How much radiant damage do they take again?
It is, on a fail, it's 3d8 radiant damage.
Okay.
How big is the radius on
your-
you protecting?
That is a great question. It is a 15-foot emanation. And I've sprinted 30 foot towards the hole, so just brushing the edge of the pit. Yeah.
What is your spell save DC, please?
My spell save DC is 15. I don't like that look.
I
I'm about to be
I think
thwarted.
you're about to evaporate a lot of bad
Oh, okay.
guys. That's a 6, and with a wisdom modifier of 0,
Oh, not wise at all.
please roll me the damage.
3d8. Let's go. There's one of them. There's another one. There's another one. That is 14.
They are all dead immediately.
Yes. How many?
4.
All right.
Yeah. I rolled a 1 on the d12.
You got like
sorry.
Tinder.
But yeah, it is like it's honestly like they're just blown away like a wisp of smoke. Like you've extinguished a candle. It's you sort of. I almost feel like you, Willowfine, and you, Morven, sort of like look at each other and you're like, these things are weak AF. Like,
Yeah.
Also,
These things are super easy to kill.
oh, nuts! Yeah, what happened?
what hap? All right, so I didn't know this was going to happen in character.
No, you didn't.
I cast a spell, as you do, just an ordinary, everyday Spirit Guardians. And then
If this one is it starts raining, then I'm really
you
upset.
feel a sharp crack as something fragments in your mind. Sounds bad.
boy.
From now on, all your wisdom insight rolls, these are important to me, will be made by Johnny, who will not tell you the result. They may lie to you. Okay, that's spicy.
Spicy.
All right, well, I don't like my magic debt payment at all.
3.
Wisdom is my most important spellcasting.
You may halve your debt.
But I may halve my debt. I did halve. All right, my debt is halved to 7.
Hooray!
All right.
Nice.
Sorry.
I'm going to keep this out so I can remember that all my wisdom insight rolls will be made by Johnny. Okay.
But not wisdom perception rolls.
No, not perception, just insight.
Could have been worse, I say.
What about when I need to roll just wisdom?
Fine.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So wisdom perception, wisdom saving throws, all fine.
Oh, fine.
But it is your analytical side. It's your,
I get it.
you know,
Okay.
like working out whether people are lying, sort of thing, and extrapolating truths from context clues. I will tell you. I will give you a vibe. I will not give you a numerical.
So I won't be able to gauge how
Successful
much
the
to
roll was.
trust
The information.
the information I'm being given. Oh no! Oh, my mind's cracked.
But Willowfine will.
Okay.
That will be what Willowfine is going to
Okay.
I'm imagining the sound of a tendon snapping, but inside your brain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Cool. Great round.
Oh, we're not even close to done. Lug, what's your? Actually, just roll a d20.
Oh gosh. It's a 9.
Okay. Oh no, the bear goes first then. All righty.
Luckily, the bear's nowhere near me.
What is your AC? Please happen.
14.
Okay. That's an 8 in total. This thing, kind of like the vines I mentioned before, one of them just shoots out to try and impede. Oh, it's prone, isn't it? No, it doesn't do that. Stand up.
Oh.
In a cool way.
Does it go?
In a way that drives the arrow into its own.
Oh! No, I tell you what it does. It like pulls the one arrow out and another arrow out, and sort of then like
Now it's got 2 arrows.
It's standing up now, and it's got an arrow in each fist.
Cool.
And it like snaps them. It's like and just bellows at you. And you can hear a rising chorus of just coming from the horrible creatures around you. Lug, it's your turn now.
So the pit's 45 feet away.
Yep. But it's 25 foot further up.
That's nice.
And you've got a speed of 30 feet.
No, I don't. I've got a speed of 40 feet.
Whoa!
Unless I'm wearing heavy armor, which I'm not. I'm fully nude. I'm not fully nude.
Mostly nude.
Where's the leader? Where's the leader guy?
He's still walking off, like doing the cool, like, I'm walking off. Just condemn them to their deaths. And cool guys don't look at.
So he hasn't noticed and is unlikely to get involved. He's not in the initiative order, is he?
No, not this round. Because what you've done there is identified something I forgot to do. But I'll put him in the next round because, as Jane says, you have gone loud.
Yeah, I might run up and like, can I grapple him? Can I use my hammer as a sort of like grapple around it? Because he's walking away, presumably. Yeah. Get him behind, behind the neck.
Sure, yeah. What's your strength modifier?
+2.
10, and what's your proficiency bonus?
+3.
Okay, so 13 is the difficulty that this guy needs to succeed on. And it's just that I've got to succeed on a strength or dex saving throw, and the DC is 8 plus your strength mod and your proficiency bonus, which is 13.
Okay.
So it used to be an opposed roll, but now it isn't.
Interesting.
And that's a 9 in total.
Cool.
You grapple this guy.
Can I use my bonus action to say to him, call them off? Like I've got you grappled.
Yeah.
Like call him off and see what he does.
Make me a
Charisma, persuasion, I assume, or
intimidation, probably.
Okay, that's good because I've got very little charisma. Oh, but it's still a charisma, isn't it? Intimidation.
Yeah.
Damn it! All right, fine. -1 charisma. Here we go. That's an 8. -1 is 7.
Okay. It's not a no. It's just a
maybe later.
Maybe later. Well, we'll see what happens in the next combat round. Lug has gone, which means it is Cressida's go.
Mm-hmm.
What Cressida do?
Cressida would first like to shoot a Scorching Ray at the bear. That's 3 fiery rays.
Lovely.
So I'll go for the first one. That's a 14.
Yep, that's a hit.
Okay, and then also a 9. No.
Miss.
And a 13.
That's a hit, just.
Each is a 2d6 fire damage. So for the first one, it's a 3 and a 2. So I hit for 5 with 1. 2, 1. So 3 with the other. So I hit 8
Which
overall.
is 16 overall.
This is.
Ability.
Ooh, brilliant. And then also, as a bonus action, because I am I'm in the illusionist subclass, I would like to cast minor illusion.
Okay.
And like Cressida's just like panicking because there's a bear, so she's just gone and then like, and she wants to cast her an approximation of what the shimmering lady could look like.
Okay.
And also because of my subclass, minor illusion is usually a sound or an image, but I can do sound and image together. So I would like to have a shimmering lady appear and said, "Do not fight them. You need them to find me."
Okay.
Is that a bonus action then?
Yeah. Because of my subclass, yeah.
Amazing.
Dang. What, in Cressida's estimation, does the shimmering lady look like? This isn't like a trick question.
Sort of.
Daryl Hannah and Splash.
She's sort of like, she sort of bases it a little bit off her mother, who was also similarly glamorous.
Lovely.
Very long blonde hair her mother had. And like puts it with like blue, she's like river, water, which tries to go kind of like blue shimmering effects in the hair and like flowing dress, really like, ooh, mystical. And she's like, I hope this is right. She's like, I hope she's not the only river, you know, she goes to the river to watch, you know, the regatta. She doesn't go to like actually talk with the spirits of the water. She's like,
that's fair.
Like posh lady who looks nice and sparkles.
Lovely. I'm really enjoying the idea of a regatta that you would go to because your home city is built over a waterfall.
Tremendously
And the losing side doesn't get to get out.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
It's canon now.
They're all rowing against the flow of the water.
Yeah, just like, go
Whoever
on.
stops rowing.
Go.
The surviving team gets to live. Yeah, there it is. Okie dokie. Right. The bear is undeterred, but you hear from above some of the closer creatures go like, and you think the idea is taking. Basically. In fact, you hear a chorus of voices just being like, "Shimmering lady, shimmering lady." Yeah, no, they're fully hoodwinked by this. You get the sense these lads don't get out much. Right, after Cressida, it is our strange arboreal creatures who have all just been convinced that an avatar of the Shimmering Lady is there.
And 4 of them are dead.
They all start barking for the commander, being like, "Shimmering Lady, shimmer!" And they are very confused that you've got him there. What are they going to do about that? They are not going to attack you. They just sort of stand there. They're a bit like, what is happening? Like, why is the bear pit so shallow? Why is the Shimmering Lady in it? And who's hugging boss? is kind of like the vibe that we've got. Happen, it's 14. As far as you're aware, the bear is just like, it's practically an automated system. It's been told to kill, it's going to try and kill until it's manually deactivated.
Shimmering lady or...
Exactly.
I'll draw my short swords, I think, and I think I'll just sort of jump towards the bear's mouth and slash at its head.
Praise cadence.
You'd hope. All right, go for it. AC 13.
I look at the sprites and nod at them as I charge. Whew. 1.
The sprites are like, wink!
Yeah, we got this. And I want to run towards the bear with my short swords.
Post yourself into the bear's mouth.
All the sprites post me in.
Yeah, the sprites do. You're like, here I go! And then you're like,
just pick up my feet.
It's the perfect amount of rotation to bring these swords down. And then your shoulders keep tipping. And you're like, uh-oh. And yeah, effectively, you're in this bear's mouth now, up to about mid-chest.
That's a big bear.
Going to take a reaction on that.
The reaction being to clamp down.
I'm not going to roll to hit because you're in its mouth.
This is such a beautiful opportunity to test my faith.
So unlucky.
11 points of piercing damage.
Okay, don't make it.
Yeah.
The bear goes... sort of does a weird reflexive retch.
Oh.
And it's also going to take a lair action.
Ooh.
Because it has the opportunity to do that now. Basically, Cressida, what you see is the bear, one of its vines kind of goes into the ground, and then in the middle of the pit, bursting up, is an absolutely colossal grasping vine. What's your AC, please, Cressida?
My AC is 10.
That's a 16. Okay. 4. This thing just like smashes you against the side of the wall. You take 24 points of bludgeoning.
Whoa!
I'm unconscious.
Okay. All right.
Dang.
Death saves begin on your next turn, I guess.
Yeah!
Okie dokie.
The lady's still there because it's not a concentration spell, so...
All right.
Well, it would be
For a
fine
minute.
if she shimmered away now. She's delivered her message. She probably can't hold the magic for long from wherever she's being held.
She's just standing there weirdly silenced now. She's just like...
Yeah.
11 is more than.
Yeah, okay, well, I need to kill this bear, I guess. So I'm standing, like, by the edge of the pit.
Yep.
I'm going to Sorcerer's Burst it.
1 minute smell.
That's fine, it's one target, it's not an area of effect.
It's like to imagine that, like, Happen just says that. I think.
5 minutes smell.
Haze cadence.
Okay, that's a 21 to hit.
That's a hit, all right.
Okay, so it's going to be 2d8 fire damage.
Very good.
It's a 7 and a 2. I'm going to use a sorcery point to reroll 2. It's a 1.
Oh, boo.
Can I use that again and just keep running through sorcery points?
Yeah, I believe so. As long as you got them to spend them.
2. 2.
Come on, dice. 4!
Okay. 11. 22. With the,
22.
yeah.
All right. You do a good chunk of damage. You basically blast a bunch of the bark off of its, like, one side of its ribs. What does it look like?
So yeah, it's a burst rather than a beam. So it's kind of like plumes out from Morven's hands into a sort of big billowing cloud of flame that sort of engulfs the broadest part of the bear's back. So away from Happen, but just the flames sort of crash over the back of the bear like a cresting wave.
Very nice.
And as a bonus action, I would like to jump down into the pit, please.
Oh.
Lovely. Okie dokie. After that, Willowfine, it's your turn.
I cast Spare the Dying on Cressida. I run to the edge of the pit. I see that she's unconscious and lying on the floor of the pit, and I cast... How deep is the pit?
25 feet, famously.
I also jump down the pit.
Oh, dang. The crowd of
In order to
of these
podcast Spare the
creatures,
Dying.
somewhat awkwardly, they're called Goodfellows. They are all standing around the pit, and some of them are like, "Shimmering lady," and others are still like, "It's horrible." Yeah.
It's like, do I amuse you?
So. Oh wait, I don't jump down the pit because at level 5, Spare the Dying has a 30-foot range. I don't have to fling myself into the bear pit. Best news all day.
Great.
I stabilize.
Yes.
I stabilize Cressida.
So you are now stable.
Still unconscious,
Yes.
but not dying.
Not dying.
Death saves.
Actively dying.
So that's pretty good.
Just
We like
have a
that.
little nap now.
I mean, we're all actively dying, but
Dang.
Dang, keep it light.
Right, okay. Well, let's carry on playing the exciting, imaginative game of Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. After Willow Fine comes Lug. You've still got this dude grappled. Oh, I didn't put him in the initiative order. 3! Great!
I asked him to call them off, and he didn't.
No.
Well, I've got it. I can use a bonus action before an attack or after. So I'm going to use my bonus action first to say, last chance, call them off.
Okay. Did you make me another intimidation roll?
Sure. With my bloody -1.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's a 19 -1. It's 18.
Okay. He's going to use a reaction to basically go like, oh! He lets out...
Some wee.
Huh?
He lets out some wee.
Lets out some wee. He basically lets out this really high-pitched shriek noise, which... Who does it? Morven, you're in the pit. You sort of see the bear kind of rearing up, and it's about to chomp down on Happen again. And it literally just stops in its tracks, and it's almost like it goes in reverse, and Happen just flops out of its mouth as it just kind of goes and becomes the walls again in a half a second. The diameter of the pit is quite drastically reduced because there's 50-foot high of bear to fit in a 25-foot high area now. So they've just made the walls thicker. So you're in a very, very small 25-foot deep.
Could you climb it like a chimney now? Could you Sam Fisher your way out of that?
Well, I said it was 25 foot across, and now it's 12.5 foot across.
We could Emperor's New Groove it.
Cressida, as the walls come in, Cressida just rolled along and was unconscious.
Flop, flop, flop.
Yeah.
Like you're pulling a rug up underneath.
Yeah, if Cressida weren't unconscious, you could Emperor's New Groove it. But I think we're safe to say we're out of combat initiative now. There are still there's 18 or 19 good fellows and their leader kind of standing around what is happening? And the bear's gone back to being part of a pit.
Cool.
Well, I think it's pretty important that this shimmering lady ruse continues. So I'm in the pit. I'll go over to Cressida and I don't know how to heal someone, but I guess can I sort of shake her a bit? She's unconscious, right? You know?
I mean, I can heal her. We come to the edge of the pit.
Yeah.
Lug and I, we stand on the edge of the pit and inspect the damage. Morven looks okay.
She's in bad shape.
So are you.
I'm fine. I cast gaseous form and turn into a cloud and float back up to the surface.
Right for some.
There have been some exquisite, uses of magic in this episode. All of them are worth a point of debt.
As I was saying, Willow, fine.
Yes.
I mean, I'll be sort of almost frog marching the boss guy over to the edge of the pit. I don't want to let him go just yet.
Misunderstanding.
All right. Fine. I'll let him go.
Cressida quietly expires.
No, she's stable. She's stable.
I'm stable.
I look over the edge of the pit and cast Aid on Cressida and Happen.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So that's a point of debt. That's a spell slot. Just doing my maths. They're 30 foot down, 25 foot down, which is absolutely fine.
Absolutely.
Absolutely fine.
You can even jump and do it.
They can have... I'm casting this out of a level 2 spell slot. So they can have their maximum and current HP increased by 5 for the next
8 hours.
Nice. Cool.
So that means you're on 5 HP.
Cressida is revived.
Just a little top up.
I haven't felt this bad since the last gala we had.
Cressida, you look down. You're like, oh goodness. The sun is sort of starting to hang quite low over Hayorth, and it's casting a long shadow in the pit. You're like, oh. You're feeling quite queasy. You've just had a near-death experience. So you imagine that you're imagining that sort of just shadow of a rabbit sort of hops its way out of the wall and disappears into your shadow.
Funny.
Yeah, Cressida comes round and says,
Money, and we're like,
Money.
very good. She's fine, folks.
The superior one is going,
Shimmering lady.
to the others, and all the other ones are like,
Shimmering lady.
and just like gesticulating generally, just like, bleh, like the shimmering lady appeared to us and told us that these ones will find the shimmering lady. And now you're being regarded with renewed interest, and you think hope, and also a little bit of guilt, probably.
Do they have the capacity for embarrassment?
No.
Okay.
It's more that it's they're not sorry they did it. They're sorry they got caught. That kind of capacity.
No, the sort. All right, fine. Yeah, we'll help you find the shimmering lady. Tell us all you know.
Not your companions from earlier.
I don't want to make you do the voice. Can you write it down?
Sure, yeah, fine. Basically, this guy, he just, he's basically like, look, he holds his hands up. He's like, we don't have much to go on. We thought it was the previous people we'd captured. We thought it was you. We thought you knew what was going on. We captured you because the previous ones made a break for it. They got away from us, and we assumed that that meant they were guilty. We hadn't even set the bear on them. So the dude's like, really need shimmering lady for wood.
We can see. We've been walking through this forest for days. It's a disaster.
They're kind of, at this point, they're as close to feeling embarrassment as you think they'll ever get. It's like, if we show you where the others disappeared, would that help?
Any information is helpful.
Where's the shimmering lady usually?
The river.
Can you take us there?
Not there now.
It's not in the river.
I know she's not there, but like if we're trying to find her, right?
What?
Look for wet footprints. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's basically he goes, we'll show you where they disappeared, and then we'll take you to the river.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the original journal from ED said they were pursuing a woman who I assume is the shimmering lady.
I would like to turn back from a gas cloud, like an inch away from his ear. Sounds good. Lead the way.
He's sort of...
Flair for the dramatic, Armorvan.
Yeah. He raises himself to his full height. You see a bunch of the other ones kind of like start lumbering forward, if like, all right, we're going with this guy. We'll be his honor guard. And he like puts a hand up. They all flinch back because obviously they've tasted that often enough. But he indicates, possibly as a show of faith, that he is going to go alone with you all.
Cool.
Great.
Sounds good.
He sort of points first, though. He's like,
Rest.
Rest, I think.
he clicks his fingers. You see sort of carrying out, like there's a low sort of building. It's almost like a grotto that's been built out of like, fallen twigs and stuff like that. Some of the subordinates bring out these sort of very simple, like almost like amphorae, sort of very simple vessels, and they sort of, to all of you, they get these very simple like wooden bowls, and they pour out this liquid, which is it's unfortunate. It gives you, it honestly reminds you a little bit of the soup that you had when, well, a tree tried to claim your life for its own. It seems that like this is a different kind of wild folk fare, but it is just like it's like a cold, clear broth. They like the dude drinks it as a show of like, this isn't going to be bad for you.
All right.
You drink?
Yeah.
All right.
Could be worse for me.
Basically, you're going to take a short rest, but to all intents and purposes, you've had a long one.
Oh, great.
Cool.
Phew. It's like 5 hour ending. Fantasy.
Great.
Once you've sort of had a rest, he sort of stands up and nods and sort of points. And he leads the way. You get a sort of glimpse into the way these things live in that you're traveling down a path that is quite overgrown, and normally you'd be having difficulty in sort of having to be like hack your way through some of the brush. But with this guy leading you, he really speeds you along, and you're traveling at like a good 3 times your normal pace. And he takes you finally to a clearing. Well, it's not a clearing, it's sort of, he rounds this path, rounds a corner, and there's sort of like a tree there, and then the ground sort of falls away on one side, so there's like a hill, and then there's trees there, and there's this path that sort of just edges its way around the corner of this of this track. He sort of goes to point and then stops and just looks confused. And Morven, you look ahead and you see sat cross-legged on the ground with a smile on his face, as though he were expecting to see each and every one of you, a man in a funny leather jacket with a sort of one of those hats that sort of like someone's just got a disc of leather and put it on their head and tied a band around it.
Mother F.
He's sort of like, it's almost like the camera crashes in and he just goes, and we'll end it there.
No!
Oh! Let's do the rolling right, baby!
All right, crawling up to 18. Let's see if I get any lower on this tonight. 22. Oh!
My deck was halved, but I have been casting spells because they're fun, so I am back up to 16. Let's not roll under that, shall we? It's 50.
Bang
Safe.
on 50.
Okay. Well, I took a penalty and halved my debt, but now it's back up to 10, and I rolled a 72, so safe.
Okay. I'm at 21. 18.
Join us.
Yourself an envelope.
Praise Cadence.
Praise Cadence.
Praise Cadence. Well, maybe. Praise Cadence.
My debt continues to be 3. So, really letting the side down here. Oh. Ooh, that is 92. So close.
There was enough of a pause there that I was like, here it comes.
Well, it's next to 4, which would have been extremely close, but it was 92.
Ooh.
Envelopes 2 weeks running. I'm genuinely quite delighted. Thank you all so much for playing.
Are you tracking your debt with all the spells your NPCs are casting?
Oh, my ego is writing checks that my body cannot cash. What will happen next week on Wyrdwood? I know, they don't, nor do you. How do you find out? By making sure you're subscribed to Oxventure and tuning in next time.
Have you ever been playing a TTRPG and thinking to yourself, wow, this is so much fun, but I wish I had some sort of numerical way of determining outcomes of events? Well, friends, you need dice, and what better dice than this new Chaos Magic Liquid Core dice set from Oxventure. They come in this beautiful presentation box that says magic will have its due on the side, and it has sort of moss and runes all over it in that good Wyrdwood style. We have magic will have its due on the inside, and then we have the actual beautiful dice themselves. They're this gorgeous purple with a sort of silvery, shimmering, glittery liquid core. You can shake them up. Ooh, they look gorgeous. And they got the Oxventure logo on the crits. So if you fancy getting yourself a beautiful set of liquid core dice, head on over to store.outsidexbox.com to check out this. See that? Magnet snap. Beautiful action. Chaos Magic liquid core dice set available now at store.outsidexbox.com.
Hey there, welcome back. I hope you had a good break and now you're ready for something very special. I present to you the first ever look at the trailer for Oxventure Wyrdwood Season 2. This was a land of giants. They ruled for an age and more. After the giants passed from the world, the wild folk emerged to take their place.
I thought you were a myth.
I'm your destiny.
In time, strange new folk arrived. Humans.
Willow, fine. She sort of rushes forward and takes both of your hands.
Agramonia, my revered sister under the Green Mother. How do you come to be here?
And soon, they began to carve out a place for themselves in the wilds.
That is a perfectly chilled bottle of your favourite wine.
This is an abhorrence.
No.
This is an affront to our order.
Kiss me up. You would put money on that being the man you seek.
It's you, isn't it? What did you do to me?
You're the one who got away, you know.
But now, everything has changed. Spring is here, and magic will have its due.
Unequivocally, a 2.
That was fantastic.
There you have it. Magic will have its due when Wyrdwood premieres this summer. The premiere page for the first episode is out now, so do head over, click that button, and you'll get notified when the episode goes live. But for now, let's jump into episode 7, Friends and Falsehoods, Part 1. Hello and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. This is episode 7. I'm Johnny Chiodini and these are our players.
Hello, I'm Mike and I will be playing Lug, a Firbolg barbarian.
Hello, I'm Luke. I'm playing Happen, a human ranger.
I'm Jane. Hi, I'll be playing Willowfine, who is a cleric and also an Aasimar.
Hi, I'm Andy. I will be playing Robin, who is a man, and Morven, who is a sorcerer.
Hello, I am Ellen and I'm playing Cressida, who is a human elf wizard.
Now last week, some of you got kidnapped and some of you actually in quite short order found where they'd been taken and then got them back out again. In the process fighting a bear and some weird sort of tree-like creatures. And you made sort of an uneasy alliance whereby they were like, we'll show you where the people you're looking for disappeared. It's over here. And then, when you went to the place where they disappeared, the strange sort of outerloper who keeps messing with you was sort of just sat there with a little smile on his face. And then Happen got an envelope, I believe.
Yes, I did.
Great.
It's right here.
So good luck on your next spell.
Yes, but of course, Happen doesn't know that he has an envelope.
No.
So I would now just enter character.
Looked like it hurt.
Did it look like it hurt?
Every time.
Wow.
Hurts me very badly.
Then if we're all in character, let's kick it off, I guess.
Okay.
You're in a wood, a weird wood, and there's just a man in a weird sort of leather jacket with a hat. I've described the hat quite a few times by this point. And he's just sort of sat there cross-legged, like,
Hey, you!
hello.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
Just thought I'd come say hello.
You would come say hello. You've been mysteriously following us. You were there when I was burned.
I was, yes.
You know, so do you know how this happened? Do you know why I'm like this?
Not particularly, no. It was fascinating, though, wasn't it?
I'm glad you found it fascinating.
It was a very interesting occurrence indeed. I didn't do it, if that's what you're asking.
That was what I was going to ask.
Oh,
so
okay.
who did do it?
I'm not sure. I had an idea something might happen, which is why I was there. I get sort of glimpses every now and then, little prophecies almost. Sometimes they're vague, sometimes they're very specific, sometimes they come true, sometimes they don't. And I got one of those. Just told me to be there at the right time, and well, that happened.
So you can't help me? You can't help me get my old body back or take control of this one full time.
Well, I mean, like I say, I didn't do it. Whether I can help you or not, I don't know. I suppose I could. I'd certainly be interested in looking into it.
That would be great. I could help you. We could look into it together. We could sort this out. I mean, I'm fine. I can take this body. It's just every time I fall asleep, the other one takes over.
What does the other one have to say about the idea of you taking over the body?
I don't know. I don't care.
Hold on. He clicks his fingers, and Robin pops out.
Oh, where are we? What's going on?
How do you feel about the idea of the other one taking over your body permanently?
Oh, no, I wouldn't like that at all.
Okay.
Oh.
He's not on board.
I imagine he wouldn't be on board. But, I mean, what's he doing with it? Nothing.
Robin just getting the royalty payment. That's getting the IMDb credit for this episode.
Got a line.
Sorry.
It was his first, wasn't it?
Yes.
What happened to yours?
We got burned.
Careless.
I wasn't really in control of the situation. Put one of those talks on me.
Yeah, they will do that.
Yeah. So I have been unjustly robbed of my property.
Mm-hmm.
He's not using his, really. He's just like mooching around the castle, getting into arguments with dogs. I've seen him around.
Some people like mooching around castles and getting into arguments with dogs. Who's to say that's not a good use of a life?
He's not doing anything of a higher purpose, whereas I was. Okay, all right. I can see you're not on board, but perhaps there is another solution. We could find another body that I could go into, or we could find another body for him to go into, and I could have this one. We'll put him in a sheep or something. It's basically a human sheep. All he does is walk around and eat and get into arguments with dogs. That's a sheep's existence.
It's reductive.
I like you. I like all of you.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're having a nice time.
I am.
Have you seen the Shimmering Lady? That's something we're also into at the moment.
What, sorry?
The Shimmering Lady. They're
It's like a spirit of the river.
Yeah, something to do with.
Oh, okay.
very keen on her back there.
She's gone missing, and it's destroying the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some other adventurers who would have looked maybe a similar party size to us. A couple of them also would have been passing through.
Yes.
Would have been badly wounded. Probably.
One of them had one hand.
Yes.
Because he's an idiot, can't do magic.
Well, I mean, just got unlucky, praise Cadence. But
Mm-hmm.
is there anything that... Have you seen any of them?
Maybe. Maybe not.
What manner of being are you?
Well, that's a good question. Some call me the poor man.
Yeah, can I cast Primeval Awareness to see if you're a Fey, Fiend, Undead, Dragon, Elemental, Aberration, Celestial? I feel like Happen has a good sense of these sorts of creatures.
Bold of you to assume I'm familiar with all of those keywords.
Okay.
Did you just cast a spell, by the way?
I guess I did, yes. Well, it's more of a passive ability. Oh no, actually, it does say expend one spell slot.
There it is.
Darn. Okay, what's the order in which things happen?
How delicious that this is happening in front of him. The spell goes off first.
The
one you mean to
Okay,
cast goes
yeah,
first.
so Aberration, Celestials, Dragons, Elementals, Fey, Fiend, Undead, within 6 miles. But I'm only really interested in the...
You fall to the floor as the cacophony of information overload.
Fey,
Okay.
but it's almost like he's a placeholder. And that's all I'm giving you.
Okay.
Open the envelope, please.
Yeah, get that envelope open.
Pay your debt.
Your spell
Uh-oh.
is sent with explosive force.
Oh no!
Take 20 points of radiant damage immediately.
Oh! Oh!
So, look, there were way worse times that could have happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
Middle
Yeah.
of combat.
So you're knocked prone as well. So you kind of like look at the poor man and go, and then The dirt.
Oh no!
I look down at Happen like,
Oh no, Happen!
do you see what I'm reduced to? I need your help.
Oh dear. You shouldn't assume I'm going to help you, though. That's folly.
Well, that is why I'm asking you for your help.
Did we take a rest?
Yeah, we took,
you did.
we supped of like magic juice.
Up to fairy wine.
You worried you'd exploded your own head off.
We were back to full health and spell slots and etc.
Cool. Still, ow.
All I'm saying is I wouldn't presume that I'm going to do anything for you. It's not about what you want or about what I want or want with you. If anything, it's what I don't want with you that should be your concern.
What don't you want with us?
Well, I'm just saying if I was doing my job properly, you'd all be dead and gone.
What is your job?
Hmm?
What is your job?
Instead, I saved your necks not too long ago.
Did you?
You did, yeah, with the whole head thing.
Oh yeah.
Has it? What if we just walked past this man
And ignored it.
And ignored him?
He seems to have a plan beyond our comprehension and isn't answering our questions.
And powers far beyond ours as well.
Can I touch the man to see if he is corporeal?
Yeah. He is.
Okay.
Where do you touch?
Just on the shoulder.
Yeah. It has a shoulder.
Listen. You seem like a reasonable person.
What gave you that?
It's like he cocks his head like, we both know that's not true. Actually, he says that.
Perhaps we can come to some arrangement. Maybe there's something I could do for you, and you could help me with my problem.
Yeah, everyone has a price.
Good. We get to it then. I was going to offer something relatively similar.
Well,
and
then,
I will.
Let's hear your terms.
All right. I want to see what happens next.
What happens next? What?
With you all.
What happens next? Weird explosive spell is.
Like I say, I like you all. I find you very interesting, and I can't really resist. I'm here to give you a little steer, not toward disaster directly, of course, although the path will take you fairly close to that.
Everyone, cover your ears.
What? I want to hear. I'm entering into an agreement with this fellow.
He's going to do a prophecy. He's going to tell us something about the future.
Is that a problem for you?
Obviously, yeah. Is it not for you?
No, not at all.
Yeah. It's also been harder for me to cover my ears since these things appeared, so...
You'd have to go sort of up and underneath.
Yeah.
It's in
What is
direct
it with those
defiance
Oh.
of the natural chaos and luck of the universe. You shouldn't know, or else you might try and change what happens to you.
Yeah, well, look what the
What if
chaos and luck
happened-
of the universe got you.
Just did to
What
you.
if
just
happened-
exploded. Sorry.
What if Happen were to cover
What?
his ears, and then we'd have one person who is prophecy free,
Yep.
Yes.
in case that
It's
becomes
fine.
useful.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Do whatever you want to
Feel
your ears.
better.
I want to know. There's lots of things I wish I'd known.
Prophecy, please.
All right. The path you seek, well, you can pick it up again in about 2 miles. And, well, you'll probably need these. He stands up and sort of just literally, he doesn't even really stand up, he just shifts like to the right. And from underneath him, suddenly there's a stack of robes that definitely weren't there before. He kind of like, it's almost like a cup and ball trick. He moves himself and then there's a small stack of robes. You'll need these where you're going. I'll explain why in a moment. I'm going to give you these. They'll help you massively, but there's something I want, and I think you'll probably give it to me if it's within your power.
What is it?
Well, the place you're going, it's sort of an encampment. And in that encampment, they have a great deal of, shall we say, confiscated goods.
Okay.
And in this cache of confiscated goods, there is an amulet.
Okay.
I want it.
Describe the amulet.
I'll draw it for you. He, like, just pulls out a quill and some parchment with a ripping noise.
You can stop covering your ears. It's not really a prophecy. It's more of a request. Happen.
Happen?
Will I find poke happen?
It's not really a
Less of a
prophecy, it's sort
prophecy.
of more of a request
More
for
of
us
a
to
task.
get something. So I don't know if
To-do list. It's an errand.
I don't know if you want to listen to the rest of it. It's just drawing a picture of the amulet he wants us to get.
Get an amulet.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hasn't said I prophesy you will get the amulet. So.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
Got that symbol on it. Bring it me.
Show it.
Got it.
An amulet with this symbol. It looks a bit like a stag.
Yeah.
Like a
Yes.
like the little steer he said he was going to give us. Very well.
Riddles within riddles. This
Can I examine one of the robes? What
Yes,
do
you
they look
can.
like?
It's like full outfits, and they look like basically beekeeping uniforms. So you've got a pair of sort of brown trousers, and then there is a sort of there's like a tunic over the top, which is like a dirty grey, and then there is a hood that goes over that that's sort of powder blue that covers your shoulders, and then a cowl that comes up, and in place of like a mesh as you would have in a modern beekeeping outfit, there is a woven circle of like, it's almost like straw, but it forms this circular faceplate. It looks, like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
Creepy beekeeper.
It's like a midsummer
Creep
Big
keeper.
Daddy.
This is not the vibe for me.
As you can see, your hoods are blue. That's the lowest rung.
Can you have given us the higher rung
No.
costume?
No.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Yes.
What is the higher rung?
There are 3 higher rungs. No. Yes. 3.
Okay. Different colours?
Yes.
Any clues as to the colours?
No. But everyone on a higher rung than you should refer to as superior.
Right.
And that's everyone. So to you, it should be easy.
Got it?
And this will help us on our way.
Yes. Would you like to know how or why?
I was going to ask, and I assumed you would. Yeah, that. I assumed that.
Does it matter?
It does.
Okay. I mean,
Would you like to share how it will help us on our way?
Oh no.
There we go. There it is. Every time.
all right. Well, I put on a medieval beekeeper outfit then.
Don't remove those. You're not supposed to see each other's faces.
But how are we going to be able to identify ourselves in a crowd?
We'll figure out a hand gesture.
Will that even fit over your horns, Cressida?
Will it?
Yeah, well.
Yeah. It's just a struggle to get.
It looks
kind of
a
go,
little odd, but
This goes here.
he's like watching this going on.
The whole time, Chris is just like.
These robes stink, by the way.
Of what?
Oh, can I cast prestidigitation on mine?
That's honey.
Yes.
You want to be the one clean beekeeper.
Specifically on the inside.
Okay. What are you doing? Scenting it? Cleaning it?
Clean it, just cleaning it.
All right.
If they smell bad, are they
the
sort of
inside.
quite? Are they like clean? Are they laundered and well kept, or are they a bit kind of knackered and beat up, and grungy looking?
They're not necessarily like knackered as in like worn through.
Yeah.
There's all quite hard wearing cloth, but it's just sort of dirty.
Yeah, grubby.
Like they've been put to use. There's sort of the sour stink of like old sweat and something underneath that's kind of like sweeter and slightly more repugnant.
I imagine the inside of a Disney mascot costume.
Can I suggest, to identify each other when we're wearing these, we could unpick just a little bit of the straw, like such a tiny bit that no one else would notice or think it was unusual, but that if we were trying to identify each other, like
Sure.
perhaps just a spot on the right, the exact rightmost point of each faceplate, we could just...
We could have a different one for each person, couldn't we? So then at least we'd know who was who.
Will we remember?
Maybe. I don't know.
You can do times. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like a clock.
Yeah.
I'm 1 because I'm the best.
I think 12 is the best on the clock.
Debatable.
It's a good idea to do it like a clock face around this because it's a circular thing.
Yes.
Like a small mark or a small unpicking.
And then the marks won't match, so it looks less like...
It looks like regular wear and tear, doesn't it?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, if you're all quite done, should we go?
Yeah, let's do it. Clamber into my newly marked beekeeper costume.
Good luck, everyone. I hope you find the people you're seeking.
Thanks.
I don't like him.
You could at least pretend not to be enjoying this quite so much.
Yes.
I don't think he could.
I don't think he's capable.
No.
Okay.
During by, he does a, like, you know when people do like a backwards roll to then sort of get to their feet and stand up? He sort of does that backwards roll and just disappears.
Insufferable.
I don't think we should trust him.
No.
No, obviously not, but what's our other option?
No, I think we should do it. I just don't think we should trust him.
We should assume it's going to go badly.
And I did want to say it in front of the poor man, Morven, but we quite like Robin as well. So I don't think we can let you.
It's not a fair description to
take
say
his
that
body.
he's just like a sheep. He's been quite useful, and also a lot of sheep are useful too.
He doesn't ridicule us like you do.
Yeah, he's quite kind.
Not ridiculing, I'm just pointing out all of your shortcomings. In a way that I hope will be helpful in improving for you.
Nevertheless, I don't think we can let you take his body.
Okay.
But maybe there's another solution.
Well, I would like to see you try and stop me.
All we'd have to do is...
Put
No, it doesn't matter.
Put a pin in that for now.
This isn't a constructive conversation.
Look, at the moment our interests are aligned. Let's just go to this camp and get this...
What camp?
Amulet.
Yeah, I just need to be out of this suit as quickly as possible.
Yes, it does help if you listen to people when they're giving you... Sorry, I'm doing it again. Sorry. We're working together.
She has a point.
All right.
We bumble along in our beekeeping outfits. And
Sort of bump into each other.
Oh.
Gosh.
Careful.
On you go, yes.
Bumble, bumble.
Yeah, the path leads just... It carries onward. After a while, sort of, I mentioned that you were on sort of like a ridge and on a path that sort of hugs the line where the earth sort of falls away. You carry on going this way a little while, and then you can see sort of the ground falls away a bit, and there's a break in the woods not too far, and you can see a group of buildings that seem like quite low, like almost like wattle and daub with little thatched roofs, but there appear to be a cluster of about half a dozen buildings, maybe a couple more. It's hard to make out from here, but they are ringed by a gated wooden fence. And it's almost like it's like a teeny tiny hamlet over yonder. The path appears, like as far as you can tell from sort of looking at the line of trees and seeing where there's sort of a gap in the canopy, you reckon if you follow this road, you'll reach it in about half an hour.
How can we, from the position we're in now, can we see inside the walls at all? Like can we see people moving around?
Yes, so they're sort of like speck-like at this point.
Are they so speck-like that I can or cannot tell if they're all wearing the
garb?
The garb.
That would be a matter for wisdom perception.
Yeah, let's all have a look. We'll be kind of peering over at this place.
Yeah.
Did you say wisdom perception?
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Yes, not insight.
7.
Only an 8.
6.
24.
19.
Did you just get your opera glasses out?
No, the prestidigitation cleaned the inside a little bit more so I can sort of see better.
The only one with a viewing window.
Yes, in fact, you're the only one who passed. And yes, they appear to be wearing robes, not unlike yours.
Okay.
Can you identify the colours?
Can I?
You can only make out that you don't see any other powder blue ones right now.
Oh.
Are there any? Can you see any flags or symbols?
Can I? No, none.
We're a bit far at this point. We might need to get a bit closer.
At the moment, we're the only blue ones. If he has sold us out and walked us straight into a trap,
I am going to be extremely angry.
More angry than you were having to get into the beekeeper.
Yes, and I was quite angry at that.
There's something I forgot to mention. Along with all of your robes, there was a talk like the magic deadening ones. The poor man sort of indicated that these are part of the regalia and you're supposed to be putting them on. However, while they certainly look the part, if you were to like tink, give them a flick with a fingernail, these are fake. They are not made of iron.
Nice.
So
I would have agreed to put it on.
in a particularly smug move, like he was sort of I think he would have been being like, look, he doesn't want to put it on. And then when you realise that actually you'd retain your magic, he'd just be absolutely in love with himself, being like, that's my greatest gift to them because I'm marvellous. That, basically.
Okay. But that's good. If they're all wearing that, that means none of them can do magic. So
yeah,
just stride in there and start blasting.
It's going to be a quick two-parter.
One of them could be carrying the amulet.
No, it's in a cache of confiscated items, so
I
it'll
didn't
be
hear that.
guarded.
Yeah, this is why you should listen to the briefing.
The prophecy was that there will be a cache of confiscated items. Cressida, do your elf eyes see any beehives?
24. There's a structure that could be one, maybe.
All right, unconfirmed.
We can see like the building. Can I see like, is there a watchtower or something?
There's no watchtower, no.
Okay.
All right, well, gaseous form lasts for an hour. I can travel with a flying speed of 10 feet. So I'm going to turn in some gas, I'm going to float towards it. And then when I'm close enough, I'm going to fly over and survey the camp.
Okay, yeah.
Sort of gas cloud.
All right. Yeah, you do a flyover. Let's see. Yeah, what does everyone else do while Morven?
Consider my life choices.
Snacks.
Fair.
I'm taking a gamble. I'm going to acquire some bees.
Sure.
Use my time to acquire bees. I cast locate object and to find a beehive within range.
Sure.
If you hadn't have said that, I was going to say heal my 20 points of radiant damage.
Oh.
But you have said it.
Let's secondary.
That's probably more
Yeah,
important.
I can do both. Get yourself a cleric who can do both.
Yeah.
Willowfine,
Yes.
Would it be okay
Of course.
if you
Of course.
healed my smashed up face and body?
I cast Cure Wounds on Happen.
All right, great. Yeah, don't forget that point of debt.
Let me just take care of that. You can have one of these, and let's get you healed up, my friend. That is 5.
That's 2. Andy,
Plus
please.
6 is 11 plus 4 is 15.
You don't know what those buildings are, but those are the buildings, and you can recognise one of them.
Okay, are there people?
Yes, there are people
milling
about. You can see that there are some in dark red hoods and some in dark brown hoods.
Okay.
You can see you count maybe a dozen people milling around doing different things.
Is there any indication from the sort of the way the browns and the reds are interacting who has the higher position in the hierarchy?
Not really.
No? Okay. There are sort of 6 largish buildings. And then there is a beehive in the middle, and then there are 2 other buildings about the same size as the beehive. I don't know if those are also beehives. And then there's a sort of back area attached to the encampment. So then I draw this diagram once I'm back and show everyone.
Cool.
Did you get an estimate of how many people inside the walls there might be?
Yeah.
Could we muddy our hoods to make
See a
ourselves
dozen, roughly.
dark brown or whatever?
I'm not putting any more mud on myself.
We could. I don't know who is higher in the...
Yeah, if we don't know, we might address someone the wrong way.
You just call everyone superior.
Well, everyone's superior.
If we're blue, but I was wondering whether brown must be superior to blue because we're the lowest. Rung.
He did say that, but then he says a lot of things that might not be true.
Is it worth one of us having a brown hood to
facilitate getting in?
Or to just help get us out of a scrape if it's.
We're going to get in because we've got bees. We're bringing the missing bees back.
I could just colour my hood whenever I want with magic, if we need it.
That's true. I just wonder whether a mix of hood colours might be useful.
In general, in my experience as
an acolyte within a hierarchical structure, you have to do less and say less when you're on the lowest rung.
Okay.
So in terms of staying
incognito.
Well, it's always an option later on, isn't it, I suppose?
How many bees have you found, Willow?
I haven't found them yet. So I flipped up Happen's mask and cured
Blasted
his
healing in his mouth and
smashed
eyes.
up face from all the radiant damage.
Just
and flipped it closed.
Damn, Willow fine.
And then I cast Locate Object to find potentially a beehive within 1,000 feet.
Yes, there is one up a tree.
Okay.
Oh, can I shoot it down for you?
Yes, please.
The bees will love that.
Yeah, bees love
Beekeeping
famously
outfits,
love
I
that.
suppose, although your hands are not begloved.
Oh.
Your hands are just out.
Oh, okay.
Let's not worry too much about it.
My hands are not begloved.
Heal them after the stinging?
After the inevitable horrible sting.
You going to shoot down a beehive?
How high is this? Is this hive?
There's a beehive, and I can.
There's no way of acquiring the beehive that the bees love. It's there. Unless
If
you
you
use
could-
gaseous form to sort of go in amongst it like smoke.
If you can detach the beehive, I can cast Featherfall on it so it doesn't crash to the ground. It will come down
They'll like
slowly.
that. Yeah,
sounds good.
They'll like that.
You're out of gaseous form now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've returned when I return
Okay.
from the scouting thing.
Sure, it's about 14 foot up in the air, I reckon. Make me that shoot down beehive roll. 15 to not do it damage and anger the bees.
I've got some bad news then.
Got any inspiration as a human who's just had a rest?
Yes. Shall I use it on the bee? Yeah, whatever.
The bee side quest?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a vital reroll.
Yeah, I've used my inspiration.
Sure.
And now it's a. Is this an
Later on
attack
the
or a
death
check?
saving throw.
Is this an attack or a check, Johnny?
It's an attack.
Okay, cool. So
the beehive.
Attacking the beehive. So that's 25.
We're slightly inch away from all this stuff happening.
25. Okay, great.
As it starts to drop, I cast Featherfall on the hive so it doesn't hit the ground and smash.
Yeah, you detach it like expertly, kind of, because this is kind of like, an imaginary realm. I think we're all kind of imagining the same sort of thing you get in a video game where there's a beehive attached by a stalk.
Yes, exactly what I was. Yeah.
Just that universal rule of that's how beehives work. So yeah, the arrow just sighs through it neatly, and it starts to fall, and there's kind of like a as the bees all kind of like they're in danger of losing their lunch, and then you cast Featherfall and just just weirdly serenely like an entire beehive floats down.
Have we got a bag we can put this in or something?
Morven feels like a little tug in the back of her head because honey is Robin's favourite food.
Aww.
When has Robin had honey?
This is when he was.
And he's never forgotten these
He
things.
had it once at a harvest festival.
You never forgot.
Someone didn't finish their honeycomb and they left it on a table. And he was able to eat a taste of sweet honey.
And that's when he decides to test his chains.
There's something deep inside in the sunken.
No, I love it. That was not. I wasn't taking the piss then. I genuinely love that.
No.
Right, so are you holding?
Yeah.
Okie
I'll
doke.
tick it in. If they want to know what we've been doing, we were rescuing some wayward
Right,
bees.
we have a cover story.
There we go.
We have bees.
We've got bees.
Let's try this. Let's see how this goes. Plan B.
Plan B.
Plan B.
This is Plan B.
This is Plan B.
Yeah.
If this doesn't work, Plan other B. B for blast. We start blasting.
Okay.
Blasting, start.
Okay. Plan B. I love it.
All right. Proceed towards the little hamlet.
Very well.
We interrupt this Dungeons & Dragons actual play to bring you breaking news. It is Oxventure merchandise and Outside Xbox merchandise and Outside Extra merchandise, all available at store.outsidexbox.com. That's store.outsidexbox.com, where you can find pins, t-shirts, posters, all kinds of things inspired by and based on Oxventure, as well as Outside Xbox and Outside Extra. Like right now, for example, this very fine Hallow Stream t-shirt to celebrate the most magical time of year. It says, the music is going all music-y, like we do when we play horror games. Check it out, go to store.outsidexbox.com. And now back to your D&D.
Well, we're halfway through episode 7 of Oxventure Wyrdwood, and isn't this a nice space to be tonally? For just a minute. Just a minute. There's another half of the episode to come, and then afterwards we're going to be unpicking some of the secrets from said episode. So if you are intrigued, or if you just, fancy watching a little bit more stuff on your screen there, where can people go, Zach?
They can go to patreon.com/oxclub, where you can watch the show with Johnny and I chatting all the behind the scenes stuff with Wyrdwood, kind of breaking down your thoughts, my thoughts, our thoughts. Yeah.
Unwind that Wyrdwood, baby.
Hell yeah.
Back to the episode. You approach the again, it's sort of a wooden ringed fence with sharp stakes on the top. You approach it, the gate is shut currently.
Well, we should act as if we're meant to be here.
Superior, open the gate, please.
Very good.
There is a pause long enough that you can sort of hear the deafening silence in your ears. You're like, was that the right call? And then with like a grinding noise as the bottom of the gates sort of push against the earth. You see two people in brown hoods pulling back the gate doors.
Thank you, superiors.
And standing between them, sort of there quite serenely, is somebody with a red hood.
So that's the hierarchy.
Ah, some fresh blood, you hear. Actually, it's a woman's voice.
Okay. Yes, superior.
We bought bees.
A fitting offer. She turns to one of the people in the brown hoods and goes, "You there? To the storage barn. Bring out one of the spare hives." "Yes, superior." This guy sort of scuttles off and goes to the barn, the building that is directly on your map, I guess north of the beehive.
Storage room, I say to the others.
"Tell me, initiates, where have you come from?"
We have travelled many, many miles from... Where were we just?
Elmsteader.
Elmsteader.
Superior.
Superior.
Elmsteader?
Indeed.
How curious. We visited Elmsteader some years past. We did not think that any of our ideas took root there.
Times are changing.
Yes, it took
in Elmsteader.
a long time for it to take hold, but we thought about it, and we thought about how your core tenets of belief were good, actually. And
there are some in Elmsteader who still cling to the ways of magic, but we know them to be fools. The signs that we've seen in the world make this evident, superior.
Welcome to the hive, then.
Thank you.
She gestures at the one remaining brown hood who starts to close the gates. They shut, and then you see from the ground he picks up a very, very large padlock and locks the gate again. This acolyte will show you to your dormitory. Each one of you will be given a cloistered cell. I'm sure they filled you in Elmsteader, but we do not show our faces here.
Of course.
You do not see mine, I do not see yours, in accordance with our beliefs. So you will each be afforded an individual cell. This is a great luxury. Do not abuse it.
We will not, Superior. What form shall our duties here take?
Whatever is asked of you by your superiors, she says somewhat imperiously.
While this is going on, I would like to cast read thoughts on this person to determine
what is most on their mind.
Excellent.
Does this spell tell you their names?
Only if they think what their name is.
Yeah, it's just you learn what is most on their mind. Unfortunately, it's a bit vague.
Well, maybe they hate their name.
Yeah, I wish I was
love it.
Terrence.
The thing that is chiefly on their mind is actually sort of they are pleased and relieved because fresh hands will help with the work that is to come, and also it's simply pleasing to have the hive grow. You get the sense that you are the first new initiates in quite some time, as evidenced by the fact they were like, "What? Sorry, where have you come from? How did we happen upon new initiates?" That's the vibe you get, and I need to make a wisdom saving throw.
So I would like to probe a little deeper. Yes,
Yep.
you make a wisdom saving throw.
What's your spell save DC?
15.
That is a 19, baby.
Okay. All right, on a fail. So on a success for you, sorry, the spell ends.
Okay.
And the target does know that you're probing their mind.
Ooh.
Slight problem.
Uh-oh.
It's barely perceptible, but sort of the dish of the screen just goes.
We'll retire to our quarters now, Superior. Thank you for your generous hospitality.
I haven't dismissed you yet.
Very well. What would you have us do?
She clicks her fingers, and the brown hood that she got to close the gate arrives. She goes, "Escort these people to their quarters. Now I have dismissed you."
Thank you, Superior.
Superior.
Thank you, Superior.
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 You are led off. You're Superior, says the brown hood, the acolyte. You are led off to, on your map, the building directly to the left of the beehive.
You might have been made, but we wouldn't know. We don't.
We wouldn't be aware.
No, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to divulge that information. Make me look bad.
Yeah. Mormon spent all morning criticising everyone else.
You are shown into. It's almost like a stable, in that there is a corridor that just goes like all the way through this long hall-like building, and then there are just doors on either side of identical little cloisters, basically.
Are there any that look unoccupied?
Well, all of the doors are closed, but as you come in, he points out the first 5. Like, he pushes the doors open, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As we travelled, did I see any other people with red hoods?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are multiple reds.
Yep. Each room is very simple. There is just a small, like, pallet for you to sleep on, and there is a table. There's not even a chair for it, but that's just where you can put belongings. And there is a basin, which may hold water. It actually will hold whatever you like, but it's clearly meant to be a wash basin.
All right. Well, this is our lives now, I guess.
Well, no, Happen. We're not actually joining the cult. The storage room is just over there, they said. It's the one.
Happen's loving this.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
This is exactly the kind of structure and obedience that...
Just happen to have his own room back at base.
Are you asking?
Cadence HQ.
All right, in character. Is this much like your cult?
Is it better? Cult?
What do you call it?
They're giggling.
Order?
Is this much like your order?
This cult
Sure.
is quite a lot more luxurious than my order. I sleep on a stone bed, and I share a cloister with many of my fellow acolytes. To have
fairly unlucky.
Well, no, it's not. That's the order of things.
I see.
Within the order, chaos is countered.
It's weird that it's called an order, isn't it? If it's all about chaos.
It's all about.
Should be called a chaos.
It's all.
Should be called a cult.
We're trying to get a rise out of me, and well, I think that's silly. Close the door to my little cloister.
Very good. All right. So yes, each of you has sort of your own cell. Just out of curiosity, no particular reason. What order is everyone lined up in?
Should we go in the clock order from before?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably keep things
1,
simple.
2, 3, 4, 5.
So I'll go like furthest in.
Cressida,
1.
and then
2.
2 is
I'm 3.
Willow, fine, and then Happen. Okay.
And then am I nearest the door?
No, the furthest from the door.
Furthest from the door.
The brown hood was basically like, these are your cells. Make yourselves, well, acquaint yourselves with the cells. You will be summoned soon for the evening meal. Listen for a gong.
Thank you, Superior.
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 Thank you, Superior.
Turns and goes. I'm kind of imagining them all like turning like Batman. No real movement of the head. In fact, when the Superior sort of turned her neck, that was the first sign you've been given that anyone can do that. Everyone is just very wooden, and they move sort of like with a very even pace, which, given the length of these robes, can sometimes make it look like they are floating.
I don't know how long this ruse is going to last, so maybe we should just make our way over to the storage room and check it out.
I knock on for Happen.
Hello, hello.
Are you coming?
We're going to the storage room now.
We were told to wait for the gong.
Yeah, we're not really part of the cult. Happen.
Inspiration.
Got it back from the beehive thing. Is it getting darker at all, or are we literally about to wander over in daylight?
The sun is pretty low in the sky. It's going to be dark in about an hour.
Okay.
Well, can I cast Minor Illusion on my hood and make it the same red as the leader's red?
Yeah.
You could be giving us a tour. Well,
It didn't seem like the touring type, but
yeah.
Could be showing you the. Yeah, I mean there are multiple reds. I could be any one of them.
we could, yeah. Be
Please,
good at
Superior,
for you.
which way to the latrines?
Who is this for the benefits? Oh, are you practicing?
No, I was saying it loudly for anyone, if anyone was listening.
Oh, I don't think there's anyone else here in this block, so.
Yes, Superior.
Yes, very good. Yes, you're getting the hang of it. Very good. Okay, so I can lead you over there, and we can just have a look and see how that goes.
Lead away, Superior.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna go out because it's not far to the storage room, right?
It isn't. No.
Yeah. So we're gonna walk over there and just see what the situation is.
Okay. Cool. Make me a charisma performance check, please.
Okay.
I don't think Morven needs help acting superior.
18.
Morven might need help acting to a superior.
Yes, you move out with all the not imperiousness. What's the word I'm looking for? Sort of authority, really, of one of the Red Hoods. And yes, you can stride straight up to the storage room, if you like, the storage barn. Really, it's quite a large structure.
Is it locked, guarded? What's the?
It's not locked, nor is it guarded.
All right.
You push your way in. There are 4 brown hoods inside. And they all see you go, Superior.
How's it going in here? What are you up to?
Everything is, our duties are proceeding well, Superior. Do you find us deficient?
Explain to me what your duties are. I want to know that you understand them properly.
Well, our duties are to arrange the goods in the storage room and check to make sure that none of the stored food has gone bad, Superior. We have just finished checking the grain. We have weighed it. We will report these numbers to the Superior, who will determine whether we need to be sent out on a supply run.
Very good. And the non-edible storage?
Superior, forgive me. I know not what you ask.
I'm simply asking. This is where we store just the edible, the grains and things of that nature, not the trinkets that we have encountered on our journeys.
Forgive me, Superior, I know not of what you speak.
I cast my eye around the room. Does it seem like there's anything in here that isn't... Is this just a grain silo?
It seems pretty, like, municipal. It's kind of like, there are some... there's sort of spare bolts of cloth, like the rough spun kind of like cream robe stuff. There are indeed sort of like food things. There are like some rudimentary tools. It seems pretty dang ordinary.
There's nothing where someone would be storing an amulet, for example.
No, there's a big old wood pile in the corner.
Okay.
Like, this is not where you would have your freaky deaky implement type things, I think.
Should we just do a little tour of the buildings, like as if you're
Orientation day.
Well, as you can see, initiates, this is the sort of behavior that we'll be expecting from you.
Yes, Superior.
Superior.
Yes, Superior.
Yes, Superior.
Very good. Please continue with your duties.
Yes, Superior.
I glide backwards out of the room.
Moonwalking.
Yeah. Ah. So really thought it would be in the storage bar.
If there's a the Superior, who may or may not be the Superior who met us at the gates, and there are precious confiscated items, might not they be at the Superior's personal cell?
I mean, that does make sense.
We've only seen one red hood so far, right?
There were more.
We saw
Okay, we saw
You saw two others.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do any
We'll
of
be
the-
quite suspicious if all the red hoods are seen at the same time and there is an additional red hood. So we should definitely steer clear of like the group dinner if that's happening.
Well, I can turn it back if I want.
Okay.
Do any of the buildings look like they have an elevated status? Is there...
Well, there's
this area around the back, maybe?
That's where we are. There's like 4 more buildings to search. Should we split the party?
We need the cover of the Superior.
Can I cast Locate Object on the object type amulet?
Yes, you can. It only gives you a direction.
Yes.
It is north of where you are.
All right. Let's just take that debt.
That area that's out the back on the map.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? There.
Oh.
Can we walk over to that and see what that is?
Yeah, there's another set of gates. Yeah, if you that gate is not locked, and sort of there is another bit of fence around the back of it. So it is basically it's yeah.
Okay, but it's empty.
Are you going through?
That doesn't answer the question.
Well, so north is the amulet. So there's one building north of where we were, and then this is northeast. This enclosure thing. So maybe we should check the building to the north, seeing as that was the cardinal direction.
Yeah, and then failing that,
start wondering about what's inside the pen.
Okay, we'll check the building to the north.
Okay. This building is the only one that is guarded.
Interesting.
There are 2 brown hoods outside of it guarding the door. This building looks like a domicile.
What you said.
The Superior.
Yeah. It smacks of this is the leader's house.
Okay.
Locate object lasts for 10 minutes. Like
looking at the
I low-key indicate that, this is the place.
Looking at the map, it looks like this building is pressed right up against the exterior wall of the settlement.
There is there's room behind it. It's
If
not
there's
right up against the wall.
If there's room behind it, can I sort of move behind and see what's behind? Are there any windows or apertures on the rear side?
No, there is. There's a chimney above, on the roof. You think if you were to go into this room, you would expect there to be a large fireplace and then a chimney going up.
It's a thatch roof, right?
Yes.
Single story.
Yes.
Shall I get up on the roof? You should know before you make your decision that I have no plan beyond that.
Okay, so to what purpose will you be doing that then?
Well, thatch roofs aren't especially sturdy. They're designed to keep out the rain, but they wouldn't keep out a thief.
Falling through it.
Well, not falling, but, prying, peering, peeking, discreetly.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine it would be quite visible from the rest of the settlement if you were
Well,
jigging around on the roof.
That's the beauty of it. Because of where this place is, it's a long building this way. So if I was on this rear side of the roof, I would be and press down against it. I wouldn't be visible to anywhere else in the settlement, I think. Assuming the thatched roof is a sort of traditional.
It is.
So yeah, you could nip round the back and get up there. Are you thinking you'll try and dismiss the two brown hood
I mean,
guards?
we could try. I mean, if Happen goes up there and dies somehow, then we haven't lost anything, so we can.
Wow.
No, he's right. Because you always have deniability that I was,
acting alone and
an unfaithful acolyte or a spy. If captured, I'll say I'm a spy.
Yeah, and unaffiliated with anyone else.
Okay.
I won't say that because that might make them think that I am affiliated.
Yes, good. Yes, you go and do whatever you want to do, and then we'll see how that shakes out, and then we can plan from there.
With this great cheer of confidence. Can I scooch around like the side of the building and just try and sort of Lightfoot my way up onto the thatch roof, and then kind of just start to sort of peel away a little bit at the thatch. I don't actually know a lot about thatch roofs, showing my ignorance here, but like they're pretty dense,
They
right?
are dense.
But with a short sword, I would think I could discreetly kind of like slice through it and maybe just open a.
Yes, you'd have to get through the wire first, because remember these things are also kind of like encased in basically chicken wire. Goes over the thatch.
Okay.
As well.
I can. Yeah, I will try and do all of that.
We are going to combine all of this into one handy dandy dexterity stealth check.
Cool. Before Happen does that, I place a hand on his shoulder and cast guidance to add a D4 to your.
Oh, lovely.
D4 to my dexterity. So this is a dex check.
Yep.
Cool. Well,
point of debt for Yow.
I'll send it with the.
So while I would be sad if he failed, it'd be, let's try and succeed if we can.
I'll send this with the cadence dice because it feels important.
Great.
With a +4, 1.
Please, Cadence.
Well, let's see what happens. I think Cadence is going to like it.
Oh, God.
You draw your short sword and basically you go to plunge it into the thatch and it gives way like butter. Basically, the sprites arrange themselves kind of either side and they're like pulling on strands of it, so it is taut. So as you make contact, it not only cuts it, it like rips a great rent in it, and the force of your sword strike goes through into the thatch, which is rotten and old, and it basically just opens up and swallows you, and you just clatter onto the floor with like just a big clang.
On an amulet.
You are in a room. It is sort of lit by a fire that is crackling away in the fireplace, and what you see is like the room around you. There is sort of a bed in one corner. This is all like a lot more lavish. You're like, oh yeah, this is where the
higher ups.
The higher ups must sleep, or the higher ups specifically,
Because they deserve it.
Yeah,
because they work harder.
There is a desk with a lot of sort of like papers on it, a lot of like it's like a heavy sort of like writing block. There is a strange portrait on one wall of a hive, and then just this big looming shadow behind it. You can't quite make it out because you're sort of on the floor, prone. And also between you and that portrait is a figure standing there in cream robes with a black hood on, and they are looking directly at you.
I cast telepathic speech to Happen. Happen? What's happening? What's going on?
Can he reply?
Can I reply telepathically?
Yes, we can communicate normally via telepathy.
Oh, okay. Does it make me do awkward long pauses in real conversation?
Yeah.
I'll fill you in on all the details later. Morven, I fell through the ceiling and I found the leader. And if I die, tell everyone else and tell Robin that it was great traveling with them.
Do you need help? Are you in danger?
What happened was very beautiful.
While this is going on, the figure in the black hood shoots out a hand and grabs your right wrist. You've got your arms up like this, right?
Yeah.
They twist your wrist so that the back of your hand is showing to them. And they shove your arm away. Very slowly, they grab hold of their sleeve and pull it back. And you see it's very old now, it's very faded, it's kind of blurred. It's almost like someone's tried to remove it chemically. But even messed up as it is, you recognize that symbol because it matches yours. And you recognize that placement and the person to whom it belongs.
Can I whip off my mask?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Beatrice?
So what is everyone doing outside?
Happen said they were okay in there.
But Happen says like things
Happen
like
says
that.
things like that a
Yeah.
lot. Should we go in and help him?
I guess you would have heard a crash and seen like
Yeah.
some straw be like...
How long does telepathic speech last? Because that was happening basically while you were chatting.
Yeah, it just says as a bonus action I can choose one creature within 30 feet and can communicate telepathically with them.
Okay, I'm gonna. Basically the communication channel is still open if you would like it to be.
I'll send a message. Don't worry, Morven. Everything's going to be fine.
So you have the amulet. Where's the amulet?
I can't see it.
All right, we're coming in there.
Wait. Don't come in. Don't do any magic, please, or any attacks. Everything's going to be fine. The person who runs this camp is a friend.
Well, can they give us the amulet?
I don't know. I'll ask them. If you get out my head for 1 second.
Okay, just remember why we're here.
I've been doing a weird, awkward pause, just staring.
Yes, I can imagine. All right, well, just remember why we're here. We'll be out here. Let us know if you need help.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll telepathically make the sound of a bird.
Just you can say words telepathically. We're not moving our mouths. I cast Mind Sliver. No, I don't. Yeah, so I convey to the others. Something odd is going on in there, but Happen has asked us to give him some time. So.
Well, I'd help him if I thought we should, but I thought the point was that we had deniability if he did get into trouble.
Yes, I mean, he could still come out of there with the amulet. I guess we just wait and see what happens. No pun intended.
Beatrice does not remove her faceplate, but you hear her go, Happen. What are the chances?
Infinitesimal, I would think. My God. Gosh, to see you after all these years. How are you? Are you okay? Is everything... Are you well?
Well enough.
I do not know why Cadence has brought us back together. I suspect it is either a very, very fortunate meeting or an exceptionally unfortunate one for me.
That remains to be seen. What are you doing, Happen?
Well, I'm trying to help. Trying to help the Order. As aren't you?
That was a long time ago, Happen.
You still believe?
I meant, what are you doing here? What is your objective?
Big picture, we're trying to figure out what's happened to the magic all over everywhere, all across the world, and hopefully set it right. Smaller picture. I'm part of a team that's been sent to investigate strange happenings across the land. Smaller picture still. We are following the trail of some of our colleagues who disappeared and we think might be in danger. And smaller picture yet, we are trying to find a missing river sprite called the Shimmering Woman. And I think on the smallest picture scale, a peculiar person in ragged clothes tasked us with retrieving an amulet that I believe is in this very room. And I thought it would be really hard to acquire. So imagine my relief. Praise Cadence that it's you.
Outside, I'm like, he's probably spinning a really good cover story.
She doesn't speak. She reaches into a pocket in her robes and she pulls out a coin. You would recognize this well.
You kept it.
One last flip. Ping. She, you can't see her face, obviously, but you can tell she is looking directly at you and not at the coin, but she still catches it and flips it onto her hand. There's a hidden lever behind that painting. You won't have long. The Superior will be back soon, and they will miss you at the evening meal if you're not there. She turns and strides out the door. The rest of you sort of you see somebody in a black hood just walk out. The two brown hoods Superior, and then off in the distance you hear a gong for the evening meal.
I want to look for the picture, see if I can find that lever.
Yeah, it's quite simple, really. Behind it, it is just like a conk, like a lever that you pull down, and just in the wall, a little spring catch comes open.
Is the amulet within?
There's a small chest in there. Inside, there's all manner of stuff. You look at these things and you're like, this is all stuff that's been confiscated. This is all stuff that's been confiscated by the sort of fanatical religious people that these people are, and that you would expect to have come out of the eastern regions. You're not sure why they have been kept rather than destroyed, but to your relief, you sort of move a few pieces aside. You find an amulet that matches the description.
Telepathically to Morven. I have the amulet. There's a lot of other magical stuff here. Should I take it all? They might notice it's gone. They might not notice if just the amulet's gone. What do you think?
I mean, I don't think we need the rest of the stuff. Does it look worthwhile or valuable?
I don't know.
I'm not really interested. Okay, all right.
Cresta feels a shiver go over.
I will distract the guard so you can leave. Can you get back out the way you came, or will you have to come through the door?
Can always try. Stakes are low. If I fall, it doesn't matter. Just try again.
Okay. So yeah, I'd like to go up to the guards and talk to them to create a diversion.
Yes, Superior.
Just checking in. How are your duties proceeding?
Proceeding well, Superior. We are to be relieved after the evening meal.
Indeed. And how has today's shift gone?
Well, Superior.
I heard some noises inside. Did you not feel tempted to check on what that was?
We were warned in the strictest terms not to disturb the Superior.
Very good. I'm glad to see that you're following your orders.
Thank you, Superior.
Now kiss each other.
Superior?
Very good. Very good. Another test.
Yes, Superior.
So, sorry, while this is all going on,
Yes.
I assume Happen is escaping?
Yeah, I'd like to scamper up back through the hole I made.
Dexterity acrobatics, please.
7.
You have
Do
inspiration.
it again.
Oh yeah, you can just keep going.
Just
I
like
guess.
rapid montage.
Trying to get out of an open window.
Got it on the second try.
Okay.
21.
Yep, you just whoop, you neatly dive out of the window.
Cool. Roll down, hood that on, dust off thatch, come round side, meet everyone else, amulet in pocket, have now realised tattoo very identifiable, have tucked in sleeve like Napoleon.
Right, yes, got it.
Okay, we should hustle to dinner.
The gong. Yes.
Yeah. As we go, I'd like to just make sure I'm not being observed and cancel minor illusion.
Very good. Fine, yes, you make your way to the evening meal. The dining hall, which is, if you look at your map, the building to the right of the beehive, which you identified from all of the people sort of streaming in there. Basically, you go in there and you notice it's a series of the tables are set out in a series of rings, and all of the places are set on the inside of a ring facing outwards, so that everyone can eat together, but no one can see anyone else's face.
Oh my god, that is the best eating arrangement I've ever heard. Restaurants should do this for real.
So there's one table bang in the middle. There's like a cut in all of these so that there's access. But there is one table bang in the middle with one place setting. Outside of that, there is a ring that has 2 place settings. You see somebody with a black hood is already sat there. The ring outside of that, there are only 3 place settings. The 3 red hoods are already there. And then you've got the brown hoods outside of that. There are 14 of those. And then on the furthest one, there are only 5 place settings. And these are for the blue hoods, the little initiates.
Sus.
Kids' table.
Basically, there is a large stew pot and there is like a big like basket of bread. And as you walk in, the brown hoods are looking at you expectantly, like, this is you now, you serve.
Oh, interesting.
Take up a post at the bread station.
I suppose, yeah, we'll have to, make it look good until we can sneak out tonight. All right, yeah, start serving some stew.
All right, you serve.
Cressida, how do you feel about that?
Very angry. just quietly seething.
I put a ladle in your hand.
You have to say superior every time you serve.
Am I serving soup? No, because like Cressida is reacting like that. Superior. She already hates soup.
Okay.
And so she's having to say it
Canonically,
again.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Superior.
This soup is eerier than other soup we've encountered.
Superior.
Have you ever held a ladle before, Cressida?
You've got a little,
Punch ladle.
little pinky.
Yeah, punch ladle, yeah.
Which is a ladle that she wears to beat people behind on their payments.
Tiffany silver.
Eventually you are permitted to serve yourselves, and basically the evening meal
Progresses with that incident.
Well, make me a charisma performance check and just don't beef it.
All right, here we go.
I take a bite of a big bread roll.
5.
9.
3.
This is feeling beefy.
23.
Right.
5.
Okay.
It's beef for dinner.
Because you've removed your face plates, but there's still like a good distance of cowl.
Yeah.
And this is like stew. You're all dreadful at feeding yourselves while you're in a tunnel of fabric.
Yeah, I knew.
You basically just get food all over yourselves. And at the end of the meal, the meal ends and there is just silence. Nobody gets up. Nobody's talked all the way through this. Everyone has just sat there. I forgot to mention. Sorry. Just as the meal was about to begin, you sort of set a place at the very central table. Somebody walked in and there was just one person with a white hood. And everyone sort of deliberately did not look. But at the end of the meal, as one, everyone kind of picks up their woven faceplates and they sort of put them back on. You stand up. You're expected to clear the tables, obviously. Everyone's filing out, leaving you to sort of just pile up the stuff in the corners. One of the red hoods comes up to you. Morven, you notice from the sound of the voice, I mean, all of you notice from the sound of the voice, but you, Morven, are especially aware of from the sound of the voice that it is the person who greeted you at the gates. Says, "Oh, well, that's not good, is it?" Looking at the state of all of your robes.
Sorry, we're still...
24.
Oh, no. So, sorry, I realised I'd sort of, in pointing at those four, I also pointed at you, but I didn't mean you.
Okay.
Sorry, Superior, we're still getting used to...
I hang my big cowled head.
Soup pours out.
Half a pint still in there.
Since you are already quite filthy enough, there is one more task for you before you are permitted to retire for the evening.
Yes,
Superior.
You will be shown to the sacrificial ground.
Excuse me, Superior.
You must clean it
Superior.
and prepare it for tomorrow.
Superior.
Superior.
Very good, Superior.
We're doing a sacrifice so soon, since after we arrived, Superior?
Can I elbow Lug? He's clearly not been an acolyte before. He's not supposed to be in a lot of this back chat.
The Hive's business does not wait for initiates such as yourself. You are expected to perform. If you fail to perform, there will be consequences.
Shuffle away.
It is of no importance to me if this Hive chews you up and spits you out. We have business to attend to, and it will not wait. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Superior.
Less of the attitude.
I sensed tension.
Very well. She leads you out herself. She leads you out of the hall and round the back of it to where you'll see on the map there is a small building. It's a shed. She opens it, and on the wall there's just sort of like gardening tools hanging. There's like a rake. There's like, a scythe. There's straw on the floor, which she kicks aside and pulls up a trapdoor. And there is a staircase that descends down beneath this building into quite a large room. It is dark at the moment, but as you go down, there is like a charnel stink. Like it smells of iron, but in a kind of dried blood sort of way. And you remember I mentioned there was sort of like a sweetness to your robes from earlier.
Now there's a beefness to
You
our
can
robes.
smell, well, it's the same smell. You pick it up. It's the cloying, like, stink of decay.
Is it just us and the red hood down here?
It is. She goes to like a sconce on the wall where there's a sort of you can barely see, but there's like a table. She sort of strikes a flint and lights a candle, and from there she lights a torch, which starts to sort of throw. It barely manages to illuminate this space, which you realise now is quite big and is lined with stone. It barely manages to illuminate it, but the walls are covered in sort of like arcane symbols. And there are stone plinths around the room. There are 5 of them. And as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you can see that sort of bent backwards unnaturally over each one of these is a body. Their mouths are sort of like open. It's like they died in a terrible, terrible amount of pain.
Lug looks around and counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you sort of, again, as sort of the flicker of the torch throws bits of light on their faces, you realise that some of these people, you've seen them before.
Oh no, it's the adventuring group. Oh no.
North team.
One of them missing a hand. I check.
Yes. And we'll end it there, I think.
Oh no!
It's time for the rolling, right?
All right, here we go. My debt is 3 still.
You can do it,
Do
love.
it.
I'd be pretty unlucky.
Get a 2.
33.
That's 2 3s.
That's 2 3s.
Double 3, double debt.
the envelope.
2 envelopes.
So 13 is Happen's current debt.
What did you do?
Was it cocked and now you've got an envelope?
It was cocked and now I've got an envelope.
Hey!
That's 5.
Help yourself. Help yourself.
Yum.
Anyone you like. Yum, 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 yum,
You
yum.
just got burst.
I need to roll higher than 13. And it's a 15. Nice try, dice.
Okay, I'm on a 20. So it's a 1 in 5 chance. And let's see how this goes. 79.
Miles off. Miles off.
Okay, I'm on 19. So slightly better than a 1 in 5 chance. But let's see how this goes. It's a 15.
Lopes, 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 lopes.
Get yo lope.
All right, there we go.
YOLO.
Get eloped.
Just got loped.
2 envelopes in one go. Who'd have thunk it? Anyway, I hope you've had a superior viewing experience and you'll join us next week for the concluding part of Oxventure Wyrdwood. We'll see you there. Hey there, friends. Welcome back. We're about to fire up the very final episode of Wyrdwood Season 1. This has been such a fun stream and we're really glad you chose to join us for this special event. Please let us know if you liked it in the chat and we might do more of these in the future. And in case you missed it, we have launched 2 new exciting pieces of merch on store.outsidexbox.com. Get your hands on the Chaos Magic Liquid Core Dice set and the signed Wyrdwood art print, perfect for being mounted above any fireplace. Don't forget the premiere page for the first episode of Wyrdwood Season 2 is live right now. You can head over to hit the button to get notified when the episode goes live later this summer. But for now, let's roll on the final episode of Wyrdwood Season 1, Episode 8, Friends and Falsehoods, Part 2. Hello and welcome back to Oxventure Wyrdwood. This is the final episode of the first season. I'm Johnny Chiodini and these are our players.
Hello, I'm Mike. I play Lug, who's a Firbolg barbarian.
Hello, I'm Luke. I play Happen, a human ranger.
I'm Jane, and I play Willow Fine, who is a cleric and an Azamar.
I'm Andy. I play Robin, who is a man, and Morven, who is a sorcerer.
And I'm Ellen, and I play a human elf wizard called Cressida.
All of you are 2 things at the moment. Number 1, in some sort of murder basement, and 2, in a pickle. Because in the last episode, of course, you infiltrated a strange sort of religious murder cult and joined their ranks. They are a mite suspicious of you, you might say, and you have been ordered as the lowest ranking members of this cult to clean the sacrificial chamber for a sacrifice that is to take place tomorrow. You've just gone down there and you've discovered the bodies of 5 people that you were looking for. So in a way, good news.
They're not so suspicious that they didn't have one of them accompany us 5 people down to the murder basement.
Yes, there is one high-ranking member of this group down there with you.
Right, I'd like to say, get her? Question mark. And then get her, and then I would like to grab her and
I'd like
pull her
to
hood
get
up.
her.
I guess we'll roll initiative then.
Hey!
Right.
Well, that was quick.
I love when we make decisions as a group. That's it's lovely.
Lug.
22.
Happen.
9.
Willow Fine.
I'm looking at a 1.
Morven.
15.
Cressida.
19.
Well, fittingly enough, given that he is the aggressor, Lug, you are up first.
I want to just pull her hood off and take a look at who this person is.
All right. We'll call that a grapple, I guess. What's your strength bonus?
+2.
And what is your proficiency bonus?
+3.
13 is the escape DC for me, and we'll be trying to do this with Dex. Well, that's a 4. Could you make me that roll though, please? Maybe a strength athletics check.
That is an 18.
That is definitely a success. You have grabbed her and you've removed her hood.
Yeah.
She is a furious-looking brunette.
Okay, fine.
She looks very unhappy with you. You do not recognise her.
Okay.
From what you see.
All right, fine.
What now, Lug?
What's the next part of the
We're all
plan?
waiting with interest on part 2.
Well, I'd like to use my bonus action to be like, the hell do you think you're doing here?
All right. Well, now I'm not sure if we should be in combat initiative or not. How dare you remove my cowl?
Are you kicked out of the cult now?
What is this?
Wait, I'm sure he's going somewhere with it.
Hear him out.
All right, I'm gonna pause combat initiative now. No, I am not kicked out of the cult. That you have committed a great heresy. This will probably mean your life.
What is this going to mean my life anyway? Look at all these bodies.
They're the sacrifices. You're cleaning the sacrificial chamber.
Yeah, and then you were like, there's going to be another sacrifice tomorrow. Is it going to be you on there, or is it going to be us?
None of us.
Who's going to be sacrificed?
That's none of your business right now, initiate.
Is this a big misunderstanding?
Remember,
There's 5 of us. There's 5 plinths.
remember, Lug, though, that we, in the order, just as this superior is, don't look kindly on people who are in a different group to us, like Team North. I mean, whoever these individuals are.
Oops.
Oh.
I stopped taking one of the bodies away by the ankles.
Okay, all right.
Looking helpful. Cressida, get the hands.
You can't.
This is-
you can't
yeah.
go around murdering people.
We're the hive. I thought she sprints out of the room.
I cast
I'm
Mind
grappling
Sliver.
her. She can't sprint out of the room while I'm
Oh,
grappling.
I thought
her.
you were just grabbing a hood, not grappling.
Well,
her.
I was like, yeah,
Oh,
grabbing,
okay,
and
all
pulling,
right.
I'm grabbing her and pulling the hood off.
Fine.
I cast Mind Sliver on her.
Okay.
Whoa,
What does Mind Sliver do?
Find out what the... Okay.
This interrogation
This is
going
going south.
extremely bad.
Really enjoying Willowfine trying to put this particular genie back in the bottle.
Well, we'll
Maybe
blow
if I
our
clean
cover,
next
but it could be worth it for the information we glean.
Where do you want the corpses, Superior?
She's being Mind Slivered right now.
Oh.
Intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
Okay.
Cressida's like looking in Willowfine's direction in a, I'm sorry, I wasn't going to help you any, but wait,
That's a
but
16.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Beats my spell save DC.
She's just really like, unhand me.
Not yet. Not till we get some answers.
Why is this?
Ask your questions then. What is this?
What's the meaning of the sacrifice? What's that all about?
Do you mean what's that all about?
You can't just come around sacrificing people just because you're like in a cult. Like,
You're not part of this cult at all, are you?
no.
Outerlopers. I should have known. I did know. She sort of looks at you. It's like, with your fake talk.
Should be slivering your mind right now.
All right, Lug.
Please tell us,
Since,
in bullet point, the core beliefs of your group.
do you have any pamphlets?
Yeah.
What kind
I
of?
mean, Happen
what
is
kind of group
considering
doesn't have
joining,
pamphlets?
so you may actually have a recruit on your hands if you can convince.
Magic is an abomination. It is a curse upon this land. And finally, it has gone rank. And we're the only ones smart enough to see it for what it is.
That doesn't explain why you're going around sacrificing people.
Because we just have to get rid of it. We have to release it.
You're releasing magic by killing these 4 people who actually, might I add, are trying to investigate why magic is so dangerous right now.
Firstly, there were 5 of them. And secondly, they were sniffing around because they want to save magic. And given that you seem so attached to them, despite the fact they are clearly dead, I'm going to assume that you're all in cahoots.
Well, cahoots is such a strong word, isn't it? Really.
It's quite whimsical, I think.
It does sound quite funny, doesn't it? Anyway, the point is that we're going to be leaving now, and you're going to help us.
Wait. I produced the amulet, which you haven't seen yet. Anyone?
What are you doing with the amulet?
Do you know what this does?
Where did you get that?
I stole it by myself.
Where did you steal it
Where it was hidden.
Where was it hidden?
Do you know what it is?
Shut up and answer the question.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, I know what it is.
Will you tell me what it is?
Will you tell me where you found it?
I found it in the Superior's safe.
What?
I found it in the Superior's building.
Is this a powerful magical item, perhaps?
That was supposed to have been destroyed.
Oh, it was with a lot of other similarly powerful magical items. Was the Superior not supposed to have been keeping these?
Nice cult you got going here.
Might I suggest?
What I like is the integrity of it all.
Shut up.
Seems like you've been played for a fool.
Can I suggest next time you devote your life to a bizarre order, you make sure that its beliefs are rock solid and make sense next time?
Really coherent. Yeah.
What are you going to do with me now?
You're going to help us get out of here.
Yeah, we just want to leave.
What does it do, the amulet?
I don't know. But its existence is an insult. Look at it. Seething with magic.
This being the first time I've seen the amulet, I'd like to cast Detect Magic on it.
It is thrumming with an old magic that is like burning to be released.
Oh. Okay, this thing is powerful. Okay. You can see why the poor man wants it. We can't let this woman live, obviously.
No.
She's going to start shrieking at the top of her lungs.
Oh.
She does that.
Can I knock her unconscious? I'll try to.
Certainly try.
Just pommel her the short sword.
Yep.
Hard as I can.
I'm still holding her, so she
maybe a
must be
strength athletics check. All right, you can have this advantage.
Okay, cool.
Because she's being restrained.
Shall I? No. Let's keep some powder dry. Advantage, you say?
Advantage, I say.
Fantastic. So it's just strength athletics, right? 10.
I'm not going to say you miss her because she's being held, but you sort of just like ineffectually sort of just like bop.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm supposed to.
Oh, for God's sake, I say. I turn into gas, fly into her mouth, and then turn back into myself and explode her head.
You're going to telefrag the... Okay.
Amazing that you can turn into a volume of gas that would fit inside a mouth.
This gaseous form, isn't it?
Gaseous form, yeah.
Right. I'm just making sure that I'm not setting a dangerous one-shot kill precedent.
Oh, come on. We've barely set
one.
any precedents in season 1.
So we may as well have this one.
Yeah,
You can't give Morven a one-hit kill spell that costs... What does it cost?
It's a 3rd level spell slot.
On the understanding that this doesn't become like...
Become a thing.
A thing.
It'd be boring if I did it over and over again.
Okay, sure. Describe what this looks like.
Okay, so Morven dissolves into a cloud of particles which kind of shoot across the room into the screaming mouth of the woman. And then suddenly Morven reappears, just
standing on
drops back. Well, just drops back to the floor, and the woman's head is now a sort of cloud of red gore and ichor and bone.
Okay.
Cressida vomits.
Fair enough.
She's still got the mask on.
Your own. Oh yeah. That's
does it spray out like a sprinkler at the front of the?
I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's unpleasant.
It's probably worth... Well, look, if we're going to be all covered in gore, having been sent to clean the sacrifice chamber is probably...
The best excuse.
The best excuse. So...
All right, cool. Well, I'm going to drop the headless body of the thing,
yeah.
but I'm gonna swap my hood for a red one. I think that's useful.
They're all red
Is
now.
the-
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you can absolutely do that.
But isn't it... Wouldn't... Oh, wait, you took it off her. Yeah.
I'll just I'll take the body and just sort of like flop it on one of the sacrificial altars and try and roll it underneath one of the
North team.
bodies.
Yeah.
You might as well stick my blue hood on it as well.
I assume
Supposed
cleaning
to
up
have
means
cleaned
removing
it.
the bodies as
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it probably does.
You're not just going to clean around them.
You can tell
Lift the legs up.
You can tell I'm not good at cleaning. yeah, put all the dirt underneath the corpse. Scoop all the guts back under.
I think under ideal circumstances, we would return these 5 comrades to folk Moot
for a proper burial.
for a proper burial.
Seems proper.
Also seems desperately difficult to do.
Yes, I can see that. Where were we going to clean them to?
There was some kind of pen out the back. I imagine maybe they kept pigs.
Oh no.
I imagine if there's livestock in there and it looked like it could be an enclosure, it would make sense to feed the bodies to the pigs.
I was worried you were going to say that.
We just cut them up real small and reassemble them with magic
Oliver, no.
later. What? Just, as a practicality, they'd be easier to carry.
Could you not reduce them to the same effect?
I could.
No,
Like a reduction.
For a minute.
No, don't. I also thought that. I thought, not going to say it.
we can't do any magic because when people see us emerging with little toy people, we remember we're all supposed to have the.
Yes. Yes.
Our cover's not blown.
I could reduce them in size for a minute.
The only thing we've blown is her head.
We could say her head exploded of natural causes.
Or we could just do our jobs like good acolytes.
Yeah. And then just walk out. We'll say we're taking these bodies to the pen. And then just sneak out a side hatch.
With the bodies.
Yeah, we'll have a cart or something. Presumably the acolytes aren't carrying bodies over there. It's a bit of a way. We've got to get them up the stairs. And
Excuse me.
is there a cart in here for like taking bodies out or anything like that?
Why?
Is there any indication as to how they would move these large bodies when they're cleaning?
I don't mean to.
As far as you can tell, it's just
over the shoulder.
It's just an up
Heave-ho kind of arrangement.
I don't mean to be difficult, but I think when we accepted these duties at the folk moot, it was sort of implied that if misfortune were to befall our team, I wouldn't expect anybody else to be carting us back to the folk moot for a proper burial. We don't even know where these people are from. Taking them back to the folk moot wouldn't be taking them home.
But they're loved ones, their family members will know they went to the folk moot.
Well,
And they'll want to know what happened to them.
We can send a message on the copestone.
yeah, we can say.
Will I find?
If I died, I would like for my body to be returned to the place where I was born.
I cast Sorcerer's Burst fire flavoured on all the bodies and incinerate them to ashes.
Wow.
We can jar them up. We will return their ashes. They'll be a lot easier to carry.
Which one
I
is
was
which?
just about to check their pockets for useful.
They were not wearing. Were they wearing clothes?
They were not naked. No, they wouldn't be
Never said
clothed.
nude.
No.
You're bringing that all by yourself, Jane.
Right. You incinerate a basement full of corpses.
Oh, you know, controlled little incinerations. Get a little pile of ash for each
Yep.
one. Mm-hmm.
You hear a door open at the top of the stairs.
Keep an eye on that, one of you, would you?
And then you hear like clomp, 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 and a person comes down wearing a red hood. What is the meaning of this?
That one started a fire.
Thought it would be easier to carry the bodies if we incinerated them.
Sacred sacrificial chamber. You can't just set fire to it.
Well, no one said that in the rules. It's my first day.
Is that really how you're going to speak to me?
It's my first day superior.
Sorry, it's my first day superior.
How did this fire start?
Tinder.
Out. All of you. Now.
Yeah, sounds good.
Scoop up this
Yeah,
ash.
out all of you.
Just gonna scoop up this ash and jar it up.
Dex sleight of hand check, please, to take ash.
Can I check whether they have clocked? Like, do we know whether they like
Have they seen the down?
because
Wait.
No, I'm wearing the red hood at the moment.
Oh yeah. That's
You're right, okay.
You're wearing the red. Of course you're wearing the
Yeah.
red.
That's why I was like, yes, out.
Okay.
All of you back to your quarters. We'll discuss this in the morning.
Agatha, how
Agree with them, Lug.
What happened to get him?
Yeah.
Right.
I've got a frog in my throat.
Lug, Tell them that you're.
She just looks at you and doesn't say anything, and then she gestures for you to leave as well.
Okay.
There's a 16 on the stealth check.
Okay. Yep. You've got some. You've got
Jar
jar
of
of
ashes.
ashes.
Can I
Okay, as we leave, can I close and lock the door?
Can I go behind? Can I go behind the other? Can I file out behind her?
No, she is going to be the last out.
Yeah, that's fair.
What order are you going up the stairs? In what order are you going up the stairs?
Well, I'll lead the way.
Okay. You emerge and there is a ring of it's all of the brown hoods. All 14 of them are just like in a semicircle that starts like on the other side of the door, and is there, and you sort of emerge into sort of a ring.
And I say,
looking at you very unkindly.
Nothing to worry about, folks. You're all dismissed.
Inferiors.
Inferiors. Acolytes. You're all dismissed.
Say you're the secret boss. Secret millionaire.
Undercover.
Undercover body. Yeah,
undercover cult
They all
leader.
automatically go superior, and then a voice from behind you goes, belay that order.
Belaying that order.
Damn.
I sit down on the floor. Seems like it could go on for a while.
This isn't one of our number at all.
Nuts.
No, they're not one of our numbers. Superior.
You all know my voice?
I've never heard this superior before in my life, I say from the back of the crowd.
The back of the crowd.
Who's got the map? Who's got the map? So we've come out of
the tiny building.
This little building here.
Yeah.
So where's the ring of people? Is it like
around
here?
you?
Around us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like if you imagine a circle, but a corner of it is the corner of the building.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, there's no escape.
Wow. Yeah, we're surrounded.
It's cool. No escape.
Look, there's clearly a lot of confusion here. Let's all just go to the meeting area and we can talk this through, superiors.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Initiate.
She gestures and all 14 of them reach behind them and pull out like sickles. If you'd be so good as to come with us, please. Don't try anything hasty.
All right, fine.
Is the is the cult member with the black hood here? Is this everyone?
It's not everyone, no. She doesn't appear to be here.
Okay.
Well, pop along for a chat, I suppose.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, we've done nothing wrong.
Can I cast fear directly in front of us?
Yeah?
And just to try and like create a little break in the encircled bit. that
Okay,
we're
yeah,
in.
sure.
We're going to make a run for it through the gap. Is that what you're thinking?
Let's try. I've got another thing up my sleeves if this doesn't quite work.
What's your spell save DC, please?
It is 13.
Well, that's 3. So, 30-foot cone. 30-foot cone. I see like 8 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, they drop their weapons and they start running away, like screaming.
Great.
We should just
At
run.
the same
start running,
time,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. What is it? And then run as well. I see it. I see it. And run, pelt after the. Beware! Beware!
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna run, run to the gate.
I'm
Run the
pulling
gate.
my best drama school out. You know, my mother signed me up to all the clubs.
Okay.
Run for the gate, full pelt.
Cressida's main thing is just like just zap, run.
Yeah, which gate? North gate or south?
The one we came in.
South gate's the one we came in. That's
Okay,
what
yeah,
we're
sure.
closest to.
All right.
I'm keeping an eye on Happen because I don't want to lose sight of the amulet.
Sure. Strength athletics checks, please.
All right.
Oh, that's good for me.
Sick.
Oh, okay.
23, baby.
Wow.
Nat 20.
Nice.
16.
Lovely.
17.
Nice.
I'm trying to decide what dice.
They're coming. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Here we go. It's going to be a 20. 11. Plus, what check is it?
Strength athletics.
Sounds so disappointed.
Yeah, 14.
14, okay. Well, they are right behind you. One of them is going to throw a sickle at your back and try and bring you down. But first, your envelope pops. And while we're at it, Cressida, your envelope pops. Forgot about that bit, didn't we?
Yay, buddy!
Yay!
Have fun!
Can't wait for this to help us out.
Should we... Well, how should we do this? Because I suppose it might be very important which goes first.
I cast first, so let's do that. Yours was almost a reaction to mine.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Something ancient reaches out and makes contact with you briefly. A strange symbol is burned into your palm. Oh, she's going to love that. You gain psychic damage resistance. However, the wild folk in the region you are currently in will forever be mistrustful of you.
Oh.
So they're just gonna not like me.
That's bad.
I don't think they like me much anyway, but forever.
Okay. Well, speaking of psychic damage, for a brief moment, Happen is opened to the raw essence of magic, a swirly, chaotic maelstrom. Take 15 points of psychic damage.
Right in the face again.
Shot and chaser!
You permanently gain a level 1 spell slot.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
Look forward to
Little
doing more magic.
Working out so well for you
15
so far.
Compound interest, baby!
As Cressida is like running and going, oh look, and then she's like, ah, and then goes, damn it. Sees another thing, like something yet more weird and old magic-y on her hand.
Just more distinguishing marks on our hands. The only
Yeah.
part of us that isn't-
And she's already not happy about these things.
Ooh.
Oh. You're never going to guess what it looks like. The same as the amulet!
Whoa!
Anyway, what's your AC, Happen?
Who's asking?
Sickle.
14.
Misses. It like slings past your ear. Oh, sure, I'll have another one. Why not? No, that one misses too. Another one. Praise
While
God,
you're in the
I
middle
guess.
of receiving psychic damage.
Well, yeah, I guess you.
Yeah, they're coming right at my head and then
Clutch your head and like. One more strength athletics check, please, from everyone. I wouldn't worry too much about this.
Is 22.
9.
16.
18 minus 1.
A dirty 20.
Ooh, lovely.
Oh, nice.
Well, I rolled a 4. You all book it. You get out of the gates, and they sort of stop at the. Oh no, wait, the gates are padlocked. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the gates are locked.
I cast magic missile at the lock
All right,
with all 3.
roll me the damage, please.
Okay.
it's going to cost us precious seconds.
It's 12 points of damage to the lock with 3 magic missiles.
Okay. Yeah, you bust kind of almost like the plate around the lock, so it kind of like gets bent out of shape and wrenches the nails from the wood, and the gates are unlocked.
Like shoulder charge. Do they open inward or outwards?
Outward. No, it was inward. It was inward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just go and try and wrench them open as quickly as possible, right?
Okie dokie.
At this point, it occurs to me that we've definitely been acting like making it out of the gates is like safety, whereas they could just pursue us for days over the countryside like a bunch of Legolases.
Yeah. Well, the other option is stand here and be murdered with sickles, so...
Yeah.
On balance, I'm going to go for
Up
You're
to
right.
you. Up to you.
Run for our lives.
I continue escaping.
Okay.
It's night time now, isn't it?
Yes, actually.
So I guess let's make as quickly as possible for like up that hill and into the tree line.
into the tree line. Yeah.
It's still so you've got a ways to go before you reach the tree line, I think. But and it's like kind of like civil twilight. The sun is down, but there's still sort of like a bloom. But if any of you cares to look over your shoulder while you are running, all of the sort of the brown hoods kind of reach the perimeter, and they are they're unsure about what to do. It's as if they haven't crossed this threshold in a very, 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 very long time.
So we can
Cast web on the doorway.
Oh. I was going to say we could pick them off from up here.
Magic missiles.
Like when an enemy can't fit through a doorway in
Yeah,
a video game.
But you do notice that kind of like almost without sort of looking back, they almost seem to sense something. They all straighten up and they part ways, and you see the individual with the white robe walking slowly towards you with purpose. And this figure steps past the gate. And then
Put away web.
with sort of a swiftness and a movement that is distinctly like abhuman, kind of like gets into this weird crouch. It's almost like its shoulders kind of like hunch up, so it's kind of got like its shoulders are suddenly up here, and it's it's like the geometry of its body is all wrong, and it starts sprinting towards you on all fours.
Oh dear.
Faster than us, I'm guessing.
Well, let's enter initiative, shall we?
All right. This bloody poor man when you need him.
Lug.
4.
Happen.
17.
Willow, fine.
A natural 20.
Morven.
A natural 20.
Oh! Cressida.
An 18.
Oh, okay, all right.
Natural 18.
Natural 18. Willow, fine, or Morven. Who would like to go first?
Do you have anything?
Sure, I cast Spiritual Weapon as my bonus action.
Lovely.
I conjure a sort of spear of light that hovers like a Castlevania sword somewhere nearby.
Yep.
Immediately makes 1 melee spell attack. It hits with 1d8 force damage, plus my spellcasting modifier, which is my wisdom. So that's 4, plus another d8 for every slot above level 2. I cast it through a level 3 spell slot.
All right, go for it.
All right. The floating spectral weapon lances through the air at the creature in white and causes 11 points of damage.
Okay, 11 points of damage.
And that was your bonus action.
That was my bonus action.
Dang.
Sweet.
So get ready for a sacred flame. I send this spectral weapon and then conjure a sacred flame and launch it at the same creature in white.
Great.
And that is going to be 2d8s.
Cool.
Against a dex saving throw.
Oh, dex saving. So on, right, on my part. Okay. Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm afraid the Sacred Flame just misses.
Okay.
She kind of like, with the force of the blow from the spectral weapon, she kind of like canters sideways for a bit, like some sort of nightmare horse.
Oh.
And the flame misses, and then she just keeps hooning it towards you. Morven.
Okay, Morven's eyes roll back into her head. She places hand on her forehead and casts
Becomes Robin.
dissonant whispers at the creature. So I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw, and I'm going to use 2 sorcery points to cast this as a heightened spell, so you have disadvantage.
Oh! 17 or a, I'm not even kidding, or a 17.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. Me, I guess. Sorry, no, it's fine. You take half damage, I guess.
Okay,
and you don't have to run away from me.
You're gonna have to run away from me.
You would have if.
Oh, I would have.
Yeah, oh, I thought that would be really cool.
Sorry.
13, so halved and rounded down is 6.
6 points of damage. All right.
6 points of damage. For bonus action, I just sort of mope about how that went.
Oh. Happen. It's your go.
Let's shoot arrows.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let off one of 2 shots with my longbow. Yeah, send to mass, I guess. All right. Nat 20. Cool. Nice. So that hits. Okay, so that's 1d8. 5 plus 3 is 8, and then
you double the dice first, so it's 13.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So 13 points of piercing damage. And I will use Gathered Swarm per turn to see if I can send the sprites along with the arrow and basically try and do the same thing as the bear, like just move this enemy 15 feet up in the air, knock it prone, stop the canter, like stop the charge.
Yeah, and give it another d6 full damage.
Yeah, so yeah, but there's a strength DC 13 thing that has to happen for that to...
That is 3.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the canter is sort of stopped by gnawing, tickling
D6.
sprites.
Please.
Oh, for the full damage. 6.
Dang.
Sweet.
And then I'll quickly resolve arrow number 2. That is a 13 to hit.
Nice.
Yep. Cool. 5.
Gotcha. Right, after... I'm so sorry, Cressida, you should have gone before Happen. I can't...
That's okay. I completely lost track as well.
Okay.
Cressida's
Distracted by your new hand.
Yeah, she's just freaking out a little bit still. Yeah. I would like to cast Witch Bolt.
Sorry, Witch Bolt?
You behave. Right.
Because are they wearing the iron thing around their neck?
Yeah.
That might give me a bit of an advantage.
Why would that? Oh,
because it's lightning.
Is it?
Make a ranged spell attack, please.
Okay. I rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3.
It's a concentration spell, so I've just got it. So I can just use it again on the next go and try hit it again.
Okay, cool. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. But that's on each of your subsequent turns. So this
not this turn.
Not this
Okay,
turn.
so
But you're powered up like one of those. Yeah.
Johnny,
Yes.
could you also add 6 HP to the thing we're fighting? I'm sorry, everyone.
Whose team are you on?
I misread. Gathered Swarm. I can't move an enemy upwards. So yeah, it shouldn't have taken that fall down.
But they do end up prone.
They do end up prone, which is
Okay.
an important bit. But yeah,
But it's more of like your
it's a horizontal shove.
like your cow tipping.
Yeah. It's a horizontal direction of my choice, and my choice is backwards, please. Away.
Well, it's a shame. It's a shame that your sort of emerging patented move of just dropping stuff isn't a thing. But I mean, you could probably yeet something off a cliff at some point.
Fingers crossed.
So look forward to that, everybody. Okie dokie. All right. So that was Cressida's go.
Mm-hmm.
It is the Superior's go. She starts sort of scrabbling to get up, and you hear her. It's almost like she's muttering to herself, really. But she goes like, "That's right. Stay distracted. You're not going to stop me anyway."
Oh.
She has lost half her movement in getting up, so she's going to try and close the distance with Cressida. Well, so she's going to try. She's going to close the distance with Cressida. Cressida, what is your AC, please?
10.
Okay. I've actually missed.
Wow.
There's a 6 plus 3 is 9.
Whoa.
So she like reaches out, and her arm, which seems like weirdly distended now, has these wicked claws on the end. And she kind of swipes at you one way. I cannot believe it. I've rolled 2 6s. That is the second time this episode I've rolled the exact same roll twice. So she just and is sort of hissing at you. Lug.
Hello.
If you happen to look over to the encampment, it seems like people are not watching this fight. In fact, they're very, very busy dragging a what looks like an iron-bound cage on wheels toward a makeshift sacrificial platform.
Oh boy.
Middle of the thing near the beehive.
Oh my god. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to deal with this? Am I supposed to deal with this?
I don't know.
That
The
is the
passive-aggressive barbarian.
Lug.
Do whatever you want, baby.
I'm gonna activate my rage.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's never a bloody nice cult, is
I
it?
would.
It's never a flower picking cult, is it?
No.
It's always a bloody sacrificial cult.
Folk horror, not Animal Crossing.
Johnny, should I
Unbelievable.
Or should I dragons?
Let me look
Tom
up the
looks
Wyrdwood
100% in a
walkthrough and see
What's
what I'm
Game
supposed
Facts
to
got
do.
to say about this?
Huge assumption sidebar that Animal Crossing isn't a sacrificial cult.
Yeah.
Just not got there
Not
yet.
how I play it.
Also, it's not always a sacrificial cult. I don't know, actually, we do sacrifices. We are the sacrifices. Really, so.
Right. Anyway. Okay. I'm gonna still try and deal with this creature that is here. So I've got my rage activated as my bonus action, my Passag rage. I'm gonna get my hammer out, and I'm gonna start smashing with my hammer, basically.
Great, yeah, sure.
Excuse me.
Smash away.
Right. Yeah, I'd like to do a strength attack, big hammer attack on top of this horrible monster that's slashing at Cressida.
Okay, sure.
Johnny, I'd like to kill it with hammers.
I'm a barbarian. That's what I've got.
Okay.
I roll to kill it with a hammer.
Please roll to kill it with a hammer.
Yeah, thanks. Well, let me tell you that my first attack is a mere 12.
That's just a miss.
Yep, fine. Well, I'll swing at it again with my second attack.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. That is a 17.
That is a hit.
Good. So my damage is 1d12 plus 2 for strength.
Yeah.
So. And that is a 12 plus 2.
Ooh!
14 damage.
14 damage. We don't hate that.
Crunch.
She's sort of like almost like a willowy type, like sort of like really rangy, thin, like scrabbly thing. So I do feel like you just like throw her off to one side because it's a massive hammer.
Good.
Striking her clean in the ribs. She just sort of like just flies off to one side. We are back to the top of the initiative round, and I am going to fill in a box. I've drawn a certain number of boxes on this piece of paper. When all of the boxes are filled, the sacrifice will be complete.
Probably about 100 boxes.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Loads of time.
That's a good round number.
Now, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt the final episode of Wyrdwood for this season, but I've got a very important message, and that is, if you are someone for whom people are not handling their business around you, then why not get a Handle Your Business t-shirt from store.outsidexbox.com. And if they give you some lip afterwards and continue to fail to handle their business, you can direct them to the bit below that says, "What did I say about business and the handling thereof?" So check that out, store.outsidexbox.com right now. Anyway, back to Wyrdwood.
Okay, halfway through the final episode, no big deal. I'm sure there won't be anything to talk about after this one, but just in case there is, we'll be making an episode of Unwinding Wyrdwood.
Oh, are we?
Wyrdwood, that's what it's called, where we sit down on the sofas, these ones, and talk about the show. So that sounds nice. Where can people watch it if they would like?
It's patreon.com/oxclub. There's going to be a lot to talk about. The Oxventurers Guild is returning. Corazon,
Dob, Egbert,
Merylwen.
Prudence.
all your favourites are coming to a theatre near you if you live in London.
You can catch us on the 5th of April 2025 at the Bloomsbury Theatre.
Tickets are on sale right now.
There are a limited number of VIP packages available too, so don't hesitate. Yes, head over to the link on screen right now.
Yep, check out our new show, Tales from the Guild. We would love to see you there.
Willowfine or Morven? Who fancies it?
Okay.
Willowfine went first.
Yeah.
Before, right? Right. Let's just keep that then.
My spiritual weapon like wheels around and then like I think. Oh no, it's another melee spell attack. That is a 19.
That's a hit. All
All
right.
right. Take 10 points of radiant damage. Is it radiant? It's not radiant. It's a weapon. It's a big old spear made of light.
Cool.
And then I focus, having spotted the iron cage being wheeled into the hamlet, the enclosure, the compound, and I cast Hold Person on the nightmare horse white robe thing.
Very nice. Okay, a wisdom saving throw or paralyzed for concentration up to a minute. Crumbs. Okay. What's your spell save DC, please?
15.
Oh, good. Like, hand on heart, that is a 17.
Oh, Cass's
Okie dokie.
freaking hold. Like glowing runes appear around her in like a complicated shape and then just disappear. They just fade, they do nothing.
Kind of imagine that she's sort of, and we'll hold her there, and she's still just skidding across the grass from the hammer tonk she took to the ribs. Morven.
Do me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage first before I describe the cool thing. So I know whether it's-
Very well. +1 is 3. And 1 + 1 is 2.
You hear the single chime of a dolorous bell. It rings in your mind as the necrotic damage seeps through your brain along your neural pathways, desiccating the tissue around your cerebral cortex. It's Toll the Dead. That's what's going on.
Dang, okay.
2d12 necrotic damage because you're missing some HP.
You got told. I'm missing 59 HP. so far.
That's 17 points of necrotic damage.
Quite the headache.
Yeah, like spectral flames start like billowing out of the hood of this thing. Like her head is literally smoking with an eerie glow, which is quite unpleasant, really, if you're her. This time we will do it in correct order. Cressida.
I'm gonna still lightning.
Oh yeah, of course.
Which
Bonus
bolt?
action.
Great.
So I'm gonna try and hit her again.
Yeah.
Even so, she will still get 1d12.
We'll get the damage.
Oh, that's a nat 20!
Yeah.
Whoop!
Probably won't bother looking anything up. Can you roll the dice on that and then double them and then...
Okay. Okay, that's a 7. And a 10. So that's 17. Oh, that's the 2d12 is when I first hit, so that's 17 for that.
Doubled.
Doubled
20 is
for
34.
34, yeah. And then this is the bonus action is a 7.
So 41 points
41
of damage.
points.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have
to go pop. Please
she
go.
dead?
Yeah.
What does this look like? She's already like writhing and screaming and sort of rearing up.
Okay.
While her head is on fire with weird sort of spectral mind flames.
Okay.
And then?
And then I guide the lightning to the collar. And basically, rather than having any more heads exploding,
what?
Already
I
had
did feel
that.
like that's where that was going.
And that's not what Cressida's.
It also explodes.
No,
You're allowed one head explosion before they demonetize the video.
The lightning is so powerful that it goes into the skeleton, into the bones, and you can sort of like a weird X-ray almost. The skeleton, there's like
Street Fighter
basically like you can see the skeleton like when you almost like when you shine a torch through your finger and see, you know. But you can see the outline of the bones, and then you kind of see them just shatter.
That's going to keep a few of you up at night, I think. Because the skeleton that you sort of see for a brief moment is just completely unhypnic. You're like, oh, that's not what.
Yeah, it's sort of I want to see
then,
what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give this an appraising nod, one craftsman appreciating another's work.
And with sort of a wet crumpling noise, she drops down to the dirt. You can hear sort of a faint chanting going up. It's sort of a wordless sort of like it's almost a drone coming from the hive where
Apt.
basically they've got hold of themselves again. All the ones who ran off have come back, and they are helping prep for a little teeny tiny sacrifice.
What percentage of the way did we get to the tree line?
A third.
Oh, okay. So not a great distance.
Close to the...
Yeah. So it seems like our dilemma is either to continue running for the tree line, because we don't have to do. Who cares what they're up to?
We have the amulets, which
We've
is
got
what
the
we're
amulet,
after.
yeah. But
we've got to go and save the sacrifices.
Can we see the sacrifices?
You can see.
Do they look nice?
sacrifices.
You can see the sacrifice, yeah.
Do they look like they
Who are
deserve
they?
it?
Well, it's
I would assume.
it's dark now, so she's giving off a sort of shimmering light.
Gotta go get him.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Okay.
And you wanted to run for the tree line.
We've got the amulet.
How far are we? Are we more than 60 feet away?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
You are.
okay, because I've sort of still got the lightning going.
Okay. You're gonna have to. This is gonna be close, basically.
Okay. Well, let's run in there. I'd like to run. Can I get within 60 feet of this place?
Strength athletics check.
Rather than run and waste any time running, can I try and shoot an arrow from where I am right now?
Well, I can do something if we get close. But I think
We could always try both.
Yeah, maybe those of us who want to run should start running and roll the strength athletics, and those of us who want to fire arrows should start firing arrows.
There are 17 cultists because you killed one of the reds.
Yeah, we did.
And you've just taken out the superior.
The superior.
So there are 17 cultists over there, including one in a black hood. Exact disposition towards you, unknown. But you can see basically this cage. It's kind of like a moving platform, but at the back of it there is sort of another grate that they seem to be able to move. And currently, like the cage itself is stationary, but there are people hauling on ropes, and it is dragging this mesh forward in the cage, which is moving, even though she is resisting it, it's moving the shimmering lady closer to the front of the cage. So she's eventually going to be sandwiched in iron. You can see from the way she's fighting that she is enfeebled. She's in an iron cage. She's in trouble. One of the brown robes is approaching with basically just a big, really cruel looking spear that he's just gonna drive into the cage, impaling her.
So what are you firing your arrow at?
If I can see all that from where I am, I'd like to just try and headshot the one with the spear.
Okay.
Obviously, anyone can pick up the spear, but we're talking about buying like seconds here, so.
Yes. What's the range on your bow, please?
150 feet.
Sick.
It says 150 feet or 600 feet.
Yes, so
That's the
150 feet is
full damage.
basically without penalty.
Yes. There's no penalty anyway, because with the sharpshooter feat, attacking at long range doesn't impose disadvantage on ranged attack rolls, but I guess it would, yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, go for it then.
Snipe that guy.
Again, looking to be a 13.
That is an 18 plus 8.
Okay.
26.
Wow.
Dang. Damage, please.
1d8 plus 3. So that's 4, but I will add a d6 of piercing damage for gathered swarm, which is 6. So that's 10.
You've taken him down to 1 hit point.
Oh.
Takes it like high up there to the, like, you know that's travelled in and at least like nicked an artery or something. So sort of spins out, drops the spear. Someone else is going to scrabble to try and pick it up. What are you doing, Morven?
Running towards the crowd. I got a 14 on the strength athletics check.
Great, cool. You're in range.
Okay, I would like to cast Calm Emotions on the crowd around. I can make them indifferent to a target. I would like to make them indifferent to the Shimmering Lady.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So they must make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, you mean my famously charismatic
cultists.
Beekeeper cultists. But they're so charismatic. What's your spell save DC again?
15.
Rolled a 14.
No!
Oh no.
I'm going to use my last sorcery point to make this an extended spell, which doubles the duration, so we've got 2 minutes of this.
Dang, okay. All right. So basically, they're all like just chanting away, and this guy is raising a spear to try and drive it into the very spirit of a river. And that guy spins out, and when he lands, it's almost like the lights have come on and the music has stopped. And everyone's just kind of looking down like, oh, that's really hurt. And they're just sort of staring at him while he's just
doing it.
like blood spurting out from where like the arrow's gone into the fletching. Like this guy's
He's not getting up with that spear
he's
again,
not
is he?
gonna make it, no.
Okay.
And it's like the others have sort of, it's not like they've forgotten, but they've lost the taste for it now. It's a bit like,
I think we've got 2 minutes to get the Shimmering Lady out of this iron cage.
If you could draw them away, I could cast invisibility. I could become invisible and free the Shimmering Lady while you lead the crowd away.
Sounds like a good plan.
Oh, I cast Fairy Fire.
oh, so
It's just lights. I didn't think it would ever come in handy.
Yeah.
and here we are. And you're casting invisibility.
Visibility.
Don't forget your debts. Yeah, in the darkness, there's a light brighter than that coming off of this enfeebled spirit. They kind of swing up. They're like, "He's got a bow!" People have twigged. They're like, "Get them!" Actually, they've seen you before. There they are. Get them! They're so incensed that their fear of crossing the threshold, especially now the superior has been like murked, like really dead. They are sure enough chasing after Happen. And Cressida and Willow flying
invisible, so yeah.
I'm gonna also turn invisible.
Oh, okay.
Like she sees more of it going, they're not
She's like, oh yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that too?
Sure.
Yes, well, I do it first.
You've
Well,
both
I've
gone
already
invisible.
done it
There
in
is
the
like
series,
a
so-
stampede, like people just legging it past.
I feel I can see a little of the light bending around you. It's not quite.
You think I care about your opinion?
You can't see my opinion, it's invisible.
You can all hear your opinion at all times.
Yeah,
All these
we can
people
hear
are
it from a mile
sprinting
away.
toward their mortal enemies, being like, did I just hear two people being cattian? And anyway, they keep absolutely hooning it towards you. And we'll do one strength athletics check to see if you make it to the trees in what is
Alright.
going to be a protracted
Leg
chase.
it. Oh, that's a 1.
Oh!
Oh no!
23.
Okay, sensing that Willowfine is in big trouble,
Put my robe, fall
I'm gonna-
over on my face.
Yeah.
because this has a chance to be spectacularly helpful.
Oh.
This is the cadence dice, by the way. I see.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, figures.
What is it? What's the check?
It's a strength athletics check.
19.
19. Okay.
Can I try and help Willowfine?
Look, you also
a
got
bit?
24, right?
23.
23. Yeah, you can.
We yoink.
Can we,
yoink
between
her up.
Willowfine, like between our no.
Yes, but I'm going to throw 2 sickles at each of you. Sound
That's harsh but fair.
Try it, yeah.
ACs? Massive.
12, only 12 for me. That's my embarrassingly low AC.
14.
14.
16.
Ooh.
Ooh.
1 hit. What was it again?
14.
14. 1 hit. 1 miss. And that's a 5. No, it's a 6. And an 8. So miss, 1 hit, 1 hit. Okay. 4 points of piercing damage. 2 points of piercing damage. These really are sturdy rows. Basically, just you sort of, both of you feel like a nick as the very edge of a sickle just like gets into you, but you make it to the tree line. What are you going to do in the tree line, just out of interest, once you're there?
I think we should split up, all making loud noises.
Let's split up and make loud noises.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
What noises are you making?
Ah!
Good, happen.
I've got the fairy fire, so I won't humiliate myself by making loud noise.
All right.
No.
I thought we were doing a bit.
Yes, no, sorry. Yeah, I'll. As much, I don't think Happen can shout very loud.
No.
I'm not. Follow me, idiots.
And Willowfine.
Oh, I've hurt myself ever so badly. The sickles, they got me. Probably going to bleed out. Oh, I'm limping.
Very good. Invisible team. There's a big old cage.
Mm-hmm.
It's got bolts thrown across it. It's not actually locked.
Okay, well, can we throw the bolt open?
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And get the shimmering lady out of there?
She like slumps forward and falls against the both of you. It feels very, very strange. Like she is, like it's like the coolness of water, and even in her like elevated state, it's quite refreshing against your skin, but it's not wet at all or damp. It's almost more like the suggestion of water. It feels intensely magical. It feels like when you were back in Elmstead and you were drinking water, you're like, this is what was missing. This is it. You know how sometimes you have a glass of water and it just doesn't hit?
Very flat.
And then sometimes you have a glass of water and it's the greatest thing you've ever tasted. It's that in a person.
Wow, that's cool.
Help me.
Okay, so seeing that the shimmering lady is in a bad way, I would like to cast mage armor on the shimmering lady to give her
Nice.
some protection so we can get out of here.
All right.
Morven touches the shimmering lady, and that is my final spell slot. So I've expended all my spell slots. Suddenly, Morven slumps down, and then her head jerks back up, and she's like, "What's going on? Where are we? Cress, what's going on? Who's this? Who's this wet lady?"
Can he see? I'm assuming Robin is still invisible.
Good question, actually.
If you
And
go,
is the mage armor still?
Yeah, good question. I think DM's discretion.
the mage armor is 8 hours, so once
Okay,
it's cast,
mage
it's
armor's-
not
yeah.
concentration.
Invisibility
Is concentration, right?
Yeah, invisibility I think would probably have
okay,
cancelled.
yeah, and also I think it's funnier if Robin
into
re-emerges
existence.
corporeal and is like, who am I holding? Why can I hold here, Cress?
Where's the wet lady? Cress, what's going on?
Stop! It's fine. Quiet now. I'm just gonna have a quick look around and see if anyone has spotted Robin appearing.
No, literally
They're also-
everyone has
okay.
hooned it off into
Right.
the woods.
including Beatrice, who's kind of like just sort of intrigued just to see what's going to go on, really.
This is the Shimmering Lady, Robin. The others are keeping all of these cultists distracted.
Cultists?
Yes.
Where are we? What is this place?
Well, I mean, it's a weird thing. They're like bees. They call themselves the Hive, and they don't like magic.
Should we be leaving?
Yes, let's do that. I think that's a very good idea for us to get as clear from here as possible.
We're rescuing this
lady? Yes.
Right, Robin, I'd like to throw Lord Shimmering Lady over my shoulder.
Sure.
That's how big is she?
She's
lady-sized.
Medium. She's lady-sized. Like she's quite light on account of she's like the spirit of a river. Although she like in her actual form is like a normal lady basically.
Okay.
Also, Cress is looking at her, going, "That wasn't too bad. I did a good guess from my illusion the other day." But yeah, I kind of help her onto.
What are we doing, Cress? Which way are we going?
Southgate, and away, not towards where all the shouting is. The others will be fine.
Probably a good idea.
Okay.
We're at Logan, Happen, and Willowfine.
They're fine.
Are they safe?
I'm sure of it. They can take care of themselves.
Okay.
I think we need to get this one out.
Okay.
So that
All right, let's go to the
wood
gate.
doesn't explode again or something.
Sorry, what?
Remember when there was the tree? Oh no, you weren't there. There was a big tree. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good
go.
idea. Let's go. Okay, we're going to run towards the south gates.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess like if we all ran out the south gate and went here, we could go like.
Yeah, exactly. We're just not going to go in the same direction you guys went.
Okay. Sounds good. No one else is really around you. I'm going to say you are able to cautiously make it to the tree line. In a way, in a part of the wood that is not absolutely crawling with people who look like beekeepers and are out for blood. The rest of you, how do you give your assailants the slip?
I'll probably try and climb up a tree or something and hide up there.
All right.
Being familiar with the forest and stuff.
Yeah, can you make me a...
Strength, climby?
Sure, yeah, strength to get up a tree.
Okay. 13.
Okay. It's not your best work.
No.
Because you're wearing a beekeeping outfit. But you
get
do
it caught on branches.
You managed to make it up a tree. Sure. I think that's fine. Willow, fine?
I use my my close knowledge of nature to find a suitable hiding place.
Okay, sure.
Do you want to roll for it?
Yeah.
I'll give you a nature roll.
Yeah, give me a nature roll.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
All right. That is an 8. Man, I'm having a hard time today.
Okay. There is a type of tree, and you have an exquisite knowledge of sort of the natural lichens that grow on this tree. And you're like, this perfectly matches the color of my robes. And all you have to do is like throw yourself against the tree, and you will be nigh on invisible.
Okay.
They sort of just, a bunch of cultists walk up, and they're like,
Oh no, that's so embarrassing.
and they sort
They're
of just
just-
leave.
Oh.
Oh,
They're
no.
like,
Oh, that's even worse.
Oh boy.
yeah.
How much psychic damage from the shame?
Oh, not more than a d6. 2. No, don't take any damage, it's fine. And happen.
I'd quite like to get up a tall tree, and from a nice sturdy branch where I can stand up, what I'm thinking is I'll use my tinder box to light an arrow on fire and shoot a flaming arrow into the camp, into one of the thatched roofs. It's not going to hurt anyone because there's no one there, but they'll have to flood back to deal with that.
Okay, yeah.
It's clearing the woods.
Make me a ranged attack.
19.
Okay, cool. If you'd rolled in that one, you would have set the Wyrdwood on fire. That was a rule I decided for myself.
And that would be bad.
Yes, this area's in a drought. I mean,
What about the
cadence, etc. But yes, I think that would have been.
It would have been beautiful.
On balance,
it would have been a great opportunity for a test of faith.
You can probably use this flaming arrow to triangulate the position of your companions.
Yeah, we'd like to relink up with everyone.
We got the wet lady from the. What was it? The
shimmering
soggy lady. We got her.
We found her.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi.
Hi. Shall I tell? Do you want to know what happened?
Not really. It sounded quite scary and horrible.
So there was a horrible cult. I don't know how Beatrice ended up mixed up with that lot.
Okay. Who's Beatrice?
She was my fiance.
Oh.
What? What?
Well, we were never. How do courting rituals work outside of Balewood?
How long have you got?
Yeah, you hang around. Your families put you in contact with each other, and then when a suitable amount is donated from either side of the family into a shared trust, great ornate jewellery is exchanged. It's the same everywhere, right?
No, in my experience, it's more like you sort of pine after the milkmaid, and then she marries the local lord, and then you're sort of sad about it. That's
well, where I'm from in Balewood, in the Order, we have very strict courting rituals. If you wish to marry someone, you must cohabit with them for 1 year to check that you are emotionally compatible and get along. And at the end of the year, if you still wish to be wed, we flip a coin, and if it's heads, you can get married, and if it's tails, you can't ever. And Beatrice and I, we flipped tails at the end of the year, unfortunately.
Maybe that's why she quit your cult and joined this other one.
Well, it's definitely why she left Balewood.
Do you not get any do-overs?
No. It
didn't count, or it sort of fell wrong. That didn't count. Do it again.
No, that wouldn't really be in the spirit of the coin. It was for the, as it was explained to me, it was for the best. Beatrice, it was a testing moment for her faith, and she did decide to leave. She asked me if I wanted to come. Obviously, I said no.
Why?
It's not that obvious.
She said yes. Can't have been with Beatrice and been in love.
It wouldn't have been the right thing to do, though.
Sounds like it would have been the right thing to do.
Define the right thing.
I mean, there's throwing a bucket over your house, and then there's being in love.
It wasn't. What happened was very beautiful, and Cadence surely was very pleased by it.
Did Cadence tell you that they were pleased?
Cadence has never, and will never, I imagine, tell me anything in so many words. That's not how it works, as it was explained to me.
Religion's really mysterious.
Yes, it is, Robin.
Yeah.
There are many mysteries. And many wonders.
Don't you think a good and loving deity would want you to be happy?
I suppose a good and loving one would. Yes. But that's
Not Cadence.
Not Cadence.
No, Cadence is all about chaos, right?
not as it was explained to me.
Well,
I whenever you ask me about this stuff, I always feel like I'm explaining it wrong. If you could come back to my order, then all of our elders would explain it a lot better than me.
Sounds pathetic.
Oh, hello. It's you again.
It's you again.
He sat down on the ground next to you all.
I mean, I didn't want to say it quite that bluntly, but hello, how are you?
Fine.
Seen you before. For like a second earlier, I was like, and then...
That's right. Yeah. You're in charge now, eh?
Yeah.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Okay.
Well, what happened?
Found it. We found the amulet.
I don't really know.
Fish in my pocket for the amulet.
Oh, thank you very much. Catches it. And did you... everything work out all right for you? Yeah, what you were after?
We did, yes.
Yeah,
we got the shimmering lady.
Is the shimmering lady still with us?
The soggy lady.
Yeah,
She's still over your shoulder.
Yeah,
Let her down.
Her name's Cracker, you know.
Cracker.
Yeah.
Maybe let her down.
To the river.
Well, she seemed quite unable to stand, but is she doing it? Is she doing it better?
Currently, she's trying to turn around and see.
Okay, I'll put it down then. Yeah.
How do we help?
Well, you get her back in the river, I suppose.
Put her back in. She's from the river. Put her in it, and that's where it's her house.
She looks at the poor man She goes,
That's my usual response when he shows up as well.
Maybe they were in love for a year and then broke up.
the boy was like, no.
Okay.
Cracker looks at him and goes, are you still awake in there? You old fool. And the poor man goes, I am. Yes, I am.
What does that mean?
I go to the shimmering lady. We just gave him an amulet with this symbol on it. And I show her my palm. I go, is that a bad idea?
What's happened now, hasn't it?
What does the sign mean?
I wouldn't say it's a good idea.
Yeah,
It's like a deer.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. In fact, when I saw it, I thought, oh dear.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? Because you got a thing on your hand.
Yeah.
That said, if we've learned anything about Fae folk is that you don't break deals with them. So a deal was struck.
Yes, I suppose.
And we delivered our side of the bargain, and I think we
I did mine up front, which is very unusual.
Very fair.
That's
But
true.
then I'm quite unusual.
My friend Osric, he once said that he'd made a deal with the Fae and I had to give him all of my shoes. And he said, you can't break a deal. Yeah, both of my shoes. And I said, oh, really? They're my only pair? And he said, well, I've made a deal with the Fae and you can't break them. So I was like, well, I suppose I better give them to you then.
Didn't the dog also steal your shoes?
This is the next pair of shoes, yeah.
Right.
Did the dog say it had made a deal with the Fae?
Cracker is still hanging off you, and she goes, you know what, I'll make my own way to the river. I can do it through the route network.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you go, Shimmering Lady, would you grant us the favour of telling us what happened to you? How were you captured?
Bound in iron. What else?
That's what they do to witches, so they can burn them.
Well, hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be the last. And then she sort of just like melts into the ground. And you can actually feel like underneath you, like, oh, I can feel her in there, and then like she's just hopping through neurons in her brain. You feel her just zip away, traveling along the route network underneath the Wyrdwood. You can actually chart her progress as she goes, because as she goes from tree to tree, those trees like straighten and visibly like recover from the gathering drought. And you at least feel like you've solved that particular crisis.
So what was he going to do in return for the amulet?
Well, he offered us the information as to where to head next, so...
Did you know that they were already dead? I'll take that as a yes. So you gave us information, which meant that we couldn't even get them back onto the quest that we are part of. So really, it was slightly pointless information, wasn't it? I don't really feel like it's a fair bargain.
Well, who said anything about fair? There's bargains. That's all there is.
Oh, I'm very well aware of unfair bargains. I'm usually the one dealing them.
Oops. Anyway, you got Cracker back. That's a good deed. Seems like you're doing your jobs all right. Thank you for this. He holds the amulet out and then he turns it and just goes, and his jaw just, like his mouth opens abnormally wide, and he just like inserts it painfully slowly into his mouth, and then he explodes in like a gout of blood.
Oh.
Like you've thrown overarm a bucket of red paint at the floor. He just like explodes downwards.
Huh.
Oh.
That was unexpected.
Oh. Did he say he was going to do that? Was that a surprise?
No, that...
I didn't.
Oh, hello.
He's up a tree. He's up a tree.
Oh.
Bloody.
That was... Well done.
Well,
Don't encourage him.
I suppose we'll be seeing each other again.
Quite impressive.
Okay.
Suppose we will.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Sorry, what was your name?
They call me the poor man.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Poorman.
He tips backwards off the branch and just disappears into thin air. And you are left standing around in a wood, around, not for the first time, even today, a puddle of gore.
Willowfine, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Robin.
I saw you're all dressed like as beekeepers.
Yes, Robin.
Did you happen to get any honey?
No, Robin, I'm sorry. There was no time.
Yeah, I understand.
And the camera sort of pans back from a man having yet another one of his very, small number of dreams shattered. That's one of, off the top of my head, I can only count 2, maybe 3 if he gets his shoes back or his job back. Okay, 4 dreams. One of them has just been shattered again. And the camera sort of continues to pull back onto sort of the canopy of the Wyrdwood, and then back, and then back, and then out of a glass orb that is being held in a hand. There is a robe that ends sort of at the cuff there. You sort of see it's almost like over the shoulder. And you just hear a voice, well, you don't, but we hear a voice saying, "Fetch the Inquisitors." And we'll end it there, I think. Oh, no.
Well done, Johnny.
Well done, Johnny.
If you think I'm letting you get away without a rolling, right, you've got another thing.
Okay, so I've got my special hand symbol because I got an envelope. So I've halved my debt, but I did do a couple spells, so I've got to be at 12. So 13 or above would be fine. 54.
A lot of magic in that last episode, so I'm up to 27. That's fine, there's still 73 numbers that can beat that. But not a 5.
Oh! Okay, don't take an envelope.
Oh, great, thanks.
No, just know that I'm going to have something special for you next season.
Special could be good.
Okay. I have 16 debt. Is it time to pay the piper? It is not. That's 25.
I've got 12 debt. And that's 24. So I'm safe.
Nailed it.
Business-like.
All right, here we go. Not had one of these yet because I'm deeply unmagical, but there's always a chance with my debt of 3 that I might roll a 1, 2, or a 3. Let's find out. Nope, it's 24.
Double 24.
Well, there we have it, folks. We made it through the first season of Oxventure Weird.
Round of applause. Amazing season. A great new setting. Impeccable folk horror vibes. Thank you so much, Johnny.
Great setting, great mechanics.
For A, trusting me, and B, embracing it quite so hard. It's been a pleasure, and there is more to come. But before then, there's more other stuff to come from the Oxventure YouTube channel. So keep it locked to Oxventure. Make sure you are subscribed, because that's how you keep it locked. It's an idiom. We'll be seeing you again in the Wyrdwood, and until then, don't forget, magic will have its due.
Bloody magic.
And there we have it. That brings an end to the very first Oxventure Marathon live stream. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us. We loved being able to showcase the incredible artists in our fan art showcases and just have a good look back at Wyrdwood Season 1. We honestly cannot wait to bring you Season 2 later this summer. Be sure to check out the premiere page after this stream, and of course head over to store.outsidexbox.com to get your Chaos Magic Liquid Core dice set and signed Wyrdwood art print. Thank you so much for being here, but before we go, how about one more thing? What if we showed you the first clip from Wyrdwood Season 2? Please enjoy, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. We open this season of Wyrdwood with a chest, specifically a person's chest on a torso. and a warhammer just swings in from out of frame and caves it in with like a deep, wet crunch.
I hope it's not me.
Roll a d6.
Well, this has been an incredible campaign. Thank you, everyone.
we didn't want to email you and tell you.
Got all dressed up.
Blood spurts out of the mouth in a fine mist, and a body sort of slumps to the floor, joining 5 others around it, each of them with a person standing over them in sort of inquisitor's robes. And if you were there, all of you, you would realise you recognise these people. The 6 people who are lying dead now on the ground are one of the teams that was initially sent out from Moot. The Inquisitor with the hammer kind of lowers it, and then on his hip there's this strange glass vial with an odd sort of silvery liquid inside. And the bottle starts to jump and jerk against his hip. He looks down, pulls it out, and just gestures to somebody. And he's handed a small, like a buckler shield, sort of little ones that swordsmen often carry. He places this on the ground and pulls out the stopper and pours this liquid into the bowl. It sort of starts to swish up the sides and then coalesces and forms what looks like a completely solid surface. And then it starts to show an image. He's scrying. And we see from above, sort of like an isometric view, there is a campfire that sort of died down just to embers. Someone sort of stirring those with a pot over it. And we see you 5. It's the morning. These sort of people are, rubbing their eyes. You're making, I don't know, a tisane or some coffee or something like that. And just generally packing up your bedrolls, packing up your gear and getting ready to move on with the day. As the image lingers on you all, it suddenly pulls out and gives a very strong impression as to where you are in Hayoth. Shows you kind of on the very northmost edge of Wyrdwood itself. And to the north of you, there is the marshy expanse of Mossfold. And we'll cut straight to you lot now. You're all... It's the morning.
Good morning, everyone. Did everyone sleep all right?
Yes.
So lucky. Your eyes are all still... got all dark circles under them.
I don't know, it's always...
Who's for tisane? I've made a tisane, everybody.
Who's